The rain outside continues to fall, neither too heavy nor too light, a gentle patter that, for early spring or for farmers, seems to herald good fortune. Yet, it appears not everyone shares this sentiment. At least, it does not resonate with Xiaoming. Although he once relished the rainy and snowy weather, the other students in the classroom seem to be captivated by it. The teacher's fervent lecture and the surrounding distractions fail to capture his attention. He quietly sits in a corner near the window, as if he has vanished from existence. However, the teacher, Kanbei, remains oblivious to these distractions, focused solely on delivering his lesson. To the students below, some daydreaming, others whispering or like Xiaoming, staring blankly out of the window, their teacher seems almost non-existent. A flicker of anger passes through Gott's eyes as he observes the inattentive students. As a responsible educator, such behavior is rare in his classroom. He turns and forcefully places his textbook down, trying to assert some semblance of discipline. Yet he finds himself at a loss for words when confronted with the disinterested faces before him. Alas, they're merely children, around 11 or 12 years old. Regarding the decisions made in their village, he feels nothing but helplessness. This damned war. Gritting his teeth, he gazes at the students with a complex mix of emotions, unsure whether to be angry or feel something else entirely. Suddenly, he deflates like a punctured balloon. Class dismissed. Please prepare well for the graduation exam. The students are taken aback. It is not yet time for dismissal. However, they quietly gather their belongings and exit. Fully aware that they face more than just graduation exams, they confront the looming specter of war. Xiaoming, or rather, Yamada Shino, joins his classmates in gathering his things and silently leaves the classroom as he steps outside. He looks around, taking in the familiar sight of traditional Japanese architecture, the large character for fire at the entrance, and the familiar swing set. Indeed, he has traversed into the world of Naruto, observing a reality that mirrors the Japan he once knew. A realm he had only seen in cartoons, a world infused with the magic of ninjas and marred by conflict. He raises his hand, gazing at the delicate little hand that emits a faint glow reminiscent of translucent flames or chakra. Wasn't it sky blue? Damn it, he mutters. Suddenly, a large hand rests on his shoulder, and he turns to find Kanbei standing behind him, having appeared unnoticed. What's wrong, Yamada-kun? Not feeling well? It's nothing, just something on my mind. Sensei, by the way, Sensei, do you think I'll become a great ninja? Absolutely. You will surely become a great ninja, Kanbei assures him. Yamada Shino nods. Oh, I will work hard. Good luck, I have faith in you. Although he promises in a loud voice akin to Naruto and receives encouragement, his mentor is Kanbei, not Irika, and he is Yamada Aikir, not Uzumaki Naruto. As they exchange glances, a hint of uncertainty passes between them, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Sensei. I have something to attend to, so we'll take my leave, he says quickly before running off. Got watches him depart. Be careful on your way. Damn, it's like I'm heading to the gallows, he curses internally as he runs. Yet he is acutely aware that there is little difference between facing a battlefield in Naruto and facing the gallows. What are you doing? Walk carefully. A shopkeeper and passers-by scold him as he slows down, eventually stopping before a traditional Japanese house, its sign boldly declaring izakaya. A strange sense of familiarity washes over him. Home, more accurately, Yamada Shino's home. You're back, you must be tired, says a woman in her 30s clad in a kimono. I'm back, a middle-aged man replies. Oh Shin, you're back, exclaims a young woman in her 20s. Warmth surges through Yamada's heart, though he also feels a pang of anxiety. I'm home, he declares. I've prepared the bathwater, go wash up. The shop isn't busy right now. Once your brother-in-law returns from delivering, while close and have dinner, the middle-aged woman informs him. Oh, understood. After bathing, Yamada collapses onto his bed, scrutinizing his new physique. The name Yamada Shino evokes fragmented memories that seem foreign, reminding him that he is no longer on Earth. To recount his life before the transition, Xiaoming, a male, 28 years old, with a high school education, he had initially gained admission to a reputable university in D-City, but attended for only 1 year. Just days before the start of his sophomore year, he had planned to enjoy a few days in the city. However, one night, while cooking instant noodles with an electric pot, he forgot to turn off the heat. Whether it was due to a faulty pot left behind by seniors or outdated dormitory wiring, a fire ensued spectacularly, engulfing the entire school in the aftermath. When the police conducted a routine investigation, this unfortunate youth, who had never interacted with law enforcement before, mistakenly believed he should take responsibility for the hundreds of faculty members who lost their jobs. Perhaps still groggy or out of touch with reality, he confessed to starting the fire, completely disregarding the adage of confessing for leniency. Upon learning of this incident, his grandfather fainted. How could the old man bear such news? And the family descended into chaos. After a brief period of turmoil, his father, as the head of the household, managed to stabilize his grandfather before assembling a committee composed of his father, uncle, aunts, and cousins, all maternal relatives. Didn't I mention that their grandfather was ill? To rush to D.C. They hired lawyers and pulled strings, enduring over a month of turmoil. Ultimately, the investigation revealed that someone had intentionally set the fire, with the case entangling familial, societal, ethical, and moral issues. It had nothing to do with the unfortunate child's hot pot incident, which was merely a misunderstanding. Yet, he stubbornly clung to the notion that he was at fault, leaving the police with no choice but to detain him for over a month, during which he lost his academic standing. Though the principal later agreed to allow him to audit classes with the possibility of reinstatement, his status as an ex-convict complicated matters. The principal's expression, stern as a baked pancake, was disheartening. Determined to retake his exams, he found himself in a cycle of failure, repeating the year for 3 years without passing even the vocational line. In frustration, he abandoned his studies and sought refuge at a martial arts school at the foot of the Shaolin Temple. Yet, after less than 2 years, he returned home in tears, and his family secured him a job as a security guard, where he remained for 4 to 5 years, finding a semblance of stability. Alas, fate would not allow him peace. The night before his transition, he encountered 2 high school classmates, one from his tutoring class and another from the same university, both now graduate students. The stark contrast left him in a daze, and upon waking, he found himself in this new world. Let us once again speak of Shino Yamada, a 12-year-old boy of rather mediocre talents. His physical prowess, ninjutsu, and genjutsu all rank as average. His academic performance, however, is commendable, and he possesses an agreeable appearance. His parents are both native inhabitants of the Hidden Leaf Village. His father, Tadashi Yamada, age 36, was once a Chunin and is said to have been a classmate of the legendary Sannin. That he lost his right leg and hand during the Second Great Ninja War and, having retired, opened a modest shop with his savings. His mother, Kazuko Yamada, is also 36. His elder sister, Mina Yamada, is 18, and her husband, Masao Yamada, is 19. Masao, having lost his mother at a young age, was taken in by Tadashi, who was a comrade of his late father, who perished in the war. Hence, he bears the Yamada surname. Shino recalls his mother mentioning that his father once bore the surname Kawaguchi, and although his father had wished for him to adopt that name upon marrying his sister last year, Shino resolutely declined, and his father acquiesced to his wishes. His father seldom speaks, particularly regarding ninjutsu, yet Shino has gleaned from his mother that neither his paternal nor maternal grandparents were shinobi, although his maternal uncle was purportedly a samurai, who has long since passed away. With a sigh, Shino reflects on the plight of his humble family, which dwells at the very bottom of the societal hierarchy in the Leaf Village, lacking any remarkable talents or secret techniques, and with no lineage of blood inheritance. Generations of his family have been commoners, and it would be a stroke of fortune if even a couple of them could ascend to the rank of Chunin. In this world, where strength commands respect, a life devoid of power is worth less than that of a mere insect. Although the fates of the powerful are often grim, they remain figures of reverence, living lives of glory, at least far superior to that of a bug. Alas, Shino feels as though his days in this new world have surpassed the total of his previous 28 years, in his former life. He had risen to a supervisory position within a security company, and with perseverance and the goodwill of others, he might have attained even greater heights. He had begun to adapt to this society, yet he found himself transported here at this juncture. Had he crossed over to a time of peace, it would have been bearable. Instead, he has arrived in the year 46 of the Leaf Village, with 6 years remaining until the conclusion of The third great ninja wore .6 years. He muses, staring blankly at the ceiling. Feeling utterly lost, he vaguely recalls that Kakashi would obtain his Sharingan the following year and ascend to the rank of genin as well. It seems Kakashi is of a similar age to him, and as it is already March, he fears that he may soon be thrust into battle. Is it even possible to decline? It seems unlikely the village has invested so much in his training. If he were to refuse, how would he face his family? What would others think of him? With less than half a month remaining, what could he possibly change? After finishing dinner, Shin Nosuke unconsciously wandered to the back of the house, a habit he seemed to have cultivated over the years, largely independent of Xiaoming. He decided to treat it as a last-minute preparation. Reflecting on the abilities this body possessed, he recalled the three-body technique. Some martial arts strikingly reminiscent of the military boxing from his previous life, and various throwing techniques for shuriken and kunai that closely resembled his former dart-throwing skills. After a haphazard practice session, he quickly lost interest. Yet, to his dismay, he found a peculiar sense of enjoyment in it. Poor fellow. He couldn't help but scorn the original inhabitant of this body. But upon further reflection, how much insight could one expect from an ordinary person? It seemed that mastering a transformation technique was already quite remarkable. To his surprise, this lad had indeed acquired the transformation art quite well. Whether mimicking objects or individuals of similar size, he could replicate them with remarkable accuracy. Conversely, the most practical technique, the substitution technique, was not learned as effectively. However, it appeared that talent had little to do with it. When he had just traversed into this realm, he was genuinely captivated by the substitution technique, which allowed for random exchanges of position with distant objects. He practiced it hundreds, even thousands of times daily, significantly improving his skill, and as a result, received commendation from teacher Goto, who had even provided him with personal guidance. But what did that truly change? Others who traversed realms often arrived with divine artifacts or powerful bloodlines. Yet here he was, possessing nothing, despite the shared experience of crossing worlds. The disparity between individuals was stark. At least his chakra was commendable. Teacher Goto had remarked that his chakra capacity was nearing that of a chunin, and recently, its quality had improved significantly, with his control greatly enhanced, perhaps a consequence of his transition. Contemplating this, Shin Nosuke felt a sudden clarity wash over him. The sky appeared so high, the moon so bright, and even the old training post seemed more appealing. Was there no one to teach him ninjutsu? Looking at his own reflection, he saw a quintessential young boy, quite popular in school, and undoubtedly, he would have more opportunities to interact with influential figures on the battlefield than in peacetime. Coupled with his understanding of the narratives, it was conceivable that he could thrive in the world of Naruto. But before that, what should he do? Ah yes, he should start by practicing tree climbing. Although Shin Nosuke's chakra control was already commendable, thanks to his training in the substitution technique, he still needed to master the fundamental ninjutsu well known in the Naruto universe. Despite lacking any remarkable talents and being merely one among the masses in his past life, there resided within him an indomitable spirit that refused to be outdone. Otherwise, how could he have gained admission to such a prestigious university? As for his poor performance following the dormitory hot pot incident, it was likely that he was more upset with himself than unwilling to continue his education. Otherwise, he would not have ventured to Songshan to learn martial arts, seeking to prove that he was not entirely without merit. His training progressed more smoothly than anticipated. Shino took merely one night to master tree climbing, and within 3 days, he had also acquired the skill of standing on water. Although Sasuke and Naruto spent a night learning to climb trees as well. One was a prodigy from a young age with the extraordinary Sharingan, and the other harbored the Nine Tails within him. Minato Namikaze was undoubtedly the most exceptional genius in the Naruto universe. Without the Sharingan, Madara would likely not even be worthy of carrying his shoes. While many may have achieved greater feats than Minato, none possessed his unique talents. Thus, it was reasonable for Shino to feel a sense of pride. However, the subsequent training proved to be considerably more challenging. Regardless of whether it was the Rasengan or Raikiri, the former was somewhat manageable. At least he could break the water balloon, but the latter yielded no progress whatsoever. By March 10th, news spread that they would depart on the 14th, prompting Shino to halt his efforts, realizing he had perhaps been overly ambitious. If he focused solely on the Rasengan, success was still within reach. But his desire to learn Raikiri stemmed from its impressive depiction in cartoons. Initially, he envisioned emulating Kakashi in the chaos of battle. However, he soon recognized a critical oversight. he had yet to discern his chakra nature. Reluctantly, he decided to call it a day, acknowledging that with only a few days left before their journey, a little rest would be beneficial. Tomorrow would bring team assignments, and it would be prudent to familiarize himself with his comrades. Thus, Shino tidied his belongings and prepared for sleep. As he settled into his room, a knock echoed at the door. "Are you asleep? May I come in?" It was his father. "Oh, I'm still awake. I didn't expect my son to already be a ninja. It's time to give you these," Yamada Tadao said, producing several scrolls from within his robe. "Here are my insights on lightning release, along with some knowledge of genjutsu and a few chakra testing papers. You should have learned from Goto-san how to determine your chakra nature." His father mistakenly believed Goto-sensei had taught Shino, while Goto probably thought it was Yamada who had imparted this knowledge. "If your nature isn't lightning, you should seek out techniques more suited to you." Shino was overjoyed, eagerly unfurling the scrolls, unaware of when his father had left. However, he was certain that his father would not be upset about it. With these scrolls, his hope of surviving on the battlefield was undoubtedly bolstered. The ox cart continued its leisurely pace, while the surrounding landscape appeared unchanged. It must be noted that technological advancement in the Naruto world was quite peculiar. Observing the captain, who sat at the front of the cart with a walkie-talkie, eyes closed in repose, Shino found the scene somewhat awkward, although he soon reconciled with it. On Earth, no one could achieve feats that required machinery solely through physical means. Nor could anyone maintain a speed of 100 kilometers for an entire night. Yet here, such exertions seemed commonplace. The previous afternoon, Shino's squad received orders regarding the sporadic appearances of sand ninja teams within the Land of Fire, their intentions unclear. The village had heightened its vigilance, and their mission was to support the transport team that had set out 2 days prior. From the moment of departure, Shinsuke's astonishment remained unceasing. He was taken aback that the captain merely uttered the phrase "march" at a rapid pace, offering no further explanation. As he gazed at the scenery retreating swiftly behind him, he had never realized he could run so swiftly. While he marveled, his companions appeared entirely accustomed to this pace. The sound of the wind whistling past his ears evoked memories of traveling by train in a previous life. Yet, he soon became enamored with the exhilarating sensation of such speed. Listening to the captain's instructions about leaning forward to reduce air resistance, adjusting his breath, and conserving chakra, Shinsuke transitioned from initial panic to effortless ease, appearing even more relaxed than the captain himself. Thus, they ran throughout the night, finally rendezvousing with the transport team at dawn. Stretching his limbs, Shinsuke began to appreciate the benefits of superior chakra. With only 3 hours until the meeting, his chakra had already replenished, and he felt invigorated, utterly unlike someone who had gone a sleepless night on a forced march. Observing the slight fatigue etched on his teammates' faces, Shinsuke couldn't help but smile. Recalling the scene just days prior when they had separated into teams, "From today onward, we are comrades of Team 17. Let us introduce ourselves, sharing our specialties, dreams, and interests. I shall begin. I am Goto Jubiai. You may call me Sensei Goto or Jubiai Sensei. One could say I am a jonin, skilled in genjutsu and taijutsu. My aspiration is to become a ninja who makes my parents and elder brother proud. I enjoy my mother's cooking and currently have no girlfriend. If any of you have an aunt or sister to introduce, I would appreciate it." "I'll go next," interjected Inokuchi Yoko. "You can call me Yoko. I am 12 years old, the daughter of a tailor, adept in medical ninjutsu. As for my preferences, it would be more accurate to say I admire people. My dreams, well, I am a bit shy to express them." Shinsuke felt a bead of sweat form. Was she referring to Sakura or Yoko? Why did she keep sneaking glances at him? Her cheeks flushed. Could it be that he was her Sasuke? Alas, this was troublesome. At that moment, he took note of her delicate features, a heart-shaped face, large violet eyes, dark green hair, a petite nose, a charming mouth, and fair skin. She bore the semblance of a budding beauty. What was he even thinking? Shinsuke shook his head and turned to another teammate. Musing how fortunate it was she hadn't expressed disdain for Taku, or his path as a ninja might have been even more eventful. "Now it's my turn. I am Yamamoto Taku. I have a fondness for swordsmanship, and my most treasured possession is the sword gifted to me by my father. I enjoy Naruto, and my aspiration is to protect my family just as my father does, surviving on the battlefield like him." Shinsuke observed the utterly unremarkable visage of Taku, whose profound gaze seemed capable of embracing the entirety of the world. It appeared as though his slender shoulders bore the weight of all burdens, and his demeanor was astonishingly serene. How could someone so unassuming remain unnoticed? The only explanation could be that he had not lived to see the day his dreams were realized. Shinsuke had never encountered such a person in his previous life, at least none in his immediate vicinity. Yet, he was certain that if Taku existed on Earth, he would undoubtedly be an extraordinary individual. Thus, this remarkable person quietly stepped onto the battlefield, a victim of war. Damned war. How many lives have vanished amidst the turmoil of war? And how many ideals have been brutally stifled? The answer remains unknown, and perhaps it is destined to remain so. Having grown up in a world of peace, Shinozuke had never truly grasped such sentiments. Although he frequently witnessed reports of conflict and displacement on television, he had never pondered the thoughts and feelings of those ensnared in such chaos. In comparison to Yamamoto Take, his previous anxieties had been trivial. Suddenly, Shinozuke felt a sense of gratitude for being thrust into this world, where he could effect change and take action, rather than leading a mundane existence and succumbing to the inevitability of death. It's your turn now, Gokko reminded him. I am Yamada Shinozuke. I possess no particular strengths, nor do I have any glaring weaknesses. My chakra seems competent, and I harbor no specific likes or dislikes. My singular aspiration is to protect those around me. If, and I emphasize if, I survive, I will undoubtedly strive to put an end to this relentless conflict and restore peace to the world. Restoring world peace? Quite an admirable ambition, Jubii remarked. But tell me, do you lack confidence in yourself, or do you doubt my abilities? After all, I am a jonin. Let us not dwell on that. Today, our teacher is treating us. Come to my home to savor my mother-esque culinary skills. Upon visiting the teacher's residence, Shinozuke and his companions discovered that Jubii and their homeroom teacher, Kobe, were actually brothers. Despite their familial ties, their appearances differed significantly. Jubii was considerably more refined compared to the robust Kobe. According to Granny Goto, they were not full brothers. Kobe was the child of their father, Goto Ichiro, and his first wife. Nevertheless, the bond between the two brothers was strong, and they treated their mother with great affection. Even after their father's passing, the maternal bond remained unchanged. Thus, Kobe excelled in taijutsu, genjutsu, and wind release, while Jubii was more adept in taijutsu and genjutsu. The elder brother inherited more of their father's talents, while the younger took after their mother, who had once been a skilled genjutsu ninja. When they departed from the Goto household, Shinozuke and his friends discerned their elemental affinities. Gokko possessed an affinity for earth. Yet the Goto family had no expertise in earth release, and her chakra transformation was rather feeble. She leaned more towards medical ninjutsu, acquiring only a few insights into medical techniques and some taijutsu from Granny Goto. Take, on the other hand, had the rare wind affinity akin to Kobe, thus gaining access to an abundance of ninjutsu. Naturally, he was particularly intrigued by Kobe's swordsmanship. Shinozuke, possessing the uncommon dual affinities of lightning and wind, demonstrated a remarkable prowess in chakra manipulation, even though his wind chakra was less than a quarter of his lightning chakra. The intensity of both chakra transformations astonished the adults present. However, they were even more taken aback by Shinozuke's aptitude for genjutsu, which made sense when they considered his lineage. However, this seemed to bear little relevance to Shin-no-suke, who was still immersed in the joy of discovering his own attributes. As the scroll entrusted to him by his father was finally proving its worth, like the other two children, he was deeply engaged in practicing his newfound ninjutsu until the following morning when Granny Koto came to remind them to have breakfast. Time passed significantly, and both Takashi and Yazi had nearly fully recovered. Feeling a bit bored, Shin-no-suke inquired, "Teacher Jubii, how much longer until we arrive?" "Well, if we traverse this forest and travel through the night, we should reach our destination before nightfall tomorrow. Let us take a short rest. If you're feeling bored, why not practice the ninjutsu you've just learned? It might enhance your chances of victory should you encounter enemies," replied Jubii. Understood. As he surveyed the children before him, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Jubii's eyes. Noticing that it was nearly noon, he decided to confer with Oda, as their convoy had also journeyed through the night and deserved a respite. Although Oda had not slept for 2 days, his spirits remained relatively high, as the village placed considerable importance on this mission. Reports from ahead indicated that their supply of explosive tags had been exhausted and that there were few kunai left. Fortunately, the front lines had not experienced significant disturbances. Otherwise, the toll could have been catastrophic. At this stage of the conflict, had it not been for the high caliber of their ninja and the relatively short front lines, it was likely that they would have already crumbled. Gazing at the several carts laden with kunai, explosive tags, soldier pills, and various medicines, Oda felt a nagging unease. Just yesterday evening, Oda's team had encountered an ambush by a small squad of sand ninjas. Although they were merely lower-ranking ninjas, Oda could not afford to be complacent. He suspected that the appearance of enemy ninjas in their rear was no coincidence, especially in light of the wind ninjas appearing on the eastern front. It was improbable that the enemy would dispatch only one squad to harass their rear lines. Thus, he resolved to travel through the night. Despite the arrival of Jubiai's team in the morning, his anxiety only intensified. Perhaps I am overthinking this, Oda mused when Jubiai approached him. Senior Oda, what is the matter? Everyone has been on the road all night. Don't you think it's time to rest? At this, Oda also felt fatigued. He had initially planned to push on while the daylight was bright, but seeing his weary subordinates, he realized that continuing would only heighten the dangers they faced come nightfall. After all, they are inexperienced children, Oda reflected. Let us take a break then. Have something to eat. Senior Oda, you should get some rest. I will keep watch here. I entrust this to you, Kodo-kun. Seated on the ground, Shin No-suk munched on his rations while perusing the scroll, feeling a quiet sense of gratitude. Ever since departing from the Kodo clan, he had officially become Jubiai's disciple, and his unique ninjutsu had finally found its origins. Otherwise, had he not left the village, the Umbu would have likely come after him. He was not afraid of others discovering those techniques. If questioned, he could merely claim to have invented them. However, such a declaration would undoubtedly attract the attention of the higher-ups. If the third Hokage took notice, it might be manageable. But the leadership of Konoha consisted of more than just him. There was also Danzo, the schemer. Yet, Shin No-suk did not believe Danzo to be at fault. After all, his theory on ninja tools was not dissimilar to practices in other hidden villages, apart from Konoha. It seems that, from Danzo's perspective, the third Hokage's faction is rather unconventional. The unnecessary warmth of human sentiment, unwarranted trust, and emotional decision-making are deemed superfluous. A ninja should merely be a tool. Once one perishes, another can be trained in their stead, as is the practice in other ninja villages. However, Shin No-suk genuinely resonates with the third Hokage's methods. To distill it into 4 words, it is fundamentally about prioritizing humanity. If we liken the ninja village to a corporation, Danzo's approach can be summarized as, you labor for me, and I compensate you. Perform well, and you receive a raise. Underperform, and you are let go. Moreover, Danzo never offers raises, treating his subordinates merely as instruments to be utilized. Who would willingly associate with such a man? Not to mention the sordid tactics he employs behind the scenes. He is indeed a ruthless opportunist, rendering any association with him utterly pointless. In contrast, the third Hokage's approach is characterized by a genuine concern for his subordinates' well-being, nurturing their sense of belonging and unity within the organization, which in turn fortifies the village's resilience. Whether his intentions are sincere or hypocritical, it is undeniable that his methods have garnered the support of the majority of the lower and middle-tier ninjas in Konoha, aligning with the founding principles of the first and second Hokages. This commitment to fostering a strong sense of identity and solidarity among the ninjas has enabled Konoha to withstand numerous wars against overwhelming odds. Nonetheless, Shin No-suk is less apprehensive about Danzo and more concerned about Orochimaru. Although he believes he possesses nothing of value to attract Orochimaru's interest, he remains cautious. Who knows what that madman is plotting? However, unbeknownst to him, their ultimate destination is indeed Orochimaru's lair. Shin No-suk closes the scroll and begins to practice the ninjutsu he has learned. Yamada Tadao's scroll is remarkably comprehensive regarding lightning techniques, offering in-depth exploration of various aspects such as technique release, hand seals, and chakra control. This has significantly broadened Shin No-suk's understanding of ninjutsu in this world. However, due to time constraints, he has only mastered one technique, the lightning strike. In contrast, the wind-style scroll lacks depth, although it contains numerous techniques. Most are already known to Shin No-suk, such as wind pressure, great breakthrough, and Itachi's scythe. In truth, Kanbei's wind-style scroll is commendable, containing not only Kanbei's insights, but also valuable experiences from other skilled ninjas in Konoha. Yet, the scarcity of adept wind-style ninjas has hindered its potential. As Shin No-suk's understanding of ninjutsu deepens, he will surely recognize the true value of this scroll. For this reason, he has only learned 2 techniques, wind pressure and great breakthrough. However, he has acquired a considerable number of illusion techniques, such as the fox heart technique, Naruto's vision technique, and the misty apparition technique. What truly astonishes him is the presence of one of the second Hokage's signature techniques, the art of dark movement, within Yamada Tadao's illusion scroll, revealing that Yamada Tadao is far more than a mere chunin. As Shinozuke observed those around him, he noted that everyone was engrossed in their respective tasks. Jubi sat atop a transport vehicle, scrutinizing his surroundings with keen attention, while Oda remained vigilant, guarding the periphery instead of resting. Among his students, his classmates included Hanada Sachiko, who was engaged in conversation with Taniko, and Daibutsu Osamu, who practiced martial techniques. Sasaki Kojiro, unrelated to the famed Japanese swordsman, sat on the ground, idly throwing shurikens at a target suspended from the vehicle. Watanabe was diligently practicing his swordsmanship, except for the two high-ranking ninjas, who bore serious expressions. The others seemed less like they were on a mission and more like they were on an outing. Sighing, Shinozuke resolved to practice his ninjutsu. However, something felt amiss. Watanabe, no matter how fervently he practiced, would not appear so tense. Both Osamu and Kojiro had ceased their individual tasks and were conversing animatedly. The two girls were still chatting, but their posture seemed odd. The two instructors appeared relatively normal, with Oda leaning against a vehicle, nodding off, and Jubi seemingly asleep atop the transport. Suddenly, an explosion erupted. A cart in the center burst apart, and two high-ranking ninjas vanished without a trace. The others lay amidst pools of blood, while the two girls stared vacantly at Shinozuke, their eyes resembling those of fish discarded on the shore, lifeless and glassy. "Help me." Out of nowhere, he heard Watanabe's voice beside him. Turning, he saw Watanabe, bloodied and crawling towards him, his left arm and most of his lower body obliterated, the flesh on the left side of his face missing, his left eye dangling like a broken bell. "What is happening? How could this be? Shinozuke, help me. Don't come near me. Please, don't." Shinozuke frantically waved his hands at the half-destroyed Watanabe. "Why is there blood on my hands? Why does it hurt so much? What is this? My intestines? Oh no, my intestines." In despair, he thought, "Am I going to die like this? Without even seeing the enemy? Did I come to this place only to die so simply?" As he mocked himself while fiddling with his intestines, he suddenly gritted his teeth and activated the hell viewing technique. The surroundings transformed instantaneously. Indeed, it was an illusion. Shinozuke breathed a sigh of relief, panting heavily. Looking around, everyone was present. At least they were not dead, though the situation remained dire. Jubi was engaged in a standoff with a slender ninja, their surroundings charged with peculiar chakra fluctuations, indicating a battle of illusions. Oda appeared injured, his left arm hanging limply. Yet he steadfastly withstood the assault of two enemy ninjas. Nearby lay a defeated ninja, seemingly having exhaled more than he inhaled. Watanabe and Osamu, marked by numerous wounds, were jointly fending off a single ninja. Despite being 2 against 1, their situation was precarious. Kojiro knelt on the ground, his body pierced with shurikens, likely rendered incapable of further combat. Not far away lay an enemy female ninja, similarly adorned with shurikens, with a scattering of kunai nearby, indicating she had been bested by Kojiro. The two girls seemed evenly matched against their respective opponents. Suddenly, Sachiko was struck and sent flying, landing right beside Shinozuke. As Shinozuke gazed at Sachiko, who lay amidst a pool of blood, he found himself immobilized, paralyzed by uncertainty. "What should I do? Hurry, help me." Sachiko, whose spirit was as fiery as her namesake, cried out desperately while striving to rise. Yet, Shinozuke remained motionless. His mind suddenly flooded with the haunting images from the illusion he had just witnessed, unsure of how to proceed. The opposing ninja, recognizing Shinozuke as a novice unaccustomed to blood, perhaps even on his first mission, saw an opportunity he could not relinquish. With a graceful leap, he twisted his body, forming an arc midair, and hurled a shuriken at Shinozuke, aiming to end his life in one swift strike. However, Shinozuke stood there, dazed and muttering to himself. Just as it seemed Shinozuke was doomed, a shadow surged forth, crashing into him and saving his life at a crucial moment. Kozaburo had intervened. Warm blood trickled onto Shinozuke's face, its metallic taste awakening him to the grim reality. Faced with Kozaburo, drenched in blood, and the relentless enemy charging towards him, Shinozuke let out a desperate scream. With a swift pivot, he rolled out from under Kozaburo, delivering a fierce elbow strike to the opponent's chest. Without waiting for the adversary to collapse, he seized a kunai from Kozaburo and plunged it into the enemy's neck. The ninja fell silently, blood gushing forth like a fountain. This unexpected turn left both sides momentarily stunned, his comrades elated yet astonished, while the enemy seethed with rage. At that moment, the situation took a further unforeseen twist as Jubi, with a muffled groan, crumpled to the ground like a bundle of straw, causing a lull in the assault. Meanwhile, the tall ninja, battling with Takeo and Yu, roared as he pushed them back, brandishing his kunai and pivoting to strike at Shinozuke with blinding speed. Shinozuke, caught in the tumult of emotions, could hardly react. Suddenly, Jubi, who should have been down and out, appeared before Shinozuke, delivering a lethal punch to the tall ninja's left ribs. Shinozuke was close enough to hear the sickening crunch of shattered bones. Observing this, a seemingly commanding ninja facing Oda issued a swift directive, tossing several smoke bombs before making a hasty retreat into the depths of the forest. His companion ninja reacted swiftly, employing his kunai to fend off Oda with a flurry of strikes before nonchalantly escaping in another direction. The ensuing events unfolded with simplicity. The last ninja could not evade capture and was ultimately slain by the combined efforts of Wataru, Yu, Sachiko, and Kozaburo, marking the conclusion of the brutal skirmish. In the aftermath, despite the children being thoroughly shaken, they maintained an admirable composure. Their faces paled, yet they methodically attended to the bodies. Shinozuke even dealt a few final blows to the still-breathing ninjas, while Kozaburo, undeterred, requested a scroll from Oda to preserve the head of the ninja he had slain as a morbid keepsake. Shinozuke, intrigued, wished to emulate this act, but found the sight of a severed head repulsive. Attempting to extract the kunai lodged in the corpse's neck proved futile, as it remained stubbornly ensnared, compelling him to abandon the endeavor. Everyone remained unharmed, with no one suffering serious injuries. Both Oda and Jubi felt a sense of relief, commending the performance of these novice lower ninjas. From the enemy's actions, it was evident that they comprised a team of elite upper ninjas, led by a middle ninja overseeing the lower ninjas. Their objective was clear: to use 2 or 3 upper ninjas to distract Oda and Jubi, while the others dealt with the remaining lower ninjas. It was apparent that Jubi's team was also a lower ninja squad led by 2 upper ninjas, as the rest of the members appeared quite youthful. His assessment was undoubtedly accurate. Although Oda initially took down 1 upper ninja at the cost of his own injury, the carefully prepared illusionary technique proved less effective than anticipated. However, events unfolded as he had foreseen. Had it not been for Shin no Jo's sudden outburst that disrupted their plans, it was highly likely that today would have ended in their annihilation. Both Oda and Jubi felt an overwhelming sense of luck regarding their victory. In truth, aside from the 2 of them, everyone else had fallen victim to that illusionary technique. Had Jubi not released his recent comrades, Kojiro and Yu, and if Oda had not been preoccupied with ensuring the safety of Sachiko and Taniko, while Wu maintained his focus and was positioned further from the range of the illusion, no one would have attended to Shin no Jo. Consequently, Shin no Jo awoke from the illusion only to discover he appeared to be the sole victim, leading to a profound psychological disparity and confusion. Nevertheless, both Oda and Jubi held Shin no Jo's quick dispelling of the upper ninja's illusion in high regard. For Shin no Jo, the reason behind his swift release from the illusion seemed trivial to mention. He had undergone an appendectomy in his previous life and was acutely aware of the pain associated with abdominal discomfort. The upper ninja, however, was oblivious to the concept of reincarnation, thus the technique he employed produced an unintended effect. As Shin no Jo's soul continued to integrate more closely with his body, this discrepancy would diminish over time. Following this incident, it is believed Shin no Jo's proficiency in illusionary techniques would see significant improvement. After this experience, Shin no Jo and his companions unearthed another astonishing revelation. The convoy continued its slow advance, yet rain began to fall. Clad in raincoats, Oda and Jubi's team pressed onward, their faces devoid of joy at the nearing completion of their mission, nor did they exhibit fear or anxiety. Only profound fatigue, a hint of confusion, and a subtle numbness were visible. They had only emerged from the forest that morning, although they should have exited 4 days prior. Instead, they had taken 5 days to traverse it. As the rain intensified, Shin no Jo silently urged the cart forward, remaining wordless. "Shin no Jo, let me switch with you," Wu said. Shin no Jo lifted his head and smiled in response. "It's all right, Wu, I can manage for a while." "All right, I'll take over later." Shin no Jo wiped the rain from his face, cracked the whip against the ox's flank, and called out to it, urging it to quicken its pace. Observing the beast's somewhat faltering steps, Shin Nojo contemplated whether to cast another illusion upon it. Due to the brutal skirmish 5 days prior, all the drivers had been slain, leaving Shin Nosuk and his companions to navigate the carriage themselves. Lacking proficiency in the art of driving, they resorted to employing illusions to hasten the pace of the oxen. Shin Nosuk occupied the second carriage, while the first was manned by teacher Oda. Oda's left arm remained a source of discomfort due to his injury, thus he was accompanied by Wu, along with the two most capable lower ninjas, in the second carriage. The third carriage housed the severely wounded Daibutsuyu, attended to by Inokuchi Yoko, who possessed medical ninjutsu. In the fourth carriage, the much-lauded Sasaki Kojiro was present, while the rear guard consisted of teacher Jubiai and his caretaker, Hanada Sachiko. Shin Nosuk turned to observe the others. In front, teacher Oda was in a state of repose, occasionally absent-mindedly flicking the whip in his hand. Initially, he had intended to replace the recently injured Jubiai, but Jubiai adamantly refused, insisting that Yoko assist you instead while he and Sachiko took the rear. Yu appeared pale, as if in slumber, while Yoko anxiously gripped the whip as though it were a cat's tail, attentively monitoring Yu's condition. Kojiro, on the other hand, whimsically manipulated his scrolls while casually wielding his whip, displaying a demeanor of serene contentment. Suddenly, a fit of coughing echoed from the rear, and Shin Nosuk felt a twinge of unease. Hey, Wu, you take the reins. I shall tend to teacher Jubiai. Over the course of these 5 days, they had encountered 5 waves of adversaries, all consisting of lower ninjas, which had not posed a significant threat to them. Even Yoko, the weakest among them, had personally vanquished 3 foes, while Kojiro had added 7 scrolls to his collection, leading them to grow somewhat complacent. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred during the skirmish that morning. Initially, they faced the assault of merely 2 squads of lower ninjas, and everyone performed with relative ease, especially with an upper ninja providing support. They scoffed at the enemy's audacity in deploying novice lower ninjas to infiltrate their ranks. Just as victory seemed imminent, 2 upper ninjas, who had fled days earlier, suddenly emerged, causing chaos. The lower ninjas seized the opportunity to strike back, and although they ultimately annihilated the opposition, the cost was the severe injuries sustained by Jubiai and Daibutsuyu. Shin Nosuk moved to the front and addressed Oda. Teacher Oda, is your left arm injury troubling you? Ah, it's you, Shin Nosuk. Are you on patrol? Quite well indeed. Well, let's not dwell on that. Shin Nosuk's gaze fell upon Oda's left arm, his eyes brimming with indignation and confusion. Do not fret, Shin Nosuk. This injury will heal within a few days upon our return to camp. Besides, if you lack faith in me, you must at least have faith in your young lady friend. Teacher Oda, Yoko is not my girlfriend. You mention her name yet deny it? Aren't you inadvertently confessing? Haha. Well, let us not linger on that. Hurry along and check on her. Yes. And I shall also see to Jubiai's wounds. Although we are nearing camp, his condition is rather dire. Thanks to Oda's light-hearted banter, Shin Nosuk momentarily cast aside the unpleasant topic and turned away, heading toward the rear of the caravan. As the delightful Shinazuke approached the third vehicle, he found himself at a loss for words. Despite his previous experiences in life, where he had engaged in fleeting romances, he felt an inexplicable sensation toward Inokuchi. Though he was no longer a virgin in his past life, his encounters were mere trifles, devoid of any lasting emotional commitment, leading to a series of failed relationships. Often, he would boast to his friends while intoxicated that he was still a virgin, a claim they dismissed as mere tomfoolery for their amusement. Each time he brought it up, his friends would erupt in laughter, urging him to drink more, unaware of the truth that lingered within him. While each encounter was pleasurable in the moment, the aftermath left him feeling empty, the faces of those he had been with fading into obscurity. Under the influence of alcohol, he would regale tales of his romantic exploits, creating an atmosphere of joviality, earning him the nickname of the most insufferable romantic of the century. Even the presence of superiors could not dampen the spirit of the gathering, and sometimes the women involved would not take offense, with some even embracing passionate encounters. Yet, true love seemed to slip further away from him. In contrast to the ephemeral nature of his past, he perceived the girl, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, as merely an ordinary infatuation. The feelings that stirred within him were akin to a bittersweet ache, a sensation both intoxicating and disorienting, as if he had consumed a potent spirit. Was love truly devoid of reason? Shinosuke questioned himself, pondering whether it was necessary to seek justification. Perhaps he was simply inebriated. The enchanting atmosphere around him filled him with an overwhelming sense of vitality, as if he had merged completely with the world around him. Amidst his unsteady gait, a smile blossomed on the young girl's face, radiant and reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, her coral hue vibrant against the backdrop of swaying fields. A color that would never fade. "Hey, Shinosuke, where are you going? Have you discovered something?" It was only when Yukiko called out to him that he snapped back to reality, realizing he had wandered quite a distance from the vehicle line. Had she not stopped him, he might have inadvertently made his way back to the Leaf Village. A sudden chill swept through the air, causing Shinosuke to shudder, and it was then that he recalled his purpose. Sheepishly, he returned to the convoy, gazing blankly at Yukiko as she alighted from the vehicle, rendered speechless. Sachiko gazed at him with her beautiful, large eyes, surveying him as if she had never seen him before. "I am speaking to you, Shinosuke. Why do you not respond? Are you foolish?" Observing Shinosuke's demeanor, Sachiko could not contain her anger. With her right hand on her hip and her left hand gripping Shinosuke's ear, she immediately executed her fierce wife technique, ruthlessly tormenting his poor ear. It was as if she were ready to wield a rolling pin. "Ouch, that hurts. Sachiko, let go. It's excruciating. If you do not explain yourself, I shall twist this ear off." Shinosuke was instantly terrified, nearly losing control. What could possibly be the matter? "Sachiko, you are being overly suspicious. Let go. If you keep this up, you'll age prematurely." "What did you say?" She huffed. "How audacious. Do you wish to part with this ear?" With her eyes darting around, she demanded, "Speak quickly. If you do not clarify today, you shall not escape unscathed. Please spare me, Sachiko." Shinosuke clasped his right ear with both hands, scanning his surroundings, his mind a chaotic mess. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck him. "All right. I was simply worried about Teacher Jubiai's injuries, which caused me to lose focus." "Really?" Sachiko replied, somewhat skeptical. Yet, seeing Shinosuke's pitiful expression, reminiscent of one of China's ancient eunuchs, her heart softened. She loosened her grip, releasing him. "Consider yourself fortunate. You know how to care for Teacher Jubiai. How could I ever deceive you?" Shinosuke replied cautiously, while rubbing his ear. Watching Sachiko bounce away, her nose almost elevated to the heavens like a proud little hen, he silently scoffed. "What a boastful creature. If it were not for my unpreparedness, you would never have caught me. I will surely have my way with you soon enough." Unaware of the malicious thoughts swirling in Shinosuke's mind, Sachiko called out, "Hey, Shinosuke, why are you still standing there? Hurry and catch up." "Humph. If I discover that you dare to deceive me." "Oh, I'm coming," he replied, chuckling at the sight of little Sachiko shaking her adorable fists while pretending to be fierce. "Why would I argue with a child?" he mused, shaking his head. It seemed that having traversed into the body of a child had rejuvenated his mindset. Shinosuke recalled the words of Jiraiya before returning to Konoha during the collapse plan. The girls in Konoha are truly more beautiful than the last, albeit rather headstrong. He decided it was best to check on Teacher Jubiai first. As they caught up with the convoy, the smiles faded from both their faces upon seeing Teacher Jubiai's condition. Shinosuke felt a deep affection for the first elite ninja he had encountered, especially for Jubiai, who valiantly protected his subordinates like a father. His heart swelled with sincere respect. Seeing Jubiai's complexion as pale as paper, with blood still at the corners of his mouth, Shinosuke felt a pang of sorrow. "Are you feeling any better?" As Jubiai, with Sachiko's support, struggled to sit up straighter, he replied, "I'm much improved now. What is with those expressions on your faces? After all, I am still an elite ninja. As a seasoned jonin of Konoha, I would never succumb before a mission." Coughing, I reassured Teacher Shibi. "I am merely preoccupied with other matters." Indeed, I felt a sense of failure, having been underestimated by a few novice chunin. However, upon hearing Teacher Shibi's jest, both Shinosuke and Sachiko's spirits brightened considerably. "We are no longer novices," Sachiko replied playfully. All right, Teacher Shibi conceded. "You are all formidable ninjas." He continued, "As for the supplies in the cart, that is not a concern for you lower-ranked ninjas. Remember, our task is simply to ensure the safe transport of these provisions to the front lines." Noticing that Shinosuke and his companion had more to say, Shibi waved his hand, interrupting, "There is no buts. We are ninjas. Our duty is to obey orders." Coughing violently, perhaps from exertion that aggravated his wound, Shibi coughed up blood. "Teacher Shibi," the two exclaimed in shock. I can still manage, Shibi said, his face betraying an unnatural flush as he struggled to maintain his composure. Suddenly, he turned serious. Yamada, Chunin, please return to your post. Hanada will attend to me. Executing orders is paramount. Shin Nosuk instinctively stood tall, responding loudly. Teacher Shibi gazed at Shin Nosuk, his tone softening. Rest assured, as long as that esteemed individual is present, I shall not perish. Despite the weakness evident in Shibi, his eyes shone with determination. Shin Nosuk, though filled with compassion, understood that as long as he remained there, Teacher Shibi would not allow himself to rest. With a sudden turn, he wiped his misty eyes and strode forward. Shin Nosuk trudged ahead, his mind blank, yet he was acutely aware. In this world, ninjas are soldiers. Just like in his past life, they are the protectors of the nation. There is no absolute justice, no absolute evil. They are merely soldiers safeguarding national interests. Though one may wield guns while the other employs ninjutsu, the essence remains unchanged. Shin Nosuk had been cognizant of this reality since his first act of taking a life. This bore no resemblance to the beautifully whimsical world depicted by Kishimoto. This was merely a world ravaged by war. A world rife with turmoil. Nation, daimyo, ninja villages, family. Are these truly the most vital objectives to protect? Shin Nosuk was uncertain. He understood clearly that if he did not safeguard them, he would lose his status as a ninja, a soldier, and his very humanity. Just like that famous saying from the 1940s, if you do not fight, your enemies will point at your corpse and mock. Look, this is a slave. Are these worth protecting? Shin Nosuk did not know, for he was utterly oblivious to the fate of Yamada Shin Nosuk's world. His nation, his daimyo, his ninja village, his family. But who exactly is this Xiaoming? Which Yamada Shin Nosuk truly exists? Is he Xiaoming or Yamada Shin Nosuk? The lines had blurred. All he knew was that he was present here, in this entirely unfamiliar world of Naruto. If in a past life, one were compelled to march onto the battlefield with a gun in hand, would you do so with clarity of mind? Nonsense. At least most individuals would refrain from going. As one character humorously remarked, I too would not go, for I fear death. Yet, it appears that no one would ridicule you. You could choose to become a laborer, venture into business, cultivate the land, or even engage in politics. All because it is a relatively peaceful world. However, in this realm, there are no opportunities for you, as you were born, transported, to be a ninja, destined to fight. If given the chance, he would prefer to battle solely for himself, to embody a solitary shura, adhering to his own path of a ninja. One character exhaled smoke rings. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Yes, he said, resting his chin on his fists in admiration. If possible, let me wear my underwear outside first. Nevertheless, Shin Nosuk now finds himself burdened with everything. His heart is laden with fatigue and weariness. He perhaps ought to indulge in a drunken revelry, yet he cannot. Shin Nosuk, get in the car. Speak to me. Upon hearing this voice, Shin Nosuk instinctively climbed into the vehicle. Shin Nosuk, what troubles you? Shin Nosuk, awaken. Kojiro, is that you? How could it not be me? Oh, it seems our handsome friend is troubled. Let me guess. Are you contemplating a choice between Yoko and Sachiko? Surely you don't wish to gather them both into your harem? Heavens, the war is not yet over. Suddenly, Shin Nosuk realized that the usually carefree Kojiro possessed an unexpectedly brooding side. Something neither Xiao Ming nor Shin Nosuk had ever perceived. You rascal. Oh, so you can hurl insults now. Then all is well, Kojiro chuckled, reverting to his nonchalant demeanor. After Kojiro's playful banter, Shin Nosuk felt his spirits lift considerably. He suddenly recognized that his reasons for fighting had multiplied. I am fine now. Thank you, Kojiro. Kojiro smiled nonchalantly. It's nothing. I simply cannot abide the sight of someone in despair. Do not take it to heart. Well, Kojiro, tell me your reasons for becoming a ninja. Me? Upon hearing Shin Nosuk's inquiry, Kojiro inhaled deeply. I have a simple, yet somewhat foolish reason. As he spoke, Kojiro's expression grew serious. Because my father was a ninja, and I. Naturally, I am but a mere ninja. Hearing this, Shin Nosuk chuckled to himself. What a simplistic rationale. My father was the same. Though he never expressed an opinion on whether I should become a ninja, it seems I am here not because of him. Is it? At this juncture, Shin Nosuk regarded Kojiro earnestly. It seems I became a ninja out of fear of death, Quite contradictory, isn't it? I feel the same. replied Shin Nosuk as he reclined in the vehicle with his arms behind his head. Oh, it truly is contradictory. Yet I still came. Why? Kojiro inquired. Shin Nosuk closed his eyes momentarily before reopening them. Because while I fear death, I fear an incomprehensible death even more, hence my arrival. Isn't that a swifter path to demise? Do you wish to hasten the end? Certainly not. Then why? Shin Nosuk reclined in the vehicle, allowing the rain to pelt his face. At least I know the reason for my death, for whom I shall die, and by whom I shall be slain. I see. To grasp one's own destiny? Desiring to grasp the reins of one's destiny is indeed a commendable ambition. After articulating this thought, Kojiro lowered his head, allowing the broad brim of his hat to conceal his eyes. Suddenly, he raised his gaze, akin to Shino, letting the rain cascade upon his face. Initially, I aspired solely to be a sculptor, to gain some renown through my endeavors, and subsequently establish a modest sculpting shop that would sustain myself and my family. I envisioned marrying a woman of unremarkable beauty, fathering 2 sons and a daughter, and eventually selecting one of my sons to inherit my craft, passing my establishment to him when my daughter wed. Once both sons were capable of standing on their own, I would retire from the shop, living a life where sculpting would merely be a cherished hobby. I would age before my wife, and my burial offerings would include my beloved sculpting knife, with a tree planted at my grave that would rustle in the wind, allowing me to rest in eternal slumber. Alas, that is enough of that, Shikamaru. Shino, observing the raindrops descending from the heavens, remarked, then you must seek a good mentor. Otherwise, your demise will come swiftly, especially for commoners like us. However, during my childhood, I encountered a scroll depicting an ordinary craftsman who, while sculpting, devoted all his concentration to the chisel, attuning himself to the winds and the texture of the wood. It is widely known who this individual is. Ultimately, he discovered that not only did he become a magnificent sculptor, but he also mastered the art of throwing knives, effortlessly vanquishing his foes, each knife finding its mark, never missing. Perhaps it is a fabrication? Possibly, for the scroll contained no teachings on such lethal skills, and I merely regarded it as a tale, a certain pig. Mr. Gulong, if you are aware in the afterlife, please scold me. Nevertheless, since you hold such fondness for wood carving, it may be worth a try. Success is not out of reach. A flicker of fervor sparked in Kojiro's eyes. What a splendid notion. At least it would alleviate the tedium of leisure. Thank you, Shino, Kojiro exclaimed. Oh, so quickly you return my gratitude? I must press on. We ought to hasten our journey. Be cautious, and do not become a target for a sculptor's chisel, Shino chuckled. Fool, I am someone who could easily meet my end. Huh, Shino, do not concern yourself with trivial matters in the carriage. Shino clenched his teeth, prioritizing the task at hand. Very well, but do take care. Shino, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Although he had no intention of halting, upon hearing Kuzu's words, he turned his head. Despite his lack of desire to jest with her or face her directly, Kuzu inquired, I am fine, merely burdened by some matters I cannot set aside. Then I shall be at ease, Kuzu replied. She seemed to grasp Shino's distress, yet she opened her mouth without uttering a word, gazing at Kuzu's delicate visage and her violet eyes brimming with affection and concern. Shino suddenly felt as if his throat were constricted, the air around him thick with an invisible weight, making it difficult to breathe. At that moment, summoning all his strength, he finally managed to utter a few words. I am fine, Kuzu. Are you truly all right? She asked, her beautiful star-like eyes searching his. Then I shall rest easy. However, Shino, you are my teammate. If anything troubles you. Shino abruptly interrupted her. By the way, how is Akira's injury? From morning until now, he has been asleep, and it seems that his injuries are not severe. Taking care of the situation, Xiong has left. How peculiar. There are still many words to be spoken. Guzi pouted, resembling a small frog. Yet, she giggled softly, appearing as if she had just savored the finest wine in the world, utterly enraptured and sweetly intoxicated. At this moment, Shinzo's heart was a tumult of emotions, trepidation, confusion, secret delight, inferiority, and sweetness, an array of sensations. All the unhappy moments seemed to vanish like shadows with each of Guzi's smiles and frowns. Although his true age is no longer that of a naive child, he behaved like a young lad experiencing love for the first time, equally flustered, muddled, and restless, caught in a whirlwind of anxiety and hope. Shinzo? Ah, it's Take. Shinzo realized he had unknowingly returned to the second vehicle. How did I end up here? He was still somewhat dazed. Hey, Shinzo, even though you're in love. Don't forget that we are still on a mission. Take admonished him while regarding him with a teasing glint in his eyes. Shinzo's face flushed suddenly, leaving him at a loss for words. Yamamoto Take observed Shinzo's embarrassment with a flicker of complex emotion in his gaze, but it quickly turned to ease. In a somewhat languid tone, he remarked, "It's wonderful to be in love. It at least lightens the mood." Upon hearing this, Shinzo suddenly felt a pang of neglect towards his comrade, who had stood by him through thick and thin. "I'm sorry, Take." Take smiled nonchalantly. "It's nothing. How could I be the one to hinder a friend's romance? I'm just feeling a bit off." The atmosphere grew still as they both sensed an awkward silence descending upon them. Simultaneously, they felt the urge to speak but stumbled over their words. "Ha!" They exchanged glances and erupted into laughter, a wave of camaraderie washing over them. All right, Take said, patting Shinzo on the shoulder. "You really aren't the comforting type, are you?" Feigning a bitter smile, Shinzo replied, "What should I say then?" "Ha ha ha, you scoundrel. Can't you mention ninjutsu, or the mission, or something?" Shinzo chuckled at him. "The mission, you say? For instance, this one." The atmosphere fell silent once more. "I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn," he admitted after a long pause. "You're right. This mission is rather unusual, but there's no need to shy away from it, as it lies before us." Once again, silence enveloped them. "Hey, Shinzo. You seem to know something, don't you? Although you hide it well. I heard you mention Orochimaru." Shinzo was startled, but he quickly regained his composure. "So what if I know something? What can we, as mere genin, change?" At that moment, the rain intensified, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, casting a shadow over the sky. Shinzo gazed at the vehicle, a bitter smile etched on his face. Indeed, the vehicle was loaded with supplies. However, during the first skirmish, one vehicle had been destroyed, and as they transferred the supplies to another vehicle, they discovered some strange corpses underneath, bodies laden with cursed seals. "Hey, Shinzo, do you think that after we die in battle, we will end up like them?" "Certainly, it will not happen." Raising his head, Wusher's gaze wandered aimlessly. "Although I am unaware of their identities, we have all learned to identify the deceased from their corpses," Wu Yoyo remarked. "Despite my ignorance of their backgrounds, it is evident that both their bones and muscles bear numerous distinct signs of rigorous training. Furthermore, their bodies are marked with conspicuous scars, and despite their demise, their fingers remain surprisingly supple, while the backs of their hands are calloused. Thus, it is certain that they were ninjas in life, powerful ninjas, indeed. What purpose does the village have for these corpses? Must they not find peace even in death, having perished in battle?" Yamamoto Wu exclaimed vehemently, his words seeming to interrogate both Shinosuke and the heavens themselves. Accompanied by the striking lightning, the clarity of his expression was unmistakable, and Shinosuke gazed intently at his face, which was etched with a mixture of resentment, confusion, doubt, anger, and a hint of fear. He could not reveal to him that all of this was orchestrated by Orochimaru, for he was already aware that their destination was the eastern battlefield commanded by Orochimaru. In times of war, a battlefield commander wields supreme authority. Although there may come a time for retribution, this is a lesson Shinosuke learned from films, books, and lectures in his past life. Even though Orochimaru would betray them in a year, Shinosuke had gleaned from indirect sources that Orochimaru had dealt a strong and effective blow to the Mist Ninjas on the Eastern Front, elevating his reputation to unprecedented heights. Many regarded him as the most formidable contender for the position of the fourth Hokage. While the people of Earth are aware of who the fourth Hokage is here, only Shinosuke knows. If Wusher were to have any negative interactions with such a figure, regardless of right or wrong, it would likely lead to dire consequences for him. Despite having uncovered the truth, Shinosuke felt he should remain indifferent. Yet, upon witnessing those corpses, he too felt a surge of righteous indignation. These individuals had once engaged in activities similar to those of Shinosuke and his companions, embarking on missions, training diligently, and fighting for various causes. Yamamoto Wu seemed to discern Shinosuke's concerns from his eyes. He lowered his head, concealing his face beneath his hat. "Rest assured, I too have noted that the curse marks on these corpses were crafted by a single individual. Such skill could only belong to a ninja of notable renown. I shall not act impulsively. However, I am determined to grow stronger. One day, I shall ensure he pays for his deeds." As Shinosuke looked into the steadfast eyes of Yamamoto Wu, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Why do so many heroes and tyrants emerge in times of chaos? It is because only in a tumultuous environment do power, wealth, and desire, the most alluring temptations for humanity, reach their zenith. Such conditions compel individuals, who are perpetually threatened by death, to undertake extraordinary actions they had never previously contemplated or executed. It is within this environment that one may attain what they have long sought yet could not acquire. However, none of this concerned Shinosuke. He merely aspired to grow stronger. Rather than fading away silently like an ant, it is far better to depart in a blaze of glory. Whether eliciting admiration or fear from others, Shinosuke has already exhibited the fundamental qualities of a hero or a formidable figure in chaotic times. How delightful! How commendable! Welcome to the tumultuous world. That said, I must first find a safe haven. Shinosuke adjusted his ninja tools, allowing his chakra to circulate through his body. And he was quite pleased with his current state, even though he understood that his skills might only reach the level of an ordinary chunin. Yet, he was unconcerned, for he had yet to master many of his lightning and wind techniques, as well as numerous illusions. Furthermore, the rudimentary Shaolin Kung Fu he had learned in his previous life, which had proven ineffective, now shone brilliantly in this chaotic world, giving him hope and resources for survival. Perhaps he only lacked summoning techniques and swordsmanship, Shinosuke mused, considering the possibility of seeking a tailed beast. However, with the nearest tailed beast, the Three Tails, not appearing for another 18 years, he could not rely on that for the time being. As for swords, Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword was the most formidable, but he was uncertain if he could obtain it. Even if he could not, the thought of having to snatch it from Orochimaru's possession left him feeling uneasy. Although Kisame's great sword appeared impressive, it seemed quite challenging to handle. As for Zabuza, his oversized executioner's blade seemed less daunting, yet he hesitated, thinking that the sword was of little use aside from its size. He contemplated acquiring some chakra-infused jewels, but the thought of Asuma Sarutobi, the third Hokage's son, possessing a ring only slightly larger than a finger ring, made Shinosuke's heart sink. Sighing, he lamented the difficulty of obtaining a good sword. Deep down, he grumbled that it was no wonder Zabuza valued his massive sword so dearly. Rarity, indeed, lends value. However, the weather in the world of Naruto was peculiar. Despite the torrential rain, a thick fog had formed. Wait, fog? Shinosuke's thoughts raced like lightning. This was abnormal, unequivocally so. He sprang to his feet. An enemy attack. He shouted. Immediately, he prepared a wind technique, the infinite breakthrough, no longer pondering the possibility of misjudgment. He focused solely on dispersing the fog. Under the influence of his wind technique, the fog dissipated swiftly, revealing 9 figures adorned with mist ninja headbands flanking the road. As Shinosuke unleashed his wind technique, the others in the convoy also reacted promptly. Oda was the quickest to respond. Despite the injury to his left hand affecting his hand seals, he still managed to execute a highly practical earth technique, the earth shift technique, one of his signature moves. Although its power was modest, the technique could effectively alter the position of objects or individuals on the ground, proving to be remarkably effective for both disrupting enemies and establishing defenses swiftly. In an instant, several large carts were clustered together, forming a circular defensive formation. Seeing such a rapid response from their adversaries, the enemy was equally swift to act, immediately forming a triangular formation to attack from the southeast, directly north, and the west. A tall ninja, adorned with a headband on his left arm and a white cloth wrapped around his head, leaving only his eyes visible, charged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Shino's chest. In response, Shino crossed his arms and, using his elbows as leverage, deftly retreated while thrusting his left knee toward the opponent's right wrist. Simultaneously, his right foot launched a fierce kick toward the adversary's head. This technique, known as the precious jade kicking eagle, had been acquired by Shino in his previous life at the Shaolin Martial Arts Academy, traded for a mere cigarette. In his past existence, he had never successfully executed this move, as its effectiveness relied on the opponent's attack possessing sufficient force to enable him to utilize their strength to propel himself away. However, even against such a formidable opponent, the timing of one's reaction needed to align perfectly. Mojo, if anyone is interested, you might give it a try. If you can't find someone strong enough, perhaps you could find a speeding truck on the highway. Who knows, you might even knock out the driver's 2 pearly whites, haha. Yet, in this realm, possibilities abound. Chakra significantly enhances human reflexes and strength, allowing even a rudimentary martial technique to unleash its full potential. Nevertheless, the opponent proved to be a challenging adversary. Although Shino sustained an injury to his finger bones due to the opponent's rapid punches, his subsequent knee and kick lacked the requisite force, allowing the adversary to evade them. However, Shino's intent was not to inflict harm but rather to retreat. Otherwise, a flurry of kicks from him, despite his lesser strength, might have led to more severe consequences for the opponent than merely losing a couple of teeth. Sakurai Kitaru had recently been in a rather somber mood. Before the war, he was merely an ordinary chunin of the mist. However, since the outbreak of war, this seemingly inconspicuous ninja had found a purpose for his existence. From a certain perspective, war is indeed the arena for the swiftest human advancement, and for Kitaru, this was no different. During the initial stages of the conflict, the Mist's offensive, enjoying absolute superiority in localized engagements, progressed smoothly. While Mataishi Shizio proved himself to be an excellent commander, he was not one capable of overcoming an army of 30,000 with merely 10,000 ninjas. Even though he exerted every effort to keep the Mist ninjas at bay on the borders of the Fire Nation, he could not alter the tide of battle. Thus, the inherently cunning and ruthless Sakurai rapidly emerged from obscurity, evolving from an unnoticed chunin into a competent jounin commander. Although his innate talents did not elevate him to a prominent status within the ninja world, he firmly believed that as long as the war persisted, he would eventually attain everything he desired. But would events unfold in accordance with his will? Certainly not. Mojo, he is not the protagonist. After all, everything began to subtly shift with the arrival of Orochimaru. To be fair, while Orochimaru's individual prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of Shizio, he was not a superior commander. Their personalities, however, were strikingly different. Shizio's demeanor was excessively composed. Should the balance of power tip in his favor, he would undoubtedly secure victory with minimal losses against the Mist ninjas. Yet, in reality, the enemy was strong while he was weak, and his composure became a hindrance rather than an advantage. In contrast, Orochimaru's character was treacherous and cunning, thriving on the unpredictable. He deviated from the conventional strategy of concentrated assaults and defensive maneuvers characteristic of Zixiao, opting instead for a seemingly insidious tactic involving elite teams executing flanking operations to launch an all-encompassing offensive against the Mist ninjas. Despite the majority of these small units meeting with failure, any success by just one or two teams often yielded rewards that far outweighed the losses. The Mist ninja forces were evidently ill-prepared for this new approach, which could be likened to a dull knife slicing flesh. A profound irony for a clan renowned for its mastery of assassination techniques within the ninja world. Although the Mist commander endeavored to alter this precarious situation, the overall caliber of the Leaf ninjas surpassed his own. Their sense of teamwork and cohesion far exceeded that of the Mist. It would be astonishing to expect ninjas, trained through the rudimentary exams of the lower ranks, to place trust in their comrades. Even if Jiraiya were not lascivious, and Naruto were not foolish, the bond between Sasuke and Itachi would remain unchanged. All their efforts proved futile since the intervention of Orochimaru had drastically reduced the number of Mist ninjas to around 20,000. Nevertheless, from the highest ranks to the lowest, no one in the Mist believed they would face defeat, and Sakurai shared this sentiment. He held a deep admiration for the new commander of the Leaf, who managed to direct 8,000 against 20,000 with such effectiveness. A remarkable feat indeed. Whether through cunning strategy or a ruthless disposition, he mused that such a person, had they been born in the Mist village, might have been a worthy ally. Yet, he firmly believed that, in due course, regardless of Orochimaru's prowess, the bitter fruit of failure would inevitably be theirs to bear. However, the course of war is not easily governed by mere assumption. Sakurai's heart was heavy with bitterness. Just yesterday afternoon, news arrived from the headquarters. The Mizuno-kuni clan had rebelled en masse. He felt little connection to this upheaval, secretly admiring the cunning of the clan's elder for choosing such a moment of stalemate to instigate a revolt. Nevertheless, he discreetly instructed over 100 of his subordinates to prepare for a quiet retreat under the cover of night. Though Sakurai harbored ambitions, he did not intend to betray the Mist at this juncture. Even should the Mizuno-kuni rebellion succeed, it would merely result in a change of masters. His eagerness to return was not born of loyalty to the Mizukage, but rather a desire to secure a greater share of benefits for himself. He understood well that regardless of the victor, a commander of his capabilities and strength would be needed. Yet, the unfolding events were far from his expectations. Just past midnight yesterday, The leaf changed its usual combat habits and launched a surprise assault with all its forces. Under normal circumstances, Sakurai and his fellow Mist commanders would have welcomed a large-scale confrontation with the leaf, confident that their numerical superiority could decisively determine the outcome. However, the leaf chose this critical moment to strike. To make matters worse, they shouted claims of internal strife within the Mist, proclaiming the death of the Mizukage and other such fabrications. Though the ordinary Mist ninjas were unaware of the true circumstances, the inexplicable retreat orders from their commanders, combined with the meticulously planned ambush by the leaf, led to a catastrophic rout of their ninja army. Under circumstances of utter desperation, Sakurai was left with no choice but to flee alone, for he understood that the ninjas of Konohagakure would not make a significant effort to pursue a handful of retreating Mist ninjas. However, his astute subordinates were unwilling to permit him such freedom. Wherever he turned, they kept a watchful eye on him, recognizing that in such dire situations, aligning themselves with a powerful genin offered a greater chance of survival. Reluctantly, Sakurai conceded that even if he returned to the Mist village, he would still require his subordinates. Although it was less secure than escaping alone, he resolved to lead them onward. Whether it was their fortune or the misfortune of Shino and his companions remained uncertain. After a night of aimless slaughter, just as Sakurai's team had evaded the pursuit of the Konoha ninjas without respite, they stumbled upon a poorly defended transport convoy. Despite being equipped with depleted ninja tools and bearing numerous injuries, this motley group, comprising both retreating ninjas from this world and defeated soldiers from a past life, made a unanimous decision to immediately consume this transport convoy, whether it was a feast or a trap. Thus, the preceding scene unfolded. As Shino retreated leisurely toward his defensive position, having been thwarted by a mere child, Sakurai's fury ignited. With a fierce shout, he advanced rather than retreating, closing the distance to Shino and delivering a powerful left punch aimed at his abdomen. At that moment, Kojiro's kunai was unleashed. Sakurai disregarded everything else, intent solely on striking Shino, but Shino was not so easily defeated. With his arms crossed over his shoulders, he swiftly formed hand seals and quietly murmured, "Ninjutsu, wind pressure," abruptly releasing a rapidly spinning ball of wind toward Sakurai. Sakurai, unable to accept this technique lightly, found his right hand numb and incapable of forming hand seals, and thus he leapt back to safety. This was the distinctive trait of the D-rank ninjutsu. The wind balls emitted by the ninja automatically attracted all nearby objects, making Sakurai's retreat a wise choice. However, Shino was momentarily safe. Yet, when Sakurai attempted to strike again, he found himself ensnared by Yamamoto. Shino took a breath, surveying the surroundings, which appeared relatively stable. Yamamoto swung his sword with wild abandon, each strike aimed at Sakurai, forcing him to abandon his pursuit of Shino and draw the kunai embedded in his own body for defense, momentarily gaining the upper hand. Kojiro, standing atop a cart, showered his comrades with kunai and shuriken, as if they were worthless, while two ninjas lay on the ground, their bodies pierced with kunai and shuriken, evidently the result of Kojiro's handiwork. Sachiko, Taniko, and you formed a defensive formation against 4 attacking ninjas, while Oda and Jubiai engaged in fierce combat with their respective opponents, who appeared to be formidable jonin. A strategy was necessary. Shino contemplated urgently. Just then, the situation on the battlefield took a drastic turn. Due to the pain from his chest wound, Daibutsuyu reacted sluggishly. Unable to rein in his strength, he inadvertently unleashed a powerful punch that exacerbated his injury, causing his vision to blur and nearly lose consciousness. Would the ninja in front of him let such a rare opportunity slip away? In an instant, he struck at Yu's throat, leading to a breach in their formation, and the two girls suddenly found themselves in dire peril. This is bad, Shino thought, hastily moving forward to provide assistance. However, the ninja suddenly altered the trajectory of his attack, charging towards Shino with 3 other ninjas, intent on eliminating him in one fell swoop. Recently, due to Shino's notable performance, what should have been a flawless ambush was thwarted by his timely shout, drawing attention to their presence. Had they forgotten that there were 2 seasoned Konoha jonin nearby? Frustration brewed within, as Yu and the 2 girls clearly lacked strength. Kojiro was positioned too far away. Their gazes met, and they redirected their focus towards the watchful Shino. Faced with the simultaneous assault of 4 ninjas, Shino found himself momentarily at a loss for action. Although Yuki and Sachi were desperately trying to assist him, The attackers seemed resolute in their intent to eliminate Shino, disregarding the duo's efforts. Am I to perish here? Shino pondered grimly. Just as the situation appeared dire, the formidable Yu dashed in front of him, using his body to shield him from the onslaught of the ninjas. Enraged, everyone sprang into action. Sachi collided with the closest ninja, sending him sprawling like a sack of sand. Kojiro's kunai struck down another adversary. A surge of anger coursed through Shino. If only he had not hesitated, you would not have sustained such injuries. With resolve, he gripped his kunai in reverse, delivering a fierce upward slash at one of the ninjas, a technique he had mastered in his previous life. His mentor had once told him that in a weapon duel, novices feared stabbing attacks, while seasoned fighters dreaded upward slashes. Indeed, the ninja found himself at a loss, retreating just as Shino's attack left his chest wide open. Shino seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the ninja's chest, followed by a blow to his right ribs. With both hands firmly grasping the kunai, he viciously slashed at the ninja's throat, sending a sizable head soaring into the air. Not yet finished, Shino executed a midair scissor kick to another ninja, driving his head mercilessly into the ground. He then placed his right foot behind the opponent's head and his left foot against the neck, applying pressure downward in a kneeling motion. A note from a bystander. I succeeded in this maneuver once, using a wall to support myself against a wooden post taller than a person. The post broke, and I ended up in the hospital. To this day, a small bone lump protrudes from my left knee, differing from the right. Nonetheless, it poses no issue. If you intend to attempt this move, I suggest acquiring insurance first. The battle concluded swiftly. The remaining two jonin were dispatched by Jubi and Oda, while the last was eliminated by Yuki and Sachi in unison, leaving only Sakurai to flee. This victory was indeed fortunate. Had the adversaries not been caught off guard by Shino's revelation of their ninjutsu, their assault would have been far more coordinated. Lacking proper ninja tools, and having fought throughout the night without rest, their chakra reserves were critically low, leaving them unwilling to engage Shino and his companions in a ninjutsu confrontation. It was widely known how perilous it was to battle mist ninjas in the rain or near water. Fortunately, they emerged from the ordeal unscathed. Yet the atmosphere was devoid of celebration, as somber as the rain that fell around them. They gathered in a circle, silently observing the lifeless form of Daibutsu Yu in Kojiro's arms. The others remained uninjured, but Yu, having sustained multiple severe blows to his ribs while rescuing Shino, coupled with his earlier injuries, was likely beyond salvation. Yamamoto raised his head, allowing the raindrops to cascade down his face, while Oda bore an expression of guilt. Jubi coughed violently, and Kojiro cradled Yu, bowing his head low, concealing his eyes from view. The soft sobs of the two girls filled the air, amplifying Shino's feelings of remorse. Yu, a rather taciturn individual, had left little impression on either the past or present Shino. He was merely a classmate rather than a close friend. Yet, the knowledge that Yu had sacrificed himself in his final moments stirred an ineffable emotion within Shino. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I am the one who caused Yu's demise. He cried out in anguish. You have harmed no one. It was simply my carelessness, Kojiro replied calmly, his voice devoid of tremor, as if he were recounting an unrelated event rather than mourning a dying friend. Let me speak. Shino, do not blame yourself. I have never once contemplated holding you accountable. Yu's visage was devoid of any vitality, resembling the surrounding mist, yet the group felt no fear. Kojiro, I never anticipated that I would find myself in your embrace, Yu murmured. Do you remember our past? Of course, I remember. We first met when we were 3. You remarked that I was carefree like an old man, and I teased you about your short lifespan. How amusing it was. The summer when we were 5 was particularly sweltering. We sought refuge in the haystack at the Kinoshita residence, and you insisted you must have been a star, nearly tumbling off the stack. At 10, you declared your affection for Yamazaki and implored me not to compete with you. Do you recall our graduation? You vowed to become a great ninja, yet we had not even completed our first mission. Why must you depart like this? Thank you, my friend, he whispered as he slipped away. Kojiro gently conveyed the news to Oda, who seemed to overlook his words for a moment, finally uttering a single word, friend. Thus, Shino and his comrades completed their inaugural mission as ninjas, whether in resentment or aversion. They bid farewell to a teammate and took their first step on the pathway of their ninja journey. Upon arriving at the camp, Shino and the others discovered that the battle had concluded. In stark contrast to their heavy expressions, the faces of the ninjas here radiated with bright smiles. However, This joy bore no relation to them. Due to Jubiai's severe injuries, Oda and Shino, standing in for Jubiai, handed over the situation to the logistics department. With Oda providing a detailed written report, the group was subsequently assigned to rest. Orochimaru's spirits were quite buoyant. No one had anticipated such a smooth progression of the battle. He welcomed the generous gift from the Mizuki family with open arms. Initially, he intended to launch a surprise attack on the Mist Ninjas once his clandestinely crafted creations arrived. However, none could have anticipated the insurrection within the hidden Mist Village. Had it not been for his informant, who adeptly delivered the news amidst the chaos in the village, he would have remained blissfully unaware. Reflecting on the ambush he orchestrated the previous night, Orochimaru felt a swell of pride. With the conclusion of the Eastern Front, he was certain he would soon be dispatched to other battlefields. Given the current situation, it seemed likely that he would be sent to the Northern Front, where Jiraiya had been facing considerable challenges. Imagining Jiraiya's reaction upon hearing of his accomplishments on the Eastern Front brought a smile to Orochimaru's lips. Outside, the vigilant guards heard his laughter but found nothing peculiar about it. Anyone achieving such significant success would undoubtedly feel a sense of triumph. They merely exchanged knowing glances, pretending not to have heard. Just as Orochimaru reveled in his success, a ninja entered his chamber. "Orochimaru-sama," the ninja began, "what is the matter?" Despite the interruption, Orochimaru felt no irritation. "Ah, it seems the supply convoy that was due 3 days ago has finally arrived. Here is their report." Orochimaru grinned. 3 days late? It appears they encountered some trouble. He took the report and skimmed through it swiftly. 7 attacks in just a few days? 6 Jonin, 11 Chunin, and 23 genin eliminated. It seems our newly minted genin possess commendable strength. Suddenly, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, exuding an aura reminiscent of a venomous serpent, which sent a shiver down the spine of Yusuji, who was well acquainted with him. "What transpired, Orochimaru-sama?" Yusuji inquired, his voice quivering. Orochimaru snapped back to reality. "Oh, nothing of concern, Yusuji-kun. By the way, please summon Lord Mitsuyoshi and Lord Tsukikage for me. Inform them I require their presence." As Yusuji exited the room, Orochimaru's expression darkened once more. "What is that foolish woman doing? As my subordinate, Yuyakumin should be more competent," he mused grimly. Before long, Mitsuyoshi and Tsukikage arrived. "What is the matter, Orochimaru?" Mitsuyoshi asked. "First, take a look at this report." This is the report from Jubiai and Oda. I had yet to examine it closely. To preserve the majority of supplies amidst such numerous attacks is quite commendable. What do you suspect? Oda has already handed me the collected enemy forehead protectors. Forehead protectors? What do you mean? Tsukikage interjected. You're speaking in riddles, and it's quite confusing. Ignoring him, Orochimaru continued. It's not that I doubt their capabilities. After all, with our limited numbers, it is inevitable for small units to infiltrate our rear. However, he paused, except for the last wave of attackers. The rest were all from the Sand Village. Sand ninjas, traversing from the west to reach us. Doesn't that strike you as peculiar? What if Tsunade and the others? What shall we do, Orochimaru? Tsukikage interrupted. We must depart immediately to provide support. Tsukikage, let us lead the main forces forth. Mitarashi, your contributions are invaluable, and I entrust you with the remaining trivial matters. I will promptly report back to the village. At present, Orochimaru's demeanor is hardly as perverse as one might expect in the future. He still presents himself as a competent commander of Konoha. Neither Mitarashi nor Tsukuyami have any objections to his decisions, and they commence their respective missions. In the Hokage's office, the afternoon sun streams in as Sarutobi Hiruzen shifts his stiff back. Alas, I am growing old, he reflects with a hint of melancholy. Realizing that he must find a successor without delay. Leisurely, he lights a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke as these thoughts cross his mind. Ordinarily, he should be resting at this hour, yet the report from Mitarashi regarding the Eastern Front weighs heavily on his mind. He feels a sense of relief at Orochimaru's swift victory over the Mist Ninjas. Should he confer the position of Hokage upon him now? Perhaps it is wiser to wait. For the enemies of Konoha do not permit any slackening. Though the Mist Ninjas have been defeated, reports of a large-scale rebellion within the village have surfaced. The situations with the Cloud Ninjas to the north and the Sand Ninjas to the west remain dire, particularly in the west. According to Orochimaru's intelligence, a significant number of Wind Ninjas have infiltrated the eastern rear, a matter that cannot be taken lightly. Sarutobi wholeheartedly agrees with Orochimaru's decisions. In contrast, Jiraiya's achievements fall short. Though there are highlights, such as the young man named Namikaze Minato, who remarkably held back 200 Cloud Ninjas with merely 30 Chunin. This is indeed an impressive feat. Sarutobi muses. The situation with the Mist Ninjas appears stable, and with the daimyo's consent, a ceasefire agreement can be swiftly established. The attitude of the Earth Ninjas has recently been rather ambiguous. However, as long as the front lines remain calm, they are unlikely to act recklessly. Thoughts of Tsunade bring a pang of sorrow to Sarutobi's heart. Ever since the death of the ninja named Dan and Shozo, she has not smiled. He yearns to comfort her, but is at a loss for words, having had little experience with women since his late wife passed away. Thus, he can only silently wish for his female disciple to emerge from her emotional shadows soon, feeling utterly powerless in the matter. At that moment, a knock at the door interrupts his thoughts. Upon entering, Konohamaru and Minma greet him. "Ah, it's you too. What brings you here?" They exchange glances. And Minma speaks up. "Hiruzen, we have reviewed Orochimaru's report. His contributions are undeniably significant. However, the internal rebellion within the mist is so clandestine that Orochimaru is privy to it even before us. Hiruzen's heart is troubled by this revelation. I trust Orochimaru. Besides, he merely borrowed some power from the Umbu and has not acted beyond that. You are nurturing a potential threat," Minma interjects. Moreover, many elders are dissatisfied with his practices involving experiments on deceased bodies. Are you among them too? Sarutobi's anger flares at this accusation. Konohamaru steps forward. Of course we are. The consequences of the public and the lower ranks of ninjas discovering that some of our higher-ups are using the corpses of their comrades and loved ones for experiments cannot be overstated. Sarutobi felt a sense of powerlessness. He suddenly realized that he was not only battling the enemies of Konoha, but sometimes even contending with his own aides. He stared intently at the two, who met his gaze without flinching, creating an atmosphere that grew increasingly oppressive. Observing their resolute expressions, Sarutobi felt a wave of weakness wash over him. "How could I be unaware of your thoughts?" The third murmured. "My actions are not solely motivated by the fact that he is my disciple. He is also one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha and the hero who led us to victory against the Mist Shinobi. I shall not permit a second incident akin to the White Fang tragedy to occur. Unlike Shikaku, however, if matters were to spiral beyond our control, and should such a situation arise," his eyes flickered with a fierce light, "I shall resolve it personally." Menyin and Koharu were not unreasonable individuals, yet as aides to the Hokage, they felt it was their duty to counsel him against making irrational decisions. However, witnessing the third's unwavering stance, they found it difficult to escalate the situation further. "Let us hope you do not relent when the time comes," they said before exiting the Hokage's office. The third took a deep drag from his cigarette, gazing at the ceiling. "My disciple, I hope you do not disappoint me." After 3 days of arduous travel, Shinobu finally reached the western battlefield commanded by Jonin Kazekage. The situation was not as dire as he had imagined. The issues with the Sand Shinobi on the eastern front were merely remnants of a grand battle. Thanks to Orochimaru's reinforcements, Konoha's ninja forces had surpassed 20,000 for the first time on the front lines, granting both sides a fleeting period of peace and providing the exhausted Konoha ninjas with a precious opportunity to catch their breath and reflect, allowing novices like Shinobu to gain valuable insights and improve themselves. Today was a momentous occasion for Shinobu, as he finally donned the vest that signified his promotion to Chunin. A month had passed since his last mission, and he had anticipated a more brutal conflict upon arrival. Surprisingly, the true front line of war was astonishingly tranquil. Wandering aimlessly along the mountain path, he gazed at the structure that was referred to as a castle, a fortification that could barely be called a mountain, featuring a corridor-style wall and entirely enclosed buildings. Even the few rooms with windows were designated for vigilance and combat. Were it on Earth, it might indeed be considered a formidable fortress. Yet in this world, where the agile ninja soared high above, its defensive capabilities were uncertain. To Shinobu, this Japanese-style castle resembled a mere stockade. However, he dared not underestimate its significance, for it bore a resounding name that would resonate in the memories of people for decades following the war, along with the earth beneath it. That mountain was called Kikyo Mountain, and the stronghold was known as Kikyo Castle. Had the newly traversed Shinobu heard its name, he might have been struck with fear, but now he felt no trepidation. In terms of his previous life, he had already gained tenfold from his encounters, so what was there to fear? Moreover, he would not belittle himself. Just half a month prior, The village had acknowledged their performance in the task at hand, with Orochimaru remarking that they were capable soldiers. Everyone received promotions. Shino, Kojiro, and Yamamoto Take were naturally elevated to the rank of Chunin. The relatively weaker Sachiko initially had no chance of becoming a Chunin. Yet a female jonin named Sakai Kazuko discovered her remarkable talent for fire release, leading to her rapid progress during this period. Even some jonin dared not underestimate her. Each time she practiced, she would call upon Shino to spar, often leaving him in a state of frantic chaos. Observing Sachiko's smug demeanor, Shino often found himself silently pondering whether she might have been an arsonist in a past life, or if she had merely transformed from a burdensome pot from her university days. He still harbored lingering thoughts about that incident at the campus. Due to her exceptional abilities as a medical ninja, Kazuko was directly recruited by Tsunade for training, in reality. To assist her, for various reasons, everyone successfully ascended to Chunin, and the atmosphere was filled with jubilant celebration. Shino himself was unable to contain his excitement. It was not that Shino was short-sighted. Had he not traversed through time, he would surely have scoffed at his current thoughts. However, since embarking on the path of a ninja, he had faced several life-and-death moments in less than 2 months, and he could no longer afford to underestimate any Chunin. After all, for the elite jonin and the aspiring genin, the Chunin represented the backbone of the ninja forces. Shino also heard from the seniors that a considerable portion of individuals never managed to surpass the Chunin hurdle throughout their lives, and some never even advanced beyond the genin rank. Nevertheless, Shino had not encountered a single genin of that caliber in the camp, which was understandable. After all, even in his previous life, the veterans who survived the battlefield were the elite of the army. With everyone now being Chunin, the Shichibe and Oda squads had disbanded. The higher-ups decided that Oda would form an elite team with 3 jonin, while Shichibe remained on the Eastern Front due to his injuries and would likely retire once the conflict subsided. The group expressed their regrets, but also felt relief for him. They had learned through various channels that among their cohort of 48 students, excluding themselves, the number of those still alive and capable of fighting had dwindled to less than 2 hands. Shino continued to stroll leisurely, a luxury he seldom had, as he was now the leader of an enhanced squad of 8 Chunin. His expertise in illusion techniques made him highly valued in Konoha, especially during wartime. Unlike the tasks of peacetime, where ninja confrontations were often a matter of relentless engagement until one side was vanquished, the battlefield presented a different reality. There, ninjas preferred to utilize minimal chakra-consuming taijutsu unless absolutely necessary. Indeed, one could never predict what might occur in the heat of battle. Every extra ounce of chakra could tip the scales of victory. Consequently, illusion techniques, which consumed less chakra yet had a greater practical effect than large-scale ninjutsu, were certainly a commendable choice. In Shino's squad, aside from Kojiro, Take, Kazuko, and Sachiko, there were also 2 of his classmates, Konohagakure, who excelled in earth release and had grown up in an orphanage, and Kurama Mami, who was equally adept in illusion techniques. Additionally, the vice-captain, Hinata Genzo, is 3 years older than Shino, well-versed in physical techniques and reconnaissance, hailing from the Hyuga branch family. This squad encompasses a diverse array of ninja types, rendering it quite formidable in combat. Such enhanced squads can be regarded as Orochimaru's unique creation, closely tied to his strategic maneuvers on the Eastern Front. The 4-man squad, while fundamental, is somewhat lacking in numbers, and larger teams exceeding 10 members tend to sacrifice the element of surprise. Thus, a squad comprising 7 or 8 members is deemed optimal. It neither prematurely exposes its target nor suffers from inadequate combat strength to accomplish its missions. Furthermore, it is less likely to incur significant losses when encountering adversaries with superior numbers. This explains why Orochimaru's forces on the Eastern Front sustained fewer casualties while achieving commendable results. Despite Tsunade's skepticism regarding this tactic, believing that the characteristics of the mist ninjas differ from those of the sand ninjas, with the former emphasizing individual combat capabilities and the latter prioritizing strategic teamwork, she finds herself unable to present any comparable achievements to challenge Orochimaru's approach. Regrettably, Shino remains indifferent to such tactical considerations. He is unconcerned with the happenings at headquarters. His sole desire is for his squad to successfully complete their mission and return safely, dismissing everything else as inconsequential. Having just practiced coordination with his team for 2 hours and noticing their fatigue, Shino decided it was time for a break. He entrusted the remaining tasks to Jinzo and slipped away. Of course, he was not merely out for a stroll. Far away on the Eastern Front, Jubi had recommended him to Yama, who fortuitously had time available today, prompting Shino to abandon his squad to meet him. "Is that you, Yamada-kun? You seem quite leisurely," came a slightly hoarse yet magnetic voice that resonated in Shino's ears. "Ah, it is Lord Orochimaru. Are you also out for a walk?" Observing the smiling Orochimaru before him, Shino found it difficult to reconcile this version of Orochimaru with the one depicted in his previous life's manga. Although both appeared pale and bore an ever-watchful gaze reminiscent of a serpent stalking its prey, he remarked, "I am not as leisurely as Yamada-kun, but I wouldn't mind chatting with you like this." Despite the innate chill that accompanies encounters with Orochimaru, even in daylight, Shino does not perceive him as particularly terrifying. Orochimaru's demeanor seems consistent towards all, rather than a deliberate act. Shino believes it to be a facet of Orochimaru's character. Engaging in conversation with him is neither dull nor repugnant. Despite his somewhat sharp tongue, there exists a unique candor that far surpasses the hypocritical pretenses exhibited by others from his past life. "Ah, how rude of me. Since my arrival here, I have yet to pay you a visit. I merely speak in jest, for we all have our own affairs to attend to. How are matters with the new team progressing?" "Oh, everything is well. Thank you for your concern, Lord Orochimaru. It's nothing much, yet I must say, it is quite astonishing that Yamada-kun has swiftly assumed the role of captain." Orochimaru continued to smile at Shino-suk, his gaze devoid of any deceit, emanating an aura of sincerity that was truly palpable. Shino-suk, slightly embarrassed, chuckled and scratched his head. "Well then, I shall not keep you any longer. I have heard you are to learn genjutsu from the setting sun. It would be prudent to arrive early, for that individual does not take kindly to tardiness." With that, Orochimaru turned and departed. Perhaps it is this very essence that compels so many to serve him with unwavering loyalty, Shino-suk mused. He felt incredibly fortunate to have the opportunity to observe, at such proximity, characters he had only ever encountered in manga, much like witnessing the leaders of his nation from his past life standing before him. Though he remained unaware of the intricacies that lay behind their personas, he could still perceive the distinct charisma they exuded. Initially, Shino-suk believed misfortune had plagued his previous mission, as waves of ninja assaults besieged him in rapid succession. However, recently, it seemed that fortune had begun to favor everyone. Sachiko had taken the elite Shinobi Sakai as her mentor. Takashi had captured the attention of the moonlit knight among the eight shades. And even Kojiro had become a disciple of Chiba Orange Water, receiving guidance from Orochimaru himself. As for Orochimaru, Shino-suk harbored no worries. For as long as he remained on the front lines, he would lack the bandwidth to engage in those mad experiments. Moreover, Kojiro was already privy to the secrets of Orochimaru's human experiments. With his astute intellect, Shino-suk was confident that Kojiro would navigate these challenges deftly, especially with Orange Water by his side. Though Yuki had not formally apprenticed under Tsunade, she had become her assistant. As for Tsunade herself, it is safe to say that everyone, like Shino-suk, held her in high esteem, eager to uncover the depths of her greatness. Yet, upon first encountering Tsunade, Shino-suk was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that a woman of 36 or 37 could possess such youthful skin. The radiant and delicate complexion he had seen on various stars in his past life paled in comparison to Tsunade's beauty. While he had observed numerous celebrities from afar, he was not an ardent fan and lacked the means to see them in person. Nevertheless, Tsunade's fierce gaze somewhat tarnished her otherwise splendid image. One could not deny, however, that Tsunade was the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered in both of his lifetimes. To this end, Shino-suk treated Yuki to a delightful meal of stir-fried meat. He had presumed that Yuki, being younger, would be easier to appease. But he quickly realized that the notion that age bears no relation to temperament held true for her as well. No, that would not do, nor would this. Vows and oaths were even less permissible. Despite having had numerous relationships in his past life, he possessed little experience in navigating such matters. Thus, the signing of various inequitable treaties became an unavoidable reality. However, Shino felt that Guko seemed to take great pleasure in witnessing his embarrassment, and he, in turn, appeared to relish Guko's charmingly playful demeanor. Shino shook his head, puzzled as to when he and Guko had transitioned into their current romantic relationship. He had always been somewhat bewildered by how this relationship had begun. Those around them had readily accepted their bond, as if it were a natural outcome of their interactions. The life of a ninja was monotonous. Each member of the team was engrossed in their individual training, leaving only a few hours each day for them to gather. Due to the circumstances of his past life and his true age, Shino managed the affairs of his small team with a certain ease. Arizumi suggested that he devise some unique tactics and formations for their squad. Initially, he struggled to come up with a viable plan, but after deep contemplation, he suddenly recalled insights from his previous life in gaming, alongside the characteristics of Shikamaru's team. Therefore, he formulated a tactical formation that included vanguards, sub-vanguards, mainstays, skirmishers, and defenders. At the forefront was the quick-reacting vanguard Bu, followed closely by the versatile sub-vanguard Shino, choosing this position as it mirrored Shikamaru's role. To the left stood the resilient mainstay Shiro, while the center comprised the two mainstays, Guko and Mami, with Guko leading the front and Mami positioned behind. On the right was the formidable mainstay Yukiko, whose defensive capabilities were somewhat lacking, thus flanked by the skirmisher Kajuro. Arizumi took on the role of the defender. The specific strategy was as follows. Upon detecting an enemy, Vanguard Bu would immediately engage in defensive maneuvers, with Shino providing support. The others would also take defensive positions, while Mami was to promptly deploy illusions, tailoring her techniques to the circumstances on the battlefield. Kojiro would launch ninja tools to ascertain the enemy's numbers before attacking freely, while Yukiko and Shiro were encouraged to act according to the situation. Guko would remain on standby, ready to assist teammates. And Arizumi's task was to continuously observe the battlefield's developments to keep everyone informed. If they were suddenly ambushed, Shino would be the first to respond, and the others would strive to maintain their formation, safeguarding the team's combat effectiveness. Despite having borrowed Shikamaru's tactics, Shino felt a swell of pride as he noticed the admiration in his comrades' eyes, especially since Konoha was not particularly adept at squad tactics. Unbeknownst to Shino, his strategy had piqued the considerable interest of Konoha's higher-ups. As the sun began to set, Yuyaman found himself with an unusual amount of leisure. With the arrival of commanders such as Orochimaru, his command authority had diminished significantly, yet he remained unfazed. His admiration for Orochimaru was genuine. Defeating the Mist Shinobi was no feat that an ordinary commander could achieve. Regardless of the reasons, the fact remained that Orochimaru had triumphed over the Mist Shinobi. He firmly believed that such a capable commander would undoubtedly assist Konoha in swiftly overcoming the Sand Shinobi. However, his thoughts did not reflect the sentiments of the other commanders. Regarding fundamental tactical issues, Tsunade and Orochimaru held opposing views. Orochimaru obstinately believed that the number of Konoha ninjas on the Western Front had nearly equaled the Sand ninjas' count of 25,000. He argued that the tactical efficiency of the Wind ninja squads was relatively superior, asserting that the personal prowess of Konoha ninjas had not been adequately demonstrated. Therefore, he proposed increasing the number of teams, as this would diminish the challenges of on-the-spot command. In his perspective, a 4-member squad possessed insufficient combat strength and had a limited impact on the battlefield, whereas an 8-member squad would boast both formidable power and agility. The 4-4 system, with 4 squads, 16 members, forming a platoon, 4 platoons constituting a company, and 4 companies making up a battalion, was evidently unsuitable for the battlefield. In contrast, the 3-3 system, 3 enhanced squads, 24 members, forming a platoon, 3 platoons creating a company, and 3 companies forming a battalion, offered greater flexibility. In response to Orochimaru's assertiveness, Tsunade, characterized by her unwavering fortitude and resolute nature, refused to concede. She firmly believed that the tactical approach of the 4th Kazekage, featuring 2 strong members and 2 weaker ones, strong in the forefront and weak in the rear, was highly effective in combat. Although the Konoha forces had grown to 20,000, they still faced a deficit of approximately 5,000 compared to their adversaries. If Orochimaru's squad organization were adopted, despite an increase in squad numbers, the overall quantity of squads would diminish, further exacerbating their disadvantage in combat strength. Orochimaru, unyielding, mocked Tsunade and her allies for their lack of command effectiveness, citing his own success in defeating 5,000 enemies with 8,000 troops. While Tsunade's forces had only eliminated 2,000, with the total number of Sand ninjas on the Western Front being 28,000. Meanwhile, Konoha had suffered 7,000 casualties, having sent a total of 23,000 ninjas to the Western Front, with 28,000 on the Northern Front, which needed to remain vigilant against the Rock ninjas. The Eastern Front only had 1,000. This disparity was not due to favoritism from the third Hokage, but rather the lack of available forces to deploy against the late-arriving mist ninjas, a situation compounded by Orochimaru's strategy. Despite the mist ninjas' intimidating approach, their logistical pressures were significant, and other battlefields were already strained in terms of combat strength. Thus, the third Hokage did not intend to eliminate the mist ninjas outright, but hoped to stall them, as long as either the Western or Northern Front achieved success. He could later address the mist threat. This strategic formulation was not problematic, considering the previous two wars had led to the division of the Land of Water, and its identity as an island nation had often been overlooked in the broader continental mindset. Tsunade was furious at Orochimaru's disparaging remarks, prompting even the typically composed Orange Water to rise in indignation. The Western Front was markedly different from the Eastern Front, where the battlefield primarily comprised plains and hills in the Land of Rice. A fire at the city gate affects the fish in the moat. In stark contrast, the Western Front's main battlefield lay within the vast expanse of the Nara Desert, which Konoha's ninjas found particularly challenging. This was a principal reason for their lackluster performance on the Western Front, an aspect Orochimaru, as a newcomer, could hardly anticipate. Consequently, the meeting descended into a fierce confrontation. The setting sun and moonlight fervently attempted to mediate, with Orange Water being somewhat easier to manage, as he merely harbored dissatisfaction with Orochimaru's demeanor. However, both Orochimaru and Tsunade possessed strong-willed personalities, and as fellow members of the legendary Sannin, their ranks, statuses, and strengths were nearly equal. In a fit of exasperation, he relinquished command and retreated to the hospital, while others continued to act according to their own whims. The setting sun, in its resignation, divided the command into three parts. Shui led 10,000, while Orochimaru and Moonlight each commanded 5,000. As for himself, he tendered his resignation to Konoha, for Tsunade was hardly a figure of responsibility or patience, and Shui was reluctant to assume full authority. Consequently, the bulk of the responsibilities fell upon him, the deputy. Moreover, as the second in command, he often found himself at the forefront of battles. Over time, this relentless strain inevitably led to exhaustion. Thus, by relinquishing command, he sought the necessary respite for recuperation. Yet, fate had other plans. A few days prior, his named disciple, Shibingwai, akin to the relationship between Naruto and Kakashi, one who had not inherited his master's ultimate techniques, had approached him. Although Jiraiya had once taught the wind style to Naruto, he merely referred to it as a past mentorship since Naruto had outstripped him in accomplishments. This dynamic reflects the traditional Japanese master-disciple relationship, contrasting with the Chinese notion of once a teacher, always a father. In Japan, a master's acknowledgement of a disciple's achievements signifies that the disciple has reached a level comparable to their mentor, and any further endeavors to establish their own school or seek other teachers are personal choices. The relationship between master and disciple hinges upon mutual respect and personal rapport. Within this tradition, disciples often take pride in surpassing their masters, which, while a source of sorrow for the teacher, is also a mark of honor, ensuring the continuity and advancement of their craft. Reflecting on the past, he recalled a certain pig from China, asserting that Japan, aside from its adult entertainment industry, had little to offer that could eclipse China. In dealing with such a nation, one must embody the dignity of a great power. Remembering that when Japan first arrived in Tang, the Chinese emperor regarded them merely as beggars. Only when the barking dogs are present can one truly recall the scars from the bites of the past, remembering the humiliations endured by their nation. It is a gentle reminder that national righteousness transcends personal preferences. In this context, Shinsuke had written to recommend a certain individual. The setting sun welcomed this suggestion. For Yamada, Chu was a venerable figure worthy of admiration, and his son's talents appeared to surpass those of his father. Recently, the young prodigy had devised an innovative squad tactic, which the setting sun found to be exceptionally agile and practical. He had submitted this tactic along with his report, recognizing the merit in nurturing such a genius, both for himself and for Konoha. Amidst these developments, Shinsuke encountered the tragic figure of Blood Red Sunset within the world of Hokage. He was taken aback, as he had never envisioned that one of the 8 colors of Konoha, Blood Red Sunset, could appear in such a state. In his mind, he had imagined the setting sun as a robust figure, exuding determination, with piercing red eyes, a square face, and a strong jaw. However, the person before him now presented a stark contrast, gaunt and slender. Standing approximately 182 centimeters tall, his broad shoulders made his attire seem ill-fitting. This resemblance brought to mind a past acquaintance of Shinsuke, who had been nicknamed Skeleton. The pallid and gaunt visage adorned with darkened eye sockets revealed that its owner had long been deprived of rest. This countenance was reminiscent of friends who had once spent a week in a cyber cafe, a sight that had lingered in Shino's memory. Initially, he had cautioned himself against laughing upon beholding the sunset's eyes, rumored to be as red as a rabbit's. Yet now, all mirth had vanished. He stood before a man. A true warrior, one who fought relentlessly for his beliefs, a man dedicated to safeguarding his ideals. Shino had never encountered, nor even conceived, the existence of such a man in the world, one who devoted everything for his convictions. The concept of loyalty sprang to mind as he contemplated whether to turn away and allow this man a moment's respite. Yet his feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground, immovable. He trembled, struggling to find words. But the phrases he had prepared were rendered useless in this moment. At that juncture, the sunset spoke. "You are Yamada-senpai's son, Yamada Shino, correct? Oh, what a fine young man you are. My daughter is about your age. Would you be interested in dating her? I already have a girlfriend." "Oh, have I been preempted? What a pity." Observing the sunset's earnest demeanor, Shino exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared that the sunset was not as stern as he had imagined. Rather, he was quite amiable. "However," he added, "becoming my disciple is no simple matter. Now, you must answer my questions. If your responses do not satisfy me, then you may return." Suddenly, the sunset's expression turned grave. Upon hearing those words, Shino experienced a profound awakening. It was akin to the moment he received the red scarf from the instructor upon joining the young pioneers in his youth, a realization of a commitment that transcended even future affiliations. He vowed never to disappoint his teacher's expectations, to embody the ideals of his predecessors. Although the world he once knew felt distant in this realm, he rediscovered the tenacity within his heart, that unyielding perseverance. Fixing his resolute gaze upon Shino, the sunset's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Young man, tell me your ideals, your convictions." Shino's gaze suddenly became elusive, as if his soul had momentarily departed from his body. "Once upon a time, what oaths did you make? In your childhood, what did you truly wish to become? Did you ever strive for it? Are you still the same person you once were?" "I once declared my intention to bring an end to this chaotic era. Yet, it seems that was merely a sentiment. I yearn to witness their smiles directed at me, not merely in reminiscence." The sunset regarded the boy before him thoughtfully. "Very well. You have articulated your innermost desires. I hope you forever cherish your aspirations. You have proven yourself worthy. From this day forth, you, Yamada Shino, shall be the true disciple of me, Yama Iman." Shin Nosuke gazed steadfastly at his mentor. Suddenly enveloped by a sense of sanctity, it was akin to an elderly man bestowing the pride of his life upon a young man. Reminiscent of eons ago when an ancient primordial figure handed the sole spark of fire to a younger counterpart. Before him lay an expanse of monotonous scenery, devoid of distinction. Though twilight had descended, the air remained suffocatingly hot, as if ignited, offering no hint of coolness. A breath of such air felt as if it ignited his lungs. As though exhaling it would expel not just the air, but his very blood. The vast desert beneath his feet seemed to embrace each traveler with fervent hospitality, intent on retaining every soul that dared to enter its domain. Even the sweat trickling down his face felt as if it were boiling, struggling to traverse the soft sands. Shin Nosuke felt each step draining the last vestiges of his strength. Yet, he dared not rest, for the softness of the sand instilled a fear that should he fall, he might never rise again. As he gazed at the sun, which lingered stubbornly in the sky, memories of his master's words resurfaced. "I have taught many ninjas the art of illusion, and you possess the most exceptional talent I have encountered, although you lack any bloodline limit. Your comprehension of illusion rivals even that of Uchiha Shursui and Akimichi Kitaro, perhaps even surpassing them. However, despite your current prowess in illusion, which ranks among the finest in the Chunin, even some Jonin fall short. Your physical techniques stand on their own, and your wind and lightning release have reached commendable levels. But have you pondered the path you wish to tread in the future? Even if you are confident in becoming a well-rounded ninja, you must delineate your training priorities." It dawned upon Shin Nosuke that all shadow-level ninjas were indeed well-rounded, yet their outstanding mastery in one aspect propelled their accomplishments in others, be it a bloodline limit. Unique techniques such as Jiraiya's summoning of toads, Minato's flying thunder god, Tsunade's immense strength, or the Uchiha's Sharingan. If he continued on this trajectory, he might well become another Kakashi. As his understanding of ninja abilities deepened, so too did his awareness of the disparities among peers. Although Kakashi was remarkably versatile, most of his jutsu derived from the Sharingan, which proved exceedingly convenient for reconnaissance, illusions, and shadow clone techniques. Yet, his stagnation at the Jonin level stemmed from the very Sharingan that granted him power, as its constant activation severely hindered his chakra cultivation. Despite having created the renowned Raikiri, he had yet to master a technique that could truly be deemed his own. Nevertheless, a genius remains a genius. Although he was not of the Uchiha clan, Kakashi wielded the Sharingan with remarkable finesse. Even Itachi Uchiha remarked that it was astonishing for someone devoid of Uchiha blood to utilize the Sharingan to such an extent. It was akin to a person possessing an extra handgun, inevitably directing more energy towards mastering its use to perfection. Yet, the handgun remains an external tool, not a manifestation of one's intrinsic power. Even if wielded to its fullest potential, it does not represent one's ultimate limit. Had he never acquired the Sharingan, it is certain that Kakashi's accomplishments would have surpassed those he currently holds. Regarding this matter, Shinozuke is acutely aware, yet his troubles diverge from those of others. While many lament the absence of advanced techniques, his predicament stems from an excess thereof. The art of illusion is beyond question, even without the tutelage of the esteemed Siyu. He possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to rival Siyu's prowess as an illusionist, owing to his father's scrolls on the subject. The ninjutsu contained within the lightning release scroll is so rare that even Siyu has not encountered half of its techniques. The scroll's value is immeasurable. Remarkably, even the seemingly inconspicuous scroll of wind release from the unassuming Kugen can stand shoulder to shoulder with Yamada's lightning release. The fact that these techniques, wielded by two chunin, command the admiration of an elite like Siyu is perplexing to Shinozuke, prompting him to seek clarification from Siyu, which left him utterly astonished, even overshadowing his realization of having traversed worlds. To begin with, both individuals are indeed chunin, and neither possesses a bloodline limit. Although Kugen serves as a teacher in Konoha, he has never attended the Ninja Academy as a student. His role as an instructor stems solely from his profound theoretical knowledge of ninjutsu, particularly in the realm of wind release, which has garnered validation from numerous ninjas, including the young Minato Namikaze from the north, who is reputed to be on par with Siyu and the other 8 colors, though he has yet to attain that status. Similarly, Yamada has never set foot in a ninja school, thus he is not a contemporary of the legendary Sannin despite being of similar age. His mentor, intriguingly, is none other than Senjihika, the face that adorns the second Hokage's monument. Did his chin fall off? This connection is due to Yamada's grandfather having taught the second Hokage in illusion techniques, and his lineage is among the earliest families of illusionists on the continent. Allegedly, they shared a close relationship with the first Raikage, but diverged in ideology to support Konoha instead. Nonetheless, this family lacks a bloodline limit and is not particularly prolific. Yamada's own status as a chunin speaks volumes, though one cannot dismiss the possibility of his premature incapacitation. Given this context, Yamada has never discussed ninjutsu at home, and Yamada's mother has even deceived Shinozuke. It is likely that, had Shinozuke, Xiao Ming, not traversed into this realm, this family might have faded into obscurity, given that Shinozuke's limited understanding could have led to their eventual disappearance. Upon uncovering the history of his family, Shinozuke resolved that, regardless of circumstances, he must retain his training in physical techniques, particularly in these war-torn times where survival reigns supreme. Everything else, aside from illusion techniques, would be set aside. Although he possesses a foundation in martial arts from his past life, he lacks any techniques that could be deemed exceptional. Some might say he feels this way. But to others, his martial arts already hint at a unique style, while it may not yet be fully developed. Establishing a lineage in Konoha in the future is undoubtedly within reach. Though it may be a derivative version, the prowess of Chinese martial arts is not to be underestimated. Had Shinozuke pursued disciplines such as karate or taekwondo, one might scoff, for he embodies the spirit of Chinese martial arts. Thus, he must prioritize illusion techniques, with physical techniques serving as a supplementary focus. To neglect the opportunity to learn from such a master while fixating on other pursuits would be an egregious waste. Furthermore, The mystical scroll of Yamada Tadao is tantalizing to contemplate, and he has also mastered the signature technique of the setting sun, the doomsday twilight. After the battle at Kikyo Mountain Castle, he can hardly recall whether the setting sun perished or retired, and with the absence of Akatsuki, the memory feels even more elusive. Shinozuke believes it is his duty to inherit the illustrious name of Blood Red Sunset, for a man like the setting sun commands respect wherever he may be. Despite the arduous journey ahead, Shinozuke trudges forward, silently lamenting. They could have easily declined this mission. Yet, the setting sun had once asserted that practicing illusion techniques in the desert yields exceptional results. It was amidst the winds of the desert that he honed his illusions in battles against formidable foes. Moreover, they have idled at Kikyo Mountain Castle for half a year, engaged solely in relentless training, leaving everyone feeling utterly exasperated. As September draws to a close, Shinozuke remains oblivious to the impending and harrowing battle at Kikyo Mountain Castle. Avoiding it would undoubtedly be preferable. It is not that Shinozuke fears death. Rather, he feels unsteady about participating in what is touted as the most devastating victory for Konoha since the war began. While he possesses confidence in his own survival, he cannot assure the safety of his comrades, for the unpredictability of the battlefield is a constant threat. As time passes, he finds himself increasingly valuing the bonds with his teammates. Even though he shared a profound camaraderie with his friends from his previous life, returning to that world is unlikely. The connections he has forged in this realm with his companions are life-and-death friendships. If he fails to devise a means to safeguard their well-being in such circumstances, he would regret it for eternity. Thus, motivated by these sentiments, Shinozuke and his comrades embark on their journey. A short distance ahead lies the ruins of a sand village. "Shinozuke, shall we take a moment to rest?" interjects Ari-san. Observing the weary faces of his comrades, Shinozuke slowly nods in agreement. The so-called ruins of the sand village were once a thriving oasis, now desolate due to the absence of water, rendering the village abandoned. Upon reaching their destination, Shinozuke collapses onto the ground, utterly unwilling to move. Suddenly, a thought crosses his mind. He rummages through his ninja tool pouch and retrieves a pale blue pill, contemplating its use before closing his eyes and swallowing it whole. He grimaces at the nauseating sour taste that fills his mouth, yet he forces himself to consume it. This is a common thirst-quenching pill among ninjas. Regardless of how much the logistics officer praises it, Shinozuke finds it difficult to commend the pill's acrid flavor. They have traversed the desert for 2 weeks, and a ninja's backpack is never spacious enough to accommodate proper sustenance or water. Their daily rations consist solely of this thirst-quenching pill alongside another type, a pale yellow hunger-suppressant pill with an overpowering astringent taste. In the words of Kojiro, merely citing these 2 pills turns his eyes a shade of green with disdain. Regardless, they are merely 11 or 12 years of age, in the midst of growth. Even adults would struggle to endure such fare, let alone Shinozuke, who had relished delightful meals in his previous life. After laying out several reconnaissance seals in the vicinity, the group collapses to the ground, unwilling to make another move. Despite the superior flavor of the military rations, they were reluctant to consume them, treasuring these vital provisions that could save their lives in critical moments. Even the strongest desire to indulge had to be suppressed, for they were no longer inexperienced novices. Observing his comrades before him, Shino smiled knowingly. Over the past 6 months, not only had he progressed remarkably, but so too had the others. Wuna's swordsmanship, infused with wind chakra, had taken shape. Although he lacked the unique physique of the Moonlight clan and had yet to develop his own style, he exhibited an impressive presence, subtly resembling a shadow of the night. Shino had silently vowed that once he achieved prosperity, he would acquire a chakra-infused sword for Wuna. Kazuki had become adept at employing some of Orochimaru's signature techniques, such as the hidden shadow snake hands and summoning snakes. His water release technique was commendable as well. Aside from Chijinmaru, the team's water supply relied heavily on him. Although the influence of a water release expert in the desert was substantial, experiencing the scarcity of water chakra in such an environment proved to be an effective training method. The harsh conditions not only enhanced water release, but also significantly improved control over strength, speed, wind release, fire release, genjutsu resistance, and the practice of illusion techniques. As the brutal environment posed a formidable test of will for anyone, the desert was abundant in wind, and coupled with the extreme temperature fluctuations between day and night, along with the soft sands, it created an ideal setting for honing their skills. Furthermore, illusions were most prevalent in the desert, providing another compelling reason for the team's agreement to undertake this mission. Although Kazu had yet to master Tsunade's immense strength, something Shino secretly hoped she would not achieve, she had become proficient in medical ninjutsu and was able to successfully summon slugs. Yukiko, aside from her fire release, had gained the most significant insight from this mission. She had once vanished in the depths of the desert for 3 days, claiming to have spent an entire month in a valley adorned with violets, where she successfully formed a summoning contract with a creature native to that area. This creature, a rotund, violet-patterned, raccoon-like beast with a playful disposition, was agile, capable of low-altitude flight, and proficient in wind-release ninjutsu, reminiscent of a miniature version of the Nine Tails. Despite its vehement denial of any connection, its nervous demeanor suggested a deeper bond with Yukiko. However, Shino chose not to delve further into this matter. After all, finding a powerful summoning beast was no simple task. At the very least, Yukiko now had a new pillow to cuddle with at night. Its adorable, chubby appearance had a significant impact on the girls present. Kazu and Yukiko, of course, but even the typically composed and mature ninja, Mami, was smitten. Had it not been for the harsh climate of the desert and the lurking dangers, they would likely have been unable to contain their excitement. As for Murasaki, the presence of the Byakugan was unmistakable. The creature summoned by Konoha Shiro truly vexed Shino, for Shiro's teacher also bore the name Shino, albeit with the surname Sarutobi. His summoning beast was a monkey. Shino had no interest in toads, having harbored a childhood fear of frogs. He had envisioned forming a closer rapport with the third Hokage upon his arrival in Konoha, yet that hope seemed dashed. Nevertheless, Shiro's earth techniques were quite commendable. Perhaps it was precisely this talent that garnered him the favor of the green seed, Shino mused. At that moment, the sun finally descended beyond the horizon, and darkness enveloped the land almost instantaneously. The air became oppressively humid, and a breeze stirred. As the wind whistled against the earthen walls, Shino was suddenly overcome with a profound sense of impending danger. Almost instinctively, he reached for the scroll tucked within his robes. Indeed, this scroll represented the fruits of their mission, an achievement beyond imagination. In truth, their mission was merely a byproduct of power struggles among certain commanders. For the Wind Shinobi had been remarkably quiet over the past 6 months. Aside from a few harassing attacks, there had been no significant confrontations, not even from forces numbering in the hundreds. Such a scenario was not uncommon. Although they remained in a state of war, neither side was engaged in constant battle. Everyone understood that war could not be resolved in a day or two. A period of recuperation was essential. However, while others could afford to wait, one individual could not, Orochimaru. He had led his team from the Eastern Front for half a year, and during this time, they had scarcely clashed with the Wind Shinobi. Moreover, the village had yet to provide a definitive answer regarding the command of the Western Front. This was intolerable for any commander, and for someone as proud and ambitious as Orochimaru, it was a silent torment. Little did he know that the third Hokage was embroiled in disputes with other high-ranking officials in Konoha due to his affairs. Yet, Orochimaru was not one to be deterred by such circumstances. He reasoned that if they would not come to him, he would take the initiative to strike first. Consequently, he engaged in fierce arguments with other commanders, which led to the abrupt departure of Green Seed, who had just returned from delivering supplies from Konoha. Leaving the meeting in discord, would Orochimaru change his mind due to these events? Certainly not. However, he was not reckless either. Thus, he resolved to dispatch a few obedient squads to infiltrate the depths of the desert and gather intelligence on what the Wind Shinobi were up to. As a result, Shino's team inexplicably found themselves assigned to this task. Despite the somewhat absurd nature of Orochimaru's orders, Shino and his companions harbored other thoughts and willingly accepted the mission. Orochimaru was quite pleased with this development. He prioritized the replenishment of their supplies and dedicated 3 days before their departure to instruct Shino and his team in their training. In response, mentors such as Tsunade, the setting sun, and Moonlight, among others, believed there was no harm in allowing Shino and his companions to gain experience in the enemy's rear. After all, they could return once they became fatigued. Thus, they allowed Orochimaru to pursue his whims unimpeded. However, they all overlooked the fact that despite the remarkable talents of Shino and his companions, they were merely naive children. One might ponder if any parent on Earth would dare to let a group of primary and middle school children frolic in the desert. Such an act would be utterly reckless. Yet, Shino believed that even though the desert was perilous, they were not ordinary children, and he himself was present as well. This group of fools wandered in the desert for a full 10 days, during which they lost Sachiko for 3 days. Nonetheless, events took an unpredictable turn on the morning of the 11th day when they encountered a horde of rock ninjas. Although they managed to temporarily deceive them by masquerading as wind ninjas, they inadvertently revealed their true identity when recording the movements of the rock ninjas with a projection scroll, failing to disguise the Konoha insignia on the scroll, which aroused suspicion. However, Shino and his friends were no pushovers, employing a combination of fox-like cunning and unique techniques. Along with Mami's artistic prowess, they left the rock ninjas bewildered. Even so, this did not draw significant attention from the rock ninjas. Just as they were about to depart, Shino foolishly unleashed a technique known as the Crimson Sunset, a signature jutsu of his master, Season Yamato, specifically designed to combat illusion-type ninjas. This technique's defining characteristic is that it cannot be reflected. The stronger one's mental fortitude, the more pronounced the impact. This is particularly effective against ninjas whose mental strength is inferior to that of the caster, which explains why even the Uchiha Sharingan cannot counter it. His ultimate technique, the Twilight of Doom, can rapidly drain the chakra and mental energy of all its targets, and due to its multi-layered illusions, the victims are left with little hope of survival. Even the Mangekyo Sharingan cannot escape unscathed from this jutsu. However, it is worth noting that the consumption of chakra for this technique is significantly greater than that of Tsukuyomi. The two techniques serve different purposes. Tsukuyomi excels in one-on-one confrontations, whereas this technique is devastating in group engagements. In a duel between two individuals with comparable mental strength, the Sharingan must be of the Mangekyo type. The outcome would be approximately a 60-40 split in favor of the one using Tsukuyomi, akin to a battle between a mage and an archer of equal speed. Among the 5 great ninja villages, the Rock Village demonstrates the weakest aptitude for illusion training. Although they, like the Cloud and Sand villages, emphasize teamwork, the Sand Village was compelled to adopt an elite approach post-Third War due to significant budget cuts by their feudal lord. One must not forget that they often engaged in 3-on-1 battles, and the educational model of the Mist Village does not foster strong teamwork. The Rock Village's performance has been notably poor, collapsing by the end of the war that began in 1947. It is essential to remember the Uchiha clan's prowess, which further emphasizes their deficiency in illusions. Conversely, the Cloud Village exhibited the best performance, having triumphed against the other 3 nations, while they themselves engaged in battle with Konoha for an additional 4 years, showcasing their formidable capabilities when united. It is evident that the Sand Shinobi are also navigating their way through uncertainties. Otherwise, they would not have proclaimed during high-level meetings that since the introduction of Konoha's educational model, the quality of our ninjas has significantly improved. However, each faction places emphasis on different aspects. The Sand Shinobi focus on small team dynamics, while the Cloud Shinobi prioritize teamwork but are also formidable in individual prowess. The scarcity of wind attribute ninjas is undoubtedly a crucial factor, and the prevalent sand release of the Rock Shinobi is merely a variation of Earth release. Their pursuit aligns with a military model, which, despite commendable obedience and comprehensiveness, generally lags behind in individual capabilities, particularly in genjutsu. Nevertheless, Shinosuke, being somewhat inexperienced, failed to time the release of his genjutsu effectively. Had he released it after the opponent realized they were ensnared, their response would have been considerably slower. And even if they managed to dispel it, they would likely have been unable to pursue. This premature release not only failed to delay the enemy, but inadvertently aided the Rock Shinobi. Upon learning that a renowned heir of the Blood-Red Sunset was among the opposing team, the Rock Shinobi swiftly mobilized, laying the groundwork for subsequent confrontations. Shinosuke. It seems the weather is rather unusual, remarked Haru-san, who stood beside him. Indeed, it is rather abnormal. Shinosuke replied, gazing at the sky. It appears we may be in for a torrential downpour. At that moment, Kojiro also approached, stating, I sense an unusually high concentration of water chakra in the atmosphere. Kojiro's sensitivity to water chakra is exemplary, even though he is yet to master releasing jutsu without a water source. The two stared at Kojiro in astonishment. A torrential downpour? In the desert? Are you certain? Kojiro offered them an affirmative nod. Absolutely. It may not rain in the early part of the night, but it is most likely to occur later in the night or in the morning. How do you know this so precisely? Wook and the others gathered around Shinosuke. Kojiro glanced at them and replied, because I often observe clouds during my leisure time. Over time, one naturally learns when certain clouds might bring rain. Impressive. I never expected you possessed such a talent. Wook exclaimed, as he playfully pinned Kojiro down. Hey, you'll crush me. Didn't you ask either? All right. Enough of the antics. Let's get back to business. Haru-san interjected. What business? The others inquired. Do you remember my chakra storage talisman? What about the storage talisman? Last night, I modified it into an explosive talisman and buried it where we camped last time. Just a moment ago, that explosive talisman with its unique chakra detonated, and I witnessed that distinctive chakra in the air. At this revelation, silence enveloped the group. Are you suggesting that we have enemies trailing us, rather than it being due to the wind or other phenomena? Indeed, I can assure you of this, as I buried it underground and placed it in a box. It is unlikely to have exploded for any other reason, Haru-san asserted confidently. After pondering for a moment, Shinosuke replied, I trust Haru-san. Those rock shinobi are still on our tail. We cannot remain passive. We must devise a strategy. What do you think, Haru-san? Shinosuke held great respect for this astute young deputy. Let us reflect on why they are so intent on pursuing us. The scrolls. Kojiro interjected. Exactly. Not only the scrolls, but they will not let any of us escape. Shinosuke's mind raced with thoughts. How did I get entangled in such a predicament? My luck is truly abysmal. Moreover, an unprecedented downpour in the desert is indeed surprising. As the thought struck Zin's hush, he suddenly pounded his fist into the ground, contemplating a potential solution. The others inquired. Since they intend to keep us all here, what should we do? With a glimmer of inspiration in his eyes, Yuan-san suggested, we should split our forces. A certain pig interjected, no need to be excited. Even if you shine, it's merely cataracts. What a splendid idea. I suspect the traps we leave behind won't confuse them for long. However, they won't reach us until the latter half of the night. And if they plan an attack, it will likely be at dawn. By then, that rain. Yes, indeed, that rain. No one would anticipate a downpour in the desert, and besides, we are not far from Jujing Mountain City. A round trip in one night is not out of the question. Xiaozi, your water escape technique is least effective in the desert, so take the scroll and leave first. Sachiko, your fire technique will be of little use in the rain. You must go as well. And you too, Mame, and Guzi, you should depart. Xiaozi simply replied. I will return, but the girls protested. Why should I be the only one to leave? You saw it too. Those earth shinobi were rendered foolish by our illusions. My illusion technique is no less effective than yours, and I am more confident in handling them here. Mame glared at Zin's hush, exclaiming, exactly. I will not leave. Sachiko chimed in, supporting her. Guzi remained silent, yet her pleading gaze was compelling enough to sway anyone. Gritting his teeth, Zin's hush declared, Mame, you may stay. Sachiko, you must go. Turning to Guzi, he softened. Fine. Guzi, you may stay as well. Wait, why must I be the only girl to leave? I refuse to go. I refuse. Sachiko exclaimed as Xiaozi forcibly pulled her away. With a sigh, Zin's hush surveyed the faces of his companions and suddenly felt a surge of determination. All right, everyone prepare yourselves. It's time to rest. Observing their puzzled expressions, Zin's hush reassured them. Didn't the earth shinobi say they would arrive in the morning? Wu Yuan-san. Mame, you will keep watch first, and we will rotate at midnight. Since they fear our illusions, we shall employ the shadow clone technique. Satisfied with his illusion, Zin's hush nodded approvingly. Thus, our inexperienced group kept a vigilant watch, none daring to sleep. Yuan-san chuckled. Indeed, we are all afraid. Zin's hush continued, oh, and you should dig a pit to sleep in, leaning against the side with your clones. Elated, Zin's hush promptly followed Yuan-san's suggestion, burrowing into the pit and falling asleep. The rain continued to fall from the sky, reminiscent of the downpour just before graduation and the rain during the departure of the heroic. As he gazed at the cascading raindrops, Zin's hush felt an indescribable sensation within, curiously devoid of discomfort. What are you pondering, Zin's hush? Yuan-san inquired. Nothing, Zin's hush replied, his demeanor somewhat desolate, before he returned to silently watching the rain. Noticing his forlorn expression, Yuan-san wished to comfort him, but found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps after this, it will mark the conclusion of my journey in this world of Naruto, Zin's hush thought, continuing to endure the rain, feeling increasingly averse to it. Suddenly, he cursed vehemently. No one could remain composed under such circumstances. Conversely, It is the absence of anomalies that constitutes the true abnormality. For he is eager to discover what those outside are awaiting. This morning, the anticipated downpour arrived, and so did the rock ninjas. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to them, the earth ninjas meticulously encircled their targets without launching an assault. At this moment, Shinozuke felt akin to a prisoner who, aware of the impending execution, awaited the moment of his demise. According to Haru's observations, the opposing force consisted of no fewer than 24 ninjas, yet they refrained from attacking as one might have imagined. Why? Why did Shinozuke feel on the brink of madness? Is it truly such a daunting task to wish for death? A certain pig. You might as well commit suicide. I have a knife here. The reason the rock ninjas hesitated to strike was indeed grounded in purpose. Their objective was singular. Him, Yamada Shinozuke. The blood-red sunset technique he had unleashed days prior had garnered the earth ninjas' intense attention. They were utterly enamored by the illusion-based prowess of a master such as Sunset Gate. It was not that they were targeting a specific individual. Rather, their insatiable thirst for illusionists and advanced jutsu had never waned for well-known reasons. However, they found themselves at a loss for action. The directive from above was clear. They were to safely retrieve the ninja capable of wielding Sunset Gate's illusions. Had the command been to bring back corpses, they would have surely completed their mission and returned post-haste. Yet, they faced a formidable dilemma. Who was the elusive ninja they sought? This was their first encounter with such a convoluted task. The prospect of annihilating all of them to force the illusionist into the open was utterly implausible. Conversely, preventing Shinozuke and his companions from escaping seemed equally unrealistic. Even if they aspired to capture them all alive, despite Shinozuke and his allies not being particularly formidable, they had achieved the status of elite Chunin. This was not akin to Itachi and Kisame capturing Naruto. If a Jonin were to face an elite Chunin without giving their all, the outcome remained uncertain. Of course, this scenario presupposed that their minds were collectively muddled, and they would all refrain from fleeing. Shinozuke and his companions were blissfully unaware of the rock ninja's thoughts. Otherwise, they would have surely found the situation laughable. Thus, a cadre of bumbling rock ninjas encircled Shinozuke and his comrades like fools, perhaps hoping to wait until hunger rendered them immobile. Jin had never encountered a scenario where over 20 Jonin were rendered powerless against a mere 7 or 8 Chunin. Should this news spread, the Rock Village, along with the Earth Country, would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Yet, he understood the orders from above. After all, while he, as an ordinary Jonin, might not fully grasp the village's circumstances, he had experienced the formidable power of illusions firsthand. To ascend to the rank of Jonin, one must possess a trifecta of experience, strength, and luck. Jin was not the archetypal genius ninja. He had endured countless battles, several of which had nearly cost him his life. Half of these encounters had involved illusionist ninjas, evoking memories of fierce close-quarters combat, the dazzling and potent ninjutsu, and the inscrutable assaults of illusion that left him with lingering trepidation. Nevertheless, whether by fortune or some other means, he had managed to persevere. In the brutal crucible of battle, emerging unscathed as an elite shinobi, who can dare claim that luck plays no part? Contemplating this, Jin gritted his teeth and resolved to fight. Wait, I still have a mysterious genjutsu scroll that I cannot decipher, which is said to have been developed by a group of onmyuji and divine practitioners. A collection of nonsensical illusions and those incomprehensible mental training techniques. What do they know of ninjutsu? Suddenly, he recalled that within the scroll was a technique named the Grief of Battle, which he believed he could wield. Yes, he would use this technique to force that damn ninja out. With his mind made up, he decided to launch an immediate assault, unaware that even if they were to slay Shinosuke and the others, it would pose no issue, as long as he possessed that scroll. Indeed, the scroll was indeed concocted by the onmyuji and divine practitioners, who, as the foremost combatants of the world of Hokage, were unwilling to exit the historical stage quietly. Thus, they congregated to devise this scroll, primarily focused on mental cultivation and psychological assault, which could aptly be termed a genjutsu scroll. However, they had not anticipated that just as the scroll was completed, before they could master its intricacies, it would be stolen by Jin, leaving these aged relics devoid of hope. Jin, of course, had no inkling of what he had pilfered. He merely surmised that an object so cherished by a group of decrepit old men must hold significant value. Yet, the outcome left him sorely disappointed. Nonetheless, He chose to retain it and refrained from mentioning it to anyone, treating it instead as a book to pass the time in moments of boredom. Yet, he was not a ninja adept in genjutsu, and among his comrades and friends, there were none particularly skilled in such arts. Hence, he could not possibly fathom the scroll's true worth. The methods of mental cultivation alone could be counted on one hand within the shinobi world, predominantly held by families renowned for their prowess in genjutsu, such as the Uchiha and the Kurama clans. Had he sought the counsel of a genjutsu specialist or directly handed it over to the village, he would likely never need to set foot on a battlefield for the remainder of his life. The village would have ensured his comfort until his final days. He believed that his temporary promotion to the captain of this squad was merely due to his fortuitous circumstances and the favor of his superiors, who valued him for his quick resolution of genjutsu. Little did he realize that it was precisely due to the enigmatic mental training techniques he had practiced that enabled him to dispel genjutsu so swiftly, while he remained blissfully unaware of the reasons behind it. Shin no Suk, the IWA ninja appears to be stirring, said Haru-san, approaching him in a hushed tone. A few of them have gathered, seemingly in discussion. Furrowing his brow, Shin no Suk inquired, "Can you discern what they are saying?" "I can manage to read lips somewhat," Haru-san replied. "It seems they are discussing a mission to capture someone alive, referring to some lord." Upon hearing this, Shin no Suk's previous gloom dissipated, a spark igniting in his eyes. "This is sufficient, Haru-san. They have underestimated us. Capturing someone alive is a jest. Let us show them what kind of ninja reside in Konohagakure." Despite Shino's efforts to lower his voice, a surge of fervor filled everyone's hearts. He surveyed the group and declared, "They are on the move. Excellent. I have been eagerly awaiting their arrival. Though reinforcements are imminent, let us not remain idle. Shiro, can you fortify the surroundings using earth release?" "Indeed. I possess a technique for constructing an earthen fortress that will serve us well," Shiro replied confidently. "Splendid. You shall position yourself at the center. There is no need for you to engage in close combat. By the way, can you summon the monkey demon?" Shiro, puzzled, inquired. "Monkey demon? What is that?" Realizing he had let slip a secret in his moment of excitement, Shino understood that Shiro had yet to summon the monkey demon. Although he had recently employed a summoning technique, it had only conjured a small, chattering monkey named Shinichi. Since forming their team, they had yet to witness him summon any other creatures, nor had he ever mentioned the capability to summon different monkeys. "Oh, I have heard from Teacher Cu that the third-generation summoned beast is indeed the monkey demon. It can even transform into a staff," Shino exclaimed, chuckling. Shiro, still skeptical, responded, "Is that true? Very well. I shall do my utmost to try. But what about the chakra?" "Chakra is no issue. Yasuko, what size of slug can you summon?" "About half a person tall," she replied. With a wave of his hand, Shino said, "Good. That will suffice. If it's not enough, we shall manage. Everyone, listen carefully." Once the group gathered closely, Shino lowered his voice. "When the Earth Ninja attack, Shiro, focus solely on your Earth Release technique. Tanouchi and Haru, you shall hold the front lines. If the Rock Ninja advance directly, stand your ground. Mimi, you and I will protect Shiro. If the Rock Ninja unleash their jutsu, pay no mind. We will counter with illusions if the situation turns dire. Yasuko, stay by my side. As soon as Shiro completes the Earth Release, summon the slug. The rest of you, adapt as necessary. Are there any questions?" "None. Then let us move." As Shino and his companions sharpened their resolve for battle, a sudden, overpowering aura filled the air, one that felt akin to blood, emanating from all directions. Anger, sorrow, pain, malevolence, and madness converged, threatening to crush them under the weight of these negative emotions. Shino was taken aback. Though he had previously faced elite ninjas, the malevolence surrounding them now was of a different caliber. Could it be an individual of the shadow level? Wait a moment. Could this be an illusion? It is certainly possible. I never anticipated encountering an illusion-type ninja so soon. It is surprising that the Earth Ninja possesses such a formidable expert. Why did they not retali a few days ago? Shino found himself confounded. Mimi, too, recognized the gravity of the situation, and they exchanged a knowing glance before forming hand seals for an illusion. Mirror technique. Since we are engaging in illusion, do not blame us for the counterattack. Shino thought resolutely. The scene fell into an eerie silence. With a resounding shout, the Rock Ninja broke free from the illusion and surged from all sides, while Takeuchi and Haru, undeterred, charged forward to meet them. Seizing the moment, Shino shouted, "Shiro now!" as Shiro initiated the earth release technique. The ground around the dilapidated house erupted with stone walls, rising to form a protective barrier that transformed the area into a configuration reminiscent of the 8 trigrams. Upon witnessing the prowess of the earth-style ninjutsu practitioner, the adversary, unwilling to concede, swiftly retaliated with a formidable technique, the earth release, iron tree blossoms, causing colossal stone stalagmites to erupt from the ground and violently collide with the stone wall. However, the astute Sairu, not rushing to employ his summoning technique, adeptly countered with his own earth-style jutsu, the earth release, needle wall, resulting in elongated stone spikes sprouting from the wall to withstand the assault of the stalagmites. Yet, the earth ninjas were a different breed. Comparing their abilities in earth techniques was akin to searching for a lantern in a latrine, foolhardy at best. Even though they had yet to breach the earth barrier technique passed down from the third Hokage, it did not imply they were powerless against those ensconced within. One burly earth ninja hastily formed hand seals and bellowed the earth release, quaking rock technique. Suddenly, Shin Nosuke felt the ground tremble violently beneath him. Although he could not discern the impending calamity, his instincts screamed that it was anything but fortuitous. Something was amiss underground. "Quickly, take cover," he shouted, scooping up the nearby Kuzu and Mami, embracing them on either side, and darting aside. The others seemed untroubled, but Sairu, having concentrated on releasing his jutsu, reacted a fraction too slowly and was met with an upthrust stone pillar that threatened to send him flying. Just at that moment, Bu bellowed a fierce command, unleashing his storm cutter technique, shattering the stone pillar and saving Sairu from imminent peril. Regaining his footing, Sairu hastily pushed away Kuzu, who sought to tend to his wounds, wiped the blood from his mouth, swallowed a military food pill, and began forming seals. "Are you all right, Sairu?" Kuzu queried. "I'm fine, don't worry about me. Hurry. My chakra is dwindling." "Forget the summoning technique for now, Kuzu. I'm not referring to you. Summon the slug quickly." Yes. Kuzu hurriedly formed hand seals to summon the slug. Observing the unfolding chaos, Shin Nosuke felt a surge of resentment. Noticing that Sairu required a moment to prepare, he promptly began forming his own seals. It became evident that the hand seals for genjutsu were significantly fewer than those for ninjutsu. Despite Shin Nosuke being slightly behind in his seals, he still managed to release his technique ahead of time, which underscored the advantage of genjutsu on the battlefield. His technique, the body flicker technique, derived from the scroll of Yamada-chu, was designed to disrupt the enemy's actions. Given the presence of genjutsu users among the opponents, Shin Nosuke did not anticipate many casualties. He merely sought to buy time for Sairu's ninjutsu. However, to his astonishment, the rock ninjas lacked any genjutsu users, resulting in a high probability that most of them fell victim to his technique. Consequently, the offensive of the rock ninjas abruptly faltered, leaving Shin Nosuke greatly astounded. Without hesitation, he swiftly readied his next genjutsu, the false place technique. At that juncture, Mami had also prepared her genjutsu, the sinful reading, death technique, her most formidable illusion, capable of making opponents envision their demise through a myriad of unimaginable methods. Just as their genjutsu began to take effect, Sairu's ninjutsu finally reached completion. With blood trickling from his lips and a grim expression, he coldly declared, "Ninjutsu, ultimate technique, death rain of shuriken." From the center of Sairu's hand, sharp stone spikes, akin to shuriken, rained down upon the throng of rock ninjas, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds. In that moment, it seemed the rock ninjas were rendered incapable of further resistance. The underlying cause of this outcome lay in the rock ninjas' unwavering obedience, so strict that they exhibited no adaptability whatsoever. They remained steadfastly focused on the imperative of returning with their objective unscathed, yet failed to comprehend the intent of their superiors. Were it the case of the mist ninjas, they would have disregarded the particulars and retaliated without hesitation, breaking limbs first, as long as they survived. After all, there are medical ninjas to mend their wounds. This mentality serves as the fundamental cause of the current predicament and the subsequent meteoric rise of Minato Namikaze. It is not my intention to disparage the fourth Hokage. Consider how effortless it is to eliminate these ninjas. The rock ninjas, though experienced, often display a lack of intelligence, with slightly superior individual capabilities. And given the somewhat simplistic commands of their commanders, it becomes evident that the elite of the rock ninja village is frequently relegated to the status of mere cannon fodder. Time and again, the leadership of the Rock Ninja Village has demonstrated a lack of sound judgment, exemplified by an order that deemed failure acceptable unless a specific Golden Flash task was completed, rather than surrendering upon encountering an overwhelming force. The notion of sacrificing one or two individuals to delay the Golden Flash, while the others strive to fulfill their mission, only underscores their poor self-assessment and the ambiguity of their directives. Nonetheless, the Rock Ninjas are not without merit, as they are among the 5 great ninja nations. Despite this, a considerable number of Earth ninjas managed to escape peril. Following the effects of Seiru's ninjutsu, Shinjiro and his companions realized that only a handful of Rock Ninjas had truly been defeated. The rain had lessened, and dawn began to break. Although the reason for the Rock Ninjas' lack of full-scale assault remained unclear, if this trend continued, it would be difficult for them to evade disaster. The delayed arrival of the Leaf reinforcements also hinted at complications. Observing this situation, Shinjiro surmised that something must have befallen Kojiro and the others. Otherwise, the Leaf Ninjas would have already arrived. Despite having traversed this path previously and marked it, and although the Sand Ninjas appeared to be quiet, this was not within the borders of the Land of Fire, but rather at the frontier of the Land of Wind, the primary battlefield of the Western Front. Anything could transpire here. His intuition proved correct. Just as Kojiro and the now calm Yukiko hurried back, they were unexpectedly ambushed by an elite reconnaissance team of Sand Ninjas. It must be said that this journey through the desert provided them with more than mere training, initially only possessing the strength of a Chunin. They astonishingly unleashed power rivaling that of Jonin when confronted with an attack. However, the elite of the Sand Ninjas were no pushovers. Doubts about the number of Leaf Ninjas arose. Under normal circumstances, nearly all ninja squads comprised 4 members. Yet this particular team from the Leaf featured only 2 Jonin. Thanks to Kojiro and Yukiko's exceptional performance, the Wind Ninjas mistakenly believed them to be Jonin. The telltale signs indicated they had just returned from deep within the desert, coupled with their relentless assault tactics, and the fact that Kojiro's summoning beast was a large snake, known to be the signature of one of the legendary 3 Sannin. Orochimaru suggested that these individuals were far from ordinary ninjas. Moreover, with neither being close combat fighters, any commander would be foolish to assemble a squad composed solely of long-range combatants. It is evident that this squad of melee ninjas must be hindered by some pressing matter, most likely pursued by their own forces. Therefore, the Sand Ninjas can confidently conclude that they possess crucial intelligence regarding their faction. Thus, a fierce battle ensued. And by the time their struggle was discovered and they were rescued by the Konoha patrol team, dawn was approaching. Upon receiving the alarming news that a significant number of Rock Ninjas had clandestinely infiltrated the desert, the Konoha command was left in shock. When informed that over 20 elite ninjas were in pursuit of Shino and his comrades, Tsunade resolved to personally lead a team for assistance. However, by that time, it was already 6 in the morning. Although the desert nights are lengthy and mornings arrive swiftly, departing from Kikyo Mountain Castle at 6 meant that Shino and his group, who had engaged in combat with the Earth Ninjas around 3:30, would have to wait until approximately 10 in the morning for reinforcements. Shino realized that the incident involving Kojiro occurred just after 6, indicating that his team would have to continue battling the Earth Ninjas for over 4 more hours. Shino glanced at his teammates. It appeared that Shiro's chakra was nearly depleted, and the slug was diligently replenishing his energy while Yazi was treating him. Wu, having exerted himself excessively while severing a stone pillar, was resting against the slug, though he seemed to be recovering well. Haru was in the best condition, despite being unable to fully utilize his close combat skills due to the protection of the rock wall. He was still utilizing his Byakugan to fend off all Earth Ninjas attempting to breach the barrier with kunai and shuriken. Mami appeared to be holding up, although her spirit was somewhat drained from continuously casting genjutsu. Even though she was aware that Kojiro and the others were in trouble, she showed no signs of yielding. She steadied herself and inquired, "How is everyone holding up?" "I'm fine, but my ninja tools are running low," Haru replied as he tossed out more shuriken. "I'm okay too," Wu added. "If we run out of tools, we can always use stones." "What about the rest?" Shino asked. After casting another technique, Mami responded, "I'm alright, just a bit fatigued." Hearing this, Shino also realized that his own spirit was waning. If they were to lose the advantageous means of genjutsu, their situation would become precarious. What could be done to restore their mental fortitude? Shino pondered, and suddenly recalled that before departing, Yuhi had entrusted him with a bottle of spirit-replenishing pills. However, these were not concocted by Yuhi himself, but were obtained from a group of sorcerers during a previous mission. Unfortunately, when he sought those sorcerers again, he could not locate them. It was said that they were convening for a meeting amidst the outbreak of war, leaving Shino with no time to search further. Consequently, he possessed only this single bottle, which Yuhi had urged him to cherish. Shino was no fool when it came to genjutsu. He understood the value of this bottle. Considering the dire circumstances, he clenched his teeth and decided to consume a pill. After all, if he didn't tea, he might not survive. Resolute, he retrieved the bottle and discovered there were only a few pills inside. He poured them into his hand and counted 5 in total. Reluctantly, he handed one to Mommy, kept one for himself, and returned the remainder to the bottle. Then he told Mommy that it was a remedy for restoring one's spirit, and when he could no longer endure, he consumed it. He then addressed Shiro, inquiring how he was faring and whether he could still summon. Although it seemed peculiar that Shiro had such high expectations for his summoning technique, he responded truthfully, stating that there was no problem. Yet, he wondered why Shinjiro had such confidence in his summoning beast, which he felt was not particularly useful. He still believed that his earth escape technique held greater efficacy and did not place much emphasis on the summoning art. Shinjiro, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, "Fool! Do you not understand that a true strongman is marked by their formidable summoning beast? What do you regard the summoning technique, passed down for generations, as? Enough of your nonsense. Whether it is useful or not, exert your utmost effort and give it a try." Shiro, being a straightforward individual, usually listened to others, especially to the words of his captain, Shinjiro, which he found to hold considerable merit. Upon noticing the lack of reaction from the others, Shinjiro gritted his teeth and continued. "It is already dawn, yet the reinforcements have not arrived. If I am not mistaken, something must have occurred to Kojiro and the others on their journey. We must place our trust in them. Therefore, let us endure until noon. Their illusions are ineffective, and if necessary, we shall continue to flee." However, his master had taught him that the earth encirclement technique was one of steadfast defense. Interrupting Shiro, Shinjiro, fearing a decline in morale, added, "With over 20 of them struggling against us 6, they are not as formidable as they seem. Do not be afraid. We must conserve our chakra for the long duration of the standoff." His words elicited mixed emotions among the group, yet they were fragile beings. Soon, they managed to regain their composure and threw themselves into the arduous battle. Those who were to launch ninja tools did so, and those who were to cast illusions followed suit. Shiro began forming the hand seals for the summoning technique. In dog, rooster, monkey, and goat, ninjutsu, summoning technique. With a loud shout, he pressed his hands against the ground, causing intricate sigils to emerge. Suddenly, a plume of smoke erupted. As the mist dissipated, a monkey with an explosive hairstyle and sunglasses appeared before them, flaunting a muscular physique while donning a leopard print skirt, twisting its hips, and striking a pose, chanting, "I am the mightiest in the realm of monkeys. I am the most handsome in the monkey domain. Who summoned me? Was it you ugly brutes? You fools. I shall slay you." Upon hearing the monkey call them ugly, the 2 girls present immediately erupted in anger. Sensing the impending chaos, Shinjiro swiftly embraced both of them, urging, "Guko, Mommy, remain calm, remain calm." Shiro stood dumbfounded, his mouth agape as if capable of swallowing a whole pig. In the midst of this, Wook stumbled, nearly losing his balance. The projectiles launched did not harm the enemy, but almost struck Shiro instead. Although Sen had not been affected physically, his expression was one of bemusement, as if he were struggling to suppress laughter. Perhaps it was the sudden appearance of the shuriken that startled Shiro awake. He glanced at the shuriken by his feet, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, and managed to smile towards the others, though it resembled more of a grimace. Meanwhile, the rock ninjas were not idle. A flurry of shurikens came flying towards Shinonasuke and his companions, catching them off guard. Had they not reacted swiftly, injuries would have likely ensued. As they began to retaliate, a loud shout from Haru prompted everyone to realize that this was not the time for dawdling. Ignoring the monkey in the peculiar cat king guise, they turned their attention to the rock ninjas. The monkey, feeling neglected, was about to speak when suddenly a shuriken sliced through a few strands of its hair. Startled, the monkey covered its head, grinned widely, and began shaking its head as if to confirm the situation around it. Suddenly, it struck a pose reminiscent of a thinker, contemplating deeply. After a prolonged moment of reflection, it appeared to have an epiphany, bringing its right fist down onto its left palm. Then, It struck a pose akin to an Indian dancer and declared that its father had instructed it to assist the leaf ninjas, asserting that it would heed its father's words. Behold the magnificent, invincible, thunderous, and celestial peach pit bombs. In an instant, peach pits filled the air, causing the rock ninjas to scatter in disarray, leaving Shinonasuke and his friends momentarily at a loss for action. Witnessing this chaos, they collectively exhaled in relief. I hit, exclaimed the monkey, reminiscent of Bruce Lee, while musing about its prowess in close combat, though uncertain of its actual strength. It tossed bombs like the thousand-handed cannon, while Shiro, despite feigning embarrassment, could not conceal a hint of pride at the corners of his mouth. Shinonasuke couldn't help but grumble inwardly, acknowledging that despite its chattiness, the monkey's abilities were indeed formidable. Could it be related to Sun Wukong? But no, this wasn't China. Having one-tailed beast as a son was one thing, but now another with 8 tails had appeared. Would he eventually need to find a 9-tailed relative as well? Shinonasuke's musings were mere fantasies. However, unbeknownst to him, his future summons would indeed share a profound connection with the 9 tails. He had never so deeply understood the passage of time. Even as the battle raged on, it seemed increasingly detached from him and his companions. Glancing at the sky, he noted the continued rain, though it had lessened in intensity. This downpour had persisted since 3 in the morning, now stretching into a full 4 hours. The relentless rain filled Shinonasuke with immense frustration. He had never heard of rain lasting this long in a desert in his past life. Though this was the world of Naruto, he sat down, attempting to regain his composure, while the others mirrored his restlessness and agitation. As Shino looked upon the performance of his comrades, he could not help but smile wryly and shake his head. It was not entirely their fault, after all. Who could maintain a steady demeanor when isolated in a place devoid of reinforcements, facing an enemy that outnumbered them several times over? Unlike Kojiro, who, along with Sachiko, had summoned beasts at their disposal, the adversaries they encountered were merely a quartet. It had been a mere 2 hours since the battle with the Earth Shinobi had commenced, and the situation had unfolded as it had, largely owing to the relentless downpour. This incessant rain had transformed the arid desert into a swamp-like landscape. According to Shiro, on such treacherous ground, he could scarcely sense the presence of Earth Chakra, rendering his Earth release techniques nearly obsolete. However, this predicament proved advantageous for Shino and his team, as it significantly hampered their use of Earth techniques. Of course, the same applied to the Rock Shinobi. It is worth mentioning Shiro's singular monkey companion, which had tirelessly hurled explosives at the opposing Rock Shinobi for a full hour. Yet, it was astute, rather than indiscriminately tossing bombs. It strategically targeted the movements of the Rock Shinobi, ensuring that whenever the Earth Shinobi made the slightest move, a bomb would promptly follow. Consequently, the Earth Shinobi found themselves cowering behind their earthen barriers, paralyzed by fear of retaliation. Nonetheless, be they human or summoned beast, fatigue eventually sets in. Even machines cannot operate indefinitely without rest, yet this did not seem to apply to the creature within the city. If not for the overwhelming enemy numbers, it alone could have dealt with those Rock Shinobi. Shino regarded it with quiet admiration for the formidable prowess of the 3rd Hokage's summoned beast. However, despite its current vigor, Shino could not guarantee its endurance. A strategy needed to be devised, for should the creature tire while the Rock Shinobi remained combat-ready, it would spell trouble. Thus, he summoned everyone to discuss a countermeasure. Although the creature within has managed to suppress the Rock Shinobi, their forces have not suffered significant losses. I just observed that there are still 16 Rock Shinobi actively engaged in battle, while only 3 have been rendered breathless. The rest, although injured to varying degrees, have yet to withdraw from combat, reported Haru. Upon hearing this, the earlier dismissiveness towards the Rock Shinobi evaporated, replaced by a profound sense of gravity. Shino scanned the group and remarked, "The Rock Village truly deserves its reputation, standing shoulder to shoulder with Konoha." He then abruptly shifted his tone. "However, this does not necessarily reflect well on us. After all, a group of 20-odd Chunin from the Rock Village besieging 6 from Konoha, thanks to the Earth Shinobi's restraint and our extraordinary efforts. I mistakenly believed our adversaries were all Chunin. Is hardly a commendable tale. Moreover, the rain in this desert has been a fortuitous boon for us. Presently, our Earth techniques are largely sealed, and the only one affected directly is Shiro. The situation is decidedly in our favor." At this point, Shinnosuke paused and continued. "By the way, Jin-san, Do you have any updates on the rock ninjas? It seems that a few of their apparent commanders just gathered and appeared to be engaged in a heated argument. However, their words were spoken quickly and softly, making it difficult to discern the content. I could only catch snippets about a mission and illusions, but the rest was unclear. Shin Nosuke fell into deep contemplation. What indeed did these rock ninjas desire? The question eluded him. A heavy silence enveloped the group. Illusions, missions, what connection could there be? Mused Wu. The mission might concern us. But rock ninjas are not particularly adept at illusions. Upon hearing Wu's words, an epiphany struck Shin Nosuke. Yes, it is indeed about illusions. Illusions? How does that concern us? The others remained perplexed. Absolutely. It pertains to illusions. As he spoke, Shin Nosuke's thoughts began to crystallize. Everyone knows that rock ninjas lack proficiency in illusions, right? Indeed. That's true. Not only are they lacking, but the entire rock ninja village is also lagging behind other major ninja villages in their illusion training. This is a widely accepted fact in the ninja world. After listening to the others, Shin Nosuke finally grasped the situation. I understand now. What is it? The group inquired in unison. What they seek are illusions. More specifically, they desire my illusions. Your illusions? Shin Nosuke, please clarify. At this point, Shin Nosuke felt a pang of regret, realizing that he was merely a lowly chunin. Not only did few people in Konoha recognize him, but even in the rock village, he was largely unknown. However, just because they did not know him did not mean they were unaware of his master, the blood-red sunset. How could they be indifferent to the illusions of the sunset sentry? He lamented. This is all my fault. If I hadn't employed my master's signature illusion against them days ago, they wouldn't have pursued us so relentlessly. Witnessing Shin Nosuke's despondent demeanor, the others felt a twinge of sympathy. At that moment, Jensen stepped forward and declared, "You cannot blame yourself, nor can you hold anyone else accountable. Even if you had not used that illusion, do you really think the rock ninjas would have allowed us to leave unscathed? We must remember that the rock village and the land of Earth are currently neutral. Their sudden deployment of a large number of ninjas to one side would inevitably raise suspicions. And it is not just you. Does the Karamazaki clan's bloodline belong solely to outsiders? Certainly not, and that includes me. You? Jensen hesitated momentarily before slowly removing his forehead protector, revealing a smooth forehead devoid of any markings. Shin Nosuke was taken aback. This is impossible. How do you lack the caged bird seal? You are not from the Hyuga branch family. You belong to the main family. But isn't the main family comprised solely of Hyuga Hayashi? What is your story? Upon hearing Shin Nosuke's inquiry, Jensen offered a faint smile. Shin Nosuke, it seems you are well versed in the traditions of the Hyuga clan. Noticing the confusion on the faces of the others, he continued, I apologize for concealing my lineage from you all, but I have my own reasons for doing so. I hope you can understand. Indeed, I am a member of the Hyuga main family. I sincerely hope that this remains a closely guarded secret. This is precisely why it is imperative that I do not fall into the hands of our adversaries. If I were to encounter misfortune, you understand what must be done. Do you not, Shino? However, the entire Hyuga clan shall not owe you any gratitude, for very few within the clan are even aware of my existence. I implore you, as a comrade, will you grant my request, Yamada-kun? Ah, of course. Everyone is somewhat bewildered, glancing between Haru and Shino, uncertain about the distinctions between the main family and the branch family. Could you elucidate further? Observing Haru, who slowly donned his forehead protector, Shino felt a profound sense of despair. What would happen if he did not acquiesce to Haru's plea? Yet he understood he must comply. He was acutely aware that if he were captured, he could not allow the illusion techniques of the Yuhi clan to fall into foreign hands. The first to exact vengeance would undoubtedly be the esteemed mentor he reveres. Moreover, even if Yuhi were to spare him, the thought of bringing disgrace upon this venerable Leaf commander due to his actions would haunt him eternally. His family would be subjected to scorn for generations. Despite the fact that, deep down, he did not regard Shino's family as his own, and despite Shino's belief that he was not a particularly good person, he would not permit others to suffer disgrace because of him. This is the essence of Shino's character. Even though he once thought he had relinquished such convictions and deemed himself a failure, having been reborn in this world of shinobi, he would not allow such a thing to transpire. A person of principles and responsibility is destined to rise above the rest, especially in a world where strength reigns supreme. From the moment he made his decision, he had already embodied the fundamental qualities requisite for becoming a formidable warrior. He refrained from excessive words to convey his thoughts. Instead, like all the renowned characters from the Naruto manga, he extended his thumb and offered a gentle smile to everyone. Rest assured, I shall safeguard your safety, without fail. I, Yamada Shino, vow to guarantee it. After a brief pause, he continued, since this pertains to Haru's secret, it is perhaps best that we remain unaware of the details. He is merely our comrade, and that is sufficient for us to remember. Upon hearing Shino's words, relief washed over everyone. We will protect you too, Shino. After all, you are still our captain. A sudden tightness gripped Shino's heart, and he once again felt gratitude for having crossed into this realm. Although they were still children, the bonds of friendship among them could withstand any trial or tribulation. They would likely never betray one another, not even in death. Upon learning the true intentions of the IWA ninjas and witnessing everyone's attitudes regarding the matter, Shino now felt invigorated. All unpleasant thoughts had vanished without a trace. Even the IWA ninjas across from them had become as inconsequential as mere straw dogs. As for Haru's identity within the main family, it is, in truth, quite simple and somewhat melodramatic. Despite the rigid hierarchy within the Hyuga clan, one of the oldest families in this world, their ancestral code remains clear. A leader must be identified, and the rest must protect this leader. As long as the leader survives, the name Hyuga shall endure. Individual self-preservation pales in comparison to the collective effort of a family safeguarding one person. Thus, to prevent the main house from being distracted by the branch families, techniques akin to that of caged birds were developed, aimed at better preserving the Hyuga bloodline. If a multitude cannot adequately protect a single individual, then the very essence of the family becomes futile in times of turmoil. Even if all branch families were to perish, the main house could still flourish into a family in a short span, ensuring that the bloodline never fades away. However, one must ponder, should the family prioritize the eldest or the most gifted child? The brothers Hinata and Hisashi are not the direct heirs, as evident from the presence of an elder in the main house, who is not Hisashi's father, indicating he must be an uncle. The family lacked a definitive answer, leading to the eldest son, Hisashi, becoming a candidate for leadership, while the true heir is the original third son. Nevertheless, these matters are not of immediate concern to Shino and his companions. Time is slipping away, and the situation for Shino is dire. He seems barely able to endure much longer. Observing this, Shino feels helpless. Watching the restless rock ninja, he begins to question the path he has chosen. Perhaps focusing on learning ninjutsu, lightning release, would not have led to such an awkward predicament. Yet, upon reflection, he realizes that without mastering illusion techniques, he would not have sustained himself for this long, and thus finds solace in that thought. Before addressing any other issues, the pressing crisis must be resolved. Shino meticulously reviews his learned ninjutsu. Aside from wind release techniques, such as wind pressure and great breakthrough, he has little else. In terms of lightning release, he has fully grasped lightning strike, but only possesses a few rudimentary techniques learned during his illusion training, which he has scarcely practiced. Is he to rely on illusion techniques now? He contemplates that while this may not pose a problem, the current issue is that both he and Asami have depleted mental energy. Although there are mental recovery pills available, Shino is uncertain of their efficacy. Looking at his comrades, Ryukong and the original third son are in the best condition. Shiro seems well, yet his physical state remains uncertain. There is no need to worry about Tsubaki, as she has hardly engaged in battle. However, her contributions to the team have been immense. It is her slug that has replenished their chakra, allowing them to endure thus far. Shino, we need to devise a plan. We cannot continue like this, the original third son states. Does anyone else have any viable solutions? In a moment of uncertainty, Shinizuke found himself at a loss, prompting his inquiry. The others, equally bewildered, shook their heads. Although their abilities were not insignificant, they were merely children of 11 or 12 years, having participated in only a handful of missions and lacked substantial experience. Even the most astute among them felt helpless in such a predicament. Observing the expressions of his companions, Shinizuke could only sigh in resignation. Do not be disheartened, Shinizuke. If necessary, we can provide cover for your escape. Guzi consoled him, her tone imbued with a surprising confidence, despite her youthful demeanor. Shinizuke, taken aback by her words, felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation as he looked upon the hopeful yet admiring faces of his peers. He mused to himself, how can I expect these children to devise a plan? I have truly underestimated their youth. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, feeling a bit more at ease. However, he recognized that his companions were on the brink of despair. Although they had not abandoned one another in this critical moment, if the situation continued to deteriorate, calamity would undoubtedly befall them all. While he was uncertain how the rock ninja treated their captives, he was confident they would not spare any unnecessary prisoners. The first rule of the ninja code states that a ninja must not carry more than what is essential for survival and mission objectives, nor waste energy unnecessarily. Shinozuke had previously inquired about this matter with Xiang, and found that other ninja villages maintained similar principles. Thus, in this world of ninjas, scenarios involving women facing dire threats were rarely witnessed. As for common bandits, that was another matter altogether. The ninja realm may harbor crazed and volatile types, but it certainly lacked those who would inflict such horrors, as one might jest. We are far superior to them. Long live harmony. Therefore, Shinozuke harbored no concerns for the safety of the two girls. Even if the Earth Ninja did not take captives, they need not fear any horrific fate before their demise. Watching Guzi, who radiated confidence, Shinozuke was at a loss for words. Ultimately, he resolved to rely on his underpracticed lightning release, as his mental fortitude had waned. Yet his chakra remained largely untapped. With a firm resolve, he decided to proceed. Everyone, gather around. Do you have any ideas? Shinozuke asked Guzi. He did not address her query directly, but spoke to the group. Listen closely. As soon as we halt within the city, I will create an opening ahead using lightning release. Wuji and Yuan-san, you will assist me by buying time in front. Guzi, remain by my side to monitor my chakra. Shiro and Mame, you need not engage. Just be cautious of any surprise attacks from the rock ninja. Do you understand? Understood. However, Yuan-san's brow furrowed with confusion. But Shinozuke, how can you be certain the rock ninja will attack through the opening you create? What if they approach as they did before? Shinozuke smiled. If they dare to attack us from all directions as they did previously, we shall not hesitate to break through their lines and make our escape. If they were wise, which do you think would be easier, defending one side or four? All right, let us commence. With that, Shinozuke began to form hand seals. At that moment, the situation within the city became untenable. Yet, to his credit, he still had the energy to boast. The little brat from Konoha, I have exhausted my chakra. Farewell, you fools. With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke. Meanwhile, Shinosuke's lightning technique had reached its culmination. His timing was remarkably precise, albeit somewhat fortuitous, as he had rushed through the necessary hand seals, anticipating the technique that required 17 seals. Nevertheless, he felt a tinge of uncertainty before unleashing it. However, with no choice but to proceed, he disregarded his doubts. The lightning release secret technique, lightning dragon flash cannon. Ordinarily, Shinosuke would succeed with this jutsu only 3 or 4 times out of 10 attempts. Yet today, it granted him an unexpected favor, succeeding on the very first try. A massive dragon-shaped beam of light surged forth at an astonishing speed, crashing into the innermost 2 walls of rock with a resounding explosion, reducing them to rubble. Unfortunately, as Shinosuke had not fully mastered this technique, and given the inherently volatile nature of lightning release, he lost control in the final moments, sending the attack skyward instead of targeting the remaining walls. The situation escalated further, as the rebounding lightning chakra inadvertently provided a shocking experience for nearly all of Shinosuke's teammates. Had the previous occupant still been present, he would have gladly fought alongside the ninjas of Konoha, for they had indeed transformed in appearance, sharing a new hairstyle. Thus, Shinosuke's initial plan met with failure, and his comrades could hardly fathom that their usually astute leader had orchestrated such a blunder. In this mission, later referred to as the pivotal turning point of the Third Shinobi World War, Shinosuke executed his first A-rank ninjutsu. Little did anyone anticipate that years later, this rare mishap would serve as a classic example for Konoha teachers and instructors throughout the ninja world, akin to the notion that only those who have experienced a blunder can be deemed truly great. However, this jutsu was astonishingly powerful. Despite missing its mark, the Earth ninjas were momentarily stunned, as they could not comprehend the existence of such formidable lightning release techniques. It was akin to a congregation of snowmen witnessing an atomic explosion. Yet, Shinosuke's teammates held a different perspective. I've come to realize I still don't know you well enough, Wu remarked, expelling a cloud of black smoke. Fortunately, Guzi warned me that you often get zapped when using this technique. If he hadn't pulled me behind the slug for cover, I would have been in serious trouble. Honestly, Shinosuke, does this technique truly aid in illusion training? He continued, clearing his throat. But I feel quite energized now, ha ha ha. Shinosuke awkwardly laughed, feeling embarrassed. Never mention that you are my boyfriend, Guzi interjected with a sulky expression. Shinosuke was momentarily petrified. As if that weren't enough, Shiro chimed in, brother, I'm of the earth attribute. Please, next time you unleash that technique, give me a heads up. His expression resembled that of a wronged bride, eliciting laughter from the group. Of course. Shinosuke could only chuckle, feeling utterly speechless at Shiro's antics. Yet, he had no grounds for rebuttal, so he merely laughed along. As for Haru, being a good-natured individual, he simply remarked, that was refreshing. However, Shino has not yet opened the breach. Are we still adhering to the original plan? At this moment, everyone regained their senses, recalling the dire situation on the battlefield, and thus, they set aside their mockery of Shino. In truth, one cannot entirely blame Shino. After all, it is raining. Although rain can significantly amplify the power of lightning techniques, facing a master of lightning in such conditions would undoubtedly be a nightmare. Yet, Shino's proficiency with lightning techniques is still lacking, resulting in the current predicament. Now is not the time to dwell on trivial matters. But Shino recognizes that the rain is indeed problematic. What should we do now? Upon hearing his comrade's concerns, Shino found himself momentarily at a loss. Suddenly, he glanced upward and noticed something peculiar about the sky. It resembled a rain summoning technique. Could it be? Everyone, gather around me. The others soon realized that something was amiss in the heavens. What are you doing? Shino inquired. Regardless of whether this is my doing or not, let's first evade this thunderstorm. Everyone, get closer to me. Behold my technique, gale formation. Shino extended his arms towards the sky, creating a conical wind formation that descended from his hands. This technique was not a conventional wind jutsu, but rather a half-ninja art he had developed based on the Rasengan during his leisure time. Just then, the thunder roared above, striking all objects elevated above the ground. Of course, Shino did not employ a rain summoning technique, and although the rain was accompanied by thunder, it was not a thunderstorm. The key lay in Shino's Thunder Dragon electric cannon. Despite not hitting its intended target, the immense electrical energy transformed the ordinary rain clouds into storm clouds, culminating in the most powerful thunderstorm. The thunderstorm, eager to showcase its rock and roll prowess, commenced its display for the audience below. In an instant, flashes of lightning illuminated the sky, and serpentine bolts of electricity danced chaotically, unleashing nature's boundless might. The storm raged for several seconds, ravaging the area where Shino and his companions stood. Protected by the gale formation, they remained unscathed, while the opposing rock ninjas faced dire consequences. Kinjia was perplexed, questioning why the enemy, possessing a lightning expert, had refrained from unleashing their power until such an inappropriate moment. Even when the monkey had previously suppressed his side, it would have been more effective to strike then than now. Despite his confusion, he felt a sense of relief. Had the enemy unleashed their lightning techniques from the outset, he shuddered at the thought of their earth ninjas leaping into the fray mid-air. However, he soon realized that the thunder had completely disturbed the surface, scattering the sand and mud that impeded their earth techniques. Their advantage in earth ninjutsu had returned. Although utilizing earth techniques in a desert terrain is not particularly ideal, otherwise, wind ninjas would not exert such effort in developing sand techniques. The current circumstances were undeniably favorable for them. Upon witnessing the seemingly indestructible earthen barrier shattered into disarray by the lightning release technique, Junichi's eyes sparkled with realization. He began to comprehend the intentions of the opposing ninjas. Although the formidable power of lightning release was undeniable, when it came to defense, earth release proved to be the most practical. This thought filled Junichi with a sense of pride. However, glancing at the adversaries, his pride swiftly transformed into frustration. Illusions were tolerable, albeit repetitive, and Junichi had grown somewhat accustomed to them. Despite the time wasted in dispelling these illusions, he believed that through this mission, his team's resilience against such techniques had significantly improved. Yet, he was taken aback by the opposing ninja's proficiency in earth release. To his recollection, aside from Jiraiya, no one from Konoha was particularly adept in this art. The skills displayed were not those of Jiraiya's renowned techniques, leading him to ponder the identity of this ninja's master. Clearly oblivious to certain details, Junichi dismissed these thoughts, deciding to capture the adversaries and hand them over to the village for analysis. In his view, Shinichi and his team were clearly out of options. Otherwise, they would not have destroyed their own greatest defense. He doubted that the earth release expert had sufficient chakra left to sustain such a large-scale jutsu. Confident in the success of this mission, Junichi felt a surge of annoyance at the thought of the troublesome monkey, which had bombarded their position for over an hour. Nevertheless, their numbers were overwhelmingly in their favor. Although the enemy's performance starkly contrasted with previous encounters, it was not unexpected. Concealing one's strength in a situation where the enemy is stronger is a common tactic. With only a couple of opponents yet to engage, Junichi believed they would have little opportunity to do so. With a gesture, he signaled his teammates to encircle the enemy. Victory for the IWA ninjas seemed imminent, but were Shinichi and his comrades truly ready to surrender? After the lightning release, the opposing side had not suffered significant losses, retaining 16 members. Aside from those who were completely incapacitated, the remaining forces were largely unaffected. Listening to Arizen's report, Shinichi felt a sense of dismay. Despite employing techniques advantageous against the enemy, they still had so many left standing. While the IWA ninjas exhibited various shortcomings, they possessed a resilience that often surpassed that of ninjas from other villages. This resilience is what fundamentally solidifies Iwa's status among the 5 great ninja villages. However, Shin Nosuke is unconcerned with such matters. His sole desire is to survive. His mind is currently in turmoil as he grapples with the overwhelming situation before him. Should he engage in close combat? While he possesses confidence in his ability to prevail in one-on-one encounters, he is acutely aware that not all of his comrades share this capability. Perhaps he should resort to illusion techniques. The mere thought of illusions causes a wave of dizziness to wash over him. Although maintaining ninjutsu requires minimal mental energy, the rain summoning technique he has invoked transcends the C rank of ninjutsu, rivaling the formidable S rank secret technique, Clear Sky Thunderbolt. Consequently, it nearly depletes his mental energy, primarily due to the inadequacy of his wind release technique, which significantly increases the energy expenditure of maintaining ninjutsu. What is the matter, Shin Nosuke? Are you alright? His companions inquire with concern. I'm fine, he assures them, steadying himself and swallowing a prepared mental energy pill. To his surprise, the effects of the evening sun's mental pill are remarkably effective. In no time, he feels a refreshing clarity in his mind, akin to having taken the finest cognitive enhancer. Just as Shin Nosuke regains his composure, he decides against employing illusion techniques, for there are only a limited number of them, and should the enemy develop immunity, it would spell disaster. Therefore, he resolves to refrain from using them for the time being. But what options remain? Lightning release is no longer viable. All that is left is, there is hope. Shiro, is there any issue with releasing the Earth Dragon technique? No problem. Excellent. Kazu, you will be responsible for channeling chakra. Takashi, prepare to use wind release with me. Shiro, coordinate with me to employ the Earth Dragon technique. Everyone, listen closely. Our success hinges on this moment. We must not falter. Understood. With that, a glimmer of determination flashes in Shin Nosuke's eyes as he readies himself. Commence ninjutsu. Infinite great breakthrough. Earth release. Earth Dragon technique. Although they had never practiced such a combined ninjutsu before, both the wind release, easy to learn yet challenging to master, and the earth release, strong in defense but weaker in offense, are far more manageable than lightning release. Moreover, unlike lightning release, Shin Nosuke places significant importance on the wind release technique, which, despite its moderate power and consumption, excels in repelling adversaries. On Shiro's end, he too possesses limited options beyond the earth release and some basic taijutsu. Thus, even though this is their first attempt at such a combination, they achieve remarkable success. Regarding the characteristics of the 5 major ninjutsu, lightning release boasts the highest qualitative transformation and power, with unparalleled speed and attacking force, greatly aiding a ninja's offensive capabilities. However, it is also the most challenging to control and master. Despite its inferior defensive capabilities, lightning release is still revered by numerous ninjas due to its striking characteristics. Conversely, wind release offers the best form transformation and control, yet mastery is equally elusive. While its speed and attacking prowess do not quite match that of lightning release, they remain commendable, and its defensive capabilities surpass those of lightning release, providing significant assistance to a ninja's speed. Despite the limitations posed by the relatively modest number of ninjas and the subdued power of most ninjutsu, The favorable effects and accessibility of certain techniques have garnered the admiration of many practitioners. The transformation of fire release surpasses that of mere shape alteration, presenting a manageable level of control. Although its speed is lacking and its defensive capabilities are somewhat weak, the offensive strength and potency of fire release rival those of lightning release, and in terms of attack effects, it even exceeds them. These attributes render fire release the most comparable ninjutsu. Water release exhibits a balanced transformation and shape alteration, with a control difficulty slightly exceeding that of wind release. Its defense, speed, and effectiveness are at best average, and its power and attack capabilities rank as the weakest among all other ninjutsu. However, it significantly aids in the recovery of a ninja's stamina, mental fortitude, chakra restoration, and growth, offering considerable assistance in terms of strength. Thus, despite its shortcomings, water release enjoys substantial support from a notable segment of ninjas. Earth release, with its shape alteration slightly surpassing transformation, boasts the highest defensive capabilities, while its attack strength, potency, and effectiveness are commendable. Although it provides minimal assistance to a ninja's speed, it greatly enhances their defensive prowess. While its contribution to stamina recovery is marginally less than that of water release, its aid in strength surpasses that of water release, making earth release the most practical choice. It is this very reason that facilitated the successful execution of the combined ninjutsu by Shinsuke and his companions, with the assistance of wind release. The earthen projectiles of Earth Dragon technique surged toward the rock ninjas like bullets. Although Earth Dragon technique is recognized for its relatively weak power among the 5 great dragon techniques, it remains an excellent supportive ninjutsu. Shinsuke's audacity to attempt such a bold strategy stemmed from his recollections of a manga in which the third Hokage had previously combined Earth Dragon and Fire Dragon techniques for an assault, inspiring Shinsuke and his companions to merge wind and earth ninjutsu. Evidently, the rock ninjas underestimated Shinsuke and his team, a misunderstanding that is not entirely their fault, as the concept of combined ninjutsu was not yet prevalent. While the true rise of combined ninjutsu occurred during the Third Great Ninja War, the rock ninjas had yet to engage in genuine combat and remained unfamiliar with this innovative method of releasing ninjutsu. Although the optimal combination of wind and earth techniques lies in the pairing of Earth Dragon and Wind Blade, the prevailing conditions of the desert would typically lead to sandstorms when utilizing wind release. However, the recent downpour rendered the surrounding sand akin to mud. Fortuitously, this rain had already assisted Shinsuke and his team immensely, and thus, none anticipated further unexpected outcomes. Nevertheless, they caught the rock ninjas off guard. Just as many rock ninjas struggled to regain their composure, Shinsuke and his comrades made their next move. Run. With Shinsuke's booming command, they swiftly fled the scene. Frustrated that their target had evaded them despite the fierce battle, the pursuing ninja, Genie, found himself at his wit's end. In the ensuing chaos, a new chase unfolded across the desert. Shinsuke and his team did not possess great speed, as the rain had transformed the ground into a marsh, making it increasingly difficult to traverse. In contrast, Genie had adapted well to such conditions, employing a sliding technique to navigate the treacherous terrain. Several rock ninjas following him closely emulated his movements, drawing nearer to Shino and his companions. Shino, the enemy is closing in. What shall we do? What? How can they pursue us so swiftly under these circumstances? They are gliding towards us. Fortunately, there are only a few of them. Shino silently cursed himself for not considering such a straightforward matter. However, it was too late for him and his companions to alter their method of movement. Reluctantly, he instructed everyone, follow Yuenzan's movements and do not stop. Yuenzan, hold the rock ninjas back with your ninja tools. But would Junichi and the others allow them to succeed? Certainly not. They were soon entangled by Junichi and his team, forcing them to slow down. Upon realizing that escape was futile and noting that the pursuing rock ninjas numbered only 6, Shino decisively ordered a counterattack against them. Despite Shino and his companions not being lacking in close combat skills, Junichi and his team, while having impeded Shino's speed, could not block them effectively and soon found themselves at a disadvantage. Shino launched himself into the fray like a whirlwind, attacking with his kunai and employing his elbows and feet to incessantly assault Junichi. This was a technique he had mastered in his past life, known as the flying leg spiral hammer, which was not a Shaolin technique, but rather one learned from a military instructor, rumored to have been devised by foreign special forces. His master had only grasped the basics, and now Shino could only replicate it somewhat clumsily. However, he had rarely employed this technique since arriving here. And in his desperation against Junichi, he unleashed it without hesitation. To his astonishment, the results were remarkably effective. Although Junichi was a master of physical techniques, he had never encountered such an attack method. Not only were all his defenses breached, but several times he narrowly escaped death. It dawned on Junichi that his opponent was not merely a stationary target, but a ninja of equal caliber. Were it not for the urgency of his escape, this skill alone could have cost him his life. Despite having never yielded to anyone since becoming a jonin, today he was gaining valuable experience. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed he had only 5 teammates beside him. If this continued, not only would they fail to halt their pursuers, but they might also lose their lives. What could they do? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He shouted to his teammates, "Quickly, block their path." With that, he accelerated towards Shino. Naturally, Shino was unaware of Junichi's intentions. He merely felt increased pressure from the lean ninja before him and realized he needed to proceed with more caution. However, Junichi's companions immediately grasped his strategy. The ninjas dispatched to pursue Shino and his team were seasoned experts in tracking techniques, though they might not excel in direct confrontations. In this chase, they would not be outmatched by any ninja from any nation. Despite Shinobi having eliminated several opponents, they were all relatively weak members of the team. Thus, a fierce battle ensued in the desert, characterized by a relentless chase. Suddenly, Shinobi nearly stumbled over a protruding rock, prompting Kenichi to swiftly thrust his kunai towards Shinobi's abdomen. However, Shinobi reacted with remarkable speed, launching his kunai towards Kenichi's face, forcing Kenichi to block with his left-hand kunai. Seizing the moment, he somersaulted forward, aiming his kunai sharply at Kenichi's abdomen. At that instant, Hiruzen shouted in alarm, "Warning, this is bad. We've been tricked." Startled, Shinobi's kunai faltered, allowing Kenichi to narrowly escape with his life. Upon standing, Shinobi realized Hiruzen's words rang true, for they had somehow returned to the very spot where they had spent the night. With a commanding shout from a few rock ninjas, the situation escalated. They were now trapped. However, Shiro quickly devised a plan, utilizing the earth bridge technique to extricate everyone from peril. Reluctantly, Shinobi ordered the team to retreat back to Sand Village, with Hiruzen executing a counterattack that sent several rock ninjas flying. The crumbling rock wall was replaced by a towering hexagonal stone pillar. Fearing another ambush from the rock ninjas, Shiro opted for a less intricate technique, the iron rock spike technique, rather than the earth surrounding fortress technique. Yet, having witnessed Shinobi's prowess, the rock ninjas hesitated to act rashly, reverting to a standoff. Now, at 10 o'clock, although the sky remained overcast, the rain had ceased. Shinobi, seemingly unfazed by the situation, permitted his teammates to rest, while the others, though not as relaxed, maintained a calm demeanor. Since their return to this location, they had abandoned hope of escaping alive. They figured it might be wiser to rest, aiming to eliminate more rock ninjas when the battle resumed. Their composure, however, left the rock ninjas, who had only just discerned their appearances due to the dim light, in admiration. Yet, would this standoff persist? The answer was, of course, negative. Though it was already 10 o'clock, reinforcements from Konoha had yet to arrive. Just as Shinobi thought they could afford a longer respite, the rock ninjas grew increasingly agitated. According to the regular timeline, Tsunade and her team should have arrived by now. Unbeknownst to Shinobi, misfortune struck, as Tsunade's reinforcements were further delayed en route. The situation unfolded as follows. The Sand Ninja team tasked with intercepting Kojuro and Sachiko had not been entirely eradicated by the Konoha patrol team. They had merely discovered that 2 of their own had been pursued by the enemy, and thus, they had chased the small team away. This was not entirely their fault, as they were unaware of the critical intelligence held by Kojuro. Furthermore, even with their superior numbers, a standard squad consisting of 16 Chunin, capturing the enemy was beyond their capability. While Konoha's command center reacted to this development, the Sand Ninja side also received reports from their fleeing team and responded accordingly. Despite their belief that it might ultimately be futile, they sent forth a squadron of ninjas. However, the inevitable clash with the irate Tsunade, infuriated by Orochimaru and suffering from hormonal imbalances due to the absence of certain indulgences, was all but predictable. At that moment, Jinya found himself in a rather dismal mood. Just as he was beginning to take pride in his strategic maneuver of driving back Shino and his companions with a kite-flying tactic, he realized he had gravely underestimated his adversaries. He had observed that the opposing force now numbered 6, and it was quite possible that the foes they had faced throughout the night were also 6 in number, rather than the 8 they had pursued days earlier. Jinya couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. He had indeed been careless, tricked by mere children, albeit remarkable ones. At that juncture, his subordinate, a rather boorish figure known as Rice Bucket, interjected. Despite his flippant remarks, there was no hint of respect in his demeanor. Rather, his eyes were filled with deep-seated malice. Gazing at his tall and imposing subordinate, Jinya found it difficult to voice his thoughts. Most of the enhanced squad's ninjas were indeed under his command, and he was a skilled tracker. By all conventions, he should have naturally assumed the role of the squad leader, yet the higher-ups had chosen otherwise. Although the customary obedience of the rock ninjas did not reveal any overt dissatisfaction, Jinya sensed something amiss. Rice Bucket's demeanor was anything but that of a typical commander, even lacking the qualities of a standard ninja. However, such contemplations were ill-timed. With a resigned shake of his head, Jinya mused that working alongside such an eccentric individual was unbearable, regardless of whether he or Rice Bucket held the reins. Perhaps it was best to distance himself from this squad after the mission's conclusion. Nevertheless, it was prudent to confer with the other squad leaders regarding their course of action. I oppose abandoning the mission, even if Konoha has reinforcements, Rice Bucket asserted. I concur with the sentiment. We are the elite of the rock ninjas. If we concede so easily, where shall we place our honor? Another squad leader, Nataro, added. Hearing this, Jinya felt a wave of frustration. Nataro was a relative of a high-ranking official in the rock village and possessed considerable strength. Furthermore, his squad had suffered only one casualty, unlike Jinya's team, which had lost 3 members, leaving his voice somewhat diminished in authority. Though only one squad leader, Koichiro, supported him, his squad was reduced to merely 2 individuals. And as he was not one of Rice Bucket's subordinates, his words carried little weight. I have no objections. Let us proceed as the majority decides, asserted another squad leader, Kyochi, from a 3-man unit. Upon hearing this, Jin-E felt a sense of helplessness. However, only the last squad leader, Koizumi Yuji, remained silent. Through their days of collaboration, particularly during the recent pursuit of Shino and his group, Koizumi had demonstrated remarkable perceptiveness. Without him, Jin-Yi's kite-flying strategy could not have succeeded so smoothly. Thus, Jin-E regarded him as a capable and thoughtful individual, and notably, his squad was the only one without casualties. Although he was not the weakest of subordinates, Koizumi's words carried significant weight. Noticing that everyone was looking at him, Koizumi spoke calmly. I also disagree with giving up. Jin-E felt a chill run down his spine. However, Koizumi continued, don't you find it strange? Those 2 missing ninjas from Konoha should not have left before we arrived. They must have taken advantage of the chaos during the rain. The rain began at 3 o'clock, and the sky cleared at 3:30. If they were to leave, it would have had to be before 3. In reality, Kotaro had departed at 9 the previous day, with the reinforcements expected to arrive around 5 in the morning. What time is it now? It's already 11. And the distance to Kikyo Mountain Castle is at most 3.5 hours, actually 4. Even if Konoha's response is slow, they should have arrived by now. Yet, there isn't even a shadow in sight. What does this indicate? Jin-Yi's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. It suggests that the reinforcements have been delayed on their way. Based on our experiences battling those 2 squads, the illusionist ninja must still be present, so they cannot possibly abandon their rescue mission. At this moment, Shao also understood and affirmed, you are correct. It seems our allies, the Sand Ninjas, have been of great assistance. Indeed, there was no need to abandon the mission. Konoha won't arrive here within an hour or 2. Can't we handle a few weary ninjas in that time frame? Jin-E exclaimed with excitement. However, Captain Jin-E, have you noticed those blue pattern leeches on the backs of the Konoha ninjas? Koizumi interjected. Leeches? Could they be summoning beasts? Jin-E pondered aloud. It is quite possible. Yet, judging by their size, they appear to lack combat capabilities, suggesting they are likely auxiliary summoning beasts. Jin-E sensed there was more to this situation. Auxiliary summoning beasts? Could it be chakra? Most likely. He continued, if we consider their chakra levels, it is rather abnormal. Take, for instance, a Doton ninja. With one individual sustaining the attacks of more than a dozen of us for nearly 2 hours. We all understand Doton. To cast such a technique, One could easily unleash a dozen or more, right? Maintaining a defensive technique of the same level under continuous assault is akin to casting the same technique repeatedly, isn't it? Collectively, we have unleashed no less than 40 techniques. Do you think Konoha is affluent enough to provide each ninja with a dozen soldier pills? And the others have not ceased their attacks. Could there be 2 Doton ninjas? Nijo Castle weakly suggested. Jin-E looked down on this individual, thinking, would 2 people releasing ninjutsu have identical chakra frequencies? If they had been fighting for a while, there might be room for error in judgment. But you yourself must have cast 4 or 5 techniques, right? And you call yourself a Doton master. Thus, he concluded resolutely, regardless, we must engage, and swiftly. The reinforcements from Konoha are uncertain as to when they will arrive, so the swifter our actions, the safer we shall be. Do you understand? According to my assessment, the targets can only be those 2 female ninjas. As for the Earth-style ninja, everyone is quite aware of that, right? Excluding those from the Hyuga clan and the sword-wielding ninja, the one proficient in wind-style techniques must be the strongest among them. It appears that she is also their leader. Fan, shortly you and your team, along with me, will first unleash a seismic technique to flush them out. Previously we refrained due to uncertainty regarding the target, fearing harm would befall them. Of course, they remain unclear on this now, and then we shall ensnare that wind-style ninja. Kobayashi, your team's mission pertains to the Hyuga clan member. If possible, capture her alive. I am certain the village holds a keen interest in the Hyuga bloodline. Even if the mission encounters unforeseen events, capturing her would be a significant achievement. Kyuichi, your task is to keep a close watch on the Earth-style ninja. Nijojo, you should lead your team to contain the sword-wielding ninja. As for you, your assignment is to monitor those 2 female ninjas. Just ensure they do not unleash any genjutsu. The rest is up to your discretion. Once we suppress the others, their genjutsu, no matter how formidable, will pose little danger. Very well, gather the team. We commence operations in 15 minutes. Indeed, the frequency of chakra is akin to 1's appearance. It remains unchanged throughout 1's life, excluding the set of cursed seals devised by Orochimaru. Although Kobayashi's analysis contains several flaws, he at least discerned the presence of the slug, and that among Shinno's group, only one possesses Earth-style abilities. The rest is erroneous. For instance, it is improbable that Shinno could provide Shiro with a multitude of military rations, as, aside from Shiro, no one else has significantly expended chakra. They lack genjutsu-type ninjas and are unaware of how much chakra is consumed by higher-level genjutsu. In truth, the primary expenditure is mental energy, while chakra consumption is minimal. Even when casting high-level genjutsu, the increase in chakra consumption remains modest, yet mental energy can multiply. Similarly, the release of ninjutsu requires only a slight mental energy expenditure, while advanced ninjutsu demands a significantly greater chakra consumption, with minimal increase in mental energy. Furthermore, the third's techniques are not as difficult to maintain as they presume. Indeed, Shiro's Earth-style technique at the Earth encirclement consumes merely 1/5 of what they envision. Jin-Ichi currently finds himself in a state of complex emotions. Though the prospect of successfully completing the mission fills him with excitement, he realizes, after his hasty decision to continue the assault, the magnitude of certainty they possess in subduing Shinno and his companions. Despite arranging for 3 or 4 individuals to counter several close combat proficient ninjas, the thought of Shinno's fierce attacking methods sends chills down Junichi's spine. He touches the wound inflicted by Shinno on his abdomen, contemplating that he must indeed fight desperately to hold him at bay. In truth, Shinno's taijutsu is not as formidable as he imagines. It is merely around half of his own level. However, what is peculiar is that Shinno's offensive style is unlike anything he has encountered before. Some might argue, this is not due to his lack of experience. Others, including Shinno's teammates, have never witnessed it either, leaving them at a loss as to how to respond. However, this is his first time serving as the captain of the squad, and he lacks experience. I believe he will gradually evolve into an extraordinary figure. Of course, he must first ensure the safe return of his team from this mission. Nevertheless, his plan harbors 2 critical flaws. If the enemy continues to rely on ninjutsu and genjutsu without engaging in close combat, this tactical strategy would be rendered utterly futile. Furthermore, the complete failure to implement this plan could lead to chaos within our ranks. He also has not taken into account the Byakugan's unparalleled reconnaissance abilities, casting doubt on the likelihood of success for the current strategy. Shino, the rock ninjas are stirring again, and they have devised a plan, said Yuan-san. Ever since their breakout attempt failed, Yuan-san has been mired in profound self-reproach. Although his teammates seemed unconcerned, he felt he had not fulfilled his responsibilities as a deputy. Since then, he has been intently observing every move of the rock ninjas, even noting when they attended to personal hygiene. Given the proximity, the rock ninjas, exposed under the watchful gaze of the Byakugan, had no secrets to conceal. Their plan was as follows. Upon hearing the rock ninjas' combat strategy, everyone fell momentarily silent. Yet, they quickly found solace in realizing the vulnerabilities within the plan. What a bunch of fools, they collectively sneered at the rock ninjas. However, Yuan-san held a different perspective. Shino, even though we are aware of the rock ninjas' plan, what should our next move be? Their numbers are nearly 3 times ours. Only then did everyone grasp the situation. Despite the rock ninjas' apparent simplicity, their strength was far from negligible. Perhaps we could approach it this way, Shino suggested. Since they wish to engage in close combat, let us oblige them. Yuan-san, when the battle commences, find a way to eliminate or incapacitate a couple of their fighters to disrupt their strategy. Mami and Guzi, you will feign the use of genjutsu, and then follow my lead. Hee, they fear our illusions, yet they have no idea who is casting them. They will never suspect that we are already aware of their plan. While they focus on defending against our illusions, they will not anticipate a physical assault from us. Yes, that is the plan. Any objections? The others had no dissenting opinions. At that moment, Shino noticed Mami seemed to have something to say. Mami, do you have a question? Shino inquired. What if I have a way to take down one of them first? Mami timidly replied. Are you confident, Mami? Shino asked, somewhat apprehensive. Yes, Mami responded resolutely. Seeing Mami's unwavering determination, Shino felt it inappropriate to press further. Time was of the essence. Let us move. Their leader and a few others began forming hand seals, seemingly preparing for some seismic technique. The 2 individuals targeting Mami and Guzi were clever, tunneling through the earth using Doton techniques. Yuan-san, keep an eye on the earth ninjas. They are approaching fast. Mami, they're to your right. A rock ninja erupted from the depths below, charging directly at Mami. However, Mami was well prepared. She swiftly formed her hands into a claw-like shape, pressing her wrists together before forcefully pushing towards the rock ninja. A secret technique, the wave fist. A burst of pink chakra emanated from her palms, striking the rock ninja, who was sent flying as if struck by a baseball, disappearing from view behind the dunes. This technique was a secret art of the Arima clan. Since the entire clan was not adept in close combat, one of the clan elders devised this ninjutsu, utilizing the unique bloodline chakra of the Arima to knock enemies unconscious and send them flying. Despite its lack of offensive power and classification as body technique, the purpose of this move was not to injure, but rather to repel stronger ninjas when illusions failed, providing a means of escape. The unexpected outcome momentarily halted everyone's offensive. Taking advantage of the situation, Shiro unleashed an earth release technique, the earthquake technique, against the rock ninjas who were forming hand seals. One particularly robust ninja was immediately sent crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, leaving his fate uncertain. This unfortunate soul was none other than the glutton, who had earlier suffered from Shiro's similar attack that caused him to vomit blood. Ironically, the tides had turned, and Shiro had now repaid the favor with the same move. It was surprising to discover that Shiro harbored such a vengeful spirit. Though the events unfolded contrary to everyone's expectations, Shinjiro's strategy had not failed. The tactics of the rock ninjas were disrupted. Yet, it was evident that Kinai remained unaffected. He bellowed an earth release, the earthquake technique, causing the ground to tremble violently. The rock walls and stone pillars that Shiro had maintained began to collapse under the pressure, threatening to bury Shinjiro and his allies beneath the rubble. Shinjiro had not anticipated that Shiro, a fellow earth release adept, was unaware of the consequences of this technique, inadvertently causing confusion among their ranks. Observing the bewildered Shiro, Shinjiro, disregarding any inquiries, shouted, "Break through," and leaped into action. Kinai, elated by the outcome, recognized that his plan had not yet failed. Although it had deviated from his original script, it had also strayed from Shinjiro's. Thus, he charged directly toward Shinjiro as planned. Midair, Shinjiro spotted Kinai barreling toward him and thought, given the circumstances, he could no longer rely on illusions. Suddenly, he spun rapidly, hurling ninja tools at the rock ninjas with the force of his rotation. In the ensuing chaos, he concentrated all his strength into his left leg and executed the Leaf Hurricane, striking fiercely at Kinai. Shinjiro's full might was far from trivial. Kinai failed to react in time, and Shinjiro felt a sharp pain in his left foot, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds. The entirety of Kinai's left shoulder bones shattered, piercing directly through his heart. Tragically, Kinai's brief existence came to a swift end. Witnessing the commander Kinai dispatched so effortlessly by Shinjiro, the morale of the rock ninjas plummeted. As the rock ninjas momentarily lost focus, Yuan-san erupted into action. He had been holding back his breath, and now he could not let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. With the Bagua 64 palms, he unleashed a series of strikes, 1 palm, 4 palms, 6 palms, and 9 palms, accompanied by a fierce shout. His erratic footwork left the 3 attackers bewildered, causing them to lose their combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, Wu did not hold back either, executing a powerful wind sword technique, sending 2 legs, 1 arm, and half of a torso soaring into the sky. The tide of battle had turned. The rock ninjas were rendered powerless. Upon witnessing this turn of events, the 2 rock ninjas encircling Xinjiang abandoned their mission and fled. However, Xinjiang was unable to pursue them, as his left foot remained numb and immobile, allowing them to escape unscathed. The 3 ninjas who had besieged Yuan-san lay on the ground, their fates uncertain. Wu's sword had directly slain 1 ninja. Another, despite losing both legs, had bravely chosen to end his own life, while the third, having lost his right hand, staggered in an attempt to flee, but no one paid him any heed. Wuzi's opponent had been felled by Wu, yet he still clung to life. The situation for the civilians was somewhat better, but they were still ninjas. Within the realm of Shinobi, there was no mercy for captives, whether they fell into the hands of the rock ninjas or faced their current fate. The only outcome awaiting the vanquished, devoid of any value, was death. Xinjiang felt powerless to alter this reality. He had witnessed firsthand how Konoha handled prisoners, and thus felt no sympathy for them. Every ninja who stepped onto the battlefield did so with the understanding that they might meet their demise. To feel sympathy was, in fact, the greatest humiliation for them. Now, Xinjiang found himself in a similar predicament. He observed Wu, Yuan-san, and Shiro battling 3 earth ninjas, while the 3 rock ninjas retreated amidst the skirmish. The fate of the earth ninjas, whether they lived or fled, could no longer influence the overall outcome. Xinjiang breathed a sigh of relief, astonished at how smoothly the battle had unfolded. As he idled, he began to rummage through the nearby corpses, searching for any scrolls of ninjutsu. This was in accordance with the Shinobi Code. The victors had the right to claim the possessions of the vanquished, provided they had been the ones to slay them. It was akin to severing the heads of the deceased. Xinjiang was fortunate in his findings: 6 shurikens for kunai, and a dozen small pills in shades of light blue and yellow. What were these items? Merely mudballs. He also discovered a scroll of earth release. Although Xinjiang was not well versed in earth techniques, he was no stranger to ninjutsu. While he had yet to master it, he possessed an eye for the art, and the scroll contained a comprehensive and systematic array of earth release techniques, alongside some obscure ninjutsu from a past life. What a treasure! It seemed he would have to give Shiro a thorough reprimanding upon his return. Moreover, he found another scroll. Was it an illusion technique? A mental cultivation method? He had struck gold. Just the other day, he had inquired with Mommy, that little girl, about whether she possessed any mental cultivation methods, and she had tried to negotiate terms with him. When he asked what those terms were, she blushed and refused to answer. Humph, I shall not divulge my own secrets to her. Eagerly, Xinjiang examined the scroll, and the contents revealed themselves to be profoundly intricate. They were entirely different from the illusion techniques taught by teacher Xiang or those found in his father's scrolls. What was this? The Wounds of War reveals its intricate content, which is none other than the illusion. Through the essence of this illusion, Shinizuke can ascertain that it is indeed the same illusion they encountered initially. To be precise, it cannot merely be classified as an illusion. Its principles bear a striking resemblance to the technique utilized by Orochimaru during the Chunin exams against Sakura and Sasuke. Furthermore, it is executed with far greater sophistication. Compared to this technique, Orochimaru's method appears rather crude. An ominous portent? To master this technique would demand the sacrifice of something most precious? Is it a curse? Yet, why does this illusion lack such a stipulation? As Shinizuke ponders this, he cannot help but look down upon the lifeless figure on the ground. Indeed, it is foreboding. How could such a treasure fall into the hands of such a fool? Nevertheless, it is undoubtedly a fleeting possession. Contemplating this, Shinozuke feels a twinge of apprehension. If he were to grasp the illusion inscribed on the scroll, he would indeed find himself in a precarious situation. However, dismissing his concerns, he resolves to master this technique, the wounds of war, while he has the opportunity. Just as he immerses himself in the depths of learning the illusion, an event occurs that will haunt him for a lifetime. The incompetent fool finds himself beset by misfortune. Recently, he has encountered a string of failures. Just last month, his superior disbanded his squad, his finest gathering. Despite the squad leader's disdain for him, the higher-ups did not even inquire before making such a decision. What nonsense is this? Moreover, on this mission, he is assigned a mere novice to oversee him. What sense does that make? Surely, anyone else would be more competent. Deis-han, Ikeda, and Gudo, are they not seasoned warriors of great renown? At the very least, Hakatani, Daishion, or Satom would suffice. Yet, all of this has been ruined by that band of insolent brats. By what right do they dismantle his cherished ninja team? How can one so young ascend to the rank of Jonin? A certain pig, is he mad? The fool clenches his teeth in silent rage, vowing to ensure that Shinozuke and his companions pay dearly. Now, an opportunity presents itself. How dare he read a book amidst such chaos and conflict? His doom is at hand. Suddenly, he leaps from the ground, charging towards Shinozuke with lethal intent. Caught off guard by the unexpected assailant, Shinozuke is unprepared, and the numbness in his left leg still lingers, having miscalculated his first attempt at the technique. He is unable to execute a spinning attack, and, fearing damage to the scroll, finds himself in a rather precarious predicament. His actual skill level is already modest, while the fool's close combat prowess far exceeds his own. Thus, Shinozuke finds himself on the brink of disaster. Die! The sound of a kunai-piercing flesh resonates, and it is none other than Guko. In that moment, time seems to freeze. Everyone stands aghast, including the fleeing IWA ninja. They never anticipated that amidst such turmoil, there could be any merit in slaying an enemy rather than fleeing. The one who commits this audacious act is none other than their usually esteemed captain. Suddenly, Shinozuke emits a howl akin to that of a wolf. Astonishingly, he unleashes the iron sand palm, a technique he had never mastered in his past life. The fool's head crumbles under the force of the blow, ending his final mission in this world. Yet, no one can restore Guko's life. Her chest had been pierced by the rice bucket, and now she lay quietly in Shino's embrace. Regret, remorse, sorrow, and confusion could not encapsulate the tumultuous emotions coursing through Shino at that moment. He had never imagined that Guzi would depart from him in such a manner, forever lost to him. Yet, Shino was never prepared for the prospect of losing her, not even once. What does it feel like when the last tremor of your heart leaves you? When you are still an immature child, everyone around you fails to capture your attention. Yet she quietly nestled in that corner, silently and gently, made her way into your heart. It suddenly made you feel like a man. Such a sensation had never been experienced before. In her presence, you were perpetually clumsy, awkward, like a fledgling chick attempting to shake off its underdeveloped feathers. All for that delicate, slightly rosy, and shy smile adorning her face. In that instant, it felt as though the entire world existed solely for that moment. Dizzy, with a hint of fever on his face, his heart felt empty, yearning to contain the entire universe. His thoughts were consumed by her sweet smile. He wished to vanish, yet his feet were rooted, silently pleading with her to prolong that smile. As if the next moment would never come, that pig broke the record today. A whole bottle of liquor. Guzi slowly grew cold in Shino's arms, much like his own heart. Shino, did you ever love me? Do not speak, Guzi. I want you to live. I want you to survive. Did you ever love me? Others were indifferent. Everyone quietly surrounding Guzi and Shino, hoping to bid farewell to this lovely girl in their own way. Answer her, Shino. Otherwise, she will leave with a troubled heart, said Yuan-sen softly, her gentle voice akin to fearing the awakening of a child on the verge of slumber. I like you. Guzi, please don't leave me. Shino cried out in heart-wrenching despair. I cannot bear to part with you. Guzi smiled gently, as if summoning her last vestiges of strength to do so, her smile reminiscent of that field blooming with silver star flowers on that drizzly morning. The girl clad in a large raincoat, holding the whip as if grasping a cat's tail. Her coral face remained like cherry blossoms, never to fade. Do not weep. The sky has cleared, sunlight shining upon the face of this unfortunate girl, She continued to smile with such tranquility. She departed forever in the arms of her beloved boy, slipping away quietly. Do not cry, right? Suddenly, Shino felt as though the shackles in his mind had shattered. Not far away, the escaping rock ninja sensed a pair of eyes, crimson as blood, fixated upon him, even though they did not turn to see that gaze. The air was thick with a suffocating atmosphere. Not good. Everyone, gather around me. Do as I say, Mamie suddenly exclaimed, as if something dreadful was about to transpire. The crowd, tinged with fear, complied. The twilight of doom echoed with a voice reminiscent of the death god summoning from hell. And all the surviving rock ninjas suddenly felt the sun in the sky was immense and scorching. Like an inconsequential blade of wild grass, he withered swiftly, turning to ash in the blink of an eye. By the time Tsunade arrived, she found nothing but crumbled rocks, a multitude of lifeless bodies, and a group of unconscious leaf ninjas, alongside a solitary boy standing still, his eyes resembling pools of blood. Haichi had never encountered such an aberrant psychological landscape. A colossal city, too, to be precise, divided into an upright city and an inverted city. Towering skyscrapers loomed everywhere. The vibrant neon lights of the front city attested to the fact that it was indeed night, or perhaps merely a gloomy day as dark as the night itself. Leaving Haichi uncertain, blood-like rain fell from the sky, blanketing the entire city in an eerie silence, devoid of vitality save for the buildings themselves. In stark contrast, the inverted city was teeming with pedestrians, faceless yet seemingly joyful. Despite the overcast sky, sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the faces and bodies of the people with brilliant radiance. The streets were also filled with peculiar moving metal boxes, some of which traversed along tracks. Each box could release individuals, whom Haichi could only assume were human. Above, whimsical cartoon pigs floated through the air, evoking a sense of childlike wonder rather than astonishment. In the park, children played amidst lush green grass, vibrant flower beds, and a crystal-clear fountain, painting a picture of idyllic beauty. However, Haichi was not there to admire the scenery. He was in search of the masters of these two worlds. Despite the city's astonishing size, it was not the crux of the matter. He knew precisely what to seek. For this was not his first foray into the depths of another's psyche. But where could it be? A sense of urgency began to gnaw at him. Yet he could not afford to be careless, even if others seemed to navigate the inner realms of others with ease. He understood all too well the peril that loomed for both himself and the subject. A single misstep could lead to irreparable regret. Thus, he meticulously searched, inch by inch. A breakthrough. Just as Haichi was on the verge of surrendering his psychological exploration, he stumbled upon a scene strikingly different from all he had encountered thus far, a vast field adorned with wildflowers, at the center of which lay a clearing surrounded by stone pillars. Delicate rain fell gently from the sky, with the sun's rays managing to pierce the clouds, casting a warm glow upon the clearing. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the wildflowers to sway lightly, and the air was infused with a refreshing, sweet fragrance, rendering the scene utterly enchanting. As Haichi approached slowly, he noticed a girl lying in the center of the clearing, seemingly asleep. Her emerald green hair danced softly in the wind, and a serene smile graced her delicate pink face, embodying the most exquisite beauty in the world. Yet, he was abruptly struck by the realization that something appeared to have pierced the left side of her chest. A vivid drop of blood trickled down, stirring the softest corner of Hai Yi's heart. He realized, quite inadvertently, that he had trespassed into the most sacred sanctuary of a man's soul. After all, he too had once been young, possessing his own sacred place. Thus, he gently turned to depart, as if every blade of grass beneath his feet held more significance than his very life, departing softly. Suddenly, he became aware of a pair of eyes fixed upon him, eyes resembling blood, brimming with fury, sorrow, despair, and tenderness. He had previously clashed with Uchiha Fukyu. Yet even Fukyu's Sharingan had never evoked such a profound feeling. Hai emerged, compelled by an unseen force. He was drenched in sweat, his face as pale as parchment, akin to one recovering from a grave illness. Glancing at the boy lying across from him, he recalled those terrifying eyes. Before such eyes, he felt as fragile as an infant. Had he not retreated swiftly, he might never have returned. Nevertheless, being an open-minded individual, he bore no resentment, despite the near loss of his life. Indeed, what an extraordinary junior. Hai murmured. Given the current circumstances, it seemed he no longer required psychological therapy. Thus, he exited the medical room. How is my disciple? As Hai stepped out, he was encircled by the anxious faces of Xiang and others who had been waiting outside. Observing Xiang's worried expression, Hai let out a long breath. Your disciple is unharmed. However, Xiang, you have truly acquired a remarkable apprentice. Upon hearing this, Xiang felt a weight lift from his heart. He took great pride in this disciple. Although their time together had been brief, he felt an inexplicable connection, akin to a fatherless man embracing a son. While his own daughter was exceptional, Xiang understood that despite inheriting his talents, she lacked his unwavering dedication to protecting the village. This realization destined her to struggle to match or surpass his own accomplishments. Therefore, he placed all his hopes in this disciple. This disciple did not disappoint. His small team achieved a remarkable victory, defeating 24 IWA ninjas with a mere 6 chunin, losing only 2 in the process. A truly commendable feat. Moreover, the corpses of the IWA ninjas returned bore grotesque visages, resembling desiccated mummies. As Xiang knew, apart from his own technique, the Doomsday Twilight, no other jutsu could yield such results. Xiang was acutely aware of the intricacies of his ultimate technique, although he had not gained fame through it. This technique was the culmination of nearly a decade of effort, blending the essence of all his illusions, and had only recently reached perfection over the past year. Despite his youth and the potential for further growth, Xiang understood that surpassing this technique was unlikely. Originally, he had not intended to teach it to Shinji immediately, considering Shinji's youth and the brevity of their formal learning time together. However, he truly found himself at a loss for further techniques to impart. Within a mere half-year, Shinosuke had nearly exhausted all of Yuyo's skills. If he did not present something of substance soon, he feared his position as a mentor would be rendered untenable, much like a child in such a predicament. Furthermore, he held no belief that Shinosuke could master the technique instantly. Instead, he merely wished to challenge him, allowing him to encounter a few setbacks. He was not concerned about Shinosuke's recklessness, for over the past 6 months, he had discovered that the boy was remarkably poised, far beyond his years. For this reason, Yuyo, a person of great composure, had even boasted to his friend, Orange Water, about how well he had trained his pupil, Kojiro. To his astonishment, Shinosuke executed the technique with such finesse. Although there were some imperfections in his control, it could be said that he had successfully transformed the technique into his signature move. This incident had subtly conveyed dissatisfaction from the head of the Onma family. But it was rumored that the Onma girl had unexpectedly benefited from the misfortune, significantly enhancing her illusionary skills. Consequently, the matter was not further pursued. Otherwise, he would have faced difficulties compensating the Onma family. Deep down, Yuyo was indifferent to taking the blame for his disciple. However, he could not fully blame Shinosuke for his recklessness, as it was said that the only female ninja who had perished on their side was Shinosuke's girlfriend, which had prompted him to rashly unleash the illusion. Should he console him or reprimand him? Yuyo pondered, contemplating that it would be best to assess the situation first. With that in mind, he gratefully addressed Kaichi, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." "Not at all. This is not my merit, but rather the result of Shinosuke's own diligence," Kaichi replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Oh, it seems that Yamamoto is not in good spirits. It appears that he has been outwitted by Shinosuke." At that moment, a slightly hoarse voice interjected, revealing the arrival of Orochimaru. Should this have been anyone else, even if they were not angered, they would not have displayed a pleasant countenance. Yet, Kaichi was unfazed, laughing. "Indeed, Lord Orochimaru speaks the truth. I nearly did not return." He wiped his face, chuckling. "Humph, for Yamamoto to utter such words. This child's talent is indeed enviable." Yuyo furrowed his brow. He was not inclined to engage in any conflict with Orochimaru at this juncture. "Oh, Orochimaru, have you come to pay a visit as well?" Orochimaru was unconcerned with Yuyo's demeanor, stating, "That little one from Orange Water is also considered half my disciple, so I thought to check on him. Moreover, let us not forget, he is not only your apprentice, but also my subordinate." With this, Yuyo recognized his own flawed attitude, and thus he shifted the conversation, asking, "When shall we be able to see him?" Well, he should awaken shortly," Kaichi replied. Just then, a medical ninja emerged from the operating room, announcing, "The patient has awakened. You may enter, gentlemen. However, please keep your visit brief." Upon hearing this, Yuyo immediately responded, "Ah, thank you. We shall do as you say." The two then bowed in gratitude and proceeded into the hospital room. It seemed there was nothing more for him to do here, Kaichi thought as he exited the hospital. At long last, they emerged, albeit rather slowly. A languid man remarked, "Well, while waiting for others, one must have rice balls. However, grilled meat would be far superior." Another portly fellow, indulging in a rice ball, chimed in. It was none other than Kaichi's teammate and close confidant, Akadu Dingzwa, alongside Narashikaku. "Hey, Kaichi, you seem off color. Is something troubling you?" Kaichi gazed at his friend, feeling a warm fondness for Shikaku's perceptiveness. "Ha ha ha, what are you saying? We are merely concerned for your well-being. But truly, are you all right?" Dingzwa, the rotund one, laughed heartily. Kaichi draped his arms over their shoulders and said, "Of course, I'm fine. Just feeling a tad fatigued. No need for concern. By the way, it has been ages since we shared a proper meal together. How about we indulge in some grilled meat? My treat." "Oh, ha ha." As expected of Kaichi. "Such generosity. I will accompany you any time," Dingzwa exclaimed. "Ah, another meal, how troublesome. Do you still have funds to send home this month? I heard your wife is planning to open a flower shop." "Ha ha, let us not dwell on that. We are amidst a war. She can wait until the fighting is over," Kaichi retorted. "By the way, Dingzwa, didn't you recently start dating someone? When shall we meet her?" "Oh, don't mention women. The most pressing matter now is to eat." And thus, the trio ambled off, shoulders linked. Perhaps, to them, war was merely a cycle of fighting and pausing, nothing particularly extraordinary, much like their childhood days. The only distinction was that, in their youth, they awaited the return of adults from battle, while now, it was their families who awaited their return from the fray. Shinsuke sat quietly on his bed, enveloped in silence. The setting sun observed this scene without uttering a word. Remarkably, Orochimaru also sat quietly nearby, maintaining his serpentine demeanor, yet his expression bore a hint of amusement. The table before the bed creaked gently. This was a single room, devoid of others. This was not favoritism on the part of the setting sun. For Shinsuke's small team had returned with crucial intelligence. Moreover, judging by Shinsuke's demeanor, their matters were far from simple, justifying his presence. Yet, no one paid heed to it. Shinsuke remained taciturn. The setting sun and Orochimaru, both patient individuals, kept their silence alongside Shinsuke. "Teacher, do you think I am utterly useless?" Shinsuke suddenly inquired. The setting sun remained unfazed. "What do you mean by that? I caused the death of Kazu." The setting sun abruptly interrupted him. "In war, who does not perish? Foolish child, are we not here to spare more lives from the flames of conflict?" "Yes, but Kazu, the ninja whose body was returned to Konoha? However, to die in the embrace of one's beloved, she was indeed fortunate," Orochimaru remarked slyly. One might think Kazu was his wife who eloped with Shinsuke and was slain. Shinsuke had never found Orochimaru so loathsome before. "Silence. If you do not cease, I shall personally ensure you do. Yamada Shinsuke, please be mindful of whom you are addressing." The setting sun admonished loudly. Orochimaru, unfazed, continued in his sinister tone, "How bothersome. Humph, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and strode toward the door. As he approached the door, he suddenly exclaimed in a tone he believed to be cheerful, "By the way, did you know? A headless ninja among the rock shinobi transported here has made a rather intriguing discovery." Shinozuke, filled with a desire to eliminate him at once, was swiftly restrained by Asahi, who urged, "You should tone it down a bit." Yet Orochimaru remained unfazed. He ostentatiously produced a photograph and placed it before Shinozuke, gazing fearlessly into his blood-red eyes. In a raspy voice, he sinisterly remarked, "It turns out he has a wife and 5 children to support." Ha ha. The nighttime scenery of Konoha was rather pleasant. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a different perspective. Reports from the Western Front brought him mixed feelings. A large contingent of rock shinobi had appeared within the Land of Wind. Yet, according to the intelligence returned by the reconnaissance team, the rock shinobi seemed unconcerned about being discovered and were solely intent on extracting Konoha's genjutsu techniques from them. Sarutobi pulled out his pipe, contemplating whether to light it, but hesitated. What did the rock shinobi mean by this? Were they not afraid of their information reaching Konoha? Quite intriguing. It seemed he had an additional adversary to contend with. But who should he appoint as commander? Sarutobi stood by the window, gazing thoughtfully at the moon. At that moment, a commotion arose outside. "What is happening?" Sarutobi inquired, but before he could ascertain the situation, a man with a cane entered, followed by a guard who appeared apologetic. It was Danzo. "It is rather late. Is there something you need?" Saratobi asked. Danzo did not respond to the question, but instead lamented about the current youth's growing ignorance of decorum. Saratobi turned to sit in his chair, casting a cold glare at him, waiting for him to get to the point. Apologies for the interruption, Sandame. Saratobi had no time for pleasantries and lit the pipe he had held for so long, exhaling clouds of smoke. As for this former comrade, he harbored no fondness whatsoever. Danzo, undeterred by Saratobi's demeanor, stated, I wish to transfer someone from the Western Front to the Umbu. Who do you have in mind? Saratobi did not take this lightly. He would only consider someone not from the Yamada clan. Indeed, I did not expect you to be so concerned about that young man, Saratobi replied curtly. My time is limited. Danzo massaged his shoulders, still impatient. Sandame, he paused deliberately. Despite being treated this way by the third, he showed no fear. For wherever there was politics, there also existed factions. Saratobi realized he must consider the influences behind him, especially as they were still at war. However, he did not intend to let Saratobi wait indefinitely. He's merely the son of an old acquaintance. Are you referring to Orange Water? Saratobi chuckled. You truly are getting old. We are of the same generation, are we not? I still remember distinctly. Danzo displayed no urgency. Do you remember Yamamoto Masao? Upon hearing that name, a flicker of guilt crossed Saratobi's face, but he quickly regained his composure, suspecting what Danzo was insinuating. Are you speaking of the Umbu who devoted himself to Konoha? He is Yamamoto Takashi's son? Danzo finally cut through the ambiguity. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and elegantly made his way to the door, adding, I hope you will consider the possibility of Orange Water as the fourth Hokage. As he watched Danzo exit the Hokage's office, Saratobi fell into a deeper contemplation. Regarding Danzo, Saratobi could hardly claim to harbor any hatred. Although he had reduced him to a state of disability, this was a necessary measure taken to appease the radical faction that had consistently supported Danzo. While the majority of the moderate faction disapproved of Danzo's extreme methods, they did not entirely endorse Saratobi either. Their priority was to select a third Hokage, not merely a representative of the moderates. Over the course of 20 years, and through his exceptional leadership during the Second Great Ninja War, Saratobi had garnered the overwhelming support and trust of the upper echelons, firmly securing his position as Hokage. However, as time passed, Saratobi increasingly perceived that the ideologies of these so-called elite of Konoha were outdated. Despite the significant changes within the factions of Konoha, most individuals remained fixated on the era of the first and second Hokage, becoming increasingly sluggish in their reactions and self-righteous in their beliefs. This obstinacy rendered the decisions of Konoha's leadership exceedingly rigid and bureaucratic. To put it bluntly, these individuals could no longer foster prosperity for Konoha. Instead, they had become a hindrance, a malignant growth obstructing the village's development, a detrimental factor for Konoha's progress. What Konoha truly required was a cadre filled with vigor and dynamism, rather than a collection of antiquated relics incapable of action. Although Saratobi himself was only 54 years of age, an age that would typically be considered most suitable for the role of Hokage, he still possessed ample energy and a wealth of experience. Not yet at the point of mandatory retirement. The reason he had hinted at the selection of a fourth Hokage was precisely to address this issue of enhancing the efficiency of the decision-making body. Thus, during the latter part of the Second Great Ninja War and into the third Hokage had boldly appointed and reinstated newcomers, paving the way for the early Sannin and the current 8 colors. The contributions of the third Hokage were undeniably significant. Reflecting on this, a faint smile emerged on Saratobi's face. Although Konoha's leadership faced numerous challenges, these had developed over decades, so Saratobi was not in a rush to resolve them. Additionally, there had been encouraging news from the front lines recently. The achievements along the northern front had been commendable, particularly the outstanding performance of a young man named Minato Namikaze, who exhibited the potential to surpass Jiraiya. Just a few days prior, Saratobi had formally nominated him for the position of commander, which, despite the Elder Council's reluctant approval, ultimately passed. Furthermore, the team that had returned with crucial intelligence from the Rock Ninja had indeed surprised many. Aside from the 2 who had returned to report, 6 teenagers had nearly annihilated 24 elite Rock Ninja, a truly remarkable feat. Notably, the child from the Yamada family had caught Saratobi's attention. He had received a detailed report from the Setting Sun's Gate regarding this child's tactical innovations. Saratobi had reviewed the tactics proposed by the child and found them to be quite commendable, albeit with minor flaws that were negligible. Moreover, the report from the setting sun had lavished praise upon his disciple, showing no inclination to avoid favoritism. To understand the character of Sarutobi, one must recognize his strict demeanor towards both others and himself. His attitude towards his daughter reveals that he did not keep her close, instead allowing her to be assigned like any other newcomer in the village. Yet, he subtly hinted to his subordinates to place her in the team of his youngest son, aware that the usual distribution process for a summa would not be followed. Despite his repeated admonitions against such actions, he decided it was better to transform a potentially negative situation into a positive one by ensuring that the descendant of the man who dedicated everything to Konoha was well taken care of. The fact that such a rigorously self-disciplined man could speak so highly of someone indicates that the child must possess exceptional qualities. At that moment, Sarutobi recalled the recent evaluations for the promotion of Jonin. Perhaps it would be prudent to promote him to Jonin first. With this thought, he began reviewing the documents he had intended to take home. Meanwhile, Danzo's mood was less than favorable. He was often more acutely aware of the issues within Konoha's upper echelons than even the third Hokage. As Sarutobi's longtime rival, he understood the third's thoughts quite well. Yet what could he do? Those elderly figures still held sway over Konoha's power, regardless of whether it was Danzo or the lofty Sarutobi. Both depended on the support of these elder statesmen. Regarding Minato Namikaze, Danzo recognized that turning him into an ally was unlikely, yet there was no need to unnecessarily offend the young man who had risen from the battlefield, especially since he posed no threat to Danzo himself. Thus, he voted in favor. As for the legendary Sannin, he harbored no fondness for any of them. Tsunade was beyond his reach, while he held no respect for Jiraiya. However, he considered it prudent to share some of Orochimaru's situation with the Sand Village, believing that someone would eventually deal with him. Today, he merely sought to gauge Sarutobi's attitude towards the fourth Hokage, with Yamamoto being merely a pretext. Of course, he had not played a commendable role in the matter concerning Yamamoto's father, but he did not concern himself with that. As for Shino, he trusted that, given his brotherhood with Yamada Tadao, he would make the right choice. At present, both Yamamoto and Shino were merely children, hardly worthy of mention. Regarding the proposal for Orange Water to assume the role of Hokage, it was a decision he had already discussed with the faction's leaders. He had no desire to step into the limelight just yet. Although the third had proposed retirement, Danzo was reluctant to enter a contest with Sarutobi at this juncture. He was keenly aware of the temperament of this esteemed ninja. Had he not anticipated the strength of the forces backing him, he would not have enjoyed such a carefree existence. To engage in a direct confrontation could provoke Sarutobi's wrath, potentially leading to his own demise, at which point everything would be irretrievably lost. However, Danzo felt no urgency, as he had learned through clandestine channels that an individual with exceptional chakra quality could live longer than the average person. To this end, he secretly examined his own physique. Despite having been disabled for many years, his physical metrics were still comparable to those of a 30-year-old ninja. In contrast, Sarutobi's physical attributes resembled those of someone much older. Thus, he possessed ample time to await the gradual demise of all obstacles before pursuing his dream of becoming Hokage. Moreover, he could employ certain methods to expedite this process. For the insincere Sarutobi Hizashi, the concept of decorum was absent from his lexicon. He believed that when one is reduced to the lowest state, they become invincible. Today marked the day that Wu would depart. Shino had never anticipated that he would join the Umbu, and not even the Umbu adorned with animal masks. Observing the two expressionless ninjas, Shino comprehended where Wu was headed. Yet what could he do? He was merely a lowly jonin. Indeed, a week after his discharge from the hospital, he had successfully ascended to the rank of a jonin, lauded as an elite in the ninja world. However, this did not imply that he could instigate any change. Following a series of events, he appeared to have gained a certain clarity. He quietly bid farewell to Wu with heartfelt blessings, not expressing any extraordinary emotions. After the mission in the vast desert concluded, Shino's small team seemed to revert to a life of simple training. Yet, none had realized how alluring the pursuit of training could be. Each teammate was engrossed in their own practice, which seemed only tangentially related to Shino. He sat quietly to the side, observing his comrades diligently honing their skills. It was not that Shino was being lazy, rather, his peers had urged him to do so. The harsh realities had indeed jolted these naive youths. Although they had all been elevated to jonin thanks to this mission, as Yueying Sensei had articulated, Their abilities, while reaching the Jonin level, still lacked the necessary experience. They were the type capable of defeating renowned Jonin, yet could be vanquished by newly promoted Chunin. Everyone felt acutely aware of their inadequacies and thus trained vigorously. Haru, possessing the Byakugan, was immune to genjutsu and sustained minimal injuries. He was discharged from the hospital after just one day. Following this, he plunged into frenzied training, reportedly enduring a full day without food or rest, dedicating 20 hours to his practice. Whether all efforts should be so rigorously intense remained unclear to Shino. Yet he understood that he could not allow Haru to continue pushing himself to such extremes. Therefore, he merely suggested to Haru that the Hyuga clan's taijutsu was not solely about raw physical strength, but rather about leveraging their unique bloodline to strike at the enemy's internal vulnerabilities. He encouraged him to shift his focus from merely increasing the intensity and duration of his training to enhancing the potency of his taijutsu. Upon heeding Shino's advice, Haru altered his training regimen, resulting in improvements not only in his taijutsu, but also in the abilities of his Byakugan. This revelation astonished all who learned of it. Consequently, after all the teammates were discharged, Shino became their temporary taijutsu instructor. Shiro was the first to approach him, acutely aware of his own shortcomings and strength. Yet, he was uncertain how to bolster his capabilities, especially with his mentor, Midori, absent. Thus, he sought Shino's assistance. Zin's generosity was evident as he not only imparted to him a comprehensive set of Shaolin long fist techniques, but also bestowed upon him a high-level earth release scroll. Initially, Sir Lang was reluctant to accept this scroll without reason, but upon learning of its origin, he no longer hesitated. After meticulously studying the ninjutsu inscribed within the scroll, he informed Zinses that while he had mastered most of the techniques, the scroll's true value lay not in the ninjutsu itself, but in the systematic theory of earth release, which significantly enhanced his abilities in this domain. Moreover, Zinses, utilizing his foresight, devised developmental pathways for each team member, starting with Sir Lang. Although his earth release skills were commendable, his chakra volume was substantial yet lacked the necessary quality, which would inevitably hinder his ninjutsu progression. Lacking alternative strategies, Zinses advised Sir Lang to bolster his physical training, hoping to compensate for the quality deficit with quantity. For an earth release ninja, enhancing physical prowess was essential for maximizing strength and defense. Furthermore, as they might eventually lead their own teams, relying solely on ninjutsu would be insufficient, especially considering the formidable prowess of Sir Lang's summoning beasts, which he could not afford to neglect. Thus, Zinses proposed a developmental focus for Sir Lang: 40% physical training, 30% earth release, and 30% summoning techniques. This approach aimed to enhance both the quality and quantity of his chakra through physical training, strengthen his mental fortitude to bolster genjutsu resistance, and mitigate shortcomings in ranged capabilities through earth release practice, and elevate his progress through summoning beasts. Consequently, Sir Lang fully embraced Zinses' guidance and, in due course, evolved into a highly skilled melee ninja proficient in both earth release and summoning techniques. As for Jin-san, he had little to add. The prior counsel from Zinses had already proven immensely beneficial, leading him to refrain from soliciting further advice. Instead, apart from occasionally practicing the art of throwing ninja tools with Kojuro, he devoted all his remaining energy to mastering physical techniques and the utilization of his Byakugan. Zinses offered no objections, well aware that Jin-san was on the right path. Mami, too, found herself with limited choices. The bloodline of the Arima clan destined her as a genjutsu-type ninja. Zinses merely shared some insights on genjutsu with her. However, Yukiko was resolute in her decision to pursue the path of a ninjutsu-type ninja. Despite Zinses' doubts regarding her potential breakthroughs in physical techniques and her lack of proficiency in swordplay, her summoning beast also dictated that she need not place great emphasis on close-quarters combat. Yet, she ingeniously crafted a 3-foot-long rod to enhance her melee capabilities. Observing her spirited and increasingly methodical use of this unconventional weapon, Zinses resigned himself to her determination. Lastly, there was Kojiro, whose skills in throwing ninja tools had markedly improved, and his water release techniques had become sufficiently robust, especially with the aid of his summoning beast, the giant serpent. In his own words, he lamented that his hands had no time for physical training outside of forming hand seals and throwing ninja tools. Yet, he was reluctant to forfeit his close combat proficiency. To this, Zensis offered a simple yet effective suggestion. Since his hands were occupied, he could utilize his feet, thereby not compromising his ninjutsu or the art of throwing ninja tools. In response to this suggestion, Kojiro accepted it with delight. Shino, of course, had his own plans as well. The illusion techniques taught by teacher Siyu and those inherited from his father were already sufficient. The illusion scroll obtained from the Earth Ninja contained various peculiar methods of illusion release and unique seals, in addition to mental cultivation techniques. Although it did not significantly advance Shino's illusionary skills, it greatly enriched his repertoire of illusion techniques. Even Siyu praised this scroll, and to Shino's surprise, he discovered the method for crafting mental pills within it, which Siyu deemed fortunate for him. However, Shino felt no joy in this, as all of it had come at the cost of Guzi's life. Nevertheless, he gradually found solace in his memories of Guzi. At this juncture, it is pertinent to mention Orochimaru. Shino had not anticipated that he would awaken him in such a manner, and he unexpectedly acquired a pair of eyes as red as blood. Neither the Uchiha, skilled in ocular techniques, nor Tsunade, a master of medical arts, could provide a definitive answer, yet they were certain it was not the Sharingan. Whether it was a bloodline limit remained uncertain, as the Yamada family had never encountered such a phenomenon. Shino harbored no further thoughts on the matter, despite these eyes being more effective than before, enhancing his sensitivity to illusions, conserving mental energy, and reflecting illusions. He remained pragmatic. He exchanged his scroll's mental cultivation method for the Uchiha's unique ocular training technique, though it was not the training for the Sharingan. Thus, he had no immediate need to learn additional illusions. Regular practice would suffice. With the Iron Sand Palm as a formidable technique, his taijutsu was also adequate for the time being. Regarding ninjutsu, Shino had gained insight into its significance from his mission in the desert, making it difficult to abandon, to which a certain pig remarked, "A bit greedy, aren't we?" However, given the limitations of human energy, Shino discovered that the Earth Ninja Scroll contained methods for enhancing ninjutsu through illusion techniques. Consequently, he resolved to devote himself to mastering lightning release. After all, his innate attributes leaned heavily toward lightning, and he lacked offensive means. The formidable power of lightning release was evidently more practical than the supportive nature of wind release. Therefore, he decided to focus solely on attribute changes in wind release without learning any new techniques, while striving to master lightning release as extensively as possible to ensure he would never be at a loss in any situation. As mid-November arrived, despite the progress made since his discharge, the others had advanced considerably, albeit without any original techniques of their own. They had begun to develop their unique characteristics subtly. However, since the onset of November, the progress of the original trio had slowed drastically. It seemed everyone had encountered a bottleneck in their training. Although there were no objections to this sentiment, Shino believed his plans were sound, prompting him to consult teacher Siyu. Siyu's response was not particularly remarkable. Despite Shino and his companions' exceptional talents, they were still young, and the peak growth period for ninjas typically lay between the ages of 15 and 25. He assured Shino that as they matured, their progress would gradually accelerate. Upon receiving such news, the individuals exhibited little in the way of extraordinary concern, as they all understood that this was an inevitable process. Recently, the front lines remained unusually tranquil, suggesting that the Wind Shinobi were unlikely to undertake any significant operations before the year's end. As for Konoha's skepticism towards the Earth Shinobi, it appeared that the latter had not made any statements in response, rendering Konoha's inquiries seemingly futile. This led to the desert expedition of Shino and his companions appearing almost farcical. Yet, the situation garnered little interest. Everyone calmly began preparing for the new year. However, Shino's anxiety grew increasingly palpable. His apprehension stemmed not from trivial matters, but from the impending passage of Konoha's 46th year, with the dreaded battle of Kikyo Mountain Castle showing no signs of occurring. Though Shino did not believe that his minor influence could alter the course of the entire conflict, he pondered the implications if the Wind Shinobi were not decisively defeated. He envisioned a scenario where, if Naruto had been born amidst the battles of Minato, he would have never encountered Kushina, leading to unpredictable changes in the future. Events like the Nine Tails incident and the Uchiha clan massacre remained uncertain in their timing and occurrence. While Shino was not fearful of the unknown dangers, the potential alteration of the narrative meant he would lose his prescient awareness of the storyline, rendering him as unprepared for the future as everyone else. Despite his current indifference to mortality, he was reluctant to become a fleeting star like Uchiha Shisui. Speaking of Uchiha Shisui, he was currently in the spotlight, hailed as the foremost of the Uchiha youth and a prodigious talent among Konoha's new generation. Remarkably, he did not exhibit the arrogance typically associated with genius. Rather, he was remarkably approachable, garnering a considerable following among the younger crowd. Shisui's profound love for his village was well known. In this context, Shino, who also bore the title of genius, quickly befriended Shisui, who was merely 3 months his senior. As many remarked, Shisui was a warm and welcoming individual, displaying enthusiasm towards those around him. Shino exchanged his technique training methods with him, and Shisui exuded an open-minded demeanor, brimming with confidence about his future. He often engaged Shino in discussions about dreams, life, and the nuances of ninjutsu. The two swiftly became close friends, and through Shisui's attitude towards his clan and village, Shino understood that Shisui was a staunch supporter of the Hokage, dismissing any notions of clan superiority over Konoha. This realization prompted Shino to silently lament Shisui's potentially tragic fate. It was precisely this unwavering loyalty that led to Shisui's abandonment by his clan during the Uchiha uprising, and it profoundly influenced Itachi Uchiha, who ultimately took a path in opposition to his entire family. One could argue that Shisui was the catalyst for Sasuke Uchiha's unfortunate destiny. However, regarding the self-important fool that was Sasuke, Shino felt no fondness whatsoever. First manipulated by his brother and later exploited by Orochimaru, he eventually uncovered the grim truths of his clan only to be ensnared by Obito's machinations. As he grew, Sasuke became increasingly cold-hearted, showing no concern for anything beyond the remnants of his family. Moreover, it is only upon realizing the profound loss of those who genuinely care for oneself, with no expectation of reciprocation, that one may come to lament their past indifference and neglect to ponder the underlying reasons. Although his transformation can be attributed to a myriad of factors, he has never contemplated the cause, nor does he grasp how to effect change through personal endeavor. Instead, choosing to dwell solely within his own realm, a disposition reminiscent of a certain porcine figure. Such individuals often meet a fate wherein they are exploited for their worth and subsequently discarded like a mere dog. It is believed that aside from Sakura and Naruto, no one would shed a single tear for his demise. However, this bears no relevance to Shino, who is solely preoccupied with the impending, wretched conflict. In this context, Shino welcomed a new companion. I am Uchiha Suifong, a jonin, age 12, soon to be 13 in 2 months. I excel in ocular techniques and fire release, and my physical prowess is satisfactory. I look forward to your guidance. Although he had heard of a new ally from the Uchiha clan, he had presumed it would be Shisui, as the number of jonin from the Uchiha clan participating in battles is rather limited, unlike the Karasuma clan, where nearly all jonin are engaged. Throughout both his previous life and the present, he had never encountered a young jonin of such youth. While it is not uncommon for Uchiha members to ascend to the rank of jonin, a 12-year-old jonin is a rarity even across the entire shinobi world. Furthermore, it was never mentioned in his previous life. Thus, Shino felt a sense of curiosity. Evidently, his new companions were equally intrigued by the boy wearing sunglasses. It must be said that Shino now possesses a striking demeanor, adorned in well-fitted yellow attire complemented by a standard Konoha jonin vest and sporting round-lensed sunglasses, exuding an air of vitality and charm. Just as their gazes met, Shino suddenly sensed a wave of hostility in the air. He witnessed Yukiko and Mami abruptly jostling him aside, introducing themselves with enthusiasm. I am Yukiko, this is Mami. Please take care of us. Observing the three of them animatedly conversing like long-lost friends, complimenting each other's vibrant hair colors and flawless skin, and inquiring about the brands of their shampoos, Shino was somewhat taken aback. Who would have thought his new teammates would be so well-liked? He murmured to himself. At that moment, all three flashed smiles at him, with Suifong offering a sweet grin. Out of courtesy, he returned the gesture, though the other two girl smiles were so intense they seemed as if they might devour him whole. Internally, Shino pondered how he had offended them, utterly perplexed. Could it be that he had suddenly conceived a potential explanation? He stood there in bewilderment. Just then, Kojiro approached, patting his shoulder, saying, "Brother, take care. Remember, what goes around comes around." Observing the trio of girls engrossed in their playful banter, Shino felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Who had he wronged? Oh, wasn't he there another person? Where's that individual? He is already asleep, someone remarked. Shino broke into a cold sweat. The individual on the ground certainly seemed to have collapsed in a rather undignified manner, with drool nearly rivaling Kojiro's water release technique. Hey, wake up. Hey. Finally, the person was roused. They surveyed their surroundings, wiped their mouth, and with a formal smile, said, "My sincerest apologies for the disturbance. My name is Jiyuki, a jonin at the tender age of 14, and a disciple of the late ninja, Shigeki Hitaki. I am adept in genjutsu, wind release, wind chakra transformation, and water chakra transformation, and I have also dabbled in illusion techniques. How rude of me. To claim that my illusions can stand alongside the esteemed experts in our midst is indeed an honor for one as humble as myself." Observing his genuine smile, Shino and the others hastily returned the courtesy, assuring him that such formality was unnecessary, especially with the impending task ahead. Hee, Shino remarked, yet he truly is quite handsome. As this thought crossed his mind, he glanced at the nearby girls, only to find that they did not display any particular enthusiasm. They merely exchanged simple greetings, and nothing more. Quite unusual. While it was understandable for Sui Feng to be reserved, why were the reactions of the other two girls so lukewarm? When Harumi arrived, they had been exceedingly warm. Regardless, it was a mystery that would remain unsolved for now. Shino shook his head. Individuals of their caliber and connections could not possibly remain unnoticed, yet neither of these two had ever made an appearance in the manga. He would need to inquire with Shui and teacher Yu for clarity. "Shino, is this the last batch?" "Indeed. Finally, it's done. We can return home to celebrate the new year," exclaimed Shino, beaming at his jubilant teammates. It was already December 25th, and they had been traversing the borders of the Land of Fire for a full month and a half, tasked with eradicating bandits and marauders. Shino had managed to uncover the backgrounds of their new teammates. Sui Feng's low profile was not due to any lack of skill, but rather because her mother was not of the Uchiha clan. She hailed from a lesser-known family, the daughter of a clan leader, whose marriage into the Uchiha clan was facilitated by the family's secret ocular techniques. Despite it being a political union, her father treated her mother well. Sui Feng also had an older brother who was 10 years her senior and a member of the Umbu. However, the Uchiha clan evidently did not hold such a family in high regard. Her mother, striving to ensure that her children could hold their heads high among their kin, went to great lengths. Ultimately, in a desperate bid to awaken her children's potential, she tragically used an illusion to orchestrate her own demise at their hands. With her blood-red hair said to be stained by her own blood. As for Yuki, he had never attended a ninja academy. All of his techniques were imparted to him by Kakashi, and his training was conducted in accordance with Kakashi's meticulous plans. However, what seemed a straightforward assignment nearly unraveled due to the peculiarities of his two new teammates, not because of any deficiency in their skills, but rather due to issues that were uncommon among ordinary ninjas. The Taro family had originally been humble herders on the borders of the Land of Wind. Although Taro was somewhat more robust than the average person, he still struggled to survive after the outbreak of war. Yet, they managed to scrape by until the Wind Ninjas, in a fit of madness, expelled them from their oasis. Alongside them were several others from the neighboring oases. The Wind Ninjas had informed them that if they wished to live, they must traverse the border and seek refuge in the Land of Fire. However, he held no belief in their words. For once, in search of his lost sheep, he had inadvertently trespassed upon the borders of the Land of Fire. As a result, he lost the sheep and endured several blows. Nevertheless, a glimmer of hope remained within him. Yet, upon reaching the border, they discovered that the inhabitants of the Land of Fire utterly forbade their passage, citing an ongoing war between the two nations, which prohibited any foreign civilians from crossing. Some refugees attempted to force their way through, only to be met with violence, leading to the slaughter of all those who caused a commotion. As Taro and his companions sought to return to their original oasis, later refugees informed them that those oases had been reduced to ashes by the Shinobi of the Wind. This revelation plunged Taro and his companions into utter despair. Retreat was no longer an option, and advancing was obstructed by the Shinobi of the Land of Fire. Thus, when all had consumed their remaining provisions, a frenzied scramble for food erupted among the refugees, spreading like a plague. Due to Taro's stature, he was able to secure some morsels. However, as food dwindled, the meager rations he acquired became increasingly insufficient. One day, just as he prepared to savor the scant food he had managed to seize, a diminutive man suddenly appeared before him, brandishing a gleaming steel knife. Thus, Taro recoiled. Yet the man was relentless, intent on taking his life. This left Taro bewildered. He had no food left. At that moment, he recalled witnessing a man, driven by hunger, resorting to the unthinkable act of killing his own wife for sustenance. Suddenly, he comprehended the man's desperate mindset. Consequently, he fought fiercely to subdue the man but did not consume him. However, in the ensuing days, as Taro could procure no food whatsoever, he ultimately took action. Thus, he successfully transitioned from a mere refugee to a bandit. After devouring all those who could be preyed upon, he led a group of over 20 individuals. Seizing the opportunity while the shinobi of the Land of Fire were preoccupied with guarding against the Sand Shinobi to breach the borders of the Land of Fire. At this juncture, he felt no guilt regarding the lives he had taken. After all, he had already feasted. He found great enjoyment in this life of unearned gains. Feeling that returning to his previous existence would be untenable, a settlement resembling a sheep pen emerged before him. The site was, however, quite advantageous. Perched atop a rocky hill in an open area, making it easily defensible, Shinzo gazed at the pile of stones that Yozen claimed was no more than 20 meters high, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he acknowledged Yozen's assertion regarding its defensibility. Constructing in such a location indeed posed significant challenges. After some contemplation, Shinzo inquired, "Can you discern how many of them there are?" Yozen estimated approximately 200. 200. To prevent them from continuing their oppression of the populace, total annihilation was imperative. That seemed quite a task. This band of marauders had nearly ravaged the surrounding villages, and these individuals were no innocents. Each bore the weight of numerous lives on their hands. Yozen's remark stemmed from Shinzo's new companions, who, it was said, had never seen bloodshed, which left Shinzo both amused and exasperated. In the realm of ninjas, the existence of a jonin who has never taken a life is indeed a ludicrous notion. Yet, within his team, there are two such individuals. Nevertheless, one cannot abandon their mission, Nushosu pondered. What alternatives are there? Poisoning is out of the question. At this moment, a sudden inspiration struck him, genjutsu. Any other suggestions? A splendid idea. Let us act at midnight. We shall disperse and attack from all sides. Once my and Mommy's illusion succeeds, we will each fight independently. This is merely a task for incompetent bandits. Complex strategies are unnecessary. Having arranged their tactics, the team scattered, each member proceeding to their designated ambush positions. Just as Nushosuke was about to depart, he noticed Haru-san frowning deeply and remaining still. Is there something amiss, Haru-san? I am concerned about Ryuki-ai and Suifeng. What is there to worry about? Although they have never witnessed bloodshed, we are all aware of their capabilities. What could possibly go wrong? At this point, Haru's furrowed brow relaxed. Perhaps I am being overly cautious. Should we consider adjusting their positions? Very well, you shall handle that. But be careful not to raise their suspicions. Understood. With that, he turned and left. As was customary, the night before a raid for provisions, a grand feast was held. This evening, the revelry seemed particularly wild, perhaps due to the long absence of fresh meat. A few audacious individuals brazenly skewered some captured female slaves over an open flame for a barbecue. To Taro, these women were utterly ungrateful, daring to refuse the drinking requests of the ruffians. Initially, Taro had planned to indulge in these beautiful captives after a hearty meal, but those reckless miscreants had ruined everything. This infuriated Taro immensely. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath upon the troublemakers, Shiroku, displaying remarkable insight, presented him with a slave he had prepared for his own enjoyment. Whether it was the horrifying screams of the women being burned alive or his pent-up rage seeking an outlet, Taro, this beast cloaked in human skin, openly initiated a savage revelry. This act further incited the creatures, who could no longer be considered human. They proceeded to slaughter all remaining captives. Despite Nushosuke and his team having already dispatched numerous foes outside the encampment, the scene was still a gruesome spectacle. Nushosuke's complexion paled as he observed the monstrous beings gnashing their teeth with unbridled fury. Were it not for his restraint in controlling his end-of-days power, fearing for his comrades' safety, he would have relished the opportunity to punish them then and there. Fortunately, the group had prudently incapacitated several girls beforehand. Otherwise, the consequences for them could have been dire. Nevertheless, those who remained were not spared either. Although they too had taken lives, they were ninjas, bound by the unspoken rules of the ninja world. The bandits, however, had no such reservations. Nushosuke glanced at his teammates. Aside from their pale visages, they exhibited no other signs of distress. Yet, each pair of eyes gleamed with rage and revulsion, even Ryukiai, who had never killed before. It appeared that they were indeed not ordinary individuals. Zinzasuke let out a sigh of relief. Although everyone was still quite young, their psychological resilience was commendable. Otherwise, a significant disaster could have ensued. He gazed toward the village, where the revelry persisted, indicating that the ruckus would continue for some time. Even the guards had joined in the festivities, leaving the vast village devoid of even the most basic defenses. It seemed they were courting death, Zinzasuke mused. Thus, he summoned everyone once more and roused the girls from their slumber, declaring, "I now have new, specific demands. Listen closely." At this juncture, Zinzasuke articulated with deliberate precision. "I want them to perish slowly, experiencing the taste of death." The boys readily accepted this seemingly uncharacteristic command for ninjas, while the girls were perplexed. "What is wrong, Zinzasuke? Are you unwell?" Saki inquired, astonished. Mommy, standing nearby, wore a similarly puzzled expression. "I am perfectly fine. Execute the orders." Zinzasuke retorted brusquely, lacking the time to provide explanations. Mommy, though puzzled, restrained her curiosity, adhering to the ninja's discipline. Saki, however, was not satisfied and turned to Haru, asking, "Hey, Haru, is Zinzasuke really okay?" Haru found the question difficult to answer. He couldn't divulge what the bandits had done, so he echoed Zinzasuke's sentiments. "Zinzasuke is completely normal. Just follow the orders." He gritted his teeth and added, "Let us not dwell on this. We'll discuss it after the mission." With that, he left Saki, who was still bewildered, to ponder alone. Although Saki's mind was muddled, she was an accomplished ninja, so she contemplated for a moment before turning towards her ambush position. What went unnoticed by everyone was the expression of vacuity on the face of Feng, who wandered away like a soulless being. Had she discovered something? Zinzasuke and the others remained oblivious. As the moon reached its zenith, Taro suddenly awoke from a nightmare, his face as pale as a corpse, gasping for breath like an asthmatic dog. "May you have restless nights in hell," he cursed, upon seeing the familiar village and his subordinates sprawled on the ground. He composed himself, feeling somewhat better. What was there to fear? Would the ghosts of the dead, whom he and his men had consumed, return to haunt him? Absurd. He had never feared them in life, so why should he fear their spirits now? He found it only natural to redirect his ire towards the ninjas of the Land of Fire, who had initially barred his passage. If not for their actions, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. These ninjas could kill at will. Why should he be any different? Perhaps he could have even been good neighbors with them. Suddenly, he discovered a child standing in the center of the village, a child with eyes as crimson as blood, glasses removed. Despite Taro's notorious penchant for violence, he had never encountered such a terrifying gaze. A chill swept over him, leaving him frozen. One might say, those who harbor guilty secrets often feel this way. Of course, even those who have no such secrets would be equally terrified upon encountering a child with eyes resembling red lanterns in the dead of night. His first thought was that the specter of retribution had come to haunt him. A little voice remarked, "What a prophetic notion. If he possessed such powers, why would he choose the perilous life of a bandit?" To clarify, that is a human, not a ghost. If one wishes to see a ghost, they must wait a while longer. However, glancing at his subordinates sprawled on the ground like lifeless swine, he felt a surge of anger. What was there to fear? How could ghosts possibly exist in this world? Taro surveyed his surroundings and noted the absence of guards. Perhaps a child from those he had executed had wandered into the village. Could he truly be intimidated by a mere child? Besides, he was feeling peckish. Capturing the child for a snack would not be a bad idea. Yes, that is what he would do. As for the guards, he would deal with them at dawn. Having made up his mind, he let out a ghastly howl and lunged at the child. He failed to consider that the child's calmness amidst a horde of merciless bandits was rather remarkable. The blade struck the ground with a clang. Taro was astonished that his assured strike had missed its mark. He shook his numbed arm, bewildered, for he had aimed directly at the child's head. How could he have missed? Was the child so light that he hadn't felt the impact? That didn't seem plausible. He was no novice at killing. How could he fail to feel the sensation of his blade striking flesh? Then he realized, to his horror, that the child had no head. Instead, he was holding the severed head he had just cleaved from its body, which was mockingly grinning at him. Did it not resemble something from a horror tale? Ghosts, illusions, the art of the abyss, the technique of nightmarish phantoms. Witnessing the effect of his own technique, Shino couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. After all, during his university days in a past life, he had spent countless nights listening to ghost stories. Although this technique seemed no less potent than the original, it was important to note that while not everyone fears ghosts, there is no one who is not terrified by a living apparition before their very eyes. This was an entirely different experience from merely hearing ghost stories. As Shino had driven the bandits into a state of sheer panic, Mommy also unleashed her illusions. Fearing the bandits might flee, the bandits in the village were now in complete disarray, akin to headless flies darting about. Yet, this was not the end. Kojiro deftly transformed his shuriken and kunai into a fan shape, assuming the role of a palace physician. Ninjutsu, the butterfly formation. Shuriken and kunai soared through the air, targeting the vulnerable areas of the bandits. Where was that pig dashing off to, clutching its trousers? Was it planning to learn martial arts at Wudong Mountain? Meanwhile, Shiro and Sachiko, along with Ryukio, unleashed their own ninjutsu. Earth techniques, earth thunder techniques, fire techniques, and the fire dragon ninjutsu, further escalating the chaos among the bandits. As they sought to unravel the intricate illusions of the ninja, their number exceeded that of ordinary ninjas. Some were reduced to a state of frenzied chaos, foaming at the mouth as they rolled about. Others, stepping upon hidden traps, transformed into fiery rockets that soared through the sky, and yet others, embodying the spirit of Kazuki, practiced their boxing amidst the raging flames. There were those with an innate sense of dance who, beneath the tranquil moonlight, engaged in a dance of evasion, skillfully avoiding the myriad wind blades unleashed by Ryukin. Observing this spectacle, Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for the bandits. Yet upon reflecting on their previous misdeeds, he deemed their plight well-deserved. As he found himself at a loss for close combat opportunities, perhaps feeling a tinge of boredom, he leisurely whistled. "A certain pig. I need to relieve myself. Please stop whistling." Just as the fate of the bandits seemed destined for a tragic end, a powerful and malevolent chakra surged through the air. "Die! You men shall perish!" A youthful voice exclaimed with palpable rage, infused with an inexplicable emotion and fear. It was then that Shino and his companions halted in astonishment. Before them stood a pair of blood-red eyes, akin to Shino's own, yet steeped in malevolence. If Shino's eyes exuded a chilling despair that penetrated to the bone, these eyes radiated an insatiable evil, intent on devouring everything, leaving not even a trace of ash. It was none other than Suifeng. She had awakened at such a critical moment. A certain pig. A 12-year-old girl witnessing such a violent scene without losing her mind is quite commendable. Moreover, her pupils had transformed from the typical three-tomo to a shuriken-like shape. This was alarming. She possessed the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Upon witnessing Suifeng's current state, Shino could not suppress a cry of astonishment. While the others remained bewildered, Shino understood all too well that, despite the differences from Itachi's triangular and Sasuke's hexagonal forms, this was undeniably the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. It appeared she had never lost consciousness. What a blunder, Shino thought to himself. However, Suifeng did not afford him the luxury of lamentation. As a swirling wave of black and crimson spiritual energy surged towards them. "Everyone, do not look into Suifeng's eyes." Shino quickly bit his thumb, allowing his blood to stain the fingertips of his index, middle, and ring fingers, preparing to employ a technique he had learned but never practiced. The sealing technique. The illusion of the heart. "I shall divert you," he shouted, lunging toward Suifeng. "Stay away from me." Suifeng was in distress, clutching her head in agony as she evaded the grasp of Shino's outstretched arms, rendering it impossible for him to approach her. Clearly, her emotional state was highly unstable. Shino mused. At that moment, a wolf-like howl erupted from Ryukin's direction, signaling trouble. What more chaos must we endure? Shino thought bitterly. It appeared Ryukin's situation would have to be entrusted to Hiruzen and the others. He had no time to spare, for he was suddenly besieged by waves of dizziness. Despite the setting sun clearly indicating that he had reached a level of spiritual power commensurate with 30% of its own, marking him as a competent illusionist ninja. Moreover, he could ascertain that Suifeng, due to his lineage, had not acquired the advanced Sharingan techniques of the Uchiha clan. However, the current situation indicated that Shino had nearly reached his limit against the increasingly potent Mangekyo Sharingan. There was no alternative. He had to resort to his ultimate technique. With that thought, Shino gritted his teeth and unleashed the secret skill he had mastered in his previous life. Suifeng was unable to evade Shino's fierce charge and found himself firmly ensnared in his embrace. Paying no heed to Suifeng's distorted expression and shrill screams, which could rival that of a Boeing 777, Shino executed the technique known as old tree roots, clamping his legs around Suifeng's waist, pinning his arms to the ground with his elbows, and wrapping his hands around Suifeng's neck. He pressed 3 fingers, index, middle, and ring, onto 3 specific points: the center of his forehead, the space between his brows, and the base of his brows, then swiftly drew them towards the temples. In an instant, 3 crimson lines transformed into dark purple seals, and Suifeng's pupils rapidly dulled from the outside in, swiftly constricting the red and black patterns within. Yet, would events unfold as smoothly as anticipated? Certainly not. What would it be like for a person to suddenly realize, in the throes of fear, that their vision was fading? They would not remain calm. Instead, they would swiftly descend into chaos. Such was the case for Suifeng. Just as Shino was about to relax, he suddenly noticed cracks beginning to form in the seal he had cast. Suifeng's strength was increasing, reaching a point where he could barely be contained. If allowed to continue in this manner, not only would their mission be compromised, but everyone might also suffer the consequences. What to do? This precarious situation left Shino in a state of frantic despair. Despite having dated several girls in his previous life, he had never encountered such a predicament. Meanwhile, Suifeng's cries became increasingly piercing, threatening to render Shino deaf. With no opportunity to free his hands and feet, he resolved to employ his ultimate technique, the salty pig's kiss. While Suifeng could no longer scream, her body writhed violently, almost toppling Shino over. It appeared that the kiss was less effective than expected. Never mind. He would unleash his final gambit. Whether it would yield results was secondary to using it. With a determined mindset, Shino finally resorted to the legendary incantation that could astonish the heavens and weep the spirits. One that even an 80-year-old grandmother and a 3-year-old child would not be exempt from. Though not all would be effective. I love you. Instantly, everyone was rendered motionless, as if turned to stone. Fortunately, the bandits had been sufficiently frightened and did not seize the opportunity to counterattack. Otherwise, Shino and his companions would have been in dire straits. Given that Jin was several years older than the rest, he was the first to react. What are you waiting for? Get to work. He was referring to the task of pursuing the bandits. Those with impure thoughts should reflect upon their misdeeds. Prompted by his words, everyone hurriedly resumed their duties. Perhaps there was indeed some magic in those 3 words. Perhaps the sudden loss of vision heightened their auditory sensitivity. Or perhaps they simply could not discern what Shino was saying and were instead comforted by the warmth of his embrace. Regardless of the reasons, the winds gradually fell into a serene hush. This tranquility stemmed from the instinctive need of those who suddenly vanished to embrace the nearest familiar face, a gesture that bestowed upon them a sense of safety. Even the turbulent chakra that filled the air began to settle. In a moment of reflection, Shin Nosuke felt a lingering trepidation as he realized he had managed to pacify such a tumultuous situation. Just as he contemplated breaking free from the embrace, the emotionally turbulent Suifeng clung to him, seeking the comfort he provided. Do you know? Mother is gone, she lamented, her tone revealing the weight of her sorrow. And it was not due to illness. She sacrificed herself for her unworthy daughter. Throughout my life, she always believed I was inferior to my brother. But little did she know the effort I expended to elicit just a smile from her. Oh, I know. Little Kojiro dared not extricate himself from her grasp nor counter her words, so he allowed her to unburden her heart. That day, I wasn't being lazy, rather. I discovered the red roses I had secretly planted in the back mountain had bloomed, radiant and adorned with glistening dew. When the wind caressed the petals, they trembled, reminiscent of my mother's sweet smile. Were you aware of this? That day, upon returning from the village school, I didn't head home early as usual because I went to gather flowers. I distinctly remember it was your birthday. Why did you have to leave me? Was I not obedient enough, mother? Suifeng became lost in her memories, oblivious to the identity of the person she clung to. Meanwhile, Shin Nosuke remained still, ensnared in the moment. As the two remained in their intimate embrace, the night wore on until dawn arrived. Initially, their mission should not have taken the entire night, but various complications had allowed the bandits to scatter in disarray. After all, the original group consisted of only 6 individuals, with Shin Nosuke and Suifeng absorbed in their own world. The others, witnessing this, were left in disbelief. Moreover, they had to tend to a seemingly petrified Yukio, making it no simple task for the remaining members to pursue the bandits, who were now dispersed like grains of sand. Thus, by the time the original group had dealt with all the bandits and returned to Shin Nosuke and Suifeng, the sun had fully risen. Noticing the arrival of his teammates, Shin Nosuke suddenly became acutely aware of the intimate position he shared with Suifeng. Embarrassed by the implications of their closeness and the scrutinizing gazes of his companions, he swiftly turned, extricating himself from her embrace in a heartbeat. He adjusted his attire with such speed that one might liken it to a husband caught in the act by his wife, scrambling to conceal his indiscretions. As Shin Nosuke struggled to rise from the ground, his limbs numb, the others were unwilling to let him off easily. "Oh, you two seem quite relaxed. You managed to entangle yourselves for an entire night. Quite extraordinary indeed." The color drained from Suifeng's face, turning crimson in an instant. She sat on the ground, burying her face between her knees, unable to confront the others. However, Shin Nosuke, being a boy, had a thicker skin. "You all are aware that Suifeng was not in the best condition last night," he stammered. "So, did you hold her all night?" Everyone chimed in unison. That level of tacit understanding is nothing short of seamless. This only deepened Shin Nosuke's embarrassment, and the sight of his flustered demeanor elicited delightful expressions from the group. Yuan-san, with a woeful expression, lamented, "While the captain is off wooing all night, here I am, the vice-captain, left to chase down the three thieves. Good heavens! Open your eyes and smite this scoundrel." Little Taro echoed in agreement. "Indeed. We're both from the same village of Konoha, yet the disparity between us is astonishing." It seemed as if Yuan-san and little Taro had found their lifelong confidants, and suddenly, they embraced, weeping profusely. Shiro, crouched on the ground drawing circles, was equally distraught, lamenting, "When I first arrived, the girls were monopolized by you. I endured that. But just when a beauty finally appeared, she was whisked away by you. Why must my fate be so cruel?" His words provoked the ire of the watchful Sachiko and Mami. The fiery Sachiko seized Shiro by the collar, shaking him like a rag doll. "What are you saying? Repeat that." Mami, not to be outdone, gently cupped Shiro's face, smiling sweetly as she spoke in a tone rivaling Orochimaru's. "You know, Shiro, I suddenly realized how adorable you are." Thus, the illustrious Shiro was utterly defeated. Hey, this isn't amusing at all, is it?" Yuan-san and little Taro dared not utter a word of dissent, nodding vigorously like chicks pecking at grain. Where are you going, Shin Nosuke?" Upon turning, they discovered him attempting to sneak away, clearly not wanting to be part of the commotion. At that moment, Shin Nosuke froze as if under a spell, turning stiffly like a mechanical dancer imitating Michael Jackson. "I'm not going anywhere," he stammered, attempting to excuse himself. Seeing Shin Nosuke's predicament, Mami tossed Shiro aside like a discarded sack, and along with Sachiko, they seized Shin Nosuke by the ears and shook him vigorously. "Huh. When did everyone catch on?" they exclaimed. "Shin Nosuke, I truly like you," Mami declared, her tone a mix of fervor and playful malice. "Indeed. Liking someone is simply liking them. There's no need for such coyness, right? Isn't that so, Shin Nosuke?" At this moment, his face was nearly as flushed as Shiro's, who had yet to recover from his earlier embarrassment. The group's amusement at teasing Shin Nosuke stemmed merely from a desire to alleviate the burdensome feelings of Suifeng and themselves. After all, they were still children, merely youthful souls who, if on Earth, would still be in middle school. To everyone's astonishment, the fact that you could take so many lives, yet remain so jovial speaks volumes of your cold-blooded nature as ninjas. Suddenly, a voice shattered this comical scene. It was Ryukio. No one had anticipated that he, who had been trembling in the corner, would utter such words. Instantly, the atmosphere fell into a lifeless, desolate silence, akin to an arid wasteland. Observing the contemplative expressions of those around him and Ryukio's mocking demeanor, Shinsuke suddenly broke into a subtle smile. It seemed he had discerned the means to enlighten this naive rookie standing before him. Without uttering a word, he turned and made his way toward Taro, who lay lifeless, unable to be any more so. As the leader of this bandit camp, Taro had received Shinsuke's earnest attention from the very beginning. He began to manipulate the corpse's head, and a brilliant smile erupted across his face. What an exceptional subject for educating the ignorant. Though none could fathom Shinsuke's intentions, that did not deter their focus from him, including Ryukio, who had previously spoken so boldly. Shinsuke strolled leisurely around the camp before seemingly nonchalantly returning. Are you happy? Then let me show you why we are so joyful. He approached Ryukyo and said, "What do you intend to do?" Ryukyo, having been thoroughly intimidated by Shinsuke, huddled into a tight ball, calling out with a facade of bravado. It must be said that Ryukyo was not inherently cowardly. On the contrary, he possessed a strong sense of justice. Otherwise, he would not have been so incensed by Taro and the others' bestial actions. Yet, as it was his first mission, he lacked a true understanding of the ninja's essence. "It's nothing more than helping you grasp the thoughts of the deceased," Shinsuke replied, his face adorned with a sinister smile, as he gazed into Ryukyo's terrified eyes. Suddenly, his expression turned serious as he performed a ninjutsu, the art of observation, a technique commonly employed by reconnaissance ninjas, learned in ninja academies. It merely reproduces the visions perceived by a scouting ninja into an image for others to witness. Now, Shinsuke transformed this technique into one released through ocular prowess, achieving the same effect. Of course, it was not only Ryukyo. Shinsuke selectively allowed others to witness the experiences of Taro and his band, merely to use their stories as a test of the moral compass of those present. After all, leading a group of emotionally unstable youths could lead to unpredictable outcomes. Ryukyo suddenly howled like a dying beast, while the others experienced what felt akin to a nightmarish vision, their faces pale and breaths ragged. After a while, their expressions shifted to one of contemplation, as they struggled to comprehend why Shinsuke had compelled them to witness the memories of these bandits. They looked to him with anticipation, hoping to glean insight from his intentions. At this moment, Ryukyo had regained his composure, exhibiting an unsettling calmness, akin to a still pond, devoid of ripples. "Captain Shinsuke, what is it you seek? Are you attempting to enlighten us about redeeming a group of unfortunate civilians turned into demons by war? Or are you urging us to loathe the ninjas who instigated the conflict?" Upon hearing Ryukyo's words, Shinizuke felt that his efforts were not in vain. However, he refrained from directly answering the question posed to him. "What are your thoughts? Why have they become this way? Is it due to the ravages of war? Perhaps the true culprit lies within the realm of ninjas, does it not? Are these ninjas from the Wind Country not the ones who have rendered them homeless? And what role do we, the ninjas of Konohagakure, play in this? Pray tell me, Captain Shinizuke." In that moment, his expression was fraught with anxiety, irritation, confusion, despair, and a profound fear. As he observed the faces of his comrades mirroring Ryukyo's expression, Shinizuke chose not to respond. Instead, he presented them with a memory that belonged to another. The moment he decided they should witness this memory marked the time when Yamada Shinizuke felt the most at ease. For what he revealed was not another's recollection, but his own memories since becoming a ninja, memories steeped in pain, sorrow, and drenched in blood and tears. Silence enveloped them. For except for Keisuke and Ryukyo, all had experienced, to varying degrees, the events depicted within. Yet, they remained oblivious to what Shinizuke wished to convey, or what this chaotic era sought to impart to him: friendship and love. Is this the rationale behind your journey as a ninja? You have indeed taken many lives in the name of these reasons, Captain Shinizuke. How ironic it is. These very reasons have become the justification for your loss of that which you hold dear. Do not tell me you are so shallow. That girl, the one named Kazuko, the girl you cherish as your very life. Had she not saved you, she would not have perished. You are the reason for her death. Do you not feel a twinge of shame, Captain Shinizuke? In response to Ryukyo's probing questions, Shinizuke did not rush to reply. Rather, he slowly withdrew a photograph from his pocket and handed it to Ryukyo. Is the individual in this photograph the one who took Kazuko's life? Remarkably, he has 5 children and a wife to care for. How could such a wretched man have a family to support? An individual who should not have died. Yet you took his life, all for the sake of the girl named Kazuko. So, in your quest to protect love, you felt compelled to extinguish the life of one who did not deserve to die. Tell me, who was in the wrong? You, or this innocent man? Ignoring Ryukyo's inquiries, Shinizuke continued to speak to himself. Do you know that during my first meeting with my team as a ninja, I spoke of dreams? I boldly declared my desire to bring an end to this chaotic era. And who was there to hear this dream? Apart from myself, Jubi is no longer a ninja. And Kazuko? She is gone. You are aware of her demise, are you not? And Takeo, he aspired to protect his family just as his father did. Yet he ventured into a place he should never have gone, a realm rife with murder and espionage. How absurd. Later, I found a new wish, to safeguard the smiles of those I hold dear. Yet I lack the ability to save anyone. I could not rescue Kazuko's life. Nor could I assist Takeo in realizing his dream. How laughable. How utterly laughable. Ha! Observing Shinozuke, who was now teetering on the brink of madness and anguish. His comrades felt a deep sense of compassion, yet they were at a loss for how to aid him. Thus, one could only gaze at him, while their hearts were filled with the same sense of helplessness that plagued Shino. Suddenly, Shino's laughter came to an abrupt halt. Why am I still here? Let us not dwell on him for now. We ought to consider what if we were not present in this moment? What if we were mere mortals rather than ninjas? Observe these lifeless bodies. In their lifetimes, they accomplished feats that we ninjas could scarcely imagine. Yet how did they safeguard their aspirations? Answer me. Before Shino, none could utter a word. Our presence here is not for trivial reasons. We are not like these commoners, devoid of power to protect our dreams, relegating our hopes to the ninjas of our homeland. It is precisely because we remain here that our families are spared the anguish we currently endure. If none chose to be ninjas, if no one fought, then behold those who perished here. Reflect upon the innocents who fell at their hands. Why do we not strive to protect those deserving of guardianship, rather than beasts that have lost their humanity to war? Why not engage in battle as true ninjas, seizing the opportunity to safeguard what we genuinely cherish? By becoming ninjas, we truly grasp the significance of our existence as human beings. We can genuinely embody our ninja way. Thus, during the subsequent mission to eradicate the bandits, hesitation vanished, and in a remarkably brief span, over 1,000 ruthless bandits operating on the fringes of the Land of Fire were vanquished. Throughout the 100-plus skirmishes, despite minimal growth in individual strength, there was a marked improvement in practical experience and the adeptness in utilizing one's skills. What brought Shino solace was the heroic recognition bestowed upon them by the local villagers of the Land of Fire throughout the month and a half of bandit suppression. Witnessing the genuine smiles of those simple folk filled everyone with the realization that their growth extended beyond mere ninjutsu. The desert's edge remained as oppressively hot, arid, and desolate as ever, not far from an abandoned oasis, in a secret location where the wind ninjas leisurely engaged in their respective tasks. Even though battles had temporarily ceased, they aspired to lead disciplined lives akin to their compatriots in the homeland, resembling a devout congregation of Puritans. Upon closer inspection of this base, one might be astonished to find it strikingly reminiscent of Orochimaru's secret lair from the comics. Perhaps in days to come, it would indeed become Orochimaru's stronghold. However, for now, it served as the forward command post of the Sand Ninja Village. Deep within the base, in a dimly lit room, a sinister-looking man was reviewing documents as per usual. He was none other than the leader of the Sand Ninja Village, the fourth Kazekage. Having completed the last of the documents, the Kazekage finally allowed himself a long sigh of relief. Yet he did not feel at ease, not solely due to the renowned leader's war-weary disposition, but also because of the prevailing uncertainty in the current situation. Although the Wind Shadow was considered the weakest among the 5 great shadows, he was by no means an ordinary leader. His path to growth was indeed rather unconventional. Initially, he was merely an ordinary jonin, seeking only to live a peaceful life, never once contemplating the notion of becoming a Wind Shadow. However, war altered the trajectory of his fate. Much like certain individuals who possess an innate talent for commanding battles, the young 4th Wind Shadow emerged triumphantly during the absence of the 3rd Wind Shadow, rising to prominence through his military achievements. Despite his own strength being insufficient to shoulder the heavy responsibilities of a Sand Ninja, the higher-ups of the Sand Village desperately needed a formidable figure to instill a sense of security within them. Thus, he became the first jonin among the 5 shadows in the ninja realm. He did not disappoint the expectations placed upon him, swiftly guiding the Sand Ninjas out of the depths of war and successfully halting the onslaught from the Leaf Village, marking an unresolved chapter in the annals of the ninja world. Gradually, he solidified his position as Wind Shadow. Although his current strength could only be classified as a quasi-shadow level ninja, just marginally above that of an elite jonin, and he had never glimpsed the true realm of shadow-level power, this did not hinder his capabilities as an exceptional commander. The Land of Wind stands apart from other nations, for much of its territory consists of desolate desert. This harsh living environment did not dissuade the people of the Land of Wind. Rather, it forged a resilient character among its citizens. This inherent toughness granted the Sand Village a significant advantage in the quality of its ninjas upon its inception. earning it the title of the foremost village in the ninja world. They required no special training, merely casting individuals into the depths of the desert. Those who emerged successfully were deemed qualified ninjas. As the ninja realm evolved, with ninjutsu gradually developing and refining, other nations began to surpass the once unrivaled Sand Village in terms of ninja cultivation levels. The ninjas it produced also gradually lost their distinctive characteristics and advantages amidst the increasingly brutal ninja wars. Although he could not restore the former glory of the Sand Village during the era of the First Wind Shadow, he at least endeavored to reinvigorate the uniqueness of the ninjas from the Land of Wind. While the once declining Sand Village did not experience significant growth under his leadership, it at least ceased to continue its downward spiral. Reflecting on this, he could not help but feel a sense of pride. When it came to the tactical strategies of the Fourth Wind Shadows team, they indeed managed to gain substantial advantages in certain instances. Generally, the teams within the ninja realm can be categorized into two types: standard teams and specialized teams. Specialized teams are easily understood, consisting of ninjas characterized by their roles in reconnaissance, assassination, protection, and so forth. Although such teams are common, they are not numerous. When a ninja village has special missions, most of these teams are temporarily assembled, with ninjas returning to their respective teams once the task is completed, making it difficult to form a stable structure. Most conventional teams, however, are composed of 4 ninjas with diverse characteristics, a widely accepted norm in the ninja realm. Yet, the Wind Shadow devised a team model that starkly contrasted with those previously mentioned. In terms of strength classification, according to the customs of the ninja world, there are generally 3 categories. The lower ninja teams, typically led by a genin or chunin, consisting of 3 lower ninjas. The middle ninja teams, led by a jounin or entirely composed of chunin. And finally, the elite teams, composed solely of jounin. While there exist specialized teams led by jounin mentoring novice lower ninjas, which, although highly beneficial for training newcomers, lack the overall strength of a standard team of chunin. Such a model is only sustainable in affluent ninja villages like Konoha. This disparity is a fundamental reason behind the significant gap between major ninja villages and Konoha. However, the Wind Ninja has entirely shattered these conventions. His concept of a team comprising 2 strong and 2 weak members merges the characteristics of a standard team and a specialized one. For instance, consider a jounin who possesses nothing beyond physical prowess. In a typical grouping, they would be paired with a ninjutsu specialist of equivalent strength. In contrast, the Wind Shadow's approach assigns them a lower ninja with only a basic understanding of ninjutsu, perhaps a novice fresh from the academy, provided they can utilize auxiliary sand techniques, such as enhancing close combat with sand gauntlets. This strategy greatly amplifies the physical capabilities of the jounin, effectively masking the weaknesses of the lower ninja, allowing the latter to maximize their contributions on the battlefield. Should a similarly composed team be assembled, it would emerge as a formidable force in close combat. Similarly, when collaborating with a ninjutsu-focused jounin, the conventional tactic would be to pair them with another jounin skilled in close combat. The Wind Shadow, however, opts for a lower ninja whose sole responsibility is to ensure that the jounin can perform their ninjutsu without interruption from adversaries. Thus, such combinations yield teams endowed with formidable offensive and defensive ninjutsu capabilities. The advantages of this method are manifold. It not only enables powerful ninjas to exert their full potential, but also allows weaker ninjas to absorb the experience of their stronger counterparts. Moreover, this strategy seeks to maximize the capabilities of one's own ninjas to the fullest extent possible. Nonetheless, the drawbacks are equally apparent, as it diminishes the ninja's adaptability and solo combat prowess due to a lack of concern for unforeseen circumstances. Additionally, should a team member fall, the entire unit may easily succumb to disarray. Therefore, this approach should only be employed as a temporary measure, lest it lead to a decline in the overall quality of the ninja force. Furthermore, this tactic is applicable solely on battlefields where hundreds or thousands of ninjas engage simultaneously. However, as time progresses, the inherent weaknesses of this strategy will be exacerbated by the enemy's adaptability, rendering prolonged warfare increasingly detrimental to one's own side. It is evident that the Fourth Wind Shadow has recognized this issue, which explains his current strategy of remaining concealed while seeking to strike a decisive blow against Konoha. Presently, the situation is indeed causing considerable concern for the Wind Shadow, yet circumstances often unfold in unexpected ways. Recently, He unexpectedly acquired critical intelligence regarding internal discord among several commanders within Konoha. Moreover, the most formidable commander turns out to be an arrogant and obstinate individual. Upon reflecting on Danzo, the Wind Shadow could not help but smile faintly. It appears that the great tree of Konoha harbors considerable internal strife. As one of the 5 Kage, the Wind Shadow certainly possesses his own channels to glean information about Danzo. Aware that he was once a contender who failed against the legendary 3rd Hokage. Yet, he does not dare to underestimate him. For would a mere weakling have the audacity to challenge such a formidable opponent? However, the Wind Shadow harbors no fondness for this rebellious figure of Konoha. It is evident that Danzo does not believe in the potential victory of the sand. Although the conditions he offers are quite enticing, they merely hint at the possibility of Konoha's downfall. His true aim appears to be to leverage his position to undermine the 3 legendary Sannin, who once vanquished the formidable Orochimaru. Contemplating this, the Wind Shadow feels a surge of irritation. Why should he, a dignified Wind Shadow, be compelled to act according to the schemes of a cornered dog? Could it be that Konoha is as invincible as it is imagined? That is certainly not a foregone conclusion. Nevertheless, there is no harm in accepting Danzo's grand offer. Recently, the petty maneuvers of the Rock Shinobi have successfully drawn Konoha's attention. This moment presents an exquisite opportunity. It seems that fate has destined him to triumph over the mighty Konoha, mused the Wind Shadow. At that moment, the cunning 4th Wind Shadow found a brilliant plan quietly forming in his mind. He envisioned the scene of Konoha's devastating defeat and the resurgence of the Sand Village. Hiruzen Sarutobi had never experienced such a headache as he did now, and the root of all this turmoil was the man before him, who resembled someone stricken with paralysis. Observing Danzo's expression, which was neither gloomy nor bright, as he stood there, Hiruzen felt regret for not having eliminated him earlier. Had it not been for his concern for reputation and the sentiments of the influential. Now, Danzo stood there, continually aggravating him for no apparent reason. Yet, expelling him was not an option. Do you have something to say, Danzo? Danzo, with his remaining eye half closed, maintained his lethargic demeanor and spoke in his characteristic slow tone. The front line in the Land of Wind has reached such a critical point, and there remains no clear successor to the 3rd Hokage on the Western Front. Do you intend to deny Orochimaru a definitive response? Hiruzen was taken aback. He had not anticipated Danzo advocating for his beloved apprentice at such a moment. What scheme is this old man concocting? This left Hiruzen's thoughts in utter disarray. However, Hiruzen had held the position of Hokage for decades not merely due to luck or his connection with the 1st Hokage. Although he was uncertain of Danzo's true intentions, he knew that Danzo certainly had more to say. This was also one of the reasons Hiruzen despised Danzo's personality. He always approached matters in a roundabout way, never direct or straightforward. Though Danzo remained indifferent to the opinions of others, he was acutely aware that his ultimate defeat to Sarutobi was largely due to the elder's disdain for his methodical, yet overly cautious approach to life and leadership, characterized by a surfeit of cunning but a deficiency in genuine humanity. Nevertheless, he maintained his usual calm demeanor, which over the decades had earned him the esteemed title of the stabilizing force within the higher echelons of Konoha. However, his visit to Sarutobi was not solely motivated by the matters concerning Orochimaru, despite it aligning with the sentiments of many prominent figures within his faction. Danzo held a considerable admiration for Orochimaru, yet he never regarded him as a peer. While Orochimaru's abilities and tactics were formidable, his arrogance bordered on recklessness, exposing him to unnecessary risks. The secrecy surrounding his human experiments had become widely known, even among the lower-ranking ninjas, a fact that could not be overlooked, especially when many of these revelations were instigated by the higher-ups themselves. This breach of discretion had caused significant discontent among the elite. Yet they were ultimately committed to preserving Konoha's integrity, regardless of their shortcomings. Their support for Orochimaru stemmed from a desire to safeguard the village, particularly given their dissatisfaction with the dire situation on the Western Front. In their eyes, Tsunade, the sole descendant of the 1st Hokage, was not someone to be easily swayed. Even if her reputation was marred by her indulgent tendencies, they believed that as long as her actions did not cross certain boundaries, her latitude was acceptable. Moreover, Tsunade had proven herself, garnering high esteem among both the lower-tier ninjas and the general populace, despite her occasional fits of temper. While they did not perceive her as exceptionally powerful, They hoped that the Hokage position would be filled not solely by their own faction, but also by someone from the Senju clan. Thus, they had designated Orange Water as the most suitable candidate for the fourth Hokage, only to be met with disappointment when he declined their offer on the grounds of not being a shadow-level ninja. Other candidates from their faction, such as Mitarashi, Moonlight, and Sunset, had failed to exhibit remarkable achievements, leading to collective frustration directed at Danzo for expending so much effort only to cultivate individuals of limited intellect but robust physicality. Although the young man known as Namikaze Minato had recently shone brightly, the older generation struggled to accept a mere 20-something as a viable leader. Consequently, despite their aversion to Orochimaru, who seemed to lack respect for tradition and hierarchy, they strategically appointed him as commander, having vanquished the Mist Ninjas in a decisive victory. Yet, Danzo was not merely a mouthpiece for these elders. He harbored his own ambitions. He was acutely aware of the dissatisfaction among the elite, but what recourse did he have? Sunset was not someone he had personally mentored, and he was a steadfast supporter of the Hokage, wishing to see no rise in Sunset's influence. Mitarashi was unfortunate, as no one could have anticipated the abrupt and half-hearted nature of the Mist Ninja's actions, which not only led to his ineffectiveness, but also allowed Orochimaru to seize the opportunity for his own gain. As for Moonlight, he could hardly fathom that he had been captivated by Orochimaru's dazzling achievements. Despite his awareness of his disdain for Orochimaru, he found himself compelled to correspond, requesting that he provide even greater assistance to him. Nevertheless, Danzo harbored no concerns regarding Moonlight's potential betrayal. If necessary, he could simply handle him as he did with Shikamaru. Danzo was unyielding toward those who betrayed him or eluded his control. Even the steadfast support of Moonlight's prestigious clan would not sway him. However, Danzo felt a genuine pang of sorrow at the loss of Shikamaru, a true shadow-level powerhouse, for he understood all too well that, unlike the trio of legendary Sannin, whom were all shadow-level warriors, his own creation, the Konoha 8 colors, whether he wished it or not, Minato was counted among them, was significantly lacking. The sun had set on some prospects, for Yuhi Kurenai, a rare illusion-type quasi-shadow-level warrior, possessed uncertain strength. Apart from White Fang and the rising star known as the Golden Flash, there were no other genuine shadow-level warriors to be found. His current objective was precisely that so-called Golden Flash. Danzo not only harbored concerns regarding Orochimaru, but he also deemed Minato a formidable threat. Through reports from his subordinates and his extensive experience as a shadow-level warrior, he had gained a clear understanding of this young man's capabilities. With his self-created Flying Thunder God technique, he had already reached the level of a shadow warrior, and while he might lack experience, his power was on par with Danzo at the height of his prowess, possibly even surpassing it. Danzo was well aware that even if his chakra was exceptional, it could not eclipse that of such a prodigy. At merely 20 years of age, Minato did not pose an immediate threat, but he was destined to become a significant adversary to Danzo's dream of becoming Hokage. Thus, with a slight pause, he began to massage his shoulders, muttering to himself, my shoulders have been quite sore lately. Moreover, I must deal with the troublesome matters of certain frontline commanders. This old man has had enough. Even a young man should be able to return home and rest. Truly, he resolved to have his concubine massage his shoulders upon his return. Suddenly, he appeared to have a moment of realization, exclaiming, "My apologies. Third Hokage, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Do give serious thought to my suggestion." At this juncture, the third Hokage fully comprehended Danzo's intentions. Danzo sought to exchange the downfall of Minato for the ascendance of Orochimaru. Thus, he replied with a smile, "Danzo, you truly are fortunate. Unlike me, who has lost both of my wives so early. Perhaps I should consider marrying a young woman to attend to me, though I wonder if this old body can withstand such exertions." Observing Sarutobi referencing his recently wed 15-year-old concubine, Danzo felt a slight sting. Yet, he was Danzo after all, the unrivaled face of the Hokage world. It seemed that his objectives had been met. Therefore, he nonchalantly remarked, well said. You still have a son, unlike me, who has no descendants," he remarked, and with a sense of accomplishment, he sauntered away, having achieved his goal. The table in the Hokage's office shattered into pieces as Sarutobi, furious, struck it after Danzo's departure. Observing the fearful Leaf Village guards busily tidying up, Sarutobi felt a twinge of regret. He was acutely aware of Danzo's ulterior motive behind that last statement. Yet he found himself utterly unprepared for the capriciousness of his eldest son. The elders had voiced their discontent regarding his son's impulsive return from the Western Front, thereby undermining his authority in the selection of the commander for that region. Although Orochimaru was his disciple, the young Minato Namikaze was equally valued by Sarutobi. Particularly in these turbulent times, promoting such a formidable young shinobi could inspire hope, even if it didn't alter the course of the war. Yet, Danzo had brazenly interrupted this promising opportunity for the village. Thus, Sarutobi's fury was palpable, having had his wounds reopened by Danzo's words. He took a moment to regain his composure. While supporting Orochimaru was certainly not Danzo's personal agenda, his willingness to persuade Sarutobi was undeniably peculiar. Faced with a dilemma, Sarutobi had learned through various channels that Minato was not only extraordinarily powerful, but also possessed an amiable nature, with scarcely a soul speaking ill of him. This was part of the reason Sarutobi was eager to promote him. Minato truly was an impeccable individual. It seemed that to secure Orochimaru's position as commander of the Western Front and subsequently ascend to Hokage, the sacrifice of this promising youth might be inevitable. But would Danzo truly permit Orochimaru to rise to power so easily? Sarutobi mused to himself. Suddenly, he recalled that Orochimaru was not without vulnerabilities. Even if he were to support Orochimaru's ascension to Hokage, Danzo could always leverage the issue of human experimentation to unseat him. In that event, not only would Sarutobi's reputation suffer, but the Leaf Village would also become the laughingstock of the shinobi world due to the downfall of a Hokage he had chosen himself. What a clever scheme, Danzo. Sarutobi couldn't help but admire his opponent's cunning. But who was he? Would he simply allow himself to be led by the nose? Minato Namikaze. Sarutobi repeated the name, and suddenly an idea struck him, one that no one else would conceive. After weighing the pros and cons carefully, he decided that the risk was worth taking. Just you wait. Danzo, Sarutobi said through gritted teeth. Thus, the fates of Orochimaru and Minato were sealed. Though Minato had performed admirably, he was required to return to the Leaf Village to report. Meanwhile, the Western Front would temporarily be under the command of Tsukikage, with Orochimaru officially assuming leadership in February of the following year. Delighted by the Third's decisive actions, Danzo was elated, even personally arranging a grand welcome ceremony for Minato Namikaze. However, the subsequent developments surpassed everyone's expectations. First, the entire populace of Konoha was swiftly captivated by Minato, who resembled the charming boy next door. Then, nearly all the male elders became patrons of the obliging bath attendant, Minato Namikaze, which only served to suggest how easily the elderly could be swayed. Just as everyone presumed that this young man would be set aside, a more astonishing announcement was made. Due to the third Hokage's sudden health issues, Minato was appointed as the fourth Hokage of the Leaf Village. Upon learning this news, Danzo dramatically faltered, marking yet another resounding victory for Sarutobi Hiruzen in the ongoing struggle between them. In a conference room within the Kikyo Mountain Castle, all the commanders from the Western Front were present, yet silence enveloped the room as each contemplated their concerns. The gravity of their expressions indicated that substantial issues awaited resolution. Tsunade clenched her right hand around her left arm, furrowing her brow while biting her left thumb's nail, an apparent habit of hers during moments of deep thought. Meanwhile, the moonlight cast an unsettling atmosphere as the agitated Kakashi flipped through a scroll as if attempting to coax flowers from its pages. Orochimaru lounged in a manner devoid of rigidity, resembling Danzo just a month prior when he had fallen ill, wearing a delightfully mischievous smirk that suggested he felt little connection to the current situation. Yet, the setting sun would not overlook him. After all, as the most illustrious commander at the front and a formidable contender for Hokage, encountering such setbacks inevitably left him somewhat disheartened. Fortunately, Orochimaru's demeanor remained largely unchanged. Upon learning of the fourth Hokage's designation, he merely frowned, revealing no further emotion, which greatly relieved the setting sun. Rumors had circulated that on the day the fourth Hokage was announced, Danzo had succumbed to illness. Yet curiously, Konoha had withheld this news from the public, sharing it solely among the senior commanders. They were instructed not to disclose it to the lower-ranking shinobi, a rather perplexing order that left the setting sun baffled. Were it not for the fact that the notice he received from his Anbu was penned in the familiar handwriting of the third Hokage, he might have dismissed it as mere espionage fabrication. Despite the announcement of the new Western Front commander in mid-October to the setting sun, It seemed more like a compensation for Orochimaru. However, he felt powerless to question the third Hokage's decision. All he desired was to ensure a smooth transition after the new year and to triumph over the Sand Ninja. Sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat stagnant, he realized that matters must be addressed. Thus, with a reluctant cough, he declared, "Ahem, this intelligence was received on the 20th of this month, for which we paid the price of 2 Chunin squads, totaling 16 individuals. I trust everyone has taken note?" Yet, the others remained absorbed in their own thoughts, utterly disregarding him, the acting commander. However, he was aware that this was not entirely the fault of others, as the atmosphere was rather dismal due to the selection of the Hokage. Recently, he had heard whispers that many influential figures were advocating for him to become the 4th Hokage, yet it seemed he had not acquiesced to such notions. Nevertheless, it was hardly appropriate to elevate a mere 20-something youth to the position of Hokage. This sentiment was not unique to him. Even he, a person of steadfast resolve, felt a tinge of embarrassment, and others appeared to share similar sentiments. As for Tsunade, he did not believe she harbored such ambitions. Rather, her current demeanor seemed more reflective of a temperamental young lady. However, the matter could not remain unresolved, so with a heavy heart, he proceeded to call upon individuals one by one. "Chojui, your subordinates were responsible for the recent mission at the borders of the Land of Rain. What is your perspective on the actions of the Rock Shinobi?" Upon hearing the inquiry from the setting sun, Chojui felt obliged to respond. "The situation is quite intricate. However, it is certain that the Rock Shinobi are planning significant maneuvers. 8,000 men. A staggering number indeed. To put it plainly, the Rock Shinobi have yet to engage in formal conflict with Konoha, but their repeated actions have made it abundantly clear that they are adversaries of the Leaf. Shall we merely stand idly by?" "Chojui, you truly are a paragon of composure," Orochimaru interjected with a smirk. Chojui was about to retort, but seemed to recall something important and fell silent. "I agree with the notion of conflict," Tsunade suddenly declared, having been present when the candidates for the 4th Hokage were discussed. Perhaps others were unaware, but she held a profound understanding of her friend, forged through years of shared trials. Despite their recent disputes over differing ideologies, such disagreements could not tarnish their private bond. Though Orochimaru appeared indifferent on the surface, he was, in truth, a fragile soul. While he often projected an image of effortless mastery, Tsunade distinctly remembered the times he furrowed his brow, this being only the second instance. The first occurred when he was 10 years old, upon learning of his parents' demise in battle. As a curious young girl, she had observed him closely, captivated by the way his frown accentuated his features. This had led Jiraiya to jest that Tsunade harbored feelings for Orochimaru, resulting in him becoming the target of her playful ridicule. Of course, Jiraiya ultimately bore the brunt of her wrath, but the incident remained etched in Tsunade's memory. Thus, upon witnessing Orochimaru's frown once more, she understood that he was far from the tranquil figure he appeared to be. Why should a seemingly inconspicuous youth be entrusted with the title of Hokage? The events involving Minato and the North were already common knowledge. As she sought to evade responsibility for poor command, and, due to her own lethargy, was indeed unaware of the situation. Had the old man truly lost his senses? Each time she pondered this, she felt an overwhelming impulse to return to Konoha and confront that old scoundrel, the 3rd Hokage. Yet, unlike that foolish greenhorn, she was acutely aware of the importance of discretion. Though she felt displeased, she managed to suppress her emotions. She also recognized that Orochimaru was not one to welcome pity from others. Recently, she has largely ceased her disputes with Orochimaru regarding matters on the battlefield. Thus, this time, she has resolved to assist him. Although our forces currently number only 20,000, and defeating the 8,000 Earth Shinobi would require a formidable strength, we are simply unable to allocate so many troops. Nevertheless, we must engage in battle. We cannot repeat the grave errors of the Second Great Ninja War. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes twitched slightly. Indeed, the current situation bears some resemblance to a significant battle from the Second Great War. Just as before, the Land of Earth did not officially participate, and the Earth Shinobi infiltrated the borders of the Land of Wind along the Rain Country, preparing to strike Konoha. However, the commander at the time, Sho, did not halt the Earth Shinobi due to his cautious nature, and subsequently fell victim to a pincer attack from the ninjas of both the Earth and Wind nations. Although this battle solidified the legendary status of Konoha's White Fang, The squad led by the three was halted outside the Rain Shinobi village by Hanzo of the Salamander while attempting to traverse the Rain country. Despite achieving the legendary status of the Sannin, the three harbored private shame regarding the incident. Tsunade's actions were merely intended to inspire Orochimaru. Of course, Orochimaru understood her intent but had no desire to reciprocate. What a delightful notion. Tsunade, are you not hoping to confront that demigod again? Huh. That would require the presence of that fool Jiraiya too. You insufferable snake. Tsunade could not help but erupt in anger, momentarily forgetting that Orochimaru was not one to easily acknowledge favors. Thus, her goodwill transformed into futility. Calm down. Calm down. Yu hurriedly intervened, and the others seemed to glean something from their exchange. Although they were still unclear about the events of that time, they knew that Sho had faced suppression from the higher-ups due to this incident. Otherwise, he would not be on par with those who rose to prominence before the Third Great War. Having finally appeased the furious Tsunade, Yu felt quite exhausted. One had a temperament akin to a volatile firecracker, capricious as a child. The other had a foul and obstinate disposition, bearing grudges against all. Collaborating with such commanders was truly no joyful endeavor. Yet, he could not voice any divisive sentiments at this moment, and had to suppress his dissatisfaction. However, he needed to express his stance. I do not agree with engaging the Rock Shinobi at this time. Not for any other reason. But our current troop strength is far too inadequate. Even if these 8,000 Earth Shinobi allied with the Sand Shinobi, they would amount to only around 32,000. But what of it? Our ninja numbers on the Western Front have never surpassed those of the enemy, and yet we have fought until now. Therefore, I believe it would be prudent to seek assistance from Konoha first. Orochimaru scoffed at this notion, stating, we are about to face another adversary. Whether the so-called reinforcements will arrive is still uncertain, is it not, Yu? Yu was indeed somewhat incensed, but considering the validity of Orochimaru's words, he suppressed his irritation. What say you, Tsukiyakari? Everyone turned their attention to the previously silent Tsukiyakari, who, feeling the focus upon him, declared, I too do not agree with dividing our forces. What a tumultuous moment it has become for Orochimaru, who never anticipated that his steadfast supporter, Tsukiyomi, would oppose him at such a critical juncture. Calm down, Orochimaru. You are not yet the supreme commander of the Western Front. The evening sun was barely able to restrain itself. Upon observing the irate demeanor of the evening sun, Orochimaru suddenly broke into a sly grin, returning to his seat as if nothing had transpired moments before. Seeing Orochimaru refrain from further provocation, the evening sun steadied his emotions and urged, continue, Tsukiyomi. All right. Has anyone considered that if we are to intercept the Rock Ninja, we must pass through the Rain Country's Rain Ninja village? As Orochimaru prepared to strike unexpectedly, it was Tsunade who intervened. Don't let your sword be turned against your own. Fine. If none of you are willing to go, then I shall take matters into my own hands. My 5,000 elite will be more than sufficient to confront 8,000 Rock Ninja. With that, Orochimaru turned and departed. As the evening sun contemplated saying something further, Tsunade abruptly stopped him. Let him be. After all, he has just lost his position as Hokage. Allowing him a chance to vent is for the best. Given Tsunade's stance, the evening sun refrained from further protest, sighing deeply as he watched Orochimaru's retreating figure. Tsunade understood that the root cause of all this turmoil was not the man dubbed a demigod, but rather the third Hokage's ruthless and hasty decision. Situated at the front lines, she could not fathom the third Hokage's intentions to protect Orochimaru. The blows from Rope Tree and Dan were no less devastating than what Orochimaru faced now. Yet, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the princess of Konoha, she had to remain resolute. From the moment Orochimaru departed, despite Sarutobi-sensei's unclear reasons for treating him thus, she felt a genuine inclination to retreat. The evening sun emerged from the conference room, now deep into the night, only to find the camp in disarray. That Orochimaru. He couldn't even wait until dawn to begin mobilizing personnel. The entire camp is in chaos at this hour. I cannot comprehend his urgency, the evening sun thought to himself. However, upon further reflection, he soon found solace. Indeed, as Tsunade had mentioned, anyone facing such circumstances would require an outlet for their frustrations. Moreover, since arriving at the Western Front, Orochimaru had not achieved any noteworthy victories. His actions were merely an attempt to establish his authority among the grassroots ninjas. Having reached this understanding, the evening sun's spirits gradually lifted, as if all the vexations brought on by Orochimaru had dissipated into thin air. It seems he may require some assistance, but given our recent interactions, he is not one to enjoy owing favors. What to do? Sighing. The evening sun found himself reminiscing about Shinsuke. As the setting sun increasingly valued his beloved disciple, Shino, it became evident that the latter excelled not only in various forms of training, but also possessed a remarkable intellect. His insights and analyses of matters were distinctly unique, prompting the sun to occasionally, albeit inadvertently, seek Shino's counsel, intending merely to cultivate his abilities as a commander. To his surprise, Shino's analytical prowess often surpassed that of his mentor, revealing the essence of situations with striking clarity and precision. This revelation left the sun in awe of Shino's genius, leading him to frequently solicit his opinions. The sun, not particularly resolute by nature, often found his judgment swayed by Shino's perspectives. While this was of little consequence, the pressing issue lay in the fact that Shino had yet to return from his mission to eliminate bandits, leaving the sun bereft of any insights or advice from him. However, the sun had served as the commander on the front lines of the Leaf for many years, endowed with substantial experience, which soon guided him to contemplate the necessary actions under the current circumstances. Now was not the time to dwell on Orochimaru. Rather, he needed to focus on the situation at the camp. What to do? Suddenly, he recalled the words of Chushui before his departure, who had stated that he had inquired thoroughly of the returning subordinates. They reported that, despite the intelligence suggesting that the rock ninjas numbered 8,000, their observations indicated that their actual numbers seemed to be around 3,000 or 4,000. Could it be that his ninjas had misjudged? Or were the rock ninjas deliberately concealing their full strength? But why would they do so? Such questions baffled him. The sun felt his mind clouded with confusion and couldn't help but reminisce about the benefits of having Shino's presence. If only Shino were here, perhaps he could offer some enlightening perspective. Pondering this, he recalled Shino's remark before his departure, indicating that the front lines were unusually quiet and the battlefield remained relatively stable, as everyone required a buffer period between conflicts. Yet, following their reinforcements, the Sand Ninjas exhibited no signs of activity, which was decidedly abnormal. Perhaps they were plotting a significant maneuver. It would be prudent to enhance the camp's defenses and vigilance to preempt any stealthy attacks from the Sand Ninjas. As the sun contemplated further, he increasingly believed in the validity of Shino's analyses. With their own forces divided, it was improbable that the Sand Ninjas were unaware of the commotion, and although the specifics of their troop division remained unclear, it did not preclude the possibility of a surprise assault. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him. He could not allow complacency to prevail. Even with the new year approaching, resolute in his decision, he promptly ordered the cancellation of all leaves and doubled the personnel on patrol, instituting a 24-hour rotation. Having implemented these measures, a slight sense of reassurance washed over the sun. He hoped that fate would allow them to celebrate the new year in peace, wishing that any impending troubles would wait until Orochimaru's return. With a sigh of resignation, he shook his head at the uncertainty of the situation. Little did he, or anyone else, anticipate the rapid onset and vast scale of the looming conflict. By the time the sun had arranged everything, it was already the early hours of the 25th. Upon learning of the actions taken by the setting sun, the other commanders of the Leaf Village responded accordingly. There was a shared sense of gravity among them. However, they also acknowledged that Orochimaru was not entirely at fault, considering they were all comrades and it would be unwise to strain their relations. Thus, they convened once more and resolved to dispatch Orange Water to lead 5,000 men in support of Orochimaru. Yet, unexpectedly, as Orange Water's forces emerged from the fortress of Kikyo Mountain, they fell victim to a surprise attack by the Sand Ninja. What did you say? A second wave of Leaf forces has been detected ahead. Do we know their intentions? It is unclear. However, judging by their demeanor, they do not appear to have accompanied the first wave of enemies. Rather, they seem to have stumbled upon something. Upon hearing the report from the Sand Ninja scout, the fourth Kazekage felt a surge of dismay, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. He had stealthily positioned himself at the foot of Kikyo Mountain on the night of the 24th, showcasing his exceptional timing, striking while everyone else was preoccupied with preparations for the new year. At that moment, nearly all of the Leaf's outer reconnaissance ninjas had returned to Kikyo Mountain, and with the front line having been dormant for 6 months, no one had noticed. As the Leaf forces scrambled to launch a night assault against the Rock Ninja, the Kazekage reveled in the success of his scheme. only to be struck by the shocking report from the scout. It appeared he had been outmaneuvered. The Kazekage had believed his plan was flawless, yet an unforeseen complication arose. Little did he know that Orange Water's forces were not in pursuit of hidden sand ninja, but rather had deliberately taken an alternate route to avoid drawing the attention of the arrogant Orochimaru, thus rendering their goodwill futile. Ironically, this detour brought them perilously close to the sand ninja's concealed position, a stroke of luck for the Leaf. However, the Kazekage interpreted everything as a ruse orchestrated by Danzo and the higher-ups of the Leaf. Initially, he had intended to request an additional 10,000 ninjas from the Rock, but was met with the disappointment of merely receiving 3,000, who were not even placed under his full command. Resigned, he decided to act independently. Although Shin no Suk, this small butterfly, had yet to alter the fates of many, it is important to note the formidable capacity of history to correct itself. As Orange Water's forces inadvertently approached the hidden wind ninja, this development left the Kazekage, already apprehensive of the Leaf's formidable ninja prowess, in utter disarray. However, with no time to hesitate, the ambush naturally evolved into a full-scale assault. By the time Shin no Suk and his companions discovered the Sand Ninja's overwhelming offensive, it was nearly noon. Unbeknownst to them, they were en route back to Kikyo Mountain. Shin no Suk was currently toying with a beautifully crafted dagger, the sole gift from this mission, discovered within the lair of the last bandit they had vanquished. According to the memories gleaned from the defeated foe, this dagger was a treasure from a coffin located deep within a desolate ancient castle in the desert, containing nothing but a skeleton and this very dagger. Gazing at the dagger, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a Swiss Army knife from a past life, with its lustrous golden hue and the invisible reflection of a dark green gemstone, sharp beyond compare, Shinnezuke felt a surge of pride. Initially, when the group stumbled upon this exquisite weapon, it was not intended for Shinnezuke's use. All the boys were entranced by its resplendent exterior and formidable blade, while the girls were equally eager. And Shinnezuke was no exception. However, as there was but one dagger, they devised a fair method to decide its fate through a game of chance. Yet, how could this group of young children, who were easily swayed and played with by Shinnezuke in a previous life, stand as rivals against him? Despite their reluctance, after countless attempts, they resigned themselves to the reality that they were no match for him. In his moment of triumph, Shinnezuke felt an urge to laugh heartily. Playfully brandishing the dagger, dancing with it as a gust of wind swept by, making him appear exceedingly ostentatious. Yet, before he could revel in his glory for long, an unsettling realization struck him. A peculiar scent of blood lingered in the air. As if awakening from a trance, he halted, proclaiming, "It cannot be mistaken. It is undoubtedly the scent of blood." Having taken many lives before, he recognized the aroma, albeit faintly wafting from afar. The others appeared to sense it too. Although the distance was considerable, the intensity of the scent suggested that it was not merely the result of a few pigs or sheep being slaughtered. It hinted at a larger scale, perhaps involving hundreds of lives. The wind carried it from the direction of Kikyo Mountain. "This is bad. Something has happened," he exclaimed, prompting Haru to utilize her Byakugan to discern the unfolding events. "Oh no, Shinnezuke, everyone. A battle has erupted in Kikyo Mountain City. It's of considerable magnitude. What shall we do?" Upon hearing Haru's words, Shinnezuke's first instinct was that the inevitable had finally arrived. What now? He found himself at a loss. Should they flee? Surely, they might go unnoticed, but would they agree to leave if pressed? A headache throbbed as he pondered how to convey the gravity of the situation, that this conflict could claim many lives, and even their own survival was uncertain. How could he reconcile that with the bold declarations he had previously made? "Come up with a solution," exclaimed Yukiko, her impatience evident. "My mentor has promised to teach me a new fire technique on our return." At Yukiko's words, a flash of clarity struck Shinnezuke. Indeed, his mentor, Sensei Yayaka, remained in peril. Could he truly abandon him? He was no longer a child, at least not in spirit. He vividly recalled the paternal care bestowed upon him by Sensei Yayaka. To forsake him now would be unthinkable. Moreover, countless others who had once aided him could not be so easily dismissed. With a firm resolve, he clenched his teeth and declared, "I shall press on. If I must perish, then so be it." To have experienced so much in this world akin to that of Naruto, it seems unlikely that I could have encountered even a fraction of such events in my previous life. Although I have yet to establish roots in this realm, it has certainly been worthwhile. Reflecting on this, I adjusted my demeanor and proclaimed, "Everyone, the sand ninjas are advancing. As ninjas of Konoha, we must contribute to our village. Regardless of the circumstances, we cannot flee at this moment. I do not concern myself with your thoughts, but I am resolute in my desire to return. For there are my mentors and countless cherished individuals and memories waiting for me. Thus, even in the face of death, I shall not retreat." Evidently, the words of Shinjiro captivated everyone, and they responded, "We shall heed your call, Shinjiro," observing the youthful yet unwavering determination in their eyes. Shinjiro felt an invigorating surge of vitality. He made a pivotal decision, irrespective of whether they survived this great battle in the original comic. He was determined to lead these children to safety. Excellent. Since we are united in this resolve, I shall refrain from further discourse. Perhaps I am not the most competent leader, but I appreciate your understanding. I extend my gratitude to you all. Rest assured, I shall do everything in my power to bring you back from the battlefield. Yet, before that, we must fight with all our might. A commander once stated, "On the battlefield, only those unafraid of death deserve to live." The fervor stirred by Shinjiro's words ignited a passionate resolve among them. To the death, to the death. At that moment, Shinjiro felt a profound sense of greatness, honored to lead such a young, yet resolute group of ninjas. He surveyed his comrades and declared, "All right, form up. Let us set forth." The formation remained as Shinjiro had restructured it, with no changes to the positions of the others. The only alteration was that Ryukon's position was now occupied by Ryuki, who was no longer the overly sympathetic individual he once was. Moreover, Suifeng took the place of Guzi. Although Shinjiro had sealed her Mangekyo Sharingan, she did not request him to lift the seal. For Shinjiro had previously remarked that in this world, the Uchiha clan members with Mangekyo Sharingan could be counted on one hand, and until she possessed sufficient self-defense capabilities. This secret must remain undisclosed, even to her elder brother. She also cautioned her teammates to keep this matter strictly confidential. Following that incident of passion, Suifeng had become quite obedient to Shinjiro's words. However, was the Sharingan merely a simple sealing technique? Despite the Mangekyo being sealed, Suifeng could still utilize her ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan without issue, granting Shinjiro a degree of reassurance regarding this situation. After 20 minutes of relentless sprinting, they finally arrived at Kikyo Mountain Castle. Despite having anticipated the scale of this great battle, Shinjiro had never witnessed such a vast theater of war. The expansive castle was stained red with blood, half of its walls drenched, and all colors had surrendered their prominence to the overwhelming hue of crimson. The hollow was saturated with blood, as individuals wielded their weapons, relentlessly striking at their foes. The living either prepared to perish alongside their enemies, howled in agony upon the ground, or clung to life in a feeble state. It seemed that, in this moment, all resolve had vanished, leaving only the singular objective of annihilating the adversary. At this juncture, Qingshui's emotions were profoundly conflicted. He never anticipated that the Sand Shinobi would launch a surprise attack at such a critical time, transforming his reinforcement strategy into direct engagement. Moreover, he was taken aback by the sheer scale of the Sand Shinobi's ambush. However, he found himself devoid of alternatives, for their route back to the city had been completely obstructed by the Sand Shinobi. Faced with an encirclement of 15,000 adversaries, he felt an overwhelming proximity to death. The remaining Sand Shinobi began their assault on the fortress of Jeking Mountain. Witnessing this dire situation, Qingshui disregarded his own safety. Rather than ordering a retreat to the city, he resolutely engaged the Sand Shinobi that besieged him. His intentions were clear: to use his 5,000 ninjas to delay the enemy as much as possible, thereby alleviating the pressure on the defenders within the city. Meanwhile, at the temporary command center of the Sand Shinobi, the Wind Shadow observed the unfolding situation with indifference. Since the onset of battle, he had set aside all other concerns, perhaps confident that his amassed force of 40,000 ninjas, gathered through considerable sacrifice, would easily overcome the slightly more than 10,000 defenders of Konoha. Yet, he seemed to overlook the fact that he had no accurate knowledge of the number of defenders within Jeking Mountain. Even if there were fewer than 5,000 ninjas remaining in the city, and even if he was to deploy troops 5 times the number of the defenders for the siege, the formidable structure of the city and the superior quality of Konoha ninjas meant that the calculations for a successful siege required an attacking force significantly larger than the defenders. Moreover, the sun had just set, and the ninjas had not yet succumbed to sleep. The anticipated chaos that the wind shadow envisioned had not materialized, leaving him with no choice but to press onward. As time passed, the situation within the city remained stable. However, a crisis emerged on Qingshui's side. Despite the superior quality of his ninjas, the tactical maneuvers of the Sand Shinobi squads proved irksome. Although Shino had recently developed a set of squad tactics, they were designed for routine missions and were ill-suited for the battlefield. Consequently, Qingshui's forces quickly dwindled to around 3,000, while the Sand Shinobi incurred losses of fewer than 1,000. Anxiety began to permeate Qingshui's thoughts. If the battle continued to unfold in this manner, his entire force might be annihilated before nightfall, with the cost to the Sand Shinobi potentially being less than 1-to-1. At that moment, several Sand Shinobi keenly observed the Konoha commander appearing somewhat dazed and seized the opportunity to launch an assault. Sand release, sand waterfall technique. Clearly, they were all aware of the identity of the individual before them, thus they were indifferent to the magnitude of his counterattacks. Although the surroundings were no longer a desert, the arid conditions persisted, leaving no ponds to facilitate the water techniques of orange water. The discussion on sand techniques is indeed intriguing. While it possesses greater fluidity, it essentially forfeits the supreme defensive capability inherent to earth techniques. Although its defensive prowess is not negligible, it is still a far cry from that of earth techniques. Sand techniques, though derived from earth techniques, exhibit distinct characteristics. Earth techniques are vulnerable to lightning yet resilient against water, whereas sand techniques are impervious to lightning but dread water. As orange water was on the verge of being buried beneath the sands, Shinsuke and his companions arrived just in time. Earth style, earth flow wall. With a resounding shout from Shiro, a towering stone wall abruptly rose from the ground, effectively halting the assault of the sand techniques. Not to be outdone, Shinsuke and Sachiko unleashed their own techniques: fire style, fire dragon technique, and wind style, infinite breakthrough. The fierce flames, aided by the tumultuous wind, wreaked havoc upon the sand ninjas, causing chaos in their ranks. Other leaf ninjas soon recognized the peril faced by orange water and swiftly joined in, employing both wind and fire techniques. For a moment, they gained a significant advantage in that localized skirmish. However, just as their techniques ceased, Jinsan and Yukio arrived on the scene. Unlike Shinsuke and the others, Jinsan had reached the zenith of a ninja's growth, despite lacking flamboyant techniques. His close combat prowess was unparalleled within the squad. Secret art, 8 trigrams palm. He bellowed, his form flitting like a specter among the sand ninjas. With a flurry of strikes, he sent over a dozen sand ninjas hurtling through the air, incapacitated and severely injured. White Fang's technique, whirling blade. Yukio, unwilling to play a subordinate role, unleashed a swordsmanship style reminiscent of the legendary Mato. Alarmingly, he was recognized as the successor of White Fang, whose reputation was forged in battles against sand ninjas. Though Yukio's sword skills did not match the effectiveness of Jinsan's, they nonetheless stirred greater unrest among the sand ninjas. Eliminate those ninjas' casting techniques. It was evident that the commander of the sand ninjas had taken notice of the commotion surrounding Shinsuke and immediately dispatched a dozen sand ninjas toward them. Judging by their physiques, these were skilled in physical combat. Shinsuke and his companions were not mere technique-oriented ninjas. They promptly initiated their counterattack. "Get back!" Shiro shouted, his physical prowess having surged recently. While his speed was not exceptional, the force behind each of his punches was not something an ordinary individual could withstand. In mere moments, he sent the approaching sand ninjas sprawling. The other leaf ninjas, recognizing that their technique-oriented comrades were under assault, rushed to provide support. Seizing the opportunity, Shinsuke and Mami launched their illusion techniques: illusion technique, blood red sunset, and picture within a picture technique. Yet, the overall resistance to illusions among the sand ninjas was evidently superior to that of the earth ninjas. However, the illusions conjured by Shino and Mami momentarily dulled the onslaught of many sand shinobi, which proved sufficient for the leaf ninjas. Seizing this opportunity, they ruthlessly dispatched the noticeably sluggish wind shinobi, even managing to carve out a small clearing around Shino. At that instant, Shiro's earth release technique was ready. Earth release, earth dragon technique. Satsuki seized the moment to unleash her fire release, fire dragon technique. In an instant, the mud projectiles spewing forth from the earth dragon's mouth were rapidly vaporized by the searing flames, significantly amplifying the power of their ninjutsu. The other leaf ninjas swiftly showcased their remarkable prowess, converging around Shiro and Satsuki, and in mere moments began to channel their earth and fire chakra towards them, exponentially enhancing the potency of this combined ninjutsu. Yet, the sand shinobi were not to be trifled with. They quickly retaliated. "Shiro, Satsuki, watch your feet," Kaze suddenly shouted. The ground split open, and from its depths, a colossal hand composed of sand lunged toward them, catching everyone off guard. Water release, water dragon technique. It was Kojiro, riding atop a dragon made of water as he surged forward. He had arrived last, not due to slowness, but because he had wisely fetched a substantial amount of water from a nearby lake, aware that there were no water sources around Kikyo Mountain. He had unleashed a modified ninjutsu, water dragon technique, using the water he collected, which obliterated the sand shinobi's sandy hand into a quagmire. Orange Water rejoiced, relieved to finally find a water source. Upon Kojiro's arrival, he instantly recognized him. After all, water ninjutsu masters in the Western Front were few, and Kojiro was barely one of them. Moreover, his water techniques were taught by Orange Water, making recognition effortless. The master and disciple exchanged a knowing nod and simultaneously formed seals for water release. Great waterfall technique. A torrential waterfall surged forth, sweeping across the battlefield. If prior to this, the ninjutsu of Shiro, Shino, and others was merely a nuisance to the sand shinobi, Orange Water and Kojiro's water release truly disrupted their formation. After all, at least half of their ninjutsu-oriented shinobi were adept in earth release, which was countered by water release, thus temporarily suppressing the sand shinobi's attacks. Seizing this moment, Shiro and Satsuki both utilized the summoning technique. With a puff of smoke, their respective summoned entities appeared, the chubby Tanuki, Nene, and Shirozai. Oh, Lord Shirozai is here. You fools. Idiots. The monkey, ever the same, struck a peculiar pose while speaking in a rap-like manner. Shino couldn't help but silently muse on what might transpire if they encountered the genuine Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee, on the northern front. He found himself rather intrigued by the prospect. Yay, 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 back to the ninja world, Lord Nene exclaimed, brimming with joy. Though it quickly sensed the gravity of the situation. Lord Nene loves killing games. Yay, yay, what fun. Satsuki, however, paid little heed to its exuberance. With a swift kick, he sent Changzhen tumbling into the dirt. Get to work, you foolish monkey. Oh, Changzhen, looking quite pitiful as he rose from the ground, resembled a mistreated bride, causing a bead of sweat to form on Silang's brow. Nevertheless, he had to reassure Changzhen to continue working. Yukiko paid no mind to this coward, turning her attention to her own raccoon, shouting, "Are you also in need of a beating?" Humph. Nanei, however, dared not challenge her, obediently unleashing his wind techniques. One cannot deny that Changzhen's bombs proved invaluable on the battlefield. Despite the presence of numerous skilled wind ninjas, none could rival Silang's Changzhen. Nanei's wind techniques were commendable as well. Yukiko combined her fire techniques with her summoning beasts to unleash remarkable ninjutsu. I require the assistance of a master of earth techniques. Silang, having calmed Changzhen, consumed a soldier's ration pill, simultaneously shouting and forming hand seals. Nearby, the leaf ninjas recognized the potency of his earth techniques. Thus they focused their attention on Silang, ready to channel earth chakra at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Yukiko, along with her two beasts, disregarded him, concentrating solely on her own ninjutsu and bombs. Hara and Yukio had temporarily retreated to provide protection for Silang's powerful techniques. Changzhen, hold on, said Shinjiro as he observed Silang's ninjutsu nearing completion. Oh, you're not the boss of Changzhen. I won't listen to you. You fool. You idiot. Despite Yukiko's commands being met with compliance, Shinjiro's words lacked any authority. Upon hearing Changzhen's retort, Shinjiro found himself utterly helpless. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted, "Wow! Look, a UFO!" Changzhen, indeed, fell for the ruse, its claws clutching the shelter as it searched frantically. Where? Where? Naturally. It seemed that no one else was foolish enough to fall for such a tiresome trick. As Changzhen's assault was forced to pause, the wind ninjas began to reorganize for a renewed offensive. Silang, now is your chance. At last, Silang's ninjutsu was ready. Drink. Ultimate technique. Rain of deathly shuriken. Sharp stone spikes flew from Silang's hands like rain, immediately suppressing the sand ninjas who had just begun to regain momentum. This technique represented Silang's most formidable offensive capability. And unlike other earth techniques, it did not impose strict requirements on the ground. While the hand seals were intricate, this technique could be executed under any conditions. Unaffected by peculiar circumstances such as grass techniques or sand mixed with water, which could hinder communication with the Earth's elemental forces. The sand ninjas faced severe consequences. They lacked any capable earth technique masters, and their sand techniques were utterly insufficient to withstand Silang's assault. Though some wind ninjas acted swiftly to prepare sand shields, the sharp stone spikes could easily pierce through and eliminate the sand ninjas behind them, resulting in countless casualties. However, this did not imply that the sand ninjas were without recourse. Over 20 formidable ninjas volunteered to form a human shield, allowing their adept puppeteer to maneuver and block Silang's stone spikes. This rendered Silang's ninjutsu ineffective, forcing him to come to a halt. Kazuko, undeterred, unleashed her formidable technique, Fire Release. Hellfire Technique. A small fireball, reminiscent of the phoenix flower, erupted from her mouth, soaring toward the sand shinobi. Once these fireballs struck the ground, their destructive power was astonishing. Dark red pillars of flame shot up from the earth, radiating an intense heat that singed the clothing of anyone nearby. This was the most powerful ninjutsu that Kazuko had learned from Sakai, though she had yet to master it fully. Despite Sakai's uncertain fate, she bravely released this technique as her comrades unleashed their own ultimate moves. The results aligned with everyone's expectations, and there was no repeat of the blunder from Shinobu's desert mission. While Kazuko's thoughts remained a mystery, it was evident that her technique alone could not fully counter the relentless onslaught of the sand shinobi, who held the advantage in ninjutsu. Suddenly, Shinobu had an idea and shouted to Shiro, "Hold the line." Meanwhile, Haru began to act, employing his peculiar footwork to glide toward Shiro, a ninja skilled in earth release techniques. Typically, ninjutsu practitioners lacked formidable physical prowess, and before they could react, they sensed something unfamiliar in their mouths. Upon tasting it, these Konoha ninjas recognized the flavor. It was the taste of the soldier pill. Haru had observed that the team's chakra was rapidly depleting, and with no time to consume the pills, he devised this strategy. Ninjutsu, Canine Special Assault. Ryuki unleashed one of the signature techniques of the legendary White Fang. In an instant, thousands of shadow clones of ninja dogs surged toward the Wind Shinobi. While these canine clones could not halt the Wind Shinobi's assault, they effectively disrupted their movements, rendering them temporarily unable to utilize ninjutsu. Earth Release, Earth Barrier Technique. With the assistance of Konoha's many earth release experts, and at Shiro's commanding shout, enormous rock walls, each 20 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 2 to 3 meters thick, materialized before them, forming a colossal fortress within a 1-kilometer radius. This formation encircled the troops of Orange Water, trapping them along with all their attacking sand shinobi inside. Shiro had mastered this technique through frequent use in prior missions, as it served not only as a defensive maneuver, but also prevented those within from easily escaping. His intent was merely to confine the mountain bandits, yet it proved remarkably effective in this situation. It's the third Hokage's ninjutsu, Orange Water exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Shiro, however, did not regard this technique with the same weight. He was somewhat perplexed by Orange Water's astonishment, as Greensprout had not mentioned anything significant when teaching him this technique. What was going on with Lord Orange Water? In contrast to Shiro's confusion, Orange Water was acutely aware of the technique's history. Although Sarutobi had refrained from entering the battlefield since the early stages of the Second Great Ninja War, his remarkable achievements were well known, much like this technique. During the First Great Ninja War, Sarutobi had used this very technique to single-handedly stall 200 Cloud Shinobi for several hours. It was improbable that he had boasted to his son about his accomplishments. So Greensprout had simply taught this A-rank ninjutsu to Shiro as if it were an ordinary technique. Although Qingshui had never witnessed this particular ninjutsu firsthand, it did not hinder his understanding of its specific effects. After all, he had always been captivated by the renowned achievements and notable techniques of the third Hokage during his childhood. Truly, this was one of the representative ninjutsu of the third. The emergence of these earthen walls transformed the previously open battlefield between the sand and leaf shinobi into a confined corridor, akin to urban warfare. This shift obliterated the numerical advantage of the Wind Shinobi and rendered Qingshui and his companions' disadvantages non-existent. Observing the brilliance of Shiro's ninjutsu, Shino could not help but feel a surge of excitement. This reminded him of a similar scenario from the battle in the desert. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Lord Qingshui, please help us dry up the water beneath our feet. Kotaro, summon some water into the air. I have grand designs. With that, he disregarded everyone and began weaving hand seals. Although uncertain of his intentions, Qingshui chose to place his trust in Shino. Despite the significant chakra consumption and intricate release process of ninjutsu, its impact on the battlefield could be profound. In one-on-one confrontations, both parties were acutely aware of each other's movements and could react instantaneously. However, the battlefield was different, with numerous ninjas congregated, unless one was exceptionally renowned. It was nearly impossible for everyone to focus their attention on a single individual, allowing ninjutsu and genjutsu to achieve their maximum efficacy. Although ninjas often preferred to settle disputes with taijutsu, this did not preclude the use of elaborate ninjutsu in their confrontations. It was precisely because of the significant role that ninjutsu and genjutsu played on the battlefield that Shino and his companions were able to swiftly advance to jonin status. Had they merely been adept in taijutsu, they might still be considered chunin. For this reason, Qingshui chose to trust Shino, especially given their brotherly bond as fellow disciples. After all, how could he easily take Shino's friend Kotaro as a pupil? Of course, Kotaro's progress to this point was largely attributable to his own talent and diligence, and Qingshui was quite satisfied with his protege. Thus, without waiting for Kotaro to respond, Qingshui initiated his ninjutsu with the water release, mist dragon technique, sending swirling dragon-shaped mist towards the sand shinobi. This technique, created in the early days by the second Hokage, transformed all the water on the ground into mist directed at the enemy. Although it lacked offensive power, it could create chaos on the battlefield, allowing for opportunistic strikes. In that era, ninjutsu was not as diverse as it is today, nor had every technique undergone extensive research. As one of the early ninjutsu in the shinobi world, its weaknesses were quite apparent. Wind release, great breakthrough. The mist was all blown upwards by the sand shinobi. Moreover, they exercised caution in their force, for they did not wish to send the leaf shinobi flying nor return the mist to their side. After all, their mission was to encircle and annihilate this group of leaf ninjas, and they could not afford the responsibility if any managed to escape amidst the chaos. It was precisely due to their understanding of the sand shinobi's intentions that Qingshui's ninjutsu effectively met Shino's requirements. This left Shin Nosuk in quiet admiration of Qingshui's cunning methods. It appeared that all notable figures within the ninja world were no ordinary individuals. What seemed to be an insignificant matter to Qingshui, however, would have a profound impact on Shin Nosuk's path of growth, instilling in him a caution when encountering the illustrious figures of the Hokage world, thus preventing him from committing any grave errors in the future. Regrettably, Shin Nosuk had no time to ponder such thoughts now. His sole desire was to unleash the lightning release technique. Lightning release, rain summoning technique. In but an instant, the vapor in the heavens transformed from mere moisture into tempestuous storm clouds. Although this technique could successfully summon thunderclouds even on clear days, it was far more effective in the presence of rain or abundant moisture. However, as Shin Nosuk was entirely inept in water release, he required assistance from those proficient in it. Truth be told, he found this technique rather redundant. Nonetheless, most lightning techniques required it as a prerequisite, compelling him to master it. Dark clouds swiftly obscured the sun, and Qingshui's ninjutsu significantly enhanced the efficacy of the rain summoning technique. The once bright sky appeared as dark as night, and all present felt the palpable presence of thunderous chakra in the air. Even those ninjas unskilled in lightning release were acutely aware of it. The sand ninjas sensed impending doom, yet amidst the chaos of battle, they were unaware of who had unleashed the jutsu, leaving them momentarily at a loss for action. At that moment, Qingshui quickly reacted, issuing commands. All lightning ninjas, gather here. Close combat ninjas, protect. Meanwhile, Shin Nosuk's eyes brimmed with inexplicable reminiscence. He could never forget that fateful day in the tempestuous desert when he unleashed his first A-rank lightning technique. It was on that day that he lost a girl more precious than both of his lives combined. That day was also the only occasion he had held her in his arms, and the memory of her warmth as she trembled against him amidst the raging storm still lingered in his heart. Unbeknownst to him, the sorrow of battle surged forth from Shin Nosuk, and all present felt the chilling, bone-deep cold emanating from his blood-red eyes. which sparked the deepest fears within their souls. Even Cheng Shui, who stood close by, along with numerous lightning ninjas, turned their gazes towards him. As the saying goes in the Death God, only those who truly understand the terror of their own weapons can conquer all adversaries. Shin Nosuke did not entertain any other thoughts. Though his recollections of Kazu consumed more chakra in his control of the technique, his overwhelming emotions amplified its power exponentially. Moreover, the support from numerous adept lightning users propelled Shin Nosuke's comprehension of lightning release to new heights. It appeared his hand seals were somehow amiss, more intricate and cumbersome than the clear skies thunder he had prepared for. Lightning release, the divine punishment of thunder. With a voice resonating like that of a soul-reaping specter from the depths of hell, a colossal, dark red array inscribed with symbols materialized in the sky, as if it were never meant to exist in this world. A tremendous black and crimson lightning, with a diameter of several meters, struck indiscriminately at the sand shinobi within the stone formation. In that moment, the heavens wept and raged. No one could withstand such a calamity resembling a natural disaster. No. It would be more fitting to refer to it as divine magic. If Shino could unleash it through his own strength, he would undoubtedly qualify as a shadow-level powerhouse. Perhaps even beyond that. All anyone could do was stand in silent observation, awaiting the conclusion of this unprecedented thunderstrike. What? Is it possible that this single technique could annihilate our 8,000 men? What absurdity! Who possesses such immense prowess? I am utterly unaware. The wind shadow was now seething with fury, yet he too recognized the undeniable truth. It was rumored that this was not the work of a solitary individual. Rather, it seemed that the Leaf Village had pooled the might of all its lightning-style ninjas to achieve this feat. Moreover, it appeared that the Leaf's forces had not suffered substantial repercussions from this technique, as the captain of the Shadow Guard, Maki, weakly noted. Only then did the wind shadow calm slightly. Oh, well, that does lend some credence to the notion that the Leaf had indeed unveiled its secret ninjutsu scroll. The wind shadow was acutely aware that those who reached his position were privy to certain esoteric truths beyond the comprehension of ordinary citizens. This was not without precedent. Fearing the might of the legendary first Hokage, Chihaya Hashirama, the other villages had once conspired to deploy a lightning-style ninjutsu scroll left behind by the Sage of Six Paths to obliterate the Leaf. Unexpectedly, Hashirama single-handedly thwarted their efforts with impeccable precision. Although the Leaf Village was preserved, Hashirama perished due to the exhaustion of his life force after his fierce battle with Uchiha Madara. Tragically, Chihaya Hikage, who was only in his 30s at the time, succumbed years later due to the latent injuries sustained during that ordeal. This, however, merely ushered the Leaf into a period of silence lasting several years, without succumbing to the chaos of the other villages' conflicts. Following that, the Leaf gradually distanced itself from the other shinobi villages, leading to the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, during which many villages united yet failed to conquer the solitary Leaf. This served as a profound irony for those self-righteous villages, prompting the Wind Shadow to refrain from further contemplation. Had he known that the technique unleashed by Shino was precisely the ninjutsu derived from the scroll that had once led to the first Hokage's downfall, he would have turned back immediately to study how to counter this technique or directly confront the ninja wielding it. Alas, he was unaware, and it was not just him. Even the most senior surviving members of the Leaf's leadership might not possess knowledge of the ninjutsu that the first Hokage had secretly developed before his demise. As the final disciple of the second Hokage, Yamada Tada, who spent the last years by Hikage's side organizing the records of the first and second Hokages, had inadvertently acquired this ninjutsu, it was not surprising. Of course, at present, the Wind Shadow was not concerned with this matter, for he had surmised that this technique could not be unleashed again for the time being, while the issue of chakra could be resolved. Achieving the same state of mind as Shino was a far more daunting challenge. 8,000 men. 8,000 men. Just like that, they were gone. The Wind Shadow murmured to himself. Though he no longer pondered why Konoha possessed such a scroll of jutsu, he found himself unable to shift his perspective. Observing the Wind Shadow's current state, no one dared to speak. Yet this silence could not persist. Noticing the hesitance among his comrades, Maki steeled his resolve and said, "Lord Wind Shadow, the commander ahead awaits your orders." However, as he hesitated to finish his sentence, the Wind Shadow felt a complex mix of emotions. Maki was indeed a promising talent, displaying considerable loyalty. Regrettably, He was entangled with a family of traitorous ninjas. Otherwise, he could have been groomed as the fifth Wind Shadow. Alas! Lord Wind Shadow, please issue your commands swiftly, Maki urged, sensing that the Wind Shadow was not as enraged as he might have been. Maki gathered his courage once more, saying, "You need not say more. I understand my responsibilities." The Wind Shadow had come to realize that the number of Konoha ninjas in the city was far greater than initially imagined. It appeared Konoha was more astute than he had anticipated. He had received accurate intelligence from the commander who was besieging the Orange Waters. They were not heading directly for him, as it would be impossible to carry such ample supplies otherwise. This judgment had led him to overturn his previous assessment of being betrayed by Danzo. No commander, however foolish, would dare to march into open battle with a significantly outnumbered enemy while laden with supplies. But why had these Konoha ninjas launched such a reckless assault? It was utterly perplexing. Suddenly, a troubling thought struck him. If he continued to hesitate, he might jeopardize his entire army. A solution must be devised swiftly. Must he truly resort to such extremes? The fourth Wind Shadow fixed a fierce gaze upon the distant Jeking mountain castle, a menacing glare that sent shivers down the spines of even his most trusted subordinates. After weighing the pros and cons meticulously, he resolutely commanded, "Maki, inform Yamazaki and Suzuki to prepare for an offensive." "Lord," Maki began, but the Wind Shadow's piercing gaze silenced him. Gritting his teeth, he reiterated, "Obey my orders. Proceed as I have instructed." "Yes." Maki dared not contest the Wind Shadow's command further and turned to relay the orders. As he watched Maki depart to convey the command, a flicker of compassion crossed the Wind Shadow's eyes. Nevertheless, he was determined to seize Jeking Mountain Castle. He would spare no sacrifice to achieve this goal. At the moment he issued the command, however, a crisis arose at the sturdy Jeking Mountain Castle. Below the mountain, the Sand Ninjas were truly suffering losses, as the lightning strikes had primarily targeted this area. The number of combat-capable Sand Ninjas dwindled to around 5,000, nearly causing their commander to vomit blood. They had never anticipated that Konoha possessed such formidable offensive capabilities. Unlike the Wind Shadow, the Sand Commanders were not preoccupied with complex thoughts. They simply understood that failing to neutralize the forces at Orange Water, given the fourth Wind Shadow's ruthless nature, would lead to dire consequences far beyond mere casualties. Their families would face severe repercussions, likely struggling to maintain their daily lives. Now, they dared not launch further attacks on the Konoha ninjas. Thus, they simultaneously informed the Wind Shadow and ceased their assault, closely monitoring Konoha's next moves. In contrast, the situation within Konoha, despite Orange Water mobilizing all the proficient lightning-using ninjas under his command, still left everyone astounded by the commotion caused by Shin Nosuk. Even though nearly 1,000 lightning ninjas, along with 800 earth ninjas, were left partially depleted in energy due to the necessity of maintaining Shiro's jutsu, the overall condition remained manageable. Moreover, they had brought ample supplies prior to their departure, allowing for swift recuperation. However, even if the sacrifice of 1,000 ninjas resulted in the annihilation of 8,000 foes, it would undeniably be regarded as a monumental victory. Most of the earthen walls of Shiro's rock fortress had dissipated into nothingness. Nevertheless, the Konoha ninjas nestled amidst the jutsu-formed rock walls were largely unaffected by the lightning strikes. Despite their awareness of the child's affiliation with the setting sun, the fact that the sun was not adept in ninjutsu led all Konoha ninjas present to regard Shin Nosuk's lightning techniques with newfound respect. The sudden halt of the Sand Shinobi's offensive afforded Orange Water's fatigued troops a precious moment to breathe. "Well done, Shin Nosuk." Teacher Yamada truly raised a fine son. In response to Orange Water's praise, Shin Nosuk merely smiled faintly, his thoughts lingering on the matter concerning Tani. Orange Water, however, perceived Shin Nosuk's calmness amidst such tremendous accomplishments as an indication of his elevated opinion of him. With the tide of battle shifting, the 5,000 Sand Shinobi faced a relatively minor gap against their diminished elite force of 2,300, which greatly uplifted Orange Water's spirits. "Excellent. Marvelous. Splendid," he exclaimed, his laughter resonating, causing the younger ninjas to relax as well. Yet, the surrounding ninjas could not afford to underestimate it, for it was one of the summoning beasts of the third Hokage. Nene, patting her ample belly, wore a contented expression, while beside her sat Yukiko, whose countenance resembled that of someone recently risen from a coffin, evidently exhausted from excessive chakra usage. Meanwhile, Ryuki and Haru-san appeared in good spirits, having chosen a nearby elevated rock to rest upon. Kojiro maintained a neutral expression, laboring on a wood carving. Mami and Suifeng sat back to back, seemingly devoid of energy. In contrast, Shiro was lively and animated. Despite being one of the first to utilize ninjutsu, he received significant care from his fellow ninjas, largely owing to the substantial assistance his earth techniques provided in the battle, coupled with the collective realization of his heritage as the third successor. After replenishing his chakra with the iron rock needle technique, Shiro approached Shin Nosuk, his eyes brimming with tears, as if he believed Shin Nosuk had just engaged in an intimate encounter with him. Shin Nosuk felt uneasy under his gaze. "What is wrong with you, Shiro? Please refrain from looking at me with such eyes. My orientation is perfectly normal." Shiro, oblivious to the discomfort he caused, retorted, "Big brother, I already told you last time. I possess the earth attribute. Kindly inform me before you use lightning techniques next time." Everyone finally noticed that his entire body was as black as coal, and he even sported a version of an explosive hairstyle reminiscent of the city. Clearly, he had been thoroughly electrocuted by Shino. Looking at the other Earth-style ninjas, they appeared transformed into 1970s African-American pop singers, merely missing a pair of bell-bottom pants. Observing the scene, Shino found himself somewhat embarrassed and, in a fit of indignation, shouted at Shiro, "Why so much chatter? Why is it only you who got zapped?" He added, "Next time, be a bit sharper." However, he soon found himself grappling with the logic of the situation. "By the way, Shiro, how did you get electrocuted using that jutsu? Is there a substantial amount of iron in the rock wall it creates?" "How would I know?" Shiro replied, when suddenly, Haru shouted, "Oh no! Everyone! The gate of Kikyozen Castle has collapsed." Orange jumped up, seizing Haru. "What did you say? How could the gate of Kikyozen Castle fall? Are you sure?" Haru, caught in his grip, fell silent. Only then did Orange realize he had overreacted. He gently released Haru and coughed discreetly, "My apologies. Please, speak, Hyuga-kun." Haru adjusted his clothing and asserted, "It's true. Everyone must have seen the dust rising when the gate fell. However, Lord Orange, we can see it. Surely the sand ninjas can too. Please give the order quickly." Orange turned to look, and indeed, as Haru had said, despite the considerable distance from Kikyozen Castle, the dust cloud raised by such a massive object falling was unmistakable. He wasted no time, resolutely ordering, no matter what, Kikyozen Castle must not be harmed. Leaf ninjas and earth-style ninjas remain here. Everyone else, support the main city. With gritted teeth, Orange declared, "If anything happens to Kikyozen Castle, I will not find peace even in death." Though he spoke with conviction, his comrades showed no inclination to act. Instead, they began concocting various excuses to stay behind. For they all understood that once the main force departed, Orange would indeed be left isolated, facing a perilous situation. It seemed Orange had not anticipated this reaction. Faced with his reluctant subordinates, he was flooded with emotion. Yet he recognized that this was not the time for sentimentality. He had to compel them to leave. "What do you mean by this? Do you think staying will increase your chances of survival?" Observing the genuine emotions of his subordinates, Orange shook his head and suddenly commanded in a grave tone, "I hereby order you in the name of the senior commander of the Leaf. Except for the aforementioned ninjas, everyone else is to leave. Support Kikyozen Castle with all your might. Depart at once. I am not jesting. Disobedience will be regarded as treason against the Leaf." Seeing Orange's resolute demeanor, they could no longer justify remaining. They were not afraid of death, but they were unwilling to bear the label of traitors to the Leaf, for which they would fight valiantly. However, it appeared that Orange's life took precedence. Thus, despite their loud affirmations, not a single person moved, including Shino and the others. As Qingshui observed the steadfastness of his companions, he suddenly gritted his teeth and pressed the kunai against his own neck. In a deep, resonant voice, he commanded, "Leave at once. Otherwise, I shall perish before your eyes. Do not think, my dear comrades, that you alone possess the resolve to sacrifice for Konoha. Execute the orders." "Understood." The others were taken aback by Qingshui's drastic measure, utterly astonished by his determination. Regardless of their reluctance, they found themselves powerless against his will, compelled to obey. Sighing at the sorrowful gazes of his comrades, Qingshui reassured them in a solemn tone, "Rest assured, I am not so easily vanquished. Besides, there are still 800 of us remaining." At this juncture, his demeanor was remarkably composed, as if the command he issued bore no relation to his own life. "Shino, unable to fathom the profound spirit behind a task he barely understood in his past life, pondered the multitude of individuals like Cheng Shui that existed amidst the chaos of war. What of the forgotten, unnamed heroes? In that moment, he seemed to grasp the reason for his being transported to this realm. His mission was to survive for as long as possible, to witness firsthand the heroes overshadowed by history, and to discern the discrepancies between them and what Kishimoto had depicted. Cheng Shui's kunai remained poised against his neck, and it seemed that due to his fierce grip, blood had begun to flow. Yet, his expression remained serene, as if his existence were entirely detached from the perilous act he was undertaking. Now, we must contemplate how to breach the Sand Ninja's defenses. Shino, do you possess any lightning techniques that could temporarily create an opening? Though he longed to respond in the negative, he could not betray Cheng Shui's fearless resolve. I do. However, Lord Cheng Shui, you must promise not to recklessly sacrifice yourself. Cheng Shui understood that he could not refuse at this moment. I will not die, I assure you. Yet, none present believed his words. Even though the Wind Ninja numbered only 5,000, should they depart, Cheng Shui would be left surrounded by Earth-style ninjas with little close combat capability. Less than 1,000 ranged ninjas facing the remaining 5,000 elite Wind Ninja was akin to courting death. However, they were bound by Cheng Shui's command. And thus Shino wiped away the tears threatening to spill from his eyes and began forming hand seals. As he concentrated on his ninjutsu, he called out loudly, "Everyone, lend me a hand. This technique might rebound, so why are you standing so far away?" He remarked this as he noticed that apart from the love-struck Case and the confused Yukio, the rest of his team had distanced themselves from him. It seemed they were still apprehensive about his technique. A bunch of cowards, Shino thought bitterly, yet he held his tongue. For the jutsu he was about to unleash was the very lightning dragon cannon he had once executed in the desert. Although he practiced for an extended period thereafter, the impression that move left on everyone was indelibly profound. Hence, it seems that the memory of that technique still lingers uneasily in their minds. Shinosuke was at a loss for words, yet with the arrow knocked, he could not afford to halt midway. Thus, he took a deep breath, focused his mind, and formed the seals for his jutsu, lightning release secret technique. Lightning Dragon Thunder Cannon. Fortunately, this technique, reformed from the Lightning Dragon Ninjutsu, did not disappoint. It effortlessly shattered the rock wall created by Shiro's ninjutsu. Although there was some recoil, the ninjas surrounding Shinosuke were adept in lightning release, and they paid no heed to the backlash of the lightning strike. However, perhaps out of a desire for retribution, the returning lightning struck not only the nearby Ryukyo and Sui Foam, but also ensnared every one of Shinosuke's teammates, treating them to a shocking banquet of electricity. Why must I always be the one caught in the crossfire? Aramitsu lamented, exhaling a cloud of black smoke. Just be content. You haven't lost anything. Consider it a way to revitalize your cells. Kojiro remarked expressionlessly, patting him on the shoulder while facing the charcoal-like wooden material that Shinosuke had discovered in the bandit's lair a month prior, tears streaming down his darkened face. Oh, Shiro, your leader is truly terrifying. I'm not playing with you anymore. You scoundrel. Fool. As a monkey, Shirazaki was not particularly clever. And even if he were human, he would still be a step behind. However, his instinct to flee was not to be underestimated. With a puff, he vanished in a cloud of smoke. Big sister, I'm scared too, you should leave. Before Tanuki could finish her words, she too disappeared into another cloud of smoke. Though not by her own volition, she was kicked into the air by Saki. Yet, to Shinosuke, in a certain sense, her master was the most fearsome of all. Mamiko said nothing else, her gaze lingering on Shinosuke, filled with resentment. I hate you. Shinosuke felt as if something had shattered on the ground. Yet he had no time to concern himself with Mamiko, for a formidable creature loomed before him, while Shiro was elegantly disregarded. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Shinosuke? Saki panted. However, Shinosuke anticipated that if not for the crowd present, his ears would surely suffer from her wrath. Yet, she appeared to be in much better spirits after the electric jolt, unlike the state she had been in moments before. Haha, you look much better, don't you? Kojiro truly possesses foresight. Shinosuke chuckled at Saki while giving Kojiro a thumbs up, whispering, Good buddy. What time is it? You bunch of fools. Hurry and leave. With a resounding shout from Orange Water, everyone suddenly remembered that this was not the moment for settling scores. Nevertheless, it was precisely because of the playful antics of Shino and his companions that the somber atmosphere, tinged with thoughts of separation and loss, was alleviated. As the group prepared to break through, Sunanin seemed to have sensed the commotion from Konoha and quickly converged towards the gap created by Shino's ninjutsu. Move swiftly. I will provide cover. Kojiro was the first to react, charging through the opening and beginning to weave hand signs. Ninjutsu. Summoning technique. With a resounding shout, a colossal black serpent, adorned with an eerie purple visage on its abdomen, materialized not far from the breach, causing numerous ninjas to fall flat in shock, particularly the female ninjas. The serpent, oblivious to the dread instilled in the diminutive figures below, flicked its crimson tongue and wagged its long, dark tail like an excited puppy. Damn Kojiro, how dare you summon a giant snake to frighten me? To everyone's surprise, it was the usually composed Mami who erupted in fury, prompting Shino to hurriedly restrain her. Let me go, Shino. Mami struggled fiercely in his embrace, determined not to be outdone by Kojiro. Shino quietly thought to himself, oh dear, but he knew he had to explain the situation. Hey, calm down. You wouldn't want to attack your own comrades, would you? Finally, Mami regained her composure, realizing the truth that summoning such a massive creature was beyond her capabilities to contend with. Kojiro, meanwhile, was in no position to engage Mami further. He needed to act swiftly. This is bad. The Konoha ninjas are about to break through. The Wind ninjas had quickly discerned Konoha's intentions and began to surround the gap. Let them not succeed. Joshua exclaimed, unleashing his water ninjutsu, water release, water surge. In an instant, torrents of water surged forth, akin to a natural disaster, overwhelming the Sunanin who were attempting to impede the advance near Kikyo Mountain Castle. Such was the prowess of water ninjas. As long as there was water, they regarded no opponent with disdain, unless the disparity in power was too great. Kojiro, undeterred, executed his own ninjutsu, Great Hornet Formation. A flurry of shuriken flew through the air in an unpredictable trajectory, striking numerous Sunanin. The defensive line of the Sunanin immediately faltered. Charge! All Konoha support ninjas surged through the breach, heading straight for Kikyo Mountain Castle. In terms of current strength, all members of Shino's team were merely newly promoted jonin. Yet this did not deter them from leading the charge like elite jonin. Haramitsu led the way, employing his recently developed technique that merged the principles of the heavenly return and the 8 trigrams 64 palms to attack the enemy. Shino closely followed, spinning like a top and attacking with his elbows and knees. Ryuki steadfastly trailed behind Shino and Haramitsu, providing cover for Mami and the others, who were weaker in close combat, as they advanced rapidly. Konoha's ability to surge ahead of the Sunanin was entirely reliant on Chashui's water ninjutsu and Kojiro's enormous serpent. In such circumstances, nearly everyone dashed out of the encirclement, yet Kojiro and a small contingent of ninjas remained trapped within the confines established by the Sand Shinobi. Kojiro, why haven't you escaped? Water release is futile. Teacher, Orange Water. I chose to stay intentionally. Kojiro maintained a nonchalant demeanor, as if nothing in this world could genuinely stir his emotions. Orange Water, exasperated to the point of almost gasping for breath, found himself at a loss against Kojiro's indifference. The Sand Shinobi had already discerned Konoha's maneuvers, rendering those encircled within Shiro's rock walls incapable of breaking free. Adjusting his breath, Orange Water, with a hoarse voice, inquired, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Do you intend to remain here to face death? While tossing ninja tools, Kojiro replied, a trace of amusement in his tone. It's nothing, hee. Without waiting for Orange Water to react, he continued in a flippant manner. I merely wish to demonstrate that if Konoha's Orange Water can survive in such a predicament, then his disciple has no reason to perish under these circumstances either. Upon hearing this, Orange Water paused momentarily, only to erupt into a hearty laugh. Ha, splendid. Truly, you are my disciple. You have graduated. He then declared, here, take these insights into ninjutsu that I have gathered over the years. They are yours. Regardless of Kojiro's current expression, Orange Water continued, almost as if speaking to himself or bequeathing his final wishes. Grandfather Higan, I am an unfilial grandchild. I have failed to grasp the essence of the water release technique. Yet, I can only teach what I can. At this juncture, his tone shifted with palpable determination. Kojiro, my disciple, pay close attention. This may very well be my final lesson to you. Absorb whatever you can. Should you fail to apply yourself, you shall not be permitted to claim you are a disciple of me. Chiba, Orange Water. Having uttered these words, he fervently formed hand seals. unleashing the secret technique, Vortex Water Blade. What remained for Kojiro was not the towering figure of his mentor, but rather a silhouette that appeared both humble yet remarkably grand. What? They actually allowed the encircled Konoha ninjas to break free? What is Morimori doing? Upon receiving the news of Konoha's successful breakout led by Orange Water, the Wind Shadow erupted in fury. The Shadow Guards, spearheaded by Maki, were rendered speechless, shrinking back like quails, too intimidated to utter a sound. However, the Wind Shadow's ire did not linger for long, as he recognized that the incompetence of his subordinates was not the sole cause. Had it not been for the unexpected potency of that ninjutsu scroll, which obliterated their numerical advantage, the Konoha ninjas outside the Kikyo Mountain Castle would have surely met their demise. Pacing back and forth in his makeshift command center, the Wind Shadow was as restless as a dog in heat. Could he simply let this matter slide? He was unwilling to accept such an outcome. Yet, his current forces could no longer guarantee the complete annihilation of Konoha's outer ninjas. All of this was attributable to the powerful ninjutsu scroll employed by that Konoha commander. Chiba Orange Water. The Wind Shadow muttered this name through clenched teeth, unable to find peace. Suddenly, as if a resolution had crystallized within him, he decisively issued an order: relay my commands. Inform Senmu that I shall not hold him accountable for the prior escape of the Leaf Ninjas. However, should any remaining Leaf Ninjas attempt to flee, he and his family shall be prepared to face a fate of servitude. At this juncture, the Wind Shadow, with a menacing tone, articulated each word with deliberate emphasis. Inform Senmu that he must, even if it requires biting through flesh. Bring me the head of that so-called Hachishiki Chayabana. Should he succeed, I might allow him a semblance of dignity in death. Otherwise, he should anticipate his entire family accompanying him to the grave. Understood, Lord Wind Shadow. The messenger ninja promptly departed. Maki's expression revealed a hint of reluctance, for he understood that Senmu was a trusted commander, personally elevated by the Wind Shadow. Though his individual prowess may be lacking, his strategic acumen and unwavering loyalty to the Wind Shadow made him an exemplary choice for a commander within Konohagakure. Witnessing the Wind Shadow issue such a resolute command, Maki felt compelled to intervene. He knew the Wind Shadow well. Despite his ruthless demeanor, he was fiercely protective of his own, should Maki fail to offer a timely warning. While the Wind Shadow might not hold it against him later, the unwarranted loss of a trusted ally would leave him in a precarious position with the elite guard. Given the Wind Shadow's current fury, Maki realized the risk of the wrath being directed at him. Nevertheless, contemplating the fate of Konohagakure, he resolved to take this gamble. My lord, do you wish to speak? He ventured cautiously. Spare your pleas for Senmu. Maki, trembling before his master, noted that beyond the rage etched across the Wind Shadow's face, there flickered a glimmer of anticipation in his gaze. Suddenly, he comprehended the Wind Shadow's intent. It appeared that this cunning figure sought to utilize his voice to salvage his loyal subordinate. With this realization, Maki composed himself and respectfully stated, My lord, while Senmu's failure to detain the Leaf Ninjas warrants punishment, the 5,000 elite troops under his command cannot be easily dismissed. Moreover, that Chayabana is the grandson of the second Hokage, with substantial resources at his disposal. Should he produce any scrolls, it could jeopardize your entire plan. Indeed, a valid point. Maki's observations inadvertently illuminated the Wind Shadow's thoughts. The more he pondered, the more he found merit in Maki's words. Should he consider slightly altering his strategy? He contemplated deeply, yet altering the plan might lead to the failure of this operation, something he wished to avoid at all costs, particularly to evade the disdainful countenance of the feudal lord of the Wind Country, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain part of his own anatomy. However, he was at a loss for a solution to the predicament facing the Wind Ninjas. What should be done? Just then, a ninja entered with a report. Judging by her expression, she bore good news. What is it? Have you discovered something? It is indeed good news, Lord Wind Shadow. Though she stood erect, the joy on her face was palpable, enhancing her already striking features, drawing the attention of the men in the room. Speak, what is this good news? Ah, my lord, the main gate of Kikyozen Castle has fallen. What? This news is truly astonishing. It is essential to remember that this grand city, constructed over a century ago, once served as the capital of the Land of Sound. It is said that hundreds of thousands of laborers were requisitioned for its construction, using only the remnants of chakra stones known as chakra jade. Although chakra stones lack the ability to retain chakra over time, They possess the remarkable property of repelling any chakra, rendering them effective barriers against ninjutsu attacks. This unique characteristic made them one of the finest building materials of that era. Yet, now no ninja village wishes to utilize such stones, for while they thwart the enemy's ninjutsu, they simultaneously incapacitate the user's own techniques. Despite this magnificent edifice being completed, the discontent of the populace led to the downfall of the Land of Sound, as they overthrew their lord. Shortly thereafter, rumors of hauntings emerged, transforming this once majestic structure into a desolate shell. The reason Konoha chose to establish its command post here is that, although all defensive ninjutsu are rendered ineffective, the location minimizes the impact of enemy techniques. Moreover, Konoha's expertise in fire techniques is least affected by the terrain, making this decision undeniably prudent. However, the building has endured for over a century, and while the walls crafted from chakra stone remain intact, the main gate was not constructed from such material. It raises the question of whether Konoha's commanders have considered the implications of this situation. The Wind Shadow, however, is not preoccupied with such thoughts. His spirits are remarkably high. Yet, his smile, as described in a saying by a certain comedian, resembles that of a weeping individual, which might not be fitting for the audience. Nevertheless, within the command post, no one seems to care about his expression. They are all enveloped in the unexpected joy, much like a group of mice unwittingly stumbling into a cat's lair. It takes a while for the Wind Shadow to compose himself. Indeed, fortune smiles upon me. He chuckles, for he knows that regardless of the battle's outcome, the castle of Kikyozen is now his. Unless Konoha can summon 2,000 or 3,000 more troops to stand against his 40,000. Should the Konoha ninja forces on the Western Front suffer defeat, it will undoubtedly provoke a chain reaction, leading to the collapse of the Northern Front as well. The division of the Land of Fire seems inevitable. He, as the first individual to vanquish Konoha village and the Land of Fire on the battlefield, would be immortalized in the annals of history. What an immense honor that would be. Yet, he is acutely aware that this is not a time for celebration, as Konoha still has around 10,000 ninjas fervently resisting. Despite the considerable harm inflicted by that accursed ninjutsu scroll, he firmly believes that annihilating approximately 10,000 unfortified ninjas with the remaining 30,000 is a trivial task. With this thought, he finds it increasingly difficult to conceal his delight. In his buoyant mood, everyone around him appears exceedingly agreeable, particularly the young female ninja who has brought him this uplifting news. How fortunate I am. What is your name, and who else resides in your household? The Wind Shadow inquires eagerly, his gaze imbued with a blend of admiration and intrigue. The sudden gaze of the man made the female ninja feel a touch of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing slightly. However, standing before the village chief, she had no choice but to respond. Hesitantly, she said, "There is no one else in my family, besides me. I have a younger brother named Yakamaru." Before she could finish, Wind Shadow abruptly interrupted her, asserting dominantly, "There's no need to tell me your name. It will soon change. For you shall become my wife, my fourth bride." Haha. Wind Shadow was elated, completely oblivious to the expression on the female ninja's face. Her gaze drifted towards Maki, standing off to the side, as if seeking assistance. Upon noticing the lack of expression on Maki's face and his disinterest in her plight, her once radiant visage was instantly overshadowed by despair. Perhaps from that moment until her last breath, her face would bear no smile again. Maki understood he might not embody the essence of a true man, yet he recognized that the village could do without anyone. But it could never be without the fourth Wind Shadow. He was resolute in avoiding a return to the days when the village lacked a leader, and its inhabitants were engulfed in fear and uncertainty. Thus, he suppressed all emotions, allowing his loyalty to Wind Shadow to prevail. Observing the somewhat overconfident fourth Wind Shadow, Maki deemed it necessary to remind him, "Lord Wind Shadow, there are commands awaiting your attention." Wind Shadow, realizing he had momentarily lost himself in pride and joy, refocused. "You there, take a rest for now. Maki, send Yamazaki and Suzuki to assign 2 illusion teams to support Morimoku. I want to see if that orange-haired one possesses the same mastery of illusions as his grandfather. Additionally, have Yuji dispatch some ninjas to thwart the Konoha ninjas' rendezvous with the Kirigakure forces." "Yes, I will attend to it immediately. Someone, make sure to take good care of Lady Wind Shadow. Ensure she rests well." With that, he turned and exited the command center without casting another glance at anyone. Meanwhile, Shino and his companions were making their way to the Kikyo mountain fortress, radiating an air of authority. His and Haru's taijutsu was formidable, sweeping all before them. Although they could not directly kill anyone, they sent every sand ninja obstructing their path flying like straw. Ryukyo was equally impressive, wielding his Wolf Fong Wind sword with devastating effect, leaving the sand ninjas bloodied and demoralized, while simultaneously boosting the morale of their own side. Sui's agility was remarkable, as she managed to fell a sand ninja with nearly every strike, her Sharingan greatly enhancing her close combat prowess, allowing her to stand shoulder to shoulder with other skilled fighters. In contrast, Mamoru remained understated. She was well aware that although her taijutsu surpassed that of any jonin from the Arima clan, it was merely respectable in the eyes of true masters of the art, and she could not compare to other experts in taijutsu. Thus, she did not actively assault any of the sand ninjas. Instead, she cleverly positioned herself behind her formidable melee companions, striving to avoid being a burden to the frontline ninjas while also not impeding the advance of those behind her. Clearly, her approach was exceedingly astute under the circumstances. Little did anyone anticipate the explosive resurgence of Sakiko, who, having evidently restored her stamina and chakra, unleashed her pent-up frustration from being electrocuted by Shino onto the sand ninjas. Armed with what could be whimsically dubbed a dog-beating stick, she executed a flurry of strikes reminiscent of a furious mother disciplining her wayward child, turning the sand ninjas into a bloodied mess, their anguished cries echoing through the air. Even her teammates, including Shino, were left in a state of shock. However, Sakiko's stamina was limited, and being still young, she struggled to master the harmonious integration of chakra and physical endurance. Consequently, her offensive momentum soon began to wane. Yet, she was capable of a swift resurgence. This time, she did not resort to her self-invented staff techniques, but instead unleashed a fire release technique. Although many ninjas in Konoha were either proficient in or had some familiarity with fire techniques, and several within their own team were concurrently employing them, Sakiko's fiery display resembled that of a rampaging Godzilla. Strangely, the other Konoha ninjas appeared unfazed, leaving Shino and his comrades genuinely astonished. Soon, they understood the reason behind this nonchalance. The unexpected collapse of the gate caught everyone in Konoha off guard, yet the sand ninjas were equally unprepared for such an event. As a result, they did not immediately launch a full-scale assault on the gate, allowing Konoha's commanders to react swiftly. Led by Tsunade herself, they held their ground at the gate, successfully keeping a significantly larger number of sand ninjas at bay, rendering their advance momentarily stagnant. However, as time progressed, the numerical superiority of the sand ninjas began to manifest. Though the wind ninjas redirected their primary attacks, alleviating the pressure on the defenders atop the walls, Tsunade found her position increasingly difficult to maintain. Meanwhile, the timely support from the Orange Water Unit greatly bolstered the morale of Konoha's defenders. Although the Wind Ninjas, recognizing the limited numbers of the Orange Water Unit, had not dispatched a substantial intercepting force to hinder Shino and his group, they still numbered around 1,000. Under normal circumstances, such a contingent would be ideal. However, in the current scenario, it was unrealistic to obstruct a group of Konoha ninjas whose spirits were nearly euphoric. Furthermore, the conscious support from Konoha's garrison at Kikyo Mountain enabled Shino and his comrades to swiftly approach their destination, Kikyo Mountain Castle. When Shino and his group finally reunited with the defenders of Kikyo Mountain Castle, he comprehended why the other ninjas of Konoha had seemingly disregarded Sakiko's ferocious onslaught. At the gate stood not just one, but an even more formidable Godzilla woman. There was Tsunade, delivering punches and kicks that created countless large craters in the ground and walls. Her strikes against the sand ninjas were precise and devastating, leaving them severely wounded. What is truly remarkable is how her foot relentlessly targeted the vulnerable areas of the sand ninja. Witnessing the wind ninja on the ground, pale-faced, frothing at the mouth, and clutching his groin in excruciating agony, many of the newly allied ninjas from the Orange Water Division instinctively began to practice the art of eternal spring. Similarly, with both hands protecting their groin, they hesitated to move. "Hey, what are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and drive the sand ninja away." With Tsunade's commanding shout, the group finally remembered their duties and hastily engaged in battle. Thanks to the forceful intervention of Shino and his comrades, the number of Leaf Village defenders at the city gates surged to 4,000. Although the main gate of Kikyo Mountain Castle was sizable, it was evidently too cramped for both sides given their numbers. Such a confined space favored the defenders, and thus, The Sand Ninjas' assaults were gradually repelled by the Leaf Village troops, temporarily securing the Great Gate of the Leaf Village. Inside the Sand Ninja command post, chaos reigned. Nearly everything that could be smashed had been reduced to ruins by the Wind Shadow's fury. Meanwhile, his Shadow Guard, once proud warriors, had transformed into quail, paralyzed with fear. You worthless fools! Why have I only cultivated a band of valiant, yet foolish imbeciles? The Wind Shadow's rage was palpable, and the expressions of his subordinates clearly reflected their dread of becoming scapegoats. They wished they could vanish in an instant, fearing that the Wind Shadow might unleash his wrath upon them. Consequently, they appeared more despondent, resembling not seasoned ninjas, but rather a flock of sheep huddled in a wolf's den. Yet, a flicker of hope remained in their hearts, for the boldest among them, Maki, was about to return. What transpired, Lord Wind Shadow? Maki had finally arrived. Maki, it is you. The Wind Shadow seized him by the collar, shouting in a frenzy. Tell me, should we execute those fools, Yuji and the others? Upon hearing this, Maki finally grasped the reason behind the Wind Shadow's fury. Though he had been aware of the situation long before, he had witnessed the events unfold at Yuji's command post, and was quite critical of Yuji's leadership, especially given that with 2,000 formidable Leaf Ninjas, only 1,000 had been dispatched to intercept them, an oversight indeed. However, he could not simply agree with the Wind Shadow by exclaiming, Indeed, my lord. Yuji has allowed a mere 2,000 Leaf Ninjas to slip into the isolated castle of Kikyo Mountain right under our noses. He deserves death. Maki deliberately raised his voice at the mention of the isolated castle, not with the intent of inciting the Wind Shadow to execute Yuji on the spot, but rather to remind him of the current situation with the Leaf forces. He understood well that, despite Yuji's shortcomings, any reckoning would have to await the conclusion of the battle. To hastily execute a frontline commander at such a critical juncture would be an unwise decision. Thus, he sought to remind the Wind Shadow to remain calm, lest this hard-won opportunity be squandered through hasty decisions. He firmly believed that the typically astute Wind Shadow would indeed regain his composure. Clearly, he was correct. Maki's words had indeed struck a chord with the Wind Shadow. Indeed, what difference would it make to allow these 2,000 individuals to infiltrate the city? Wind Shadow sensed that his temper had flared excessively. He was acutely aware of the substantial damage that executing generals on the battlefield could inflict upon his own side, yet he was loath to acknowledge it. Nevertheless, he recognized that his impulsive nature could easily jeopardize such a promising situation, and he felt a deep gratitude for Maki's reminders and unwavering loyalty. It was clear that Maki was an extraordinary talent. It seemed imperative that, regardless of his origins, Maki should be significantly promoted after the war. Otherwise, it would be a grave loss to overlook such a gifted individual. With this resolution in mind, Wind Shadow muttered to himself, I was initially reluctant to conclude the battle at such a high cost, but given the current circumstances, that plan must be executed. He promptly commanded, Tiao, inform the troops still stationed at Kikyo Mountain to commence the Phantom Plan immediately. Additionally, convey to Yuji that I am exceedingly displeased with his performance. He must swiftly capture Kikyo Castle, or else he shall not escape the consequences of my wrath. Yes, my lord. I shall attend to it at once. Tiao replied. Turning to leave, Maki let out a sigh of relief at Wind Shadow's decision. The reprimand directed at Yuji was merely a warning. Although Maki considered Yuji's blunder to be far more significant than the previous errors made by Mariki, Wind Shadow's approach towards him was evidently more rational compared to his previous furious commands directed at Mariki. It appeared that Wind Shadow had indeed regained his composure. Although Maki believed that the Phantom Plan entailed excessive loss, the time for calculating gains and losses had long since passed. The commander on the Konoha side could not have anticipated the ruthlessness of the fourth Wind Shadow strategy. Upon learning that their rear was besieged by a significant number of Sand Ninjas, he dispatched his only reserve unit for support. They were utterly unaware of the nature of the Sand Ninja forces, nor could they have foreseen the fateful twist of destiny. Among the 500 reserve ninjas assigned to defend the rear, 400 were illusion-type ninjas. Remarkably, around 300 of these illusion ninjas were members of the Kemizuru clan, comprising the elite sent to the front lines, including the clan leader, Kemizuru Kizaru. At the foot of Kikyo Mountain, the fourth Wind Shadow would never have fathomed that his plan would encounter nearly the entire clan of Kemizuru ninjas. Had he known, it is uncertain how many more objects he might have shattered in frustration. Many ninjas in the vicinity remarked that Kemizuru Kizaru was an exceedingly ambitious individual who never considered the consequences of his actions. After all, how could he so emotionally commit his entire clan's elite to the battlefield? Yet, he scoffed at such claims. No clan had perished in over a century of warfare solely because they sent their last individual to the battlefield. In truth, most historically significant clans met their demise due to internal strife. In truth, the clans that existed during the era of the samurai were not united by any inherent advantages or bloodline techniques. Rather, they coalesced based on their geographical proximity and cultural affinities. This is evident in the three prominent clans of the ninja world, namely the Kirigakure's Raizang clan, the Saihaku clan, and the Fuma clan, which were formed for similar reasons. Originally, there was no concept of nations on the continent. Nearly all territories were under the control of these three clans. In an age devoid of ninjutsu, the strengths of individuals were relatively comparable, and the outcome of conflicts often hinged on sheer numbers rather than any exceptional skills. The territories and populations controlled by these three clans were roughly equal, allowing for a semblance of peace among them. However, the emergence of the Sage of Six Paths marked a profound transformation. The ninjutsu he discovered and developed not only spurred rapid advancements in civilization and technology, but also catalyzed a significant enhancement of individual abilities. Given that the innate talents for ninjutsu varied among individuals, this led to a substantial disparity in capabilities, as those of lower status within clans, possessing greater abilities, became aware of the inadequacies of those in higher positions. Discontent inevitably arose, resulting in the disintegration of the original clans. The precise origins of these splits remain obscured, yet it is clear that the Kuruma clan and all existing clans flourished during this tumultuous period. For instance, the Hinata and Yubai clans emerged from the division of the former Saihaku clan. The new Uchiha clan, formed through the union of the original Uchiha and Yubai clans, supported the independence of the Land of Fire, and the Chiba clan, which held a prominent position within the former Fuma clan, similarly advocated for the independence of the Land of Fire. Konoha boasts a plethora of emerging clans, primarily because, aside from the Chiba clan, most are descendants of the original Saihaku clan, united by a shared stance on the independence of the Land of Fire. The Kuruma clan, however, does not belong to this venerable lineage. Although the Uchiha clan status may have been bolstered by its association with the Yubai clan, its members, once the foremost combatants of the Saihaku clan, hold significant standing. Conversely, the Kuruma clan was born from humble beginnings in a primordial forest and as a relatively new clan. Its status is eclipsed by that of the Yamada clan, which boasts lineage from the original Uchiha clan leader and the former Saihaku clan leader's guard. Despite coexisting as equals in Konoha, the so-called great clans do not regard the Kuruma clan with genuine respect. This disdain is the fundamental reason why the young clan leader, Kuruma Kizurabo, chose to bring the entirety of his clan's combat strength to the battlefield. Regrettably, he selected an ill-fated location. Although he cleverly avoided engaging with the late-arriving Mist Ninja, who possessed the highest overall skill in genjutsu, the most suitable destination for the Kuruma clan should have been Jiraiya's northern front. Among the 5 great ninja villages, if one were to assess overall defensive capabilities against genjutsu, Sunagakure would undoubtedly be at the forefront. Should one venture to the northern front, it is evident that both the esteemed Lightning Ninja, renowned for their unparalleled ninjutsu, and the Earth Ninja, who presently exhibit a somewhat ambivalent stance towards combat, yet excel in physical prowess, far surpass their counterparts in the West. This stark disparity has resulted in the entire Arima clan languishing in idleness, relegated by Tsunade to the role of mere reserves. However, today these illusionary ninjas have finally been assigned to a position of significance, primarily due to the dearth of available personnel, tasked with the defense of the rear entrance of the Kikyo Mountain Castle. Arima regards this opportunity to showcase his clan's strength with great seriousness, for should they remain inactive until the war's conclusion, not only would his authority as clan leader suffer a severe blow, but the entire Arima clan would become a laughingstock among other families. Observing the eager anticipation of some clan members, Arima silently resolves to ensure a commendable performance in this battle. Fully aware that the number of Wind Ninja participating in the offensive is conservatively estimated to exceed 30,000. This likely represents the entirety of the Wind country's military might. A decisive victory against the Sand Ninja would effectively conclude the conflict on the Western Front. This battle undoubtedly represents the Arima clan's final opportunity to assert their existence.
and he cannot afford any missteps. With this thought in mind, he promptly calls upon his clan members and other ninjas to fortify their defenses, lest the Sand Ninja exploit any vulnerabilities. Yamazaki is acutely aware of his fate. Prior to their departure, they had ingested a potent spiritual elixir. This formidable concoction enhances mental acuity several-fold, yet it is far from the innocuous pill bestowed upon Shinjiro by the setting sun. This drug, if taken, can lead to death within 48 hours. Thus, he had meticulously prepared a farewell letter and compiled his learned illusions into a tome, discreetly entrusting it to a messenger to return to his wife in the Sand Village. Though the Wind Shadow has promised to safeguard their families, Yamazaki does not doubt this assurance. Rather, he feels that since he can no longer protect his wife and children, despite the Wind Shadow's guarantee of their well-being, he wishes to leave something for his daughter to seize opportunities for a better life. However, his thoughts do not align with those of Suzuki, ambitious and eager for advancement. Suzuki, as one of the few illusionists in the Sand Village, harbors hopes of rising through the ranks and earning the respect of his peers through this war. Yet, the Wind Shadow's orders have thwarted all his aspirations. How could he not harbor resentment towards the lofty Wind Shadow? Nevertheless, being a man of discernment, he understands that his survival hinges upon compliance. Otherwise, it would be his family who bears the consequences. Thus, he outwardly conceals any dissatisfaction with the Wind Shadow and adheres to his commands without subterfuge. Instead, he secretly retains the illusion scrolls he has painstakingly developed over the past 2 years, elegantly packaged and inscribed with his name and the title The Phantom Journey. For he intends to exact revenge upon the Wind Shadow. If I am merely your pawn, then should I be destined to perish, I shall indeed fulfill that fate. Since I am regarded as a mere pawn, readily expendable and devoid of worth in their eyes, I would rather bestow the illusions I have studied upon the ninjas of Konoha than to you. He had already devised a plan. Even if he could extricate himself unscathed from this battle, he intended to find a way to pass the scroll to the illusionist from Konoha. Should that ninja employ his illusions to eliminate the Sand Ninjas, the expression on the face of the Wind Shadow upon discovering this would surely be quite remarkable. He held unwavering confidence in his scroll, for it was crafted from the divine techniques of a master sorcerer in the land of demons. Although he had researched it himself, there remained many illusions within that he had yet to fully master. Thus he was convinced that his illusions would one day shine brightly. At present, he was indifferent to others, for orders had arrived for them to initiate the obliteration operation immediately. Kuruma suddenly sensed that the environment around him was amiss. Yet he found no discernible anomaly, which perplexed this master of illusions. Of course, aside from Shino, not all ninjas could perceive the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the chakra-laden air, not even some shadow-level ninjas. Shino, oblivious to the fact that he possessed the most primal form of the Uchiha bloodline, entirely untainted by any connection to the Hyuga clan, was gradually awakening a hidden talent birthed from the enigmatic art of the sorcerer and the Onmyoji, which could already be deemed a formidable bloodline. Whether Shino's eyes would ultimately evolve into the Sharingan remained uncertain, as the Sharingan itself was a fusion of the original Uchiha bloodline and the bloodline of the Yingbai clan, which shared a lineage with the Hyuga. Presently, Kuruma lacked the capability to navigate this situation, as the uncertain movements of the enemy left him somewhat flustered. Although he was unaware of the actions taken by the Sand Ninjas, he was certain that they had unleashed some sophisticated illusion, against which he felt utterly powerless. Clearly, many ninjas around him had already recognized the threat and were devising solutions. Yet from their expressions, Kuruma discerned that they too were at a loss regarding this enigmatic technique. Beholding the familiar faces around him, Kuruma was struck by a grim reality. All the Kuruma ninjas were present. Should any misfortune befall them, it would not merely be a matter of the Kuruma clan proving its existence, but rather whether they could continue as a clan of illusionists within Konoha. He was reluctant to send any promising younger members away prematurely, as that would only weaken the prestige of the Kuruma clan. Despite clearly observing the formidable presence of 800 wind ninjas before him, none were physically imposing, yet all bore keen eyes and vibrant spirits, indicating their prowess in certain skills. Thus, he issued a decision that he could never face his ancestors without shame. Bring forth Lord Sunset. A considerable number of illusion ninjas have appeared here, while all non-illusion ninjas have retreated, anticipating a grand illusion duel. His first command faced no issues. Yet the second plunged the entire Arima clan into despair, leaving even the setting sun's guardians unable to escape this calamity. The battle at the front has escalated into a fervent clash, with chaos reigning as everyone engages in a free-for-all. Shino and his companions have been separated, resulting in one-on-one skirmishes, or even one against many. Although Shino remains unperturbed regarding his teammates' abilities, his frustration mounts with each passing moment. Since charging through the main gate of Kikyo Mountain, he has failed to eliminate a single ninja. He is aware that not all possess physical prowess akin to Tsunade's. Yet the sand ninjas before him prove to be exceedingly formidable. Such occurrences are common on the battlefield. Shino's physical techniques, ninjutsu, and even his disguises attest to his status as a powerful jonin. However, the enemy is not foolish. Even amidst the chaos of battle, they can discern the strength and weaknesses of their opponents. There is no way they would allow their chunin or expendable genin to unwittingly bolster Shino's achievements. Currently, Shino finds himself besieged by 3 sand jonin. Although they are astonished by his unique physical techniques and struggle to subdue him, Shino is equally unable to eliminate any one of them due to their excessive caution. Yet, one cannot entirely blame the sand ninjas. They are acutely aware of Shino's capabilities. In a one-on-one confrontation, none would last long against him. Should such a formidable adversary infiltrate their ranks of lower-level ninjas or unleash his ninjutsu, it would spell disaster. Thus, their objective is crystal clear: to firmly restrain Shino, preventing him from unleashing his powerful ninjutsu and thereby limiting the potential damage he could inflict upon them. Meanwhile, the others in the small team have encountered their own troubles. Unlike Shino, surrounded by masters of physical combat, Araki finds himself beset as the sand ninjas exploit his Hyuga lineage, which excels in taijutsu but falters in other areas. Several adept at sand manipulation simultaneously hinder his movements, rendering his formidable techniques powerless against the sand, and stifling his unusual footwork to the extent that he can scarcely defend himself, let alone harm an opponent. Ryukyo suffers a similar fate. Despite his remarkable swordsmanship, he is no might guy, and he struggles to devise effective countermeasures against the relentless sand attacks. Conversely, the 3 female teammates face a contrasting situation. Amai, aware of her limitations in physical prowess, finds her primary offensive skill, illusion, greatly restricted by the wind ninjas. Thus, she abandons her illusions, opting instead to engage in taijutsu with the sand ninjas, striving to create obstacles for her opponents amidst the chaos of the battlefield, all in a bid to reunite with her teammates. It is evident that Shane is ill-suited to the slippery tactics employed by her opponent. Although she possesses the capability to confront formidable jonin, they currently find themselves at a stalemate against her. Sui Feng, on the other hand, fares somewhat better than Mami. Her Sharingan bestows upon her an extraordinary ability to anticipate her adversary's moves, enabling her to navigate her battles with remarkable ease. She is acutely aware of the dire situation facing Shino and his companions, yet she finds herself ensnared by her own opponents, unable to extricate herself in order to lend assistance. Fortunately, Sachiko enjoys a more favorable position as she stands beside Tsunade. Her unyielding combat style, coupled with strength rivaling that of her male counterparts, proves to be quite a headache for the Sand Shinobi. Among Shino's team, she alone possesses the capability to break free and support him. However, she remains oblivious to the plight of her comrades. Even if she were to realize their predicament, the considerable distance separating her from them would render her support less effective. At this moment, Shino silently seethes with frustration, finally grasping the wisdom behind Kakashi's assertion that mastery is not easily attained. After all, Kakashi has matured on the battlefield, his abilities having solidified into a distinct form. Even if he wished to alter his approach, such a transformation would not be easily accomplished. Shino, however, is different. He has the advantage of illusionary techniques coupled with the cultivation of ninjutsu, an extraordinary method that allows him to refine his skills without expending excessive energy on traditional training. With relationships like those he shares with Kojiro and Choshue, why not learn a few water techniques? While not specifically applicable to his current situation, they could at least bolster his lightning techniques. Yet, it is too late for such thoughts, especially with Kojiro absent. Suddenly, he recalls Ryuki. Though Ryuki may not excel in water techniques, he is adept in water transformation. His mastery lies in wind techniques, yet his primary affinity is water, a reflection of the jutsu imparted to him by White Fang. Although White Fang himself specializes in lightning, most of his swordsmanship revolves around wind techniques and transformations. hence Ryuki's dual affinities of water and wind. The materials from Kikyo Mountain Castle considerably enhance water techniques compared to his lightning techniques, a fact not lost on Shino. Nevertheless, he is eager to give it a try. Shouting at the top of his lungs, he calls out, "Ryuki, use water techniques." Evidently, Ryuki hears him. Yet he has never learned a single water technique, and, moreover, there is not a drop of water in sight. Even if there were, the unique properties of Kikyo Mountain's materials would diminish the effectiveness of his nascent water techniques. However, he quickly devises a solution. Although Kikyo Mountain's materials may minimize the efficacy of his ninjutsu, the same holds true for the Sand Shinobi. Despite the formidable sand attacks from the sand ninjutsu experts besieging him, those are merely the resources they carry. Were it not for the peculiar materials of Kikyo Mountain, could these few sand ninjutsu users truly overpower him? He has witnessed the prowess of the ninjutsu masters within his own team, and he does not believe that the wind ninjas opposing him are mere novices. Although sand manipulation does not belong to the 5 great ninja techniques, it is indeed one of the signature jutsu of the Sand Village. It is not merely a trivial matter, even in flat terrain, unlike the current tepid situation. Thus, he resolved to unleash a water-style transformation with his sword. His opponents quickly realized their control over the sand was significantly waning. They understood that wielding sand manipulation in this arena was exceedingly challenging, as the influence of chakra stones on jutsu varies considerably. While they could not generate sand here, they could still bring it from the outside. As long as the sand did not touch the ground, it could still be utilized, albeit with diminished potency. However, all the sand ninjas encircling Ryuki felt an increasing inability to control the sand, as they remained unaware of Ryuki's identity, and he had not released any jutsu. Consequently, they did not consider this aspect, dismissing Shino as a fool, fully aware of the difficulties in utilizing jutsu in this environment. When they astonishingly discovered their inability to manipulate the sand beneath them, it was too late. Observing the expressions of the opposing sand ninjas, Ryuki knew his strategy had succeeded. Ninjutsu, Reversal Wind Blade. This strike unleashed the pent-up frustration within Ryuki, as the wind ninjas, who excelled not in physical combat, but had lost their most potent attack. Sand manipulation faced inevitable ruin. Before the remaining sand ninjas could react, Ryuki swiftly dashed towards Shino, taking his place and confronting the 3 taijutsu practitioners. Shino, not daring to hesitate, immediately began forming hand seals. Though he could no longer employ the rain summoning technique, it did not hinder him from utilizing controllable jutsu. Lightning Release. Thunder Strike Technique. While this technique was simple and easily manageable, Shino had mastered it to perfection. Despite Thunder Strike manifesting as a single lightning bolt, Shino could achieve a continuous release effect with just one hand seal. The jutsu rapidly formed several bolts of lightning directed at the sand ninjas, with Shino's primary target being the wind ninja closest to him, Yuenzan. Yuenzan, with his unique eyes, had long sensed the movements of Shino and his companions. Thus, when the effects of Shino's jutsu arrived, he immediately fended off the sand ninjas attacking him and quickly retreated to Shino's side for protection. With Ryuki and Yuenzan, 2 formidable close combat experts guarding him, Shino ceased his charge, instead maintaining his jutsu to systematically target the sand ninjas who were on the verge of overwhelming their comrades. Although this jutsu lacked the power to kill any sand ninja, the numbing effect of the lightning would undoubtedly enable the nearby leaf ninjas to swiftly eliminate them. As a result, the leaf ninjas, bolstered by Shino's jutsu, felt a significant reduction in pressure. Some of the leaf ninjas discerned the strategy and quickly gravitated towards Shino, gradually forming a small circle around him, allowing their advantage to influence the entire battle at the front gate. Hey, Shino, quickly unleash a powerful lightning release to let those sand ninjas taste its might. As Sachiko had just shaken off her adversary, she rushed to Shino's side and exclaimed loudly, while beside her stood the breathless Tsunade. This won't do. If I use a large-scale lightning release, I fear I won't be able to control it. It might endanger our own people. Shino replied. Then let me devise a solution. Tsunade, clearly having caught her breath, was no demure lady. She audaciously tore a large chunk from the corridor wall and hurled it directly at the front gate, effectively barricading the sand ninja outside. Those sand ninja who had been the first to rush into the Kikyo Mountain Castle, of course, met a tragic fate. No one could have anticipated that Tsunade would use such a method to seal the breach at the city gate, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Shino raised an eyebrow and silently lamented, What a creature. She's not just a woman. She's a mother Tyrannosaurus. Thankfully, she wasn't married for long. Or else, she would have become a widow on the very first day. Marrying such a woman would undoubtedly be a calamity. Tsunade's sixth sense seemed to transcend human limitations. Hey, you little punk from the Yamada family. What kind of expression is that? Are you cursing me behind my back? Shino was visibly startled. What the? How can she even guess that? Clearly, Tsunade's hearing remained sharp, as she had not quite caught Shino's previous words. What did you just say? Shino, now terrified, stammered. Uh-huh. I was saying that Sister Tsunade is so beautiful she doesn't even seem human. She resembles a fairy. I have never seen such a stunning beauty before. Looking at Shino's expression, which was as innocent and adorable as a kindergarten child, Tsunade found it hard to reprimand him. Well, I suppose you have good taste. Finally, Shino exhaled with relief, glancing around and noticing the absence of the setting sun, which left him puzzled. Hey, Sister Tsunade, do you know where my master has gone? I just received a report from those at the back gate that a large number of sand ninja illusionists have appeared there. He went to assist. Hey, don't run off so quickly. Naturally, Shino could not linger there, but he was more concerned about his master. An ominous premonition suddenly gripped him, prompting his decision to find his master as swiftly as possible. I am also an illusionist. I will go help at the back gate. When Mommy learned that her clansmen were all defending at the back gate, she too felt restless. After all, a girl's intuition often surpasses that of a boy. And with her parents and all her relatives at the back gate, she could not remain calm. But Tsunade stopped her. What are you going to do? Do you think your presence will change the tide of battle? Stay put and behave. But I am also a high-ranking illusionist. Mommy seemed to wish to argue. But Tsunade brusquely interrupted her. I said this is an order. Mommy, not wanting to defy Tsunade's command, reluctantly acquiesced. Yet, she could not understand why Tsunade insisted on this course of action. Nevertheless, as the High Commander of Konoha, Tsunade's authority left Mommy with no choice but to comply. Observing Mommy's unwilling expression, Tsunade certainly had her reasons for such an approach. As she is also an elder of a prominent clan, she naturally comprehends the stance of Kuruma Kizaburo. The Chiba clan is currently facing a similar predicament, as the Uchiha clan's prominence has been steadily rising on the battlefield. The Uchiha's position within Konoha has become increasingly formidable, while the Chiba clan lacks a worthy heir to their bloodline technique, would release. Although other bloodline clans from different ninja villages have also demonstrated considerable activity in warfare, they cannot compare to the Uchiha clan. This reality has consequently established the Uchiha clan as the preeminent bloodline clan in the Shinobi world. She finds the decision made by the Kuruma clan leader rather foolish, as he has recklessly dispatched all the clan's jonin to the battlefield without considering the ramifications. While the decision-making body of the Chiba clan is not without its faults, they at least retain some reservations. However, it is not uncommon for leaders to refrain from deploying all their able-bodied members to the battlefield. After all, they will need to rely on them, or their descendants, to protect the village in the aftermath of war. The actions of the Kuruma clan, however, defy reason. And this decision was indeed a personal request from their leader, Kuruma Kizaburo. Moreover, at that time, the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had no grounds to oppose this decision. Despite the fact that Kizaburo's irrationality was largely a consequence of offending a certain insidious high-ranking official in Konoha, a fact unknown to Tsunade. Nevertheless, prior to the expedition, Sarutobi had indeed advised her to prioritize the safety of the Kuruma clan. Otherwise, it would be impossible to allow them to serve as mere reserves upon their immediate arrival on the battlefield. Tsunade understood the implication of Sarutobi's words, but the current state of affairs compelled her to dispatch them to defend the rear. Regarding the promising new jonin, Mommy, she was reluctant to let her charge into danger recklessly. Yet, she could not disclose her true concerns to Mommy, so she adopted a gentle tone and said, My intention is not to underestimate you, but as you can see, while the front entrance is temporarily secure and Yuyuki has gone to provide support, it is absolutely crucial that we have a capable genjutsu user here in case of any unexpected movements from the Sand Ninja. Therefore, I need you to stay here quietly. Though Tsunade spoke the truth, she herself was quite adept in genjutsu. While she did not harbor any ominous premonitions, she sensed that there might be a hidden scheme involving the Sand Ninja. Yet, to reassure Mommy, she had to resort to this reasoning. It was evident that the Sand Ninja had employed a subtle ruse, displaying the cleverness of Yamazaki and Suzuki. they refrained from directly unleashing genjutsu, as they were unaware of the types of ninja guarding the rear entrance of Kikyo Mountain Castle. They also wished to avoid prematurely revealing that their contingent of 800 attacking the rear consisted entirely of genjutsu users. Instead, they utilized their mental prowess to create an environment that induced thirst in Konoha's ninja. Although they were oblivious to the fact that Kuruma had already discerned the nature of their forces, this peculiar mental assault indeed left Konoha's ninja feeling at a loss. Nonetheless, Kuruma, being the head of a clan skilled in genjutsu, had mastery over the control of four senses: taste, sight, hearing, and smell. Yet, he quickly discerned the tricks of the sand ninjas, and while rallying his subordinates, he shouted, "Do not be afraid. This is merely a psychological assault. Counterattack swiftly." With that, he unleashed his technique, the mirror technique. The more formidable ninjas from Konoha soon recognized the ruse employed by the sand ninjas and retaliated with their own mirror techniques. The sand ninjas could no longer conceal themselves from Konoha's counterstrike, revealing their positions, and both sides became acutely aware of the nature of their adversaries. In contrast to Arima's astonishment at the number of sand ninjas, Yamazaki and Suzuki were taken aback to discover that the defenders at Konoha's rear were all illusionary ninjas. However, they remained unfazed. After all, their numbers surpassed those of their opponents, and their mental fortitude had been significantly enhanced by banned substances. Thus, the Battle of Illusions commenced. The sand ninjas initiated the assault with an illusion technique, mirage technique, led by a long-faced ninja resembling a shoehorn, whose face was etched with deep wrinkles. With a commanding shout, the surroundings underwent a drastic transformation, as the original walls and various buildings were supplanted by an endless expanse of desert. At the center of this desert loomed a foreboding ancient castle, while the sun, which had already begun to set, returned to its zenith in the sky. Despite the apparent absence of a direct attack, the Konoha ninjas felt the unbearable heat unique to the desert, an oppressive sensation that seemed to sap their strength. This was evidently no ordinary illusion. It was a sophisticated technique capable of manipulating the enemy's sense of touch, leading to signs of dehydration among several Konoha ninjas. Arima was taken aback by this development, realizing that, aside from his own clan, others could wield the five senses control technique with such ease. However, there was no time for lamentation. Although he could not manipulate touch, he swiftly organized a counter-illusion. Forest of Konoha. The landscape shifted once more as colossal trees erupted from the ground, rapidly claiming the desert territory. This illusion bore a striking resemblance to the first Hokage's technique. The birth of the tree realm, though it lacked offensive power, it provided formidable defense against illusions. Seeing that their illusions were ineffective against Konoha, Yamazaki unleashed another illusionary technique, the lone smoke of the desert. If Shinozuke had been present, he might have thought that a poet had traversed time. This technique was no trifling matter. In an instant, it seemed as though all things were cursed, rapidly fading into a state of desolation. With even the once golden sands turning ashen, the forest conjured by Konoha withered and vanished, and several lower-tier Konoha ninjas began to collapse, including many from the Arima clan. Once again, the sense manipulation came into play. Arima, witnessing this situation, felt an overwhelming urge to chastise himself. For he had become so preoccupied with the reputation of the Arima clan that he had overlooked a fundamental truth about illusionary confrontations. They are among the most perilous of all battles. As illusionary techniques directly assault the psyche of adversaries, even the slightest misstep may lead to consequences far graver than mere injury. The lightest outcome may be mental collapse, while the severest could result in instant demise. Even if one were to miraculously survive, they risk becoming a mere shell of their former self. Thus, should one succumb in a duel of illusions, they shall remain eternally incapacitated. Therefore, even if the Kurama clan manages to withdraw from this conflict unscathed, the weaker and younger members of their lineage are all but doomed. However, the intent of the Sand Shinobi clearly extends beyond mere victory. It is likely that the lives of their 400 elite are at stake. In this world, myriad remedies exist, far exceeding those found on Earth, yet akin to Earth. There is no elixir of regret to be consumed. Kurama is acutely aware that he has become the most ineffectual leader in the history of his clan. Yet he understands that any lapse in vigilance would hasten their demise, and he clings to a glimmer of hope. Listen closely, everyone. We shall only defend, not attack. We must hold until Lord Setsuyu arrives. The other leaf ninjas have also recognized the precariousness of their situation. They begin to form a protective circle around their weaker comrades, combining their mental fortitude to uphold the nearly shattered illusion of the hidden leaf forest. The illusionary technique, the blossoming of withered trees, is revitalized through the collective effort of the leaf ninjas, breathing life back into what were once mere stumps, gradually reclaiming a portion of the battlefield and restoring the integrity of their defensive line. The unwavering resilience exhibited by the leaf ninjas takes the sand shinobi by surprise. Yet they dare not relent. Although the leaf ninjas refrain from offensive maneuvers, any hesitation on their part would invite the backlash of the illusionary techniques as well as the defensive might of the leaf. This perilous nature of illusionary duels stems from the fact that if one side falters, they must possess at least one tier of strength above their opponent. Despite the sand shinobi having consumed illicit substances to bolster their mental acuity, such enhancements merely augment their mental stamina without elevating the intensity of their psychic abilities. Alternatively, success might hinge upon accurately gauging the strength and magnitude of the enemy's mental power, then countering with an equivalent force, a tactic not for the faint-hearted. As the battlefield is rife with unforeseen variables, even a slight miscalculation could lead to disaster. It is likely that even a formidable figure like Setsuyu would hesitate to employ such a method during an illusionary confrontation. Thus, despite their numbers being double that of the leaf, they possess no means to swiftly eradicate their adversaries. Although some individuals possess naturally robust mental faculties, these are exceptional talents, not commonplace among the ranks of the sand. Even the recently traversed Shomei does not qualify as such, though he has now become one. While the intensity of mental power is a prerequisite for becoming an illusionist, it is evident that within the ranks of the sand, such prodigies are conspicuously absent. They are merely cultivated talents. Thus, all they could do was gradually deplete the mental energy of every ninja in the Leaf Village, slowly extinguishing their lives. However, they had also heard the call of Arima, realizing that the formidable illusionist, Yue, was hastening to their aid. They understood that they must not allow the conflict to drag on until Yue's arrival. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely they could resolve the situation before the arrival of Yue. Nonetheless, this did not imply that all the sand ninjas were without a solution. And Suzuki had conceived one. Bring a few people. I require your lives to breach the defenses of the leaf. Suzuki suddenly shouted. Although none understood his intentions, that did not deter their willingness to comply. Having consumed that forbidden drug, they were indifferent to whether their demise came sooner or later. As long as the mission could be accomplished, after all, their families remained in the sand village, enduring the ravages of war. They were eager to see an end to the conflict. They recognized that their task was the sole means to utterly dismantle the Leaf Village, and thus, they were unwilling to dally with a handful of illusionist ninjas from the Leaf. They fervently hoped that the Leaf ninjas before them could be dispatched swiftly, and even if the outcome was uncertain, they were willing to try. Meanwhile, Suzuki was unconcerned with his mission. He was merely exasperated by the Leaf ninjas before him. However, he had unwavering confidence in the efficacy of his approach. In simple terms, his method was a self-destructive yet advantageous illusion technique, a means to instantaneously drain another's mental energy while significantly enhancing his own. This technique inflicted considerable mental strain on the user, akin to a gamble with both his life and the lives of others. Moreover, the cost was exceptionally steep, rendering it a rather impractical technique. Yet, for the sand ninjas desperate to escape their current predicament, this technique proved invaluable. Ultimate technique. Pharaoh's curse. Suddenly, a voice with a raspy timbre rang out, and Arima and his comrades felt the force of the sand ninjas' assault double, nearly causing them to falter in maintaining their illusion. The ground erupted with numerous mummies, encircling them and preventing them from concentrating. If that were all, it might have been manageable. After all, these mummies were merely an illusion, and disregarding them would pose no significant issue. However, the situation escalated further as a swarm of large, dark insects emerged from within the mummies. And when these creatures began to crawl upon their bodies, discomfort turned into dread, despite knowing it was an illusion. The sight of insects crawling in and out of their bodies, accompanied by sensations of numbness, itchiness, pain, and unease, threatened to shatter the resolve of anyone lacking a strong will. While they managed to endure, Arima, who had always harbored a fear of insects, felt particularly vulnerable. Gazing at the insects traversing his skin, He longed to be a member of the Oilwoman clan, but alas, he was not. Thus, he could only endure with all his might. Perhaps due to his intense fear of insects, he soon realized that his body was not responding well. Although these insects do not exert a direct influence on mental strength, he gradually discovered their remarkable ability to weaken chakra, a revelation that left him astounded. Despite illusion ninjas not being overly concerned with their chakra, since an increase in mental strength naturally leads to an increase in chakra, the ratio of chakra to cellular vitality and mental strength is significantly higher than that of ordinary ninjas. Nevertheless, the reduction of chakra inevitably affects the potency of mental strength. Currently, Arima and his companions find themselves in such a predicament. It is evident that this illusion is not merely a singular technique, but a sophisticated, multifaceted illusion of the highest caliber. Such a technique could not possibly be unleashed by an ordinary ninja. Only those at the threshold of the shadow level or higher possess the skill to wield it. Even if a jonin could master it, their chakra would undoubtedly be exceptional. However, the likelihood of this is exceedingly slim, as individuals of such caliber are rare geniuses, destined to advance to the shadow level or higher unless met with untimely demise or unforeseen circumstances. Suzuki, through clever means, managed to invoke this illusion, successfully misleading Konoha's commander, Arima Kisaragi, into believing that the enemy harbors a shadow level or greater warrior. This left Arima utterly bewildered, though it was not entirely his fault, after all. Even a technique with glaring flaws could be classified as a high-level secret art, thus he had no prior knowledge of its existence. However, this situation demanded urgent resolution, for failure to act swiftly would spell doom for all the Konoha ninjas present. At that moment, a man in his 40s stepped forward. It was Arima Daisuke, the father of Asami. Daisuke, what do you intend to do? Arima inquired, astonished. Yet, Daisuke offered no response, merely uttering a perplexing command to take care of his daughter before beginning to form hand seals. The onlookers quickly comprehended the gravity of his words through his actions. Forbidden technique. Blood burning. This was a secret art passed down through generations of the Arima family, consuming one's own vitality to enhance mental strength and fortitude. Aside from the first Hokage, Chiba Hashirama, no outsider had ever learned this forbidden technique. Daisuke, you mustn't. Arima could scarcely fathom that the typically timid Daisuke would sacrifice himself for the sake of others. There is no time. In this moment, as a mere chunin, I can only do this much. Daisuke offered a faint smile, yet blood began to seep from his ears, eyes, nostrils, and mouth. Yet his demeanor remained remarkably composed. Ultimate technique. Thousand Prism. Accompanied by Daisuke's blood and life force, the so-called Pharaoh's curse upon them was rebounded. Now it was the turn of the Sand Ninjas to experience the effects of their own illusion. However, Konoha's desperate gambit inspired the Sand Ninjas. Several among them stepped forward, disregarding their own safety to assist their comrades in dispelling the illusions afflicting them. While they lacked the forbidden techniques of the Arima clan, they were not devoid of courage. In a certain sense, this war yields no victors. Regardless of who emerges triumphant, only survivors remain. Thus, they engage in a brutal exchange, each inflicting wounds upon the other without regard for the dwindling numbers on their side. Yet, it soon becomes evident that such a life-or-death approach to combat cannot be sustained indefinitely. It is not that either the Leaf or Sand Shinobi have been entirely vanquished. Rather, Suzuki finds himself overwhelmed. Moreover, the Sand Ninjas come to realize that if this relentless battle continues, it is not the numerically inferior Leaf that will suffer the most, but themselves. Despite the Leaf losing over 150 of their own, leaving merely 240 behind, they discover that their own losses have exceeded 250 souls in this war of attrition. The remaining forces have dwindled to under 650, not accounting for the initial casualties inflicted by their own ranks upon the Leaf. If this vicious cycle persists, even if they manage to annihilate the Leaf Ninjas, their own numbers will be catastrophically diminished. They understand that the first to perish are not necessarily the most formidable of warriors. Those who remain are assuredly the elite of illusionists. Prolonging this struggle threatens to render their mission unattainable. Consequently, Yamazaki, recognizing the dire situation, decisively commands a full-scale defense. He no longer contemplates the significance of sunset. He is acutely aware that the loss of lives is inconsequential, provided that the mission is accomplished. Otherwise, the toll will extend far beyond the 800 troops at his disposal. In this predicament, however, they find themselves devoid of viable strategies, for they lack any exceptional commanders. This predicament is also tied to the Sand Village's methodology in cultivating illusionists, which starkly contrasts with practices of other ninja villages. In the Rock Village, any ninja proficient in illusion techniques is treasured and nurtured, as their overall skill in this domain is considerably inferior to that of other villages. This awareness permeates the Rock Village. Yet, such training mechanisms inevitably result in a deficiency in practical combat skills, compounded by their reluctance to engage in illusionary duels with other ninjas, stalling their advancement in this critical area. Although perilous, illusionary confrontations are the most effective means of enhancing both the practical and theoretical capabilities of illusionists. Furthermore, the absence of proper guidance stifles their growth in both quantity and quality, leading to a perception among other villages that rock ninjas are merely brawny, yet simplistic individuals. Conversely, the Cloud Village adopts a survival of the fittest approach during battles, affording no special privileges to their illusionists compared to other types of ninjas. While this results in the premature demise of many illusionists who cannot rapidly develop, a small minority that survives tends to possess exceptional resilience and tenacity, making them formidable adversaries. Thus, although the Cloud's illusionists are fewer in number, their quality is undeniably on par with any ninja village, and they often hold a significant advantage in self-sufficiency. In contrast, the Leaf Village's training methodology is the most rational among all ninja villages, as their graduates receive guidance from seasoned jonin or experienced chunin upon leaving the academy. Thus, the promising ninjas of Konoha often experience fewer premature demises and achieve rapid growth. Although Konoha does not extend special privileges to illusion ninjas, its system fosters an unparalleled abundance of exceptional ninjas across all types, surpassing other ninja villages. This explains why other villages may boast populations of 3,000 to 4,000. While Konoha has organized a formidable force of nearly 70,000 ninjas, all of high caliber. Conversely, while the Mist Village does not prioritize illusion ninjas, the system there cultivates fierce, tenacious, and unruly warriors. Consequently, they exhibit a keen interest in any means that can aid their endeavors, particularly in illusion techniques that require minimal resources yet yield significant effects. Thus, it is common for ninjas from all backgrounds to possess a few illusion techniques, and their application rates are relatively high. For instance, the infamous Zabuza clearly demonstrates the influence of illusion techniques. Moreover, despite their ninjas being equally matched against those from any other village in one-on-one confrontations, it is a fact that many of them lack strategic acumen. In contrast, the illusion ninjas, who possess clarity of thought, composure in crisis, and a greater propensity to follow orders than their counterparts, are undoubtedly the preferred choice for commanders and strategists. Therefore, although the Mist Village does not emphasize the training of pure illusion ninjas, a significant portion of its leadership comprises ninjas proficient in illusion techniques. This phenomenon contributes to the overall excellence of illusion techniques within the Mist Village, making it the highest in the ninja world. The Sand Village, however, is the most dismissive of illusion ninjas among all villages, and their training methodologies diverge significantly from others. In the harsh climate of the desert, ninjas develop formidable mental fortitude, which correlates with a robust defense against illusion techniques. This results in illusion ninjas who neither excel in sand or wind techniques, nor in taijutsu or puppet mastery, appearing inferior. In the eyes of the Sand Village, pure illusion ninjas are deemed incapable of learning other skills, merely scraping together a means of self-defense, categorizing them as second-rate ninjas. This perception birthed the ruthless scheme of the Kazekage. Currently, these illusion ninjas, who are neither valued nor afforded systematic training opportunities in their own village, find themselves at a loss. Consequently, the Wind Village has gradually tempered its offensive, shifting from aggression to defense, while dispatching ninjas to report the situation back to the Kazekage. Yet, they seem to overlook or remain unaware of the considerable distance between them and the Wind Village's command center. Arama, however, is not complacent. Observing the Sand Village's change in strategy, he becomes even more unhurried. He has no desire for retaliation and certainly did not anticipate that the Sand Ninjas would commit such a basic error of seeking permission during wartime. His primary concern is to avoid exhausting all members of the Arama clan. Thus, while the strategy of holding firm and awaiting reinforcements may appear somewhat conservative, he remains steadfast in his approach, resolutely intent on waiting for the sunset. Thus, The two parties began to confront each other, their eyes locked in a fierce stare reminiscent of a cat-and-mouse game, starkly contrasting with the fervent battle at the front gate. Meanwhile, Feng learned that Yamazaki and Suzuki, like foolish husbands waiting for their wives, had failed to traverse the considerable distance back to seek his commands. Infuriated, he nearly succumbed to a fit of rage. And were it not for the diligent efforts of the shadow guards led by Maki, he might have collapsed right then and there. It was not that Feng could not bear the mounting pressure. Rather, since the onset of the conflict, he had received no good news aside from the collapse of the city gates at Jiking Mountain. Just moments ago, he had received a report from Yuji regarding the renewed blockage of the gates, which had thwarted the frontline efforts and hindered Mariki from making any progress in the remnants of Chengshui. Before he could chastise the two fools, Yamazaki and Suzuki, for their idiocy, they had once again brought him this absurd report and sought his orders. How could this not drive him to the brink of madness? Fortunately, Feng was only in his 40s, still relatively youthful. Gradually regaining his composure under Maki's ministrations, he realized that any unforeseen incident could drastically alter the unfolding narrative. Gazing at the messenger ninja before him, who was panting as if he had chased a bird all day, Feng felt a surge of anger. Were his body not still weak, he would have relished the opportunity to strike down this fool. In his exasperation, he barked at the ninja, informed Yamazaki and Suzuki, those imbeciles, to go perish together. The ninja, misinterpreting Feng's ire as a call to execute their plan, hastily departed the command post, believing he had received an imperative order. Everyone was preoccupied with attending to Feng, neglecting to realize that he had dispatched the messenger with a command that was far from authoritative. The reason Feng had devised such a ruthless plan stemmed from the lack of options available to the Konoha ninjas within the confines of Jiking Mountain. Although the Wind ninjas held an advantage in open combat, it was not overwhelming. Once the Konoha forces retreated behind the chakra stone-constructed walls of Jiking Mountain, he would find himself at a distinct disadvantage. Illusions were unaffected by the chakra stones and represented the only means to deliver a significant blow to Konoha. Thus, he formulated a strategy to lure away a portion of Konoha's ninjas, sacrificing all his illusionists to deliver a devastating strike. He meticulously considered nearly all the details, aware that Orochimaru was cautious yet overly ambitious. Given the absence of conflict on the Western Front for the past 6 months, he firmly believed that his plan to mislead with 3,000 rock ninjas masquerading as 8,000 would certainly draw out at least 10,000 Konoha ninjas. As for the remaining forces, with his 4,000 ninjas diverting Konoha's attention, the plan to stealthily detonate all the illusionists through the back door would assuredly dismantle Konoha's defenses. Even if Konoha had ninjas guarding the rear, or if the self-detonation affected their own siege ninjas, it mattered little, for he knew well that Konoha's overall illusion defense could not rival that of the Wind ninjas. He also doubted how many defenders could withstand an assault from an enemy several times their number. Despite his confidence in his flawless plan, he soon discovered that human calculations are no match for the whims of fate. Initially, he did not anticipate that Konoha would inadvertently uncover his ambush. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for he had never intended to vanquish the battle-hardened Konoha Shinobi army with mere subterfuge. Moreover, engaging in open combat would expedite the annihilation of his foes. Yet, to his astonishment, this meager contingent of thousands of ninjas managed to deliver a staggering blow through a forbidden technique scroll, an object he still mistakenly believed to be merely a scroll, decimating his elite forces of 8,000. Though his ploy to lure the enemy had seemingly succeeded, it appeared that only a scant number of Konoha ninjas had been drawn away. What truly took him by surprise was Konoha's audacious counterattack at the rear gate, dispatching 400 illusion ninjas that thoroughly disrupted his meticulously laid plans. Maki gazed at the Wind Shadow, fervently wishing for his swift recovery, for Konohagakure could not afford to lose him. Upon hearing the Wind Shadow's command for Yamazaki and Suzuki to perish, Maki realized that the plan had irrevocably failed. As one of the architects of this strategy, he was intimately acquainted with every detail of its design. However, he refrained from stopping the messenger ninja, recognizing that the illusion ninjas had become nearly obsolete. Although he himself was not a master of illusion techniques, his extensive combat experience against Konoha's illusionists had made him acutely aware of a stark reality. Despite Konoha's overall resistance to illusion techniques being inferior to theirs, the skill level of Konoha's illusion ninjas far surpassed that of his own. This was evident from the casualty rate during the engagement, where 800 ninjas attacked 400, resulting in a staggering 25 to 15 loss ratio. Thus, rather than allowing those who could survive only 48 hours to retreat, it would be more fitting for them to descend into the depths of hell alongside Konoha's blood-red sunset. After all, for those doomed souls, it would also be a form of glory. This conviction was unwavering within him, and it was precisely this quality that the Wind Shadow admired in him, though not ruthless enough. He possessed a sense of the greater good and would not hesitate where decisiveness was required. The Wind Shadow, regaining his breath, observed Maki's anxious demeanor and spoke. "I am well, Maki. You may release me now." "Ah, but my Lord Wind Shadow, what shall we do now? Shall we fight or retreat?" Maki inquired with urgency. Let me ponder," the Wind Shadow mused, understanding Maki's pessimism, as he too was aware that their strategy had crumbled. He swiftly fell into contemplation. It seems Konoha is aware of our ninjas' high resistance to illusions, thus relegating their least effective illusionists to reserve or defensive roles, a rather commonplace tactic. Clearly, my plan harbored a critical flaw from the outset. He murmured to himself, yet soon resolved to fortify his determination. "Attack. We must engage. For despite the failure of my plan, we still possess a numerical advantage." After a brief moment of reflection, he carefully retrieved a scroll from his robe and handed it to Maki, then commanded resolutely, "Maki, disregard those illusion ninjas. Deliver this scroll to Mariki," instructing him to deal with those indomitable ninjas and swiftly reinforce Yuji. "Inform him that I have not left him without options. Let him figure it out." As Maki observed that the Kazekage was unharmed and resolute in his intentions, he felt reassured and proceeded to carry out his orders. Meanwhile, in the wilderness surrounding the Jukyo mountain city, Chojui was valiantly leading his remaining forces in a desperate struggle against the vastly superior Sand Shinobi. The earthen walls, crafted by Shiro's Doton techniques, had been firmly sealed by the earth ninjas of Konoha. Coupled with the water brought forth by Kojiro and the synergistic effect of his Suiton Jutsu, the interior of these earthen barriers had become saturated with water, resembling an enormous fish tank that tapered from large to small. However, the Sand Shinobi had a different perspective, for they had received the Kazekage's unwavering command to retrieve Chojui's head. But could they fulfill such a daunting task with ease? The answer was a resounding no. With the abundance of water at his disposal, Chojui was akin to a fish that had leapt into the sea, finally unleashing his full range of abilities. Techniques such as Water Wave, Water Bullet, Water Dragon Jutsu, Water Dragon Whip, Great Waterfall, Violent Water Wave, Hard Vortex Water Blade, and 1,000-kill water flight flowed from him effortlessly, causing untold casualties among the Sand Shinobi. As for the illusion ninjas who posed a significant threat to Konoha, they had long since been dealt with by Chojui. In contrast, the Sand Shinobi found themselves at a severe disadvantage. Suiton techniques were even more effective against their Doton than they were against fire release. The presence of water rendered their earth-based techniques utterly impotent. Furthermore, wind release could not penetrate the earth techniques of Konoha, reducing their efficacy to a minimum. They were also hesitant to employ their most practical wind techniques that could easily disperse enemies, leaving their jutsu largely ineffective. Kojiro's presence was akin to wielding several metal storms. He combined the venom of his summoned beast, Mimi, with his butterfly formation, achieving results that surpassed even Chojui's. Nevertheless, the majority of Konoha's forces were earth ninjas, and those with such offensive capabilities were scarce. Even so, the water surrounding them was tainted with Mimi's lethal venom, and should any Sand Shinobi sustain a wound, it would spell disaster for them. Despite their expertise in puppet techniques and carrying ample antidotes, it was still insufficient, causing immense frustration among the Sand Shinobi. Yet, the Kazekage's orders loomed large, compelling them to act. Thus, the Sand Shinobi launched a reckless offensive, determined to swiftly conclude the battle before them. Although Konoha's numbers were fewer, they occupied a highly advantageous position, making it virtually impossible for so many Sand Shinobi to overwhelm them. Consequently, nearly 1,000 Sand Shinobi met their untimely demise under these dire circumstances. The hissing from the great serpent seemed to mock their folly, and although they attempted to summon their own beasts, they were swiftly submerged by Chojui's Suiton the moment they appeared. Most of their summoned creatures were common desert dwellers such as snakes, centipedes, scorpions, and lizards, all possessing one glaring weakness: they could not swim. While such shallow waters posed little threat to them, The toxicity of Kojiro's serpent was beyond what ordinary summoned beasts could withstand. In this predicament, Shui surprisingly performed with remarkable prowess, leaving the Sand Shinobi in a state of disarray. However, this situation swiftly transformed with the arrival of Maki. "How much chakra do you have left, Kojiro?" Shui inquired abruptly. "Not much," he replied. "After summoning Mimi, my chakra is nearly depleted. Moreover, I've exhausted my military rations despite my efforts to conserve them." "What is it, master?" Shui asked, his expression laden with concern. "I have noticed something unusual in the movements of the Sand Shinobi. They seem to be planning something significant, but I cannot fathom their intentions." At that moment, Shiro also sensed something amiss with the Wind Shinobi. He nervously turned to Kojiro and asked, "Hey, Kojiro, analyze the situation. What are those Sand Shinobi up to?" Kojiro's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. He was not as carefree as Sachiko, who typically relied on the wisdom of Shino and Haru. Yet, he was merely a child of 12 or 13, and facing such a dire situation alone was overwhelming. Stay calm, he urged himself, slapping his cheeks in an attempt to regain composure, though this method proved ineffective. Suddenly, he noticed the Sand Shinobi gathering in secret, seemingly preparing for something, and his keen memory allowed him to recognize the specialties of those ninjas. Each was adept in sand release techniques. "This is bad. They are preparing a large-scale sand release ninjutsu." Kojiro recalled Shino mentioning that when one jutsu combines with another effectively, it can yield results greater than their individual sums. Furthermore, stacking the same type of jutsu can unleash techniques beyond what one ninja could normally perform. Now, with nearly all the sand release ninjas congregated, this was certainly not a harbinger of good fortune. Shui, too, realized the Sand Shinobi's intentions. They aimed to annihilate them in one fell swoop. "What should we do?" Kojiro began to voice his thoughts, but was suddenly overcome by dizziness, rendering him unconscious, as did Shiro and several younger ninjas nearby. Shui's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. "I apologize, Kojiro, but I must leave some seeds for Grandfather Higan and Konoha." He then lifted his gaze towards Mimi and said, "Your lack of intervention indicates you understand my intentions, correct?" Mimi nodded slightly, acknowledging her comprehension. Cautiously, Shui placed the children in a relatively safe area and smeared the remnants of fallen Konoha ninjas and their blood onto them, disguising them as corpses. Then, as if speaking to himself or to an unseen audience, he murmured, "This is all I can do. Whether they survive now lies in fate's hands." He continued softly, "Yet, I had hoped my humble jutsu would be witnessed by my disciples. Although it has been inscribed on a scroll and entrusted to him, I wonder if he can master it completely." After completing these tasks, a sense of pride suddenly illuminated his eyes, as if he were possessed by Chiba Higan, feeling superior to all around him. Meanwhile, the sky had accumulated a significant amount of sand, indicating that the Sand Shinobi's sand release technique was nearing completion. Now is not the time for idle musings. Orange Water admonished himself, then began weaving hand signs. Ultimate technique. Sand God Guardian Crane. With the fervent cries of the sand ninjas, a colossal statue of a raccoon, composed of sand, plummeted from the heavens. Despite the valiant efforts of the Earth Release ninjas from Konoha, employing techniques such as Iron Tree Blossoms, Divine Sword Mountain, and Iron Rock Spikes to impede its descent, these jutsu proved as ineffective as brittle twigs crushed underfoot when confronted with the immense force. Ultimate technique. Water Dragon King descends. Suddenly, a massive dragon formed of water erupted violently from beneath the raccoon statue, distinguished by its vivid red eyes, devoid of any resemblance to an authentic dragon. Unlike the typical water dragon technique, this dragon, however, was astonishingly lifelike, with scales and whiskers rendered with exquisite clarity. As the dragon's jutsu collided fiercely with the raccoon statue, the downward momentum of the statue came to an abrupt halt. Time seemed to stretch for a century. With a resounding crash, the raccoon statue was ultimately shattered by the now crimson-tinged dragon. Yet, aside from the dragon, all the surrounding sand had been transformed into muddy sludge by the water, engulfing the impenetrable earth fortress technique. Remarkably, the dragon, akin to a true dragon, released a long, relieved roar as it gradually vanished into the distant sky, leaving an inexplicable sense of sorrow resonating in its wake. What transpired? Orange Water's jutsu had evidently caught the attention of the Sunset Gate's guards, who were preparing to head for the back entrance. Their deliberate pace was not due to any distraction, Rather, the impending new year had dulled their perception of imminent conflict, leading many villagers from surrounding hamlets to flock to Kikyo Mountain City to peddle their New Year goods. Although the Sunset Guards had made early preparations, they were caught off guard by the Wind Ninjas' attack before dawn, leaving the small traders unable to depart and stranded within Kikyo Mountain City. Naturally, the Sunset Guards wished to shield these civilians from the chaos of war, believing it prudent to ensure their safety before considering other matters. Moreover, should any unrest arise among these civilians, it would spell disaster for Konoha. While the ninja world strictly adhered to the principle of sparing civilians, they were far less lenient towards those within military fortifications. As for the back entrance, the Sunset Guards felt no concern, for illusion ninjas would undoubtedly focus on the renowned illusionists among the enemy ranks, and thus far, no notable illusionist from Konohagakure had come to their attention. Consequently, he had faith that Kuruma could withstand the onslaught. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the battle at the rear commenced anew. Suzuki had gradually regained his strength. Although siphoning the mental energy of others bore significant repercussions, it was still less damaging than direct assaults from illusion techniques. As Yamazaki and other Wind Ninjas discovered his remarkable secret art, they instinctively sheltered him, ensuring his swift recovery. Unfortunately, Suzuki had not been particularly fortunate. Despite his considerable talent in illusion techniques, he had long aspired to become an illusion ninja, facing considerable opposition from those around him. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in pursuing his dream, ultimately achieving his goal of advancing as an illusion ninja, with aspirations and unwavering determination. Had he been born in any other ninja village, his achievements would likely have far surpassed those he currently possesses. Perhaps he might have evolved into a formidable illusionist akin to the setting sun. Yet, ironically, he was born in a village that holds little regard for illusionary ninjas. And it is even more sardonic that the higher-ups of the Sand Village chose to promote him to the position of team leader not because they recognized the brilliance of his illusions, but rather due to his exceptional physical combat skills among this cohort of illusionists. Although he performed tasks no less competently than others, the Sand Village harbored biases against ninjas of his ilk. However, he remained unfazed, believing that one day, perceptions towards illusionists would shift, despite others perceiving him as somewhat avaricious. He attributed this to the hardships of his impoverished childhood, considering it a minor flaw. He steadfastly believed in his capacity to alter the opinions others held of him. Yet the day he awaited never arrived. The short-sighted Council of the Wind Shadow decided to treat him as mere cannon fodder. How could such an ambitious young man accept that fate? Reluctant to betray his village or burden his family, he resolved to sacrifice himself. He held the orders of Yamazaki in contempt. How could a captain of such seniority commit such a fundamental error? It appeared his potential for growth had reached its limits. Thus, he resolved to launch another offensive against Konoha, driven by a simple conviction. He would rather die fighting than live in fear. He refused to believe that everyone in Konoha was so devoid of fear. Meanwhile, Kuruma shared a similar sentiment. Having suddenly realized that the Sand Ninjas were once again on the offensive, however, he was no longer willing to engage in a war of attrition. Consequently, he decided to counterattack decisively. Thus commenced the second round of the illusionary duel. Suzuki's voice rang out once more, ultimate technique. Demon-esque cry. A piercing sound erupted from his lips. Perhaps sensing the tactile illusion's ineffectiveness, he unleashed an auditory illusion technique. Although this technique possessed slightly greater offensive power than Pharaoh's curse, its singularity rendered it somewhat predictable. After all, Suzuki was merely an ordinary illusionist, still grappling with the distinctions between complex and singular illusions. Moreover, this technique was not lacking in power. He simply had yet to harness its full potential. On the opposing side, Kuruma seemed to have an epiphany. He did not engage in prolonged conflict, but instead employed a sound-sealing technique to block the hearing of himself and his subordinates, rendering Suzuki's attack ineffective. Unwilling to appear weak, Kuruma countered with his own ultimate technique, Universal Garden. The battlefield transformed, resembling an expansive garden where flowers vied for attention, each displaying its unique allure. The air thick with the fragrance of blossoms. The Sand Ninjas felt a wave of dizziness sweep over them, as the flowers took on an increasingly eerie appearance. Not good. It's a visual illusion. A ninja from the Sand team suddenly exclaimed. In truth, not all visual illusions are released through the pupils. Only those skilled in ocular techniques, such as the Uchiha clan, possess that capability. This also elucidates why Uchiha illusion duels often yield favorable outcomes. Although Suzuki has now fully assumed control over the guidance of the Sand Shinobi's illusion techniques, he and his subordinates lack the finesse to manipulate the five senses as effortlessly as the ninjas of the Kurama clan. Thus, he resorted to unleashing a visual illusion technique known as the Sandlight to counter the Kurama clan's Garden of Nations. However, as the other Leaf ninjas attempted to retaliate with their illusions, they were taken aback to find that all the Kurama clan's ninjas remained immobile, their faces adorned with enigmatic smiles. Something was amiss. This was not a visual illusion. We have been deceived. This is an olfactory illusion. Suzuki finally recognized the gravity of the situation, yet it was too late. Nearly 100 Sand Shinobi had already fallen. This technique was a signature skill of the Kurama clan, one that only the clan leader could master, specifically targeting the sense of smell within the 5 absolute divine illusions. While the previous vibrant flowers served merely as a ruse to confuse opponents, there were nearly 100 different visual illusions at play, and dispelling them proved to be no simple feat. The true nature of the illusion was an assault directly targeting the brain through the nostrils. Inhaling even a hint of the so-called floral fragrance could be fatal. Therefore, the loss of merely 100 Sand Shinobi was a comparatively light toll. In truth, illusion techniques merely manipulate the mind, inducing a state of confusion or creating experiences that cloud judgment, even if the illusion is entirely fabricated and does not exist in reality. If one were to perish believing it to be true, then it becomes their truth. Unfortunately, aside from the deceased or lifeless entities, it is nearly unrealistic for one to dismiss the sensations they have experienced throughout their lives. Hence, illusions remain one of the 3 primary offensive techniques employed by ninjas in the shinobi world. However, should one master the ability to control the senses, it transcends mere illusion and becomes an assault on both mind and sensation. Thus, no matter how resolute the victim's will, they cannot emerge unscathed. Although other ninjas can learn to control the 5 senses, nearly 99% of illusionists spend their entire lives without achieving such mastery. Conversely, members of the Kurama clan inherently possess 1 or 2 such abilities, even children in their teens who have undergone minimal training. It must be acknowledged that the Kurama clan's innate talent, or bloodline, is extraordinarily formidable within the realm of illusion. Yet, Kurama himself was not preoccupied with such thoughts, as the illusion did not yield the anticipated results. Furthermore, the current illusion could not simply be halted at will, for both parties were engaged in the fray. Given their respective levels, cessation would only occur if one side were entirely annihilated. Kurama had no alternative. He realized that the sunset might have been hindered by some unforeseen circumstance, although the mental fortitude of all participants was relatively comparable. The Kurama's ability to control the 5 senses was a formidable weapon that would assuredly secure victory over any Sand Shinobi at their level. These Sand Shinobi were known novices to be trifled with. Despite their relatively lower skill level, their mental strength was remarkable. Even though nearly half of the Sand Shinobi had perished, their numbers still exceeded those of the Leaf ninjas by more than double. If they continued to hold their ground at such a sluggish pace, it would not be long before they faced total annihilation. Thus, he believed that instead of waiting for their mental strength to wane while the sunset delayed, it would be more prudent to retaliate immediately. Hence, Onma relinquished the thought of waiting for the sunset and engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Sand ninjas. The Sand ninjas quickly regained their footing, for they were all illusionists, and even those with little experience had more expertise in countering illusions than ordinary ninjas. However, they were not to be outdone. Under Suzuki's leadership, they launched another vigorous assault. The ultimate technique, Night Parade of 100 Demons. A multitude of legendary Japanese apparitions surged forth from every corner, directly charging towards Konoha with an overwhelming ferocity. Konoha refrained from employing a strategy of attrition, as they had never encountered this illusion technique from the Wind Ninja. Therefore, they opted for a more cautious approach, preparing to counter with a casual technique to gauge the effects of this new jutsu. Illusion, Spring of Spirits. A Konoha ninja took the lead in casting an illusion. He forcefully stamped his foot upon the ground, and crystalline spring water erupted forth, submerging all the Konoha ninjas in its depths. This technique was neither offensive nor defensive and was typically reserved for dealing with ninjas of low mental acuity. Yet in the realm of illusionary confrontations, it possessed a particularly advantageous feature. It allowed one to discern the nature of the enemy's released illusion. Onma and his comrades employed this technique merely to comprehend the specific effects of the sand ninja's unknown illusion. Unexpectedly, when the ferocious spirits encountered the spring water, they melted away like sugar, vanishing before everyone's eyes, along with the wind ninja's attack, which disappeared without a trace. This turn of events astonished all present. No one anticipated that the sand ninja would feign an attack at such a critical moment, effortlessly nullifying everyone's assault. Was it possible that the sand ninja intended to defend directly? But why would they go through such elaborate means? The only one who understood this situation was Suzuki himself, for he had not mastered the technique at all. To wield this jutsu effectively, one must grasp at least 3 of the 5 senses. Despite Suzuki being merely a typical jonin with a slight grasp of tactile control and low mental strength, he had ingeniously devised a complete set of illusions through self-study. The ninjutsu of the Sage of Six Paths was similarly derived from the so-called divine techniques and yin-yang arts, which is why divine techniques, yin-yang arts, ninjutsu, and illusions share numerous commonalities. Thus, it is not surprising that illusions could be creatively reconstructed from divine techniques. From the perspective of developing illusions, one could argue that Suzuki is undoubtedly an unconventional genius in this art. In a sense, he resembles an exceptional coach who, though quietly orchestrating a soccer match, can achieve victory effortlessly. However, instead of remaining on the sidelines to direct, he found himself in the fray, inadvertently creating a significant blunder with his favorite tactics. It is astonishing that the Wind Shadow would send such a promising talent to this place, indicating that the entire Sand Ninja village lacks discernment in cultivating illusionists. Despite the Sand Ninja's ability to regroup defensively, they could ill afford to suffer any losses. However, such considerations were not part of Suzuki's plans. His sole focus was on vanquishing the Leaf Ninja before him, utterly disregarding other duties and responsibilities. Thus, he unleashed the Pharaoh's curse once more. Suzuki timed the release of his illusionary technique with impeccable precision, catching the Leaf Ninja off guard while they were momentarily astonished by the ostentatious illusion. Consequently, many of them fell prey to this composite genjutsu once again. As the battle had escalated to this point, the Leaf Ninja retaliated with fervor, abandoning any pretense of defense and engaging the Wind Ninja head-on. The illusion, the sacred tree mirage, was now upon them. In an instant, every Leaf Ninja vanished, only to be replaced by a magnificent tree radiating a divine aura, which swiftly ensnared all the mummies high among its branches. The black insects, despite their relentless efforts, found themselves powerless against the tree's rapid growth. Their gnawing was no match for the branches that began to curl toward the Sand Ninja. Could they truly thwart this technique so easily? Perhaps previously, Suzuki could have defended against it, but now, amidst this flurry of confrontations, he experienced a breakthrough on the battlefield. Thus, the Sand Ninja refrained from releasing any new illusions, for the Pharaoh's curse was far more complex than they had anticipated. Just as the branches were about to ensnare the Wind Ninja, a group of humanoid monstrosities with the heads of jackals and scythes in their hands suddenly materialized, severing the branches as if they were butter. The fallen branches quickly disintegrated into black ash. Yet, that was not the end. The leader of the jackal-headed figures reached into the void, grasping a still-beating human heart. Immediately, the Leaf Ninja felt a sharp pain in their chests, as if their hearts were being crushed by the jackal-headed figure's hand. It became evident that the Leaf's illusion had not fully countered the Pharaoh's curse, allowing the Sand Ninja's onslaught to seep through the sacred tree and strike the Leaf Ninja. However, Onma refused to concede defeat. He promptly retaliated with another technique from the 5 absolute divine illusions, the River of Hades' curse. The branches that fell to the ground darkened, and instead of disappearing, they liquefied into a pitch-black water that began to rise ominously before the Wind Ninja. Suzuki, this black water is highly unusual. Proceed with caution. Suddenly, Yamazaki exclaimed. Although he had completely relinquished command to Suzuki, he continued to observe the battlefield intently. Yet, his warning left the Sand Ninja perplexed. What could the Leaf Ninja possibly do with this black water? They had not undone their own technique. Nonetheless, the bizarre nature of the black water instilled a sense of unease among them. They did not believe that the Leaf Ninja could conjure such a blunder like Suzuki had, and thus, they remained vigilant and cautious. Suddenly, it appeared as if something surged forth from the black water on the ground, transforming into slender streams that rushed towards the mouth of Furin, despite his attempts to close it. The black liquid, akin to sulfuric acid, penetrated his mouth with relentless ferocity. leaving an unbearable taste as if he had ingested something foul. This unsettling experience caused the sand ninjas to falter, their composure wavering, along with the lurking figures of the wolf-headed men. Fools! Those are mere illusions. Do you not see that my jaw is missing yet I still speak? The commander's words jolted the sand ninjas into a state of calm, allowing them to regain their footing. Meanwhile, Suzuki remained oblivious to their plight, lost in the euphoria of his newfound mastery of illusion techniques. However, the chaotic state of the sand ninjas evidently soured his mood, prompting him to chastise his comrades. Remarkably, his critique bore an undeniable truth, which swiftly silenced the sand ninjas. Yet, in a twist of irony, the sand ninjas soon realized something was amiss. It felt as though countless insects were gnawing within their bellies, rendering almost everyone unable to maintain their composure, writhing in agony on the ground. It was yet another manifestation of sensory manipulation. Suzuki suddenly grasped the brilliance of this illusionary attack. The instinctive reaction to the sensation of something filthy being forced into one's mouth is to immediately shut it or to obstruct it with one's hands, preventing the vile substance from entering their bodies. If it were indeed forced inside, the first response would be to claw at their throats or retch to expel the offending matter, especially when faced with a liquid that could scorch away one's jaw like sulfuric acid. Thus, even though the sand ninjas recognized this as a technique of Konoha, they succumbed to a fundamental misjudgment. It is understandable, for only those with a profound understanding of this technique, or who had undergone specific training to anticipate such an assault, would be immune. Now, they were not only plagued by excruciating pain in their bellies, as if their very insides were being devoured, but their mouths were filled with unbearable tastes, so foul that even the prospect of consuming excrement might seem delectable by comparison. This left the wind ninjas nearly incapacitated in their ability to mount an offense. Simultaneously, their chakra began to dissipate rapidly, affecting even the more capable ninjas like Yamazaki and Suzuki. Consequently, the Pharaoh's curse, which relied on the maintenance of mental fortitude, vanished without a trace. In this round, the ninjas of Konoha emerged victorious once more. Onma and his companions felt a sense of satisfaction with the effects they had wrought, despite their mental fortitude nearing its breaking point. However, they resolved to press on and unleash the call of death from the 5 ultimate illusions, attempting to utterly vanquish the wind ninjas. If Onma had not been so preoccupied with the immediate interests of his clan, hesitating to commit fully, it is likely that the corpses of the sand ninjas would already be cooling. He remained oblivious to the dire consequences they would face should the Kikyo mountain castle be breached. It is a well-known fact that the Sand Village holds little regard for illusionist ninjas. They would not spare Onma's clan simply because of their proficiency in genjutsu. Could not these reasons compel Onma and his allies to fight with all their might? His reluctance merely underscores his ineptitude as a leader, a title he has clearly earned. Had he fought with utmost determination, the Sand Ninjas would have been torn between a desperate assault and a strategy to annihilate their foes while completing their mission. Such indecision may have spared many lives. It was precisely Onma's procrastination that ignited a fierce resolve among the Sand Ninjas to eliminate every one of those cursed leaf ninjas by any means necessary. They now wished for the sunset to come sooner, indifferent to whether their demise was imminent or delayed. If they could take down a renowned commander from Leaf before their end, it would be a remarkable feat for these otherwise unheralded ninjas. Moreover, they believed that even if they perished, their families would not bear the consequences, having done their utmost. Yet, they overlooked a critical factor. Even a minuscule chance of victory for Leaf could render their families vulnerable to the Wind Shadow's wrath. The actions of Leaf had stripped the Sand Ninjas of their reason. They were consumed by a mix of fury at being countered with similar techniques and hatred for the loathsome substances they had been forced to endure. The subsequent illusion, which evoked the legendary calls of souls at death, was resolutely ignored as their chakra replenished significantly, fueled by their extreme anger. They confirmed the effects of Leaf's illusions through personal experience and promptly deafened themselves with kunai, ninja tools, or other means, dismissing the haunting figures and various apparitions entirely. Thus, Onma's determined assault culminated in complete failure. Suzuki should retaliate with the same technique to impart a profound lesson to the Leaf ninjas. With a fierce cry, Demon-S wail, he charged forth while Leaf remained oblivious to the malfunction of their illusions. Onma and his companions remained unaware of the Sand Ninjas' movements, having themselves fallen prey, to some extent, to the illusions cast by their adversaries. Thus, Konoha remained oblivious to the movements of the Sand Shinobi. Meanwhile, due to the extensive use of genjutsu, Konoha found their mental reserves severely depleted. By the time they heard Suzuki's quacking voice, it was far too late. The battle within Jikyu Mountain Castle had escalated in brutality, as the Sand Shinobi had dispatched a portion of their forces to feign an attack on the rear gate, drawing Konoha's attention, only to be successfully intercepted by a team dispatched by Tsunade along the way. However, their cries were deafening, reaching even the distant ears of Kuruma Kisaragi at the rear gate. He had no time to ponder this, as he was witnessing the pitiful sight of fewer than 30 of his comrades still alive, with their survival solely attributed to the secret techniques of the Kuruma clan's leader. The dire outcome stemmed from Kuruma's oversight in forgetting that their numbers were significantly inferior to those of the Wind Shinobi. Additionally, their reckless offensive had exacted a devastating toll on their mental stamina, compounded by the final strike from the Wind Shinobi, which rebounded along with Kuruma's own life-or-death cries. It resulted in a double blow that led to their near annihilation. Despite having fewer than 10 clan members remaining, their capabilities were nearly obliterated, leaving them merely with a breath of life, signifying the effective extinction of the Kuruma clan. Under normal circumstances, a person's mental fortitude would never be entirely depleted. Extreme fatigue merely denotes a reduction to 50% capacity. Yet, genjutsu shattered this norm, possessing the lethal potential to kill outright, akin to death by fright. It could also reduce an adversary's mental strength to zero, ceasing all brain activity and rendering one lifeless. As the cacophony of battle grew louder, Kuruma, in his folly, finally grasped the impending doom that awaited him and his clan, realizing that the Wind Shinobi were not there for the sake of his mere hundreds of kin. Had he recognized the precarious plight of Jikyu Mountain Castle from the outset, he would have rallied his clan in a desperate stand. He understood that if all his clan members had been present, approximately 100 Chunin could have inflicted significant damage upon the Sand Shinobi. Were it not for his short-sightedness, it was likely that at least half of his clan could have been spared, and even in a staunch defense, such loss would have been improbable. Yet, his hesitance resulted in the obliteration of the Kuruma clan. He felt utterly unworthy of being its leader, let alone claiming to be a ninja of Konoha. Just as he positioned a kunai against his neck, the setting sun arrived. The sunset had not anticipated that the situation at the rear gate had deteriorated to such an extent. Everyone was aware that the current leader of the Kuruma clan was a complete weakling, easily provoked into leading his entire clan into battle, a fool of the highest order. Otherwise, they had never considered assigning him any tasks in light of his repeated requests for combat. However, upon hearing that the Sand Shinobi dispatched solely illusionists, the sunset held no hope for their competence in this endeavor. He believed that even if Kuruma were utterly inept, he could still guard the rear gate and await reinforcements. Even if lives were to be lost, the toll could not be excessively high. After all, the Onma clan boasts nearly 200 elite shinobi among its ranks, complemented by an additional 300 ordinary illusionists. Thus, he felt assured in relocating the commoners, yet the outcome left him profoundly disappointed. To his astonishment, the Sand Shinobi numbered close to 400, while Konoha was nearly obliterated. The quality of Konoha's illusionists surpassed that of the Sand, and the Onma clan members were even more exceptional. It was incomprehensible how such incompetence could command them. Although he was unaware that the Wind Shinobi's remarkable mental prowess had severely disadvantaged Onma, his condemnation of Onma as a fool was undoubtedly justified. The current predicament rendered him a mere figurehead, with the capability to thwart the Sand Shinobi's forces now uncertain. Witnessing Onma's despair, contemplating suicide, the setting sun ignited a surge of indignation within him. Although the Sand Shinobi appeared battered, their sheer numbers were formidable. Thus, he had no intention of showing compassion as he interrupted Onma's suicidal thoughts. Onma-kun, hold your horses. If you must perish, do so only after we have dealt with these remnants. Seemingly taken aback by the fervor in his words, Onma recalled the fiery red eyes of his disciple, Yuyo's student, Yamada Shinazuke, who had recently acquired his own crimson gaze. He also remembered that there was a fellow Onma clan elite, Mami, who shared a close bond with Shinazuke. Despite her tender age, she exhibited remarkable determination, even turning down his efforts to arrange a marriage between her and his nephew, Kitaro. Since being assigned to Shinazuke's team, her illusionary skills had skyrocketed, propelling her to the rank of elite shinobi, mastering the most challenging aspects of sensory control. including touch and sight. In contrast, Kitaro, hailed as a genius by the outside world, had only managed to proficiently grasp the least practical sensory control of taste. And he was 4 years her senior. For these reasons, Mami had already emerged as the foremost talent of the Onma clan. Deep down, Onma felt Kitaro was somewhat unworthy of her, and he believed that all geniuses should aim high. He feared that proposing the match between her and Kitaro would be futile, especially considering that his team included Yamada Shinazuke, a talent that eclipsed her. In the West, there was a prevailing belief that Yamada Shinazuke's accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass those of his teacher, Yuyo, and elevate him to the status of a true illusion master. This was evident in numerous aspects. For instance, he had mastered all of Yuyo's techniques and could execute them with finesse, while Yuyo at his age had merely been a lowly chunin. Moreover, he had established absolute authority within his team, beginning to instruct his comrades in their training. It is worth noting that before him, only one had achieved such a feat, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who earned his formidable reputation as a legendary figure in the Shinobi world through his teachings. Moreover, Shinsuke's physical prowess has gradually evolved into a distinct style, and his mastery of ninjutsu is equally remarkable. While others may be unaware of the formidable challenge faced by illusionist ninjas in mastering the 2 other offensive techniques, Kuruma is acutely aware. In the ninja realm, there exists a phenomenon where any illusionist ninja proficient in either physical or ninjutsu arts achieves a minimum status of a quasi-shadow. Thus, Mami's admiration for Kuruma is certainly reciprocated, and the Kuruma clan, unlike many exclusive bloodline families, is quite welcoming of talented foreign illusionist ninjas. Even if he were deemed a failure, Mami's affection for him would remain unwavering, for he is a direct descendant of the original Uchiha clan's patriarch. The Uchiha clan, once a branch of the original Uchiha family, has never regarded themselves as inferior. After all, the Yamada clan is quite sparse in numbers, and there is little belief in any special bloodline they might possess. Yet, Kuruma remains somewhat ambivalent, given the examples of the Yinhaku and Uchiha clans. Despite the former Yinhaku clan's once superior status compared to the original Uchiha branch, their descendants are now simply referred to as Uchiha, while the name Yinhaku has faded into historical obscurity. Thus, Kuruma worries that his own clan might follow in Yinhaku's footsteps. However, in the current dire circumstances, he can no longer afford to hesitate, for the Kuruma clan is essentially on the brink of extinction. Even for the sake of preserving the last vestiges of the Kuruma bloodline, there exists the potential for resurgence. After all, the leaders of the prominent clans are well aware of the original Uchiha's legacy, and through their union with the Yinhaku clan, they birthed the most formidable bloodline family in the ninja world. Hence, despite Shinsuke seemingly lacking a bloodline, he remains a direct descendant of the original Uchiha clan's patriarch. And should he unite with a woman from the Kuruma clan, their offspring may very well possess extraordinary abilities. As Kuruma lay on the ground, his expression shifting with uncertainty, the setting sun did not intrude upon his contemplation, as it too recognized the tragic fate of the Kuruma clan, stirring complex emotions within. Yet, unexpectedly, he soon regained his composure, while the setting sun observed as he engaged in combat with the sand ninjas, gradually seizing the initiative in the battle. Kuruma rallied himself and began to perform the hand signs for a secret technique. With a powerful shout, he unleashed a pink chakra sphere from his claw-like hands. Directing it towards the sand ninjas, the sphere swiftly detonated amidst them, resulting in the astonishing loss of nearly 50 wind ninjas. This revelation left all present in sheer astonishment, for they had never anticipated that the Kuruma clan possessed such a little-known ultimate technique. This move was distinctly different from the wave fist technique previously employed by Mami, as its effects varied significantly. The wave fist was primarily effective in close combat and lacked substantial power. The technique known as the super wave motion fist is one of the 8 secret arts of the clan. Its efficacy not only allows it to strike adversaries in close proximity, but also those at a considerable distance, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from the Hadouken in Street Fighter. And its power is not to be underestimated. Among the 8 secret techniques, 5 are related to sensory manipulation, including the 5 distinct divine illusions, alongside 2 techniques known as the Holy Mirror Art and Spiritual Burn, which are enhanced versions of the 1,000 Facets Mirror and Life Burn, respectively. The effects of these techniques far surpass those of their predecessors. The 1,000 Facets Mirror has the ability to reflect all illusions, yet intriguingly, It cannot counter the ocular techniques of the Sharingan. Conversely, the Holy Mirror art can, and it serves as a shield against both ninjutsu and taijutsu. Despite its limitation of blocking only one instance of taijutsu or a brief period of ninjutsu, it proves immensely valuable against illusion-based ninjas. However, this technique has never been employed in confrontations against members of the Uchiha clan, coupled with the Kurama family's deliberate concealment, leaving the outside world unaware of its true purpose. As for spiritual burn and blood burn, they differ significantly. Blood burn merely converts all life force into spiritual energy, although it exponentially amplifies the caster's spiritual strength. Its use invariably leads to certain death. In contrast, spiritual burn transforms the life energy produced by cells into spiritual energy, effectively converting chakra, comprised of both life energy and spiritual energy, entirely into spiritual energy. Thus, while depleting chakra poses considerable danger, timely medical intervention can mitigate the risks. Given the immense potential inherent in every human cell, the phrase exhausted merely refers to the extraction of potential from the cell's surface, leading to a state of complete dormancy. Clearly, under equivalent circumstances, the likelihood of bodily cells entering a dormant state is significantly lower than that of spiritual cells. At this moment, Kurama is engaged in the release of spiritual burn. Despite his chaotic command, it stems from his inexperience in leading troops and the anxiety regarding his family's fate. In truth, both the quantity and quality of his chakra are commendable. Although they cannot be compared to the grotesque quality of chakra possessed by figures such as Shin Uchiha or Madara Uchiha, he stands out among ordinary ninjas. Moreover, he has previously utilized this technique, and given his current chakra reserves, he estimates he can sustain it for half an hour. Additionally, should the need arise, he can augment it with blood burn, allowing him to expend chakra freely for a full hour and a half. This duration would be ample time for him to await the arrival of his comrade, Mami. After initiating spiritual burn, he commanded his clan member, Yujiro, quickly fetch the talented Jonin Mami from that clan. I have matters to discuss. Yujiro, understanding Kurama's intentions, did not hesitate. He promptly executed blood burn and swiftly departed. Invoking the technique, ninjutsu, thunder and earth walk. At that moment, a youthful voice resonated. It was none other than our beloved protagonist arriving on the scene. He was no longer clad in his original light yellow attire, but instead donned a form-fitting black ninja outfit, which, in the world of Naruto, is typically worn by ninjas only during festive occasions or the new year. Clearly, Shin Nosuke had encountered an enthusiastic crowd calmed by the setting sun, and he had rushed to their aid. However, he was not foolish enough to engage in a genjutsu duel against hundreds of illusionist ninjas. Thus, he unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning, striking the ground amidst the wind ninjas. This bolt was not the final assault. Rather, it served to create arcs of electricity at the impact site, inflicting widespread devastation upon his foes. Nevertheless, this tactic bore a significant flaw. It was utterly uncontrollable. At that moment, only about 30 of the Leaf ninjas remained alive, making the notion of collateral damage irrelevant. Conversely, it was a moment of sheer delight for the Sand ninjas. The Sand ninjas quickly identified him and cast a genjutsu specifically designed for single targets, the Sandlight, to confront Shin Nosuke. Undeterred, he promptly revealed his identity, invoking the genjutsu technique, Blood Red Sunset. The sun in the sky returned to its rightful position, accompanied by the anguished cries of the Sand ninjas. Prior to this, the setting sun had not employed this technique, not out of reluctance, but because the Sand ninjas had not afforded him the opportunity. The setting sun was renowned throughout the ninja world, and these Sand ninjas recognized his visage, with several of them bearing his likeness even now. However, this was hardly their fault, as they had prepared for an encounter with the setting sun before arriving and devised corresponding countermeasures based on his characteristics. Thus, as soon as the setting sun made his entrance, they were ready, leaving no chance for him to unleash his advanced genjutsu. The setting sun, upon witnessing the Sand ninjas' defensive tactics, remained unfazed. He was no mediocre commander or illusionist. His experience in genjutsu confrontations was extensive. Nonetheless, his approach to battle was primarily centered on stability, a reflection of his path to growth. He had long imparted to Shin Nosuke the lesson that, regardless of the circumstances, one must not succumb to panic. Once panic sets in, even the most formidable abilities may falter. However, in the execution of Blood Red Sunset, it was evident that Shin Nosuke was somewhat more hasty than usual, a strategy shaped by their specific circumstances. The setting sun had matured on the battlefield, and the pressures of command had not allowed him to dedicate extensive time to studying genjutsu, leaving him with only a handful of self-created techniques and few exceptional ones beyond that. Yet, he was unparalleled in the myriad subtle techniques of genjutsu. His combat style relied on his immense spiritual strength and his advantage in minor techniques to gradually wear down his opponent. For the perilous realm of genjutsu confrontation, this was indeed a prudent strategy. In contrast, Shin Nosuke's chakra quality was rapidly improving, making his combat methodology starkly different. His greatest asset lay in his formidable mental acuity. Aside from the setting sun, it was likely that no one else in the vicinity, including the deceased jonin of the Kurama clan, could surpass him in this regard. Since he acquired that mental cultivation technique, his mental strength, mental power, and the speed of mental recovery have significantly improved. In addition to the sunset illusion technique, he possesses ancestral scrolls and divine art scrolls obtained from the Earth Ninja, providing him with ample offensive and defensive strategies. Most of the illusions contained within the divine art scrolls are designed to counter ninjas who are inept with illusions. Among them, aside from the devastating technique known as wounds of battle, the elemental reversal technique, which integrates the characteristics of ninjutsu with numerous enigmatic arts, stands out as a remarkably advanced specific illusion. The remaining techniques predominantly consist of curse seal arts, although the elemental reversal technique is immensely powerful. It is rather too complex for him at this stage, thus he refrains from studying it. The ancestral scrolls do contain several illusion techniques for PK, player killing, yet he has only mastered a few. Recently, he has been undertaking missions that do not align with illusions, resulting in his learning techniques that are ill-suited for illusionary confrontations. This has led to a somewhat awkward situation where he possesses a plethora of scrolls, but the illusions within them are either too intricate and mentally taxing, like those in the divine art scrolls, or too difficult to control due to his young age. Nevertheless, for precautionary measures, he has learned one or two powerful techniques, which has compelled him to adopt a swift defensive strategy. Ultimate art, mental dragon suppression. With his shout, a pitch-black dragon devoid of any other hue materialized behind him. This formidable single-target attack technique employs an exceptionally unique method to compress mental energy directly into the opponent's mind, resulting in instantaneous death. Moreover, Shinosuke has yet to encounter a single-target illusion with a higher attack power than this one. All the illusions he knows and has learned possess lesser potency. Furthermore, this technique demands a high level of mental strength, aligning perfectly with Shinosuke's capabilities, which is why he mastered it before embarking on the mission to eradicate the bandits. Previously, he had refrained from using it, deeming it a waste against mere bandits, but now he finally unleashed it against this group of illusion ninjas. The first target he aimed at was Yamazaki, who had unleashed the sand light upon him. With a sickening crunch, his head exploded like a rotten watermelon, evoking a nostalgic sensation akin to scoring a headshot in a past life playing CS. This gruesome sight only served to relax Shinosuke further, enhancing the ferocity of his subsequent attacks. Thus, amidst the fear and panic of the sand ninjas, several of their heads met a similar fate, bursting forth in a gruesome display. It is likely that among the ninjas present, aside from the sunset, no one could withstand such overwhelming power, especially those wind ninjas whose mental energy was nearly depleted. While the sunset maintained a semblance of composure, the bystander, Arima, was filled with trepidation, further elevating his assessment of Shinosuke. Nevertheless, Zinzhis lacked experience in illusionary combat, rendering him unable to precisely control his strength. Consequently, after a few exchanges, his mental energy was exhausted. However, he possessed a secret weapon, a vial of mental pills. The ninjas on the field, being seasoned veterans of illusionary arts, swiftly identified Zinzhis's fatal weakness. Despite the unparalleled nature of his attacks, they came at the cost of complete neglect of his own defenses. In the realm of illusionary duels, there exists a fundamental principle. One must retain half of their mental energy for defense. For should an attack be countered by an opponent and one lacks sufficient power for defense, it could result in dire consequences. Thus, in illusionary battles, much like the playoffs of the NBA, while stunning offenses may captivate the audience, only a solid defense can secure victory. Zinzhis's performance resembled that of an inexperienced novice, leading everyone to underestimate him. Yet, it appeared as though he possessed an intimate understanding of the Sand Ninja's capabilities, as his strikes predominantly targeted the strongest among them. Although he did not truly kill many, he inadvertently caused several of the Sand Ninja's mightiest to meet their demise, excluding the commander, Suzuki. The reason for Suzuki's survival was not due to his exceptional skill. Despite being a jonin in illusionary arts, even at his peak, he was but half the strength of Zinzhis. Moreover, aside from possessing slightly greater mental energy, he lagged behind Zinzhis in every aspect, particularly in mental fortitude. Miraculously, he evaded Zinzhis's unparalleled onslaught. While some may attribute this to luck, it also showcased his cleverness. From the moment Zinzhis appeared, all the Sand Ninjas regarded him as a master of ninjutsu. With Suzuki being the sole exception, he did not possess prior knowledge of Zinzhis's identity. Rather, it was Zinzhis's blood-red eyes that sparked his suspicion. For individuals with such eyes were exceedingly rare across the continent, with the setting sun being one of them. Thus, Suzuki suspected that this young man must have a direct connection to the setting sun, either as a son or a nephew. Without voicing his thoughts to anyone, he secretly prepared a counter-strategy. As other commanders of the Sand Ninjas fell victim to Zinzhis's attacks, he survived thanks to the mental energy of his teammates. Furthermore, he evaded the blood-red sunset technique, which he had prepared solely as a precaution against the setting sun, remaining unscathed amidst Zinzhis's assault. It could be said that in terms of survival, his luck surpassed even that of a cat. Seizing a moment during Zinzhis's onslaught, he launched another attack against him using the Pharaoh's curse. "Watch out, Zinzhis!" the setting sun shouted, attempting to alert him. Yet, at that moment, Zinzhis was lost in thought. His reasoning for this was clear, for he possessed an exceptionally acute ability to perceive the subtlest fluctuations in mental energy from any individual and illusion, ensuring that he could nearly immunize himself against any illusionary assault. It is precisely due to this remarkable ability that he can be said to effortlessly replicate any genjutsu released by ninjas throughout the world, which is strikingly reminiscent of the Sharingan. However, while Shin no Suk's eyes can indeed be regarded as a potent dojutsu, they differ fundamentally from the Sharingan. The Sharingan operates by discerning the subtle fluctuations of chakra under any circumstance, thus enabling the cloning of ninjutsu. In contrast to Shin no Suk, the body technique, or taijutsu, is hardly noteworthy. It is akin to the adage taught by his previous master, implying that the astute can easily grasp its principles. The Uchiha clan's ninjas harness the Sharingan's acute observational prowess to meticulously analyze the minute changes in the actions of all ninjas, successfully replicating techniques through their inherent talent. As the majority of taijutsu in the ninja realm is relatively straightforward, and powerful taijutsu often accompanies ninjutsu, thus facilitating easy replication. Moreover, the Sharingan is incapable of perceiving fluctuations in mental energy, which means that Uchiha clan members cannot directly copy pre-existing genjutsu, but can only reflect it back. While genjutsu consumes minimal chakra, it is not without cost. Nevertheless, this does not hinder Uchiha ninjas from replicating genjutsu by observing the subtle chakra changes in the caster, as the Uchiha clan is indeed proficient in the art of genjutsu. Similarly, Shin no Suk's eyes operate on a comparable principle. Although he cannot perceive chakra changes as the Sharingan does, he can detect the subtle variations in mental energy, thus enabling his eyes to effectively replicate all techniques in existence. In fact, his capacity for cloning genjutsu surpasses that of any level of Sharingan. Furthermore, unbeknownst to him, Shin no Suk possesses the original bloodline of the Uchiha clan, an inconspicuous fact known only to the leaders of major clans and a select few, with Yamada Chu being the sole individual from the Yamada family privy to this secret, yet he has never mentioned it to Shin no Suk. After confronting the wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he astonishingly discovered that his eyes had begun to exhibit characteristics akin to the Sharingan. The revelation that he could perceive the forthcoming movements of other ninjas, as if reading a comic book, genuinely startled him. As for replicating ninjutsu, it goes without saying that despite the various ninjutsu experts on his team, Kozu's water release, Shiro's earth release, Sachiko's fire release, and his own, along with Wu and Ryukyu's wind release, and his own lightning release, Shin no Suk resolutely decided to temporarily forego wind release to focus entirely on perfecting his lightning techniques. Recently, he had developed an interest in water release as well, albeit only as a means to enhance his lightning techniques, given that lightning is heavily dependent on rain. While lightning can be unleashed spontaneously, the presence of rain and dark clouds undoubtedly amplifies its potency significantly. Additionally, his taijutsu has already evolved into a distinct style, so he harbors no concerns, as the martial arts effects from his previous life's novels can almost all manifest in this world. However, when it comes to genjutsu, particularly the rare and profound ultimate techniques, he certainly believes in the adage that more is better, and while others were left utterly astounded by him, he merely smiled faintly. With a swift gesture, he pointed towards the void ahead, shattering the illusion of myriad forms. Suddenly, the scenery before him shattered like a broken mirror, fragmenting into countless pieces that vanished into the ether. Good heavens, this is impossible. How could he have accomplished such a feat? Suzuki's voice, a croaky quack, was rendered even more unpleasant by his sheer astonishment, reminiscent of the sound a door might make when it slams shut on a pig's skin. The crowd, still reeling from Shino's extraordinary display of talent, was jolted once more by his exclamation, left to wonder what advanced illusion he had just unleashed. Suzuki had every reason to be astounded, for this technique, from theoretical study to practical implementation, was being revealed to the world for the very first time. He could hardly fathom that someone would break this remarkable skill upon their initial encounter. Although he considered himself a master of illusions, he knew he could never achieve such a feat. Furthermore, he doubted anyone could have observed the recent duel with the Kurama clan without being detected. However, it seemed to be Suzuki's misfortune, for the Sunset had become a formidable semi-shadow-level ninja through exceptional tactile control. While Shino had not mastered this sensory manipulation before undertaking the mission to eliminate mountain bandits, it appeared that his confrontation with the kaleidoscopic Sharingan had awakened latent potential within him, leading to a newfound proficiency in all 5 senses. Naturally, his understanding of tactile control was the most profound, given that his mentor specialized in that area. Ironically, Suzuki's technique, developed from his rudimentary grasp of tactile manipulation, was rendered ineffective against the 2 masters of sensory control. Ultimately, while the Sunset lacked Shino's unique eyes, and Suzuki's second use of the technique proved futile against him, the Sunset found itself momentarily powerless against it. Shino, however, was different. With a sly grin, he executed an astonishing maneuver that left everyone in disbelief. Illusion. The curse of the pharaoh. As Shino's voice echoed, the technique that had once belonged exclusively to Suzuki was effortlessly unleashed by him. Though it was Shino's first time performing this move, the mastery of any sense could elevate an illusion to the level of a signature technique. Given that Shino had command over all 5 senses, his control, albeit still superficial in aspects other than touch, significantly enhanced the technique's potency. It was as if the audience had been transported into a pyramid, immersed in the realm of Egyptian mythology, compelling them to believe that this imitator had elevated the illusion to heights the original creator might never attain. A collective thought surged through their minds. Such a genius exists in the world. Is he even human? The back gate of Kikyo Mountain Castle fell into a profound silence, as if everyone had been rendered speechless by Shino's display. After all, these villagers, who rarely ventured beyond their hamlet, had no inkling that Suzuki, who seemed only slightly superior in physical prowess, possessed such extraordinary skills. Moreover, they lacked the capability to conjure such extraordinary techniques. Consequently, everyone held Suzuki in profound admiration, which elucidates why he could so effortlessly command authority. Thus, Shino's innate talent undoubtedly astonished these ninjas, who had seldom glimpsed the outside world. This splendid illusion, however, diminished in potency due to the overwhelming despair that gripped nearly all the sand ninjas. Yet, despite their lack of resistance, their senses rendered them vulnerable to this technique, leaving them barely clinging to life. Nevertheless, they did not succumb, for they were intimidated by Shino's prodigious abilities. The emotions swirling within the setting sun were complex, tinged with melancholy, elation, and pride, yet his affection for Shino was unmistakably apparent. The usually stern and self-disciplined master, who treated both himself and others with utmost seriousness, was indulgent towards his remarkable disciple. Indeed, even his biological daughter, Akane, had never received such lavish attention. He often found himself boasting about Shino, a departure from his customary principles, a rare occurrence since his coming of age. This led to frequent teasing from Tsunade and others, who jested that Shino resembled his son more than a disciple. Outsiders, unaware of the truth, often mistook their unique crimson eyes as a sign of familial relation, leading to amusing misunderstandings. Yet, the master himself remained indifferent to such claims, even taking pride in them. After all, even if they were not father and son, the shared rarity of their eye color indicated a significant bond. Now, the master felt a sense of elation due to Shino's splendid performance. Had the sand ninjas not lost their will to resist, his current state might have led to dire consequences. Meanwhile, the bystander, Kuruma, exhibited an array of emotions, akin to a father witnessing his beautiful daughter's wedding, both joyous and sorrowful, much like an elderly man watching his son blissfully cradle his grandchild, yet feeling ignored and alone. However, such sentiments could not impede his impending explosion of power. He formed seals once more to unleash his ultimate visual control technique, the White Flame Emperor. This was a skill that had never before been utilized by the Kuruma clan leader in the presence of outsiders, not due to its sheer strength, but because visual perception is paramount for all advanced beings' understanding of the world. Although there existed a tactile technique of greater power, the illusion of the divine shadow, Kuruma had earned the esteem of the previous clan leader for his adeptness in visual control, leading to his ascension as the clan head at a young age. He recalled the elder leader's words, stating that this technique had never been used before the Uchiha clan, for it possessed the ability to seal all ocular techniques. Yet, in this situation, there was no longer a need for concealment, as even the children born from the union of Mami and Shino would not bear the Kuruma name. For their father was an unparalleled genius of illusion in the ninja world. The equestrian art possesses a remarkably clear understanding of its purpose, which is merely to preserve the last vestiges of the Onma family lineage and its arcane techniques. Upon witnessing Shino's successful mimicry of his illusion, a feat that even he, Suzuki, had never achieved, his emotions remained unexpectedly tranquil, as serene as a crystal-clear lake devoid of ripples. Strangely, he felt no anger at the thought of his unique skill being usurped. Rather, he felt a sense of gratitude towards Shino. It was this very illusion of his that had unequivocally affirmed his status as one of the finest in the realm, proving that Suzuki Daisuke was indeed a prodigy in the art of illusion, despite the overwhelming despair that had befallen nearly all the Sand Shinobi. He was resolute in his refusal to surrender. However, before he could rally his comrades, he needed to uplift their spirits. Reflecting on this, he delivered what would become his finest motivational speech as a commander. Suddenly, with a voice reminiscent of a distressed duck, he erupted into a cacophony of laughter. "Ha! How fortunate I am to remain unmarried. Otherwise, the Sand Village would have yet another widow. May my parents enjoy a comfortable life on my pension, or else, ha!" His words ignited a fierce determination among the Sand Shinobi. Indeed, they had families. Should they fall in battle, their loved ones would be condemned to a life of misery. Regardless of the circumstances, they resolved to drag the Leaf Commander down with them, lest their families be left to face the harsh winds of fate after their demise. This collective sentiment resonated deeply among the Sand Shinobi. Nevertheless, from any perspective, Suzuki's remarks were a gamble. For a group of individuals who understood their inevitable demise and had lost all will to resist, such words could easily lead them to utter despair rather than rekindle their fighting spirit. Remarkably, however, Suzuki's speech succeeded in igniting their rebellious intent, an outcome that could be considered quite fortunate. Before they could reassemble for an assault, the battlefield underwent a swift transformation. A towering figure clad in resplendent black armor, with only his eyes visible, suddenly emerged from the ground. As his eyes illuminated like light bulbs, a blinding flash enveloped the scene, causing unbearable pain to the Sand Shinobi's eyes, rendering them sightless. Ninjutsu, the butterfly formation. Shino observed the Sand Shinobi, now blinded and in utter disarray, and felt no need for civility. This technique, which he had learned from Kojuro, was renowned for its precision in the timing and speed of thrown ninja tools. Although he mused that the name butterfly formation should be exchanged with wasp formation, celebrated for the erratic trajectories of its projectiles, it did not diminish the efficacy of this technique as one of the foremost in the Leaf Village. For the Sand Shinobi, particularly those lacking close combat prowess, this was undoubtedly a one-sided massacre. For the Leaf Village, the battle had effectively concluded, as only about 100 illusionist shinobi, battered and nearly devoid of spiritual energy, remained, a mere shadow of a threat. Yet, Shino and his allies had indeed grown overly complacent. Despite the setting sun maintaining a semblance of vigilance, he was now completely absorbed in the immense joy of witnessing his disciples' surpassing achievements, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. He had forgotten one crucial truth. An adversary who is acutely aware of their impending demise is invariably the most formidable foe. At that moment, Suzuki, with his distinctive voice reminiscent of a duck's quack, staggered to his feet. Despite his body being riddled with shurikens and his abdomen torn open, spilling his entrails, he retained a surprising amount of mobility. He could not allow his ultimate techniques to be relinquished without a fight. To acquire his skills, one would have to undergo the trial of his self-destructive demise. This situation revealed that not only was he misplaced in time, but also in the very fabric of existence. Had he been born in the world of the Saint Seiya, he undoubtedly would have stood alongside the five heroes. Whether it was due to the gaping wound in his abdomen or some other fate, his voice now resembled that of a castrated rooster in Europe. A testament to the extraordinary nature of his being. "Do not underestimate me," he bellowed. "Everyone, offer your lives and spiritual essence to me. Let those so-called geniuses of Konoha witness the true spirit of us illusionist ninjas from the Sand Village." Upon hearing this, the remaining sand ninjas who could still move gathered around him, only to wither quickly like straw left out to dry under the sun. At that moment, Suzuki appeared as a vengeful spirit escaped from the depths of hell, drenched in blood and dragging his own intestines. His head grotesquely swollen and pulsating as if in rhythm with a beating heart. Alas, he intends to self-destruct. Arima, who had regained his composure, was the first to notice Suzuki's alarming change. Yet instead of fleeing or aiding his fellow Arima clan members, he shielded Shinno with his own body. With a sound that was far from thunderous, a massive crimson sphere erupted from Suzuki, rapidly engulfing the latter half of the Kikyo mountain castle with unparalleled swiftness. While the ongoing battle at the front gate and the well-secured civilians in the basement remained unaffected, those at the back gate, including the setting sun, Shinno, and Arima, were caught in the immediate storm. The luminous sphere vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. Although the combatants at the front were oblivious to the events unfolding at the back, they instinctively sensed that the rear of Kikyo Mountain might have succumbed entirely to this devastating strike. Consequently, the commander at the front gate, Yuji, swiftly reacted, extracting 6,000 ninjas from his 22,000-strong force to confront the threat at the back gate. Yuji understood the critical significance this battle held for the Wind Shadow and the Land of Wind. In light of his previous inadequate command, the Wind Shadow had exhibited an unusual calm, merely expressing dissatisfaction, which left Yuji, familiar with the Wind Shadow's temperament, feeling anxious and unsettled. His unease amplified when he received reports that the front gate of Kikyo Mountain Castle had been blocked once again, and the Wind Shadow had shown no response. Being at the front line, he could not possibly know that the Wind Shadow had been too incensed by the actions of Yamazaki and Suzuki at the back gate to issue him any commands. He had previously heard that Senmu was issued a death order by the Wind Shadow for allowing a Leaf Ninja to escape. Although he had always looked down upon that arrogant individual, he did not believe he could rank much higher in the Wind Shadow's eyes. Thus, he naturally assumed that the Wind Shadow had utterly given up on him. The thought of losing the Wind Shadow's favor, and consequently, the wealth and glory that accompanied it, sent chills down his spine. Were it not for the ongoing battle, he would have rushed to the Wind Shadow to pledge his loyalty. However, he understood that such an act might genuinely jeopardize the Wind Shadow's trust in him. He knew that the only way to redeem the Wind Shadow's opinion of him was to triumph splendidly in this war. Therefore, despite his ignorance of the events transpiring at the back gate, he vaguely sensed it must be advantageous for the Wind Ninjas. He was aware that the Wind Shadow had a grand plan regarding the back gate, and judging by the current situation, it seemed that plan had succeeded. Thus, he decisively dispatched a Sand Ninja detachment to the back gate of Kikyo Mountain Castle. However, the front gate's Leaf commanders were not fools. They were well aware of the implications should the Wind Ninjas breach the back gate. In this critical moment, Tsunade once again demonstrated her decisiveness, leading 800 elite Leaf Ninjas to intercept the Sand Ninja detachment advancing toward the back gate. For a moment, they rendered the numerically superior enemy immobile. Yet, the Leaf forces were still vastly outnumbered by the Sand Ninjas. Consequently, the earlier feint by the Wind Ninjas, which consisted of approximately 3,000 troops, successfully broke through the Leaf's defenses and made their way to the back gate. Tsunade and her team found themselves unable to halt this advance, placing their hopes on the back gate, praying that the setting sun had not yet brought calamity. Although Suzuki's self-detonation did not directly impact Kikyo Mountain Castle, it delivered a devastating blow to all present, turning flesh into a torrent of blood as if the place had transformed into a hellish bloodbath in an instant. The air was thick with the stench of blood, enveloping the ground in a crimson mist. Even though the survivors were elite ninjas who had crawled out from the piles of corpses, none could endure the horror of the scene, which to Shinozuke resembled the legendary Azura slaughterhouse. However, after sealing away multiple sensations, Shinozuke was astounded to discover that he had emerged unscathed from the explosion. Before he could revel in his fortune, he noticed his master, Yuhi Komen, standing before him. It seemed that Yuhi had shielded him with his own body. Shinozuke felt a pang of guilt for his selfishness, yet his first thought was whether he still had his hands, neglecting to consider the fate of his master. He silently embraced Yuhi, his heart a tumult of emotions. Since arriving in this world, Shinozuke had always felt the care of others, be it from Yuzuko, Yamada Koko, or Yamada Tadashi. Though Yamada Tadashi exhibited selfless love for him, Shinozuke had not spent much time at home, so he did not feel a profound connection. In contrast to the titular father whose significance is more nominal than actual, the setting sun embodies the true essence of paternal duty. Although Shino's age is only a decade junior to that of the setting sun, he perceives the selfless love of a father emanating from this figure. Despite Shino's relentless efforts to alter the fate of the setting sun, even contemplating the possibility of sacrificing his own well-being to ensure the venerable man's enjoyment of life in his twilight years, he ultimately failed to protect him. Instead, he inadvertently caused the loss of the man's life for his own sake. Now, the gaze of the setting sun appears vacant, and Shino, accustomed to the sight of death, recognizes the inevitability of the man's demise. Even Tsunade would be powerless to effect any change in this dire situation. Perhaps it is a fleeting moment of clarity. Though the crimson eyes of the setting sun lack any glimmer of vitality, his speech remains that of a normal individual. How ironic that I, Sayonara, once boasted of heroism, only to perish due to my own carelessness at the hands of an unknown adversary. Those inclined to laughter may do so freely. Shino, do you not think your master has proven utterly inept? At this juncture, there is no mirth to be found for Shino as he witnesses the setting sun's final moments. He had sensed the impending doom long before the mere extra, yet he was rendered powerless, left to await the inevitable with a heart full of regret. Ironically, he cannot even articulate the reasons for his dismay. What manner of gaze is that? I had intended to depart with the joy of having successfully protected my soul disciple. Do you wish for me, as your master, to leave with an unsettled heart? Furthermore, is it permissible for a man to shed tears in the sight of others? Shino hastily wiped away his tears, striving to spare his master any embarrassment in these final moments. Yet, the tears flowed uncontrollably, prompting him to turn away, allowing the setting sun to depart in tranquility. Oh, father, mother, someone, please tell me this isn't real. Suddenly, a jarring female voice, tinged with hysteria, shattered the silence. Shino found himself unable to reprimand her, for he recognized her well. Mame had arrived, accompanied by the severely wounded Leaf Jonin, Onma Yanjiro, who was visibly on the brink of death. Despite his previous efforts to teach Mame to confront death with composure, the sight of his entire family meeting untimely ends would shatter the resolve of anyone. Yet, although Mame was somewhat hysterical, she had not completely lost her sanity. Despite the horror of the scene before her, any child of 12 or 13 would likely be left with lasting trauma from such sights. Mame, however, was oblivious to the blood-soaked ground, as if she were shielded from the gruesome reality by the illusions cast by Yanjiro. The last patriarch of the Onma lineage, too, seemed unconcerned with the chaos. He was merely preoccupied with conveying his final wishes to Mame. As Shinozuke gazed into their eyes, glimmering with a unique spirit, he understood that they were imparting the entirety of their familial knowledge through a method reminiscent of the legendary enlightenment of past lives. However, in Shinozuke's perspective, this approach seemed rather precarious. Had Mommy not arrived in time, the myriad secret arts of the Kurama clan would have been lost to oblivion. It was evident that the ancestral lineage of the Kurama family had consistently employed such a perilous method to safeguard their esoteric techniques, which made their enduring legacy all the more remarkable. Yet, this was of little concern to Shinozuke. He merely wished to observe his master. Nevertheless, the Kurama clan's method of inheritance evidently stirred something within Shiyang. Shinozuke, come here. Look into my eyes. This is the last thing I can do for you as your master. Regrettably, I cannot make the seals myself. I need your assistance. Shinozuke, taken aback, responded, Master, do you truly wish to? Xiang nodded solemnly. Hurry. I do not have much time left. Are you unable to fulfill this final wish of your master? Hearing Xiang's words, Shinozuke, albeit reluctantly, agreed to assist in forming the seals. In truth, such a technique, transferring one's entire mental energy akin to internal power to a disciple, was not an uncommon secret within the ninja realm. Yet few were willing to undertake it due to the exceedingly harsh conditions involved. Firstly, for the master imparting the technique, the cost was invariably death. Relationships akin to that of father and son, such as between Xiang and Shinozuke, were rare in the ninja world. Even when such bonds existed, either party might oppose this method of inheritance. Secondly, the disparity between the disciples and master's mental energy must not be too vast, otherwise, an unfortunate mishap could lead to the disciple's spirit being overwhelmed by the master's formidable mental force, rendering them idiotic. Yet, in this instance, both conditions were satisfied, as Shinozuke's mental energy was nearly half of Xiang's, and its intensity had even surpassed Xiang's. Thus, this transfer posed no danger to Shinozuke. Although Shinozuke would have preferred Xiang's well-being and was not inclined to accept such a method of instruction, he did not wish to upset Xiang. Consequently, he acquiesced to his master's desires. Evidently, Xiang's method of inheritance was more rapid than that of the Kurama family, possibly due to the limited mental energy Xiang had remaining. However, Shinozuke did not perceive it this way, for his mental energy had astonishingly increased more than fourfold. Moreover, excluding the energy transferred from Xiang, Shinozuke's original mental strength had also grown by 30%. Although Xiang's mental intensity fell short of Shinozuke's, it would eventually transform into Shinozuke's own power. Not wishing to squander Xiang's intentions, Shinozuke seated himself on the ground, disregarding the blood beneath him, and commenced to solidify his mental energy through the techniques he had learned. After a while, the transfer from the Kurama side was also completed. However, unlike Shinozuke, Mami did not take the time to reinforce her mental strength, indicating that the Kurama family's method was far more scientific. Upon witnessing the completion of Shinosuke's training, Mami could no longer contain her emotions and threw herself into his embrace, weeping bitterly, releasing the depths of her sorrow. Shinosuke, understanding the turmoil within her heart, silently held her, allowing her tears to soak his garments. Suddenly, an object was hurled toward Shinosuke. However, judging by the sound, it was not something sharp, and its pace was exceedingly slow, posing no threat to anyone. Yet, Shinosuke did not dare to be careless and securely caught it in his hand. It turned out to be a scroll, but who had cast it aside? As Shinosuke pondered this, an unpleasant voice echoed once more. It was Suzuki, who was still alive. What a heartwarming scene. That brat over there. All my secret illusionary techniques are now yours. Go and eliminate the fourth Kazekage for me. Haha. The fourth Kazekage would never anticipate that I would bequeath my ultimate skills to a leaf ninja. With a sound reminiscent of something being violently crushed, Suzuki could finally utter no more. His head was gradually ground beneath Shinosuke's foot, who did not spare him a glance, treating him as if he were merely an insufferable cockroach. At that moment, a multitude of sand shinobi appeared outside the back door, indicating that Yuji's 3,000 troops had arrived. Shinosuke, still holding Mami, glanced at the impending sand shinobi and then at the scroll in his hand, finding the situation rather tedious. Just as he contemplated discarding the scroll, its title caught his attention: The Ghostly Illusionary Journey. Intriguing. It seemed to possess some merit for study. Shinosuke mused. Nevertheless, he did not regard the scroll with sufficient seriousness, casually stowing it into his ninja tool pouch. He then gently reassured Mami, "Do not weep any longer. Your tears will not bring the deceased back to life, and you still have me and everyone else who cares for you." Yet, Mami offered no response, continuing to cling tightly to his clothing, sobbing uncontrollably. It appeared that his attempts at consolation had proven ineffectual. Shinosuke observed the pitiful Mami in his arms and suddenly grasped the depth of her loss. It was not merely the death of her family that weighed upon her, but the obliteration of all that she held dear, as if her entire past had vanished alongside their tragic demise. A person's childhood often represents the most pivotal period that shapes their entire life. The significance of family extends far beyond merely witnessing their children grow older while they themselves age. It is precisely because of the existence of family that individuals can mature day by day, only to later watch their own children grow, gradually aging until death. Thus, family serves as the cornerstone of personal growth. However, if one's childhood is marred by a tragedy such as the annihilation of one's clan, It can easily lead to a loss of direction and growth, resulting in an inability to mature, regardless of one's capabilities or age. If there is no one to provide proper guidance at such a critical juncture, it is feared that one's spirit may succumb, becoming forever trapped in the past. A mere child clinging to bygone days. Shino has resolved to be the guiding light for Mami, helping her rediscover the path of true spiritual growth. Although Sasuke has yet to be born, and he remains indifferent to that fact, he is determined that Mami will not become like Sasuke, living solely for the memories of her fallen kin and seeking revenge, despite possessing immense power, while her heart remains forever anchored to the day her family perished, ultimately reduced to a pawn until her life's end. Observing Mami's petite and pitiful demeanor ignites a profound ache within Shino. Consequently, he alters his approach. Recalling a narrative from a previous life, he gently addresses Mami in what he believes to be his softest tone. Mami, what do you think is the greatest wish of a person's parents? Upon hearing this, Mami lifts her tear-filled gaze towards Shino, her expression brimming with hope, clearly more interested in the answer than in the possibility of deceit. Recognizing that he has captured her attention, Shino's gaze becomes somewhat elusive. As he recalls his own parents from another realm, his deepest desire for them is simply for them to know he is alive and perhaps scold him. Their greatest hope is not that their child achieves greatness, though that would be splendid, but rather that their child experiences perpetual joy, happiness, and health. Mami, don't you think they seem rather foolish? Yet Mami does not share this sentiment. Despite her tear-stained cheeks, a glimmer of resilience shines in her eyes. The deceased have passed on, and for those who remain, life is not merely about existing. She embodies the final comfort for the departed and carries their last flicker of hope. Upon hearing this, Mami wipes her tears and strives to appear less despondent. Thank you, Shino-kun. I am all right now. I will not betray my parents' final wish. Seeing that he has successfully uplifted a young girl, Shino feels invigorated. He boldly declares to Mami, "Since you are well, let us retreat to our usual selves. Witness the utmost respect I, Yamada Shino, hold for the deceased." With that, he turns towards the back door, seemingly preparing to push open the city gates to confront the enemy. Outside the rear gates of Kikyo Mountain Castle, the mood among the Sand Ninja is rather buoyant as, for reasons unknown, the tightly shut gates suddenly swing open with a thunderous crash. However, just as they prepare to charge into the city to achieve their ambitions, they are met with a scene that will haunt their dreams forever. Blood cascades from the city like a waterfall, accompanied by tattered garments, shattered bones, and vibrant entrails, flowing out as if thousands had been mercilessly ground into pulp in an instant. Yet accompanying this carnage is an unending desolation and silence. Despite the presence of seasoned ninjas, they are, after all, human. They, too, comprehend fear. Not to mention that they have all taken lives and wear this as a badge of honor. Yet, the very reasons they once held dear have transformed into the root of their deepest dread. Suddenly, a diminutive figure with blood-red eyes emerges from the city. What a pair of eyes they are. Everyone yearns to shut their eyes. Yet those orbs seem to possess a certain enchantment that compels one to gaze upon them. They are imbued with an icy chill that penetrates to the marrow and a profound terror that resonates from the very depths of one's soul. That chill appears capable of freezing a person's marrow in an instant, robbing them of their most basic essence of life. It feels as though a single glance could render a person into the minutest particles of dust. The terror emanating from those eyes seems utterly unfit for this world, as if they belong to a demon from the deepest abyss of hell, come to claim souls. It feels as though a mere look could consume everything in its path. Although the Sand Ninjas realize that merely standing there, transfixed, could lead to their demise, not a single individual can muster the courage to resist. All they can do is watch, entranced, as that figure slowly approaches. Thud, thud, thud. What is that sound? As if something is treading upon the mire or some dreadful entity. Yet the Sand Ninjas feel as if each step resonates within their very hearts. Gradually, it leads all the Sand Ninjas into the most terrifying abyss, the twilight of doom. As the death knell from the depths of hell reverberates, all fall to the ground. Strangely, there is a discernible trace of bliss upon their faces, as if they have found true liberation at that very moment. Upon receiving the news of the complete annihilation of the 3,000 ninja forces led by Yuji at the back gate, the Wind Shadow did not scold anyone, but merely sat there in a stupor, lost in thought. He could not fathom who possessed such formidable prowess that his most loyal and elite subordinates, dispatched to investigate the commotion at the rear mountain, returned in a panic, weeping like children frightened and seeking their mothers. Furthermore, Yuji, upon witnessing the cowardice of his subordinates, who had previously ventured to the back gate himself, now resolutely refused to send anyone else there. However, the Wind Shadow now understands that the back gate has become a forbidden ground for his ninjas. At least for the foreseeable future, no one can be sent to attack there. Moreover, the forces of Morimoku, armed with the large forbidden technique scrolls derived from the One-Tail S chakra, ended up perishing alongside the remnants of the Orange Water troops. Concerning such an outcome, he finds himself utterly powerless. What he can do now is like a gambler who has lost all his stakes, placing his final hope on the contract of his wife's servitude, resting it upon Yuji's frontline battle. The conflict at the front gate can no longer be described merely as heated. After the Sand Ninjas have completely lost hope in attacking the back gate, they focus all their efforts on the front. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas, led by Tsunade, have dwindled to fewer than 200. Yet Tsunade has no choice but to engage in a desperate struggle against the enemy. The surrounding corpses and blood had enveloped Tsunade in an overwhelming sense of pressure. Despite her efforts to uphold the dignity of the Princess of Konoha, she had never felt more acutely her womanhood than at this moment. Encircled by the Sand Shinobi intent on her annihilation, she found herself devoid of allies. Alone, she continued to attack with a numbing desperation, teetering on the brink of complete collapse. Moonlight, too, perceived Tsunade's precarious situation, although he had attempted to assist her retreat to the city. The overwhelming numbers of Sand Shinobi dashed any hope. After several futile attempts, he resigned himself to despair. Yet both he and Tsunade sensed that the Sand Shinobi hesitated, perhaps even feared, to advance through the rear gate, allowing them a momentary sigh of relief. However, the front line was in utter disarray, collapsing beyond repair. The defending forces of Konoha had dwindled to fewer than 5,000, while the Sand Shinobi still boasted a formidable 15,000. Orange Water S troops found themselves encircled by 3 times their number, suffering heavy losses without preventing the majority from returning to aid. The remnants of Orange Water's forces met with total annihilation. Thus, regardless of the state of the front lines, the Sand Shinobi would undoubtedly suffer significant setbacks. On the other hand, the front line had not fared any better. Although the Konoha defenders faced severe attrition and unexpectedly encountered the collapse of the front at Kikyo Mountain Castle, they found themselves at a stalemate. The illusion ninjas at the rear had been entirely wiped out, save for the setting sun, which they were yet unaware of, yielding no gains. The newly deployed 3,000 troops to the rear vanished like pebbles cast into the sea. Yet, none considered retreat, having already sacrificed far too much in this cursed battle. Both sides engaged in a desperate exchange of suicidal tactics, though not all ninjas resorted to self-destructive techniques, which, despite their minimal impact, only served to exacerbate casualties. Nevertheless, they clung to the hope that their meager strength might influence the tide of battle, akin to 2 boxers locked in a 12th round. Exhausted, yet driven by the desire for victory, they aspired to utilize their last vestiges of strength to topple their opponent and savor the exalted title of champion. Thus, they continued their senseless assault, oblivious to the rationale behind their actions or the purpose they served. The commanders on both sides likely understood that should this conflict persist, victory would yield no true fulfillment. However, an unexpected turn of events soon unfolded. Orochimaru's reinforcements had arrived. Yet, the proud Orochimaru quickly realized he had been deceived. Nevertheless, he refrained from an immediate counterattack, instead opting to swiftly crush the Rock Shinobi before providing aid. Nevertheless, the Rock Shinobi demonstrated remarkable resilience in battle, ranking among the most formidable in the ninja world. Despite lacking advantages in any regard, they managed to hold off Orochimaru's forces for a full day and night. By the time he arrived, the Sand Shinobi had dwindled to fewer than 10,000, while Konoha's numbers had plummeted to under 3,000. Although Orochimaru's troops ultimately reached the final confrontation, they merely arrived to clean up the remnants. Gazing upon the fierce reinforcements from Konoha, despite their numbers being less than 4,000, the task of vanquishing them became nearly insurmountable for the mere remnants of 10,000 soldiers, who had already lost their numerical superiority. Furthermore, this beleaguered force needed to be preserved. Even though the Land of Wind's territory was predominantly desert, a complete absence of defensive forces would not deter the Land of Earth from coveting its land. After all, True alliances between nations are a rarity, and self-serving interests often prevail. Thus, the fourth Kazekage, for the sake of his nation's security, reluctantly issued the order for retreat. In this manner, the protracted battle of Kikyo Mountain Fortress concluded, with Konoha suffering nearly two-thirds of its military strength, yet ultimately emerging victorious. However, despite the cessation of hostilities at Kikyo Mountain, it cannot truly be deemed a victory for either side. With no strength to pursue the Sand Shinobi, the Kazekage discovered, to his astonishment, that he had gathered a retreating force of 12,000 Sand Shinobi. Even more surprising was the realization that over 2,000 of the 3,000 ninjas attacking the back gate had survived and successfully evaded Konoha's blockade. Moreover, the Kazekage received precise intelligence regarding the back gate. When he learned that a single individual's genjutsu had incapacitated his 3,000 ninjas, he was filled with astonishment, prompting a significant shift in the Sand Village's fundamental attitude towards genjutsu practitioners. Regrettably, his ranks were left devoid of any viable personnel, and the 2,000 who had successfully escaped were afflicted with varying degrees of mental illness, rendering most of them unsuitable for the role of shinobi. Even if the Kazekage devoted all efforts to nurture genjutsu practitioners within the village, it would likely take a decade or two to yield results. Moreover, sacrificing their existing advantages and techniques, such as sand manipulation and puppet jutsu, would be an unwise trade-off. Consequently, he abandoned this plan and instead sought to leverage the successful experiences of the Mist Shinobi in enhancing defensive genjutsu. For Konoha, although victorious, the toll was indeed substantial. Originally comprising 20,000 ninjas, their ranks had dwindled to approximately 6,000 following the battle, comprised solely of battle-hardened elites. Nevertheless, this conflict had also given rise to a remarkable array of exceptional talents, particularly among the members of Shin's team, whose exploits shone the brightest. In the realm of high command, Konoha suffered its gravest losses. The esteemed members of the 8 colors of Konoha, namely Sunset and Chiba Orange Water, fell in battle, with Orange Water's body mysteriously missing. Had it not been for the surviving ninja he valiantly protected, who could attest to his sacrifice against the vastly superior Sand Ninja forces, the gravity of the situation might have been further obscured. Given that he was the sole grandson of the second Hokage, the village showed restraint in expressing grievances. Sunset's demise, however, was shrouded in enigma. It appeared he played a minimal role in the conflict. Yet, upon the return of his remains to Konoha, doubts dissipated. Despite the body being intact, it was a ghastly sight, a nearly 176-meter-tall man weighing less than 70 pounds. The dark circles under his eyes gave the impression that he had not just recently perished, but rather resembled a mummy exhumed from an ancient tomb. Even in death, the visible signs of fatigue suggested he succumbed to illness rather than in battle. The hearts of the living, however, are tender, and thus, no further dissenting opinions were voiced. In stark contrast to the grand funeral for the fallen commander, the living faced their own tribulations. Tsunade, though physically unscathed, was engulfed in a profound solitude and immense pressure stemming from the loss of her lover and brother, leading to her mental collapse. Despite the diligent efforts of Tenzin in her subsequent treatment, she bore no lasting physical scars, yet her pre-existing hemophobia, triggered by her lover's death, recurred with greater severity, ultimately robbing her of her status as a ninja. As for Moonlight, perhaps due to considerations regarding the position of the fourth Hokage, he received no accolades. He returned to Konoha in a dismal state, devoid of the recognition he rightfully deserved. Not long after, he sadly departed from this world, reportedly due to the resurgence of old injuries. Orochimaru, on the other hand, became a casualty of political machinations, sanctioned for unprovoked aggression against the neutral nation of the Earth Country. Following the disheartening defeat of their ninja, the Wind Country swiftly capitulated to the Fire Country. Adopting a posture akin to supplication, they ceded a significant portion of their territory adjoining the Fire Country as a buffer against war. The feudal lord of the Wind Country announced substantial cuts to the funding of the Sand Village and redirected most missions to Konoha, even offering his daughter as a hostage to secure peace between the two nations. In light of the Wind Country's conciliatory stance, the feudal lord of the Fire Country showed restraint. Mindful of the ever-watchful gaze of the Lightning Country upon their territory and the ongoing political vulnerabilities resulting from the actions of the third Hokage's disciples, which necessitated the support of the Wind Country. Thus, the esteemed daimyo of the Fire Nation readily acquiesced to the conditions proposed by the Wind Country, arranging for the betrothal of the Wind Daimyo's daughter to one of his younger brothers. He also allocated a modest portion of territory adjacent to the Wind Country, along with lands acquired without cost from the Wind Nation, to be conferred upon this brother as a new vassal state. Furthermore, he granted the coveted Kikyo Mountain Castle, a dream long cherished by the Wind Shadow, as the capital of this new dominion. Consequently, the war between the Fire and Wind Nations in the Western Front officially came to a close. The ninjas of Konoha, however, were largely indifferent to these developments. Yet they felt a surge of elation, for with the cessation of hostilities in the West, they found themselves afforded a rare opportunity to return home for respite. The Earth Country had not yet directly engaged in the conflict, and the diplomats of the Fire Nation and Konoha were diligently negotiating with their counterparts from the Earth Country. Presently, the ninjas of Konoha faced only a singular adversary, the village of Konohagakure. On the official road from the Wind Country to Konoha, a multitude of Konoha ninjas and their convoy progressed slowly. Perhaps it was a sense of trepidation upon nearing home, but Shino felt a twinge of unease as they approached Konoha village. His companions, however, appeared to harbor no such anxieties. They clustered on one side of the large cart, with several girls leaning against one another, dozing peacefully, while even the usually composed Motokazu had succumbed to slumber. On the opposite side of the cart, the visibly fatigued Ryukyo was fast asleep, his snores resonating loudly. The harsh realities of warfare had evidently not altered his unseemly sleeping posture, as nearly half of the cart was dampened by his drool, which was also seeping into the earth along the official road through the rhythmic opening and closing of his mouth. Yet, no one expressed dissatisfaction with Ryukyo's behavior. For the driver, Shiro, who was directly affected by the situation, had no intention of voicing his grievances, although not through his own hands. Shino fulfilled his wish. All his comrades emerged from the ordeal with minimal injuries and achieved notable renown. Among them, aside from Shino, the most distinguished were Kozo and Shiro. Kozo demonstrated exceptional skill in water release techniques, the throwing of ninja tools, and his formidable venomous serpent, earning him widespread recognition as Konoha's foremost expert in water release and tool deployment. The serpent, having successfully claimed numerous wind ninjas, was lauded as the premier summoning beast in group battles, thereby justifying Kozo's titles of Konoha's Fountain and Konoha's Venomous Fang. Shiro's Earth Release earned him accolades among the Konoha ninjas as one of the most effective, having successfully thwarted attacks from numerically superior wind ninjas. Despite the pivotal role his Earth Release played in the battle and his summoning beast lacking any remarkable achievements, he was still celebrated by the Konoha ninjas with the esteemed title of Konoha's Shield. The achievements of others are equally remarkable. The original San has been lauded not merely as a master of close combat within a 2-meter radius, but as the sovereign of 100 meters, while Yuki, known as the graceful swordsman among ninjas due to his mentor and outstanding accomplishments, remains an unyielding machine of slaughter, ever focused on his task. Jingwan Sakiko, though slightly inferior in ability and record, possesses a ferocity comparable to Tsunade's brawling techniques, complemented by her exquisite fire techniques, earning her the moniker the Flame of Konoha. Meanwhile, Mami and Suifeng have garnered their own titles largely due to the esteemed families they represent. Suifeng's nickname, the Eye of Konoha, derives primarily from her Sharingan, while Mami, recognized for her striking beauty and the tragic fate of the Kurama clan, is affectionately dubbed the Flower of Konoha. However, these titles circulate only within the confines of Konoha, lacking any significant impact on other nations. In contrast, our protagonist, Shino, has gained considerable renown throughout the ninja world. Although he once unleashed an unparalleled lightning technique, it was merely a collective effort of nearly 1,000 ninjas, and none attributed it solely to his prowess. Yet, it remains an undeniable fact that he single-handedly vanquished 3,000 wind ninjas and successfully deterred the sand ninjas from attacking the rear gate of Kikyo Mountain Castle. This was, of course, due to the frightful scene that had unfolded there, which terrified the sand ninjas. Seizing upon their moment of fear, Shino unleashed all the spiritual energy he had inherited from the setting sun, leading to this outcome. Moreover, not all of those ninjas were slain. The majority were merely rendered unconscious. Nevertheless, the tales that spread through the ninja world were far from accurate. While the Land of Wind would never air its dirty laundry against an enemy, the rock ninjas, who previously fled from Orochimaru, were nonetheless intimidated by the scene at the rear gate. Coupled with the exhaustion of Konoha's forces, no other ninjas dared to investigate the situation. With only Shino present at the rear gate, amidst the bodies of countless sand ninjas, his chilling, blood-red eyes, capable of instilling primal fear with a mere glance, misled the rock ninjas into believing that only Shino was responsible for the carnage, prompting them to flee in terror. Even the Konoha ninjas managing the aftermath were hesitant to approach. Ultimately, it was the composed Kojuro who first used water release to cleanse the blood at the rear gate, rescuing the unconscious Shino, who had been standing with his eyes open. Thus, Shino's name, alongside the ominous title of Blood-Eyed Demon King, spread throughout the ninja world. Despite successfully safeguarding all his comrades, Shino could not help but feel a twinge of regret over the bitter victory at Kikyo Mountain Castle. Realizing that his role as a mere butterfly had not significantly altered the course of events. With a long sigh, he pondered this reality. Nonetheless, he understood that both Konoha and he had endured great losses in this grand conflict, yet they had also gained much. Still, he couldn't help but internally scoff at the absurdity of the nicknames assigned to him and his companions, which seemed to represent an entirely different facet of Konoha's vibrant tapestry. Moreover, while the old 8 colors still retained some semblance of vibrancy, upon reaching their realm, that vibrancy had utterly vanished. However, Shinobu did not find solace in this. For another formidable dilemma awaited him in Konoha, his stance towards Danzo. During the war, Shinobu had been preoccupied with his own survival and the responsibilities of leadership, leaving him no time to ponder such trivial matters, especially as he was stationed far from the front lines and could hardly anticipate facing Danzo so soon. The situation had now shifted, as Shinobu had received word that, in stark contrast to the 4th Hokage awaiting the triumphant return of the ninjas, the 3rd Hokage and all the elders of Konoha were poised to greet the returning warriors at the village's entrance. It was inevitable that Danzo would take a keen interest in him, a member of the 2nd Hokage's faction, particularly given his remarkable achievement of single-handedly overcoming 3,000 adversaries, a feat unparalleled in the annals of the ninja world. Furthermore, even facing 3,000 civilians was a monumental task that few ninjas could accomplish, let alone the 3,000 ninja army of the Wind Country, one of the 5 great nations. Shinobu was bound to become a focal point of interest among the various factions within Konoha. He had likely come to realize that the original radical and moderate factions among the higher echelons of Konoha had dissipated, replaced by the supporters of the 3rd Hokage led by the 1st Hokage's advocates, and those of the 2nd Hokage led by Danzo. Although in his previous life, Shinobu was not a recluse, he had little opportunity to engage in the intricate machinations of political intrigue. Nonetheless, his extensive reading had imparted some understanding of the necessity of choosing sides in political matters. While many could maintain neutrality, their existence would undoubtedly be fraught with discomfort. Moreover, Shinobu did not consider himself adept at manipulation, rendering him incapable of straddling both factions with ease. Thus, he found himself compelled to make a choice. Otherwise, he might, like Orochimaru, resort to defection. Having established a certain reputation within the ninja world, he was acutely aware that he had likely landed on the watch lists of various ninja villages, and perhaps even the Akatsuki. Should he choose to defect, evading Konoha's pursuit would almost certainly necessitate joining the Akatsuki, a prospect he vehemently wished to avoid, as it would lead to a confrontation with Madara, Zetsu, or Pain, given their conflicting ideologies. In such a scenario, he would find himself utterly isolated. It stands to reason that any individual familiar with the Naruto universe who found themselves in Konoha would be unlikely to genuinely align with Danzo, and Shinobu was no exception. Yet, his current predicament was quite delicate. His father's status as a disciple of the 2nd Hokage had indelibly marked him as a member of the 2nd faction. A direct alignment with the 1st Hokage's side would undoubtedly offend the entirety of the 2nd faction. Even though he understood Sarutobi would likely trust him, how would others perceive him, a perceived traitor? Thus, should he hastily pledge allegiance to the 1st Hokage's faction, he would risk alienating the 2nd faction. And it was probable that most members of the 1st faction would not genuinely believe in his loyalty. A misstep could lead to enmity from both sides, resulting in a complete loss of influence within Konoha. After all, he had no ambitions for the Hokage position, yet he was fervently passionate about reforming Konoha. As for Danzo, he need not worry. Despite his current impressive demeanor, he lacks the confidence to contend with Danzo, the cunning old fox who has outsmarted even the third, fourth, and fifth Hokages of Konoha. Alas, what a headache. This is what Shin Nosuke pondered. However, he was not adept at concealing his emotions, which rendered his expression somewhat restless to the outside observer. Lord Yamada, we will arrive at Konoha village in about an hour. So I kindly ask for your patience a little longer, a Konoha ninja in his 30s remarked, mistakenly believing that Shin Nosuke was complaining about the slow pace of the convoy. Oh, I understand. Shin Nosuke replied with a hint of resignation. Though he was unaccustomed to being addressed as Lord, he recognized that this world revered strength above all else. Despite being merely a lowly captain of a small team, his actions in the recently concluded battle had compelled everyone to view him as more than just an ordinary newly promoted jounin or a child. The ninjas of Konoha now spoke of Shin Nosuke having successfully ascended to the level of a near Kage strength, with some even asserting that he had achieved true Kage status. Shin Nosuke was acutely aware of his own weight. After all, the legacy bestowed upon him by the setting sun encompassed more than just sheer spiritual power. He had also inherited all the illusionary techniques and the experiences of a near Kage strength. At present, he had merely acquired a plethora of powerful illusions that only a near Kage could wield, yet his other abilities such as chakra, taijutsu, and ninjutsu had yet to reach the legendary heights. Moreover, even if he utilized all the chakra passed down to him by the setting sun, it would be impossible to effortlessly become a near Kage by overcoming 3,000 wind ninjas. His current predicament resembled that of a master wielding the legendary heaven-defying sword. He understood all too well that the danger of being overly revered is far more terrifying than outright hostility. Thus, even as Shin Nosuke repeatedly emphasized that his identity or abilities did not warrant the honorific title, others perceived his modesty as mere humility. His teammates were somewhat better. Yet the other ninjas of Konoha continued to address him as they pleased, regardless of his protests. Lord Shin Nosuke, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Haru-san seemed to sense Shin Nosuke's distress and inquired with concern. Oh, I'm fine. Additionally, Haru-san, since we are comrades sharing the same trench, could we forego the honorifics in the future? Being called Lord makes me feel rather old, Shin Nosuke said with a hint of exasperation. That won't he do? Haru-san began to respond, but he abruptly noticed Shin Nosuke glaring at him, causing him to swallow the rest of his words in fear. Now, Shin Nosuke was not wearing glasses, and one must understand how fearsome his gaze could be. Observing Haru-san's reaction, Shin Nosuke realized his words had not fallen on deaf ears. Yet, he felt a sense of helplessness. He did not wish for everyone to fear him to the extent that he would be left without a single friend remaining. Haru-san, do not trouble Shin Nosuke any further, Kojiro said casually, still carving the piece of wood in his hands. After all, we are buddies. Kojiro truly understands me. Suddenly, Shinsuke felt a warm sensation in his heart. However, Katsuru's next words caused him to crumble. If you don't want to call him sir, then strive to enhance your abilities and become an adult like him. Shinsuke gritted his teeth in frustration, but before he could react, Katsuru continued, unfortunately, this title of sir holds little weight among us. After all, we have shared hardships together. You want me to call him sir? Humph, let him become Hokage first. You scoundrel, Katsuru. Shinsuke thought it was both amusing and exasperating, but their commotion awakened Yukio. Now, he seemed to be fully aware of Katsuru's antics. Are you two discussing girls? Ah, if that's the case, I'm quite the expert. Oh heavens. Just strike me down with lightning. Shinsuke lamented. Why are all these foolish teammates surrounding me? He couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Yet, Yukio, still oblivious, asked Lightning, are you discussing lightning release ninjutsu? I can't assist you with that. However, if it's wind release, I could join the conversation. Enough, Yukio. Don't add to the chaos. Shinsuke chuckled and scolded. After their ruckus, Shinsuke found himself less troubled by Danzo's matters. After all, he had so many capable teammates. If they tried to set him up, they should consider the consequences. Without a valid reason, even the ordinary ninjas from the Western Front would not comply. As these thoughts crossed his mind, his mood lightened. In fact, he began to look forward to meeting Danzo, unaware of the unexpected events that awaited him. Konoha village gradually came into view, and to everyone's astonishment, the third Hokage had come out to greet all the adults outside the village. This surprised everyone greatly. Shinsuke only recognized the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was unfamiliar with the others. However, he was not concerned about that. He was brimming with excitement. At last, He was about to meet a celebrity from the world of Hokage. Though Shinsuke gazed at the third Hokage like a starstruck fan, Hiruzen perceived his expression as akin to that of a typical Konoha ninja meeting him for the first time. Hiruzen, at this time, was still relatively youthful. Yet he was far removed from the formidable ninja who once dominated the ninja world. He seemed more like a kindly elder. He evidently recognized Shinsuke and smiled warmly, saying, "You must be the one who single-handedly decimated a nation's military strength, Shinsuke, right? TSK. You are indeed quite young." Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Shinsuke was momentarily taken aback. So, this was how someone in the ninja world could annihilate an entire nation. Wasn't the army a tad small for such an event? Nevertheless, he soon reconciled with this realization. It was known that the Hokage continent was much larger than his previous life's understanding. The Land of Fire alone spanned several 100,000 square kilometers, yet its total ninja army amounted to only around 60 to 70,000. With other ninja villages having merely 30 to 40,000. Thus, it was reasonable for a small nation to possess a few thousand ninjas. However, in this moment, Shinsuke felt somewhat dazed, perhaps due to the nervousness of meeting a celebrity. Faced with Hiruzen, he found himself unable to utter a single word. Observing Shino's awkward demeanor, Sarutobi couldn't help but chuckle. "Why the silence? I have heard tales of your formidable prowess. It's amusing to think that even your own ninjas dared not approach you afterward." Shino, upon hearing Sarutobi's remarks, wished he could sink into the ground. "However, I have heard that most of the Wind ninjas survived and managed to escape amidst the chaos," he muttered. With a hearty laugh, Sarutobi found Shino's naivety utterly endearing, finally grasping why Sunset had held him in such high regard. Yet, he quickly composed himself, adopting a serious expression as he addressed Shino. "A true man must stand tall and proud. What belongs to you is yours. Do not claim what is not. Am I correct, Shino?" Yes, Lord Third." Shino understood Sarutobi's intent. He was advocating for his honor, though somewhat exaggerated. It was indeed true that he had subdued 3,000 Wind ninjas. Even if over 2,000 had escaped, he had never claimed to have slain them all. Thus, he graciously accepted the Third's defense. Just as the atmosphere was buoyant, a voice, neither warm nor cold, sliced through the revelry like a bucket of cold water. "Everyone, do not rejoice too soon. After all, we have merely triumphed over one nation of wind. Is such joy truly warranted?" Turning to see the source, Shino instantly recognized the figure approaching, leaning on a cane, resembling someone recovering from a stroke, shuffling toward him with a tremor akin to that of Wu Lao air. Yet, others found themselves unable to criticize him, for his words bore a semblance of truth. Despite his thoroughly unapproachable appearance, Danzo was unfazed by public opinion. He cared little for how others perceived him. Clearly, his target was Shino. As he drew near, he bypassed greetings to Shino or Sarutobi, instead muttering to himself, "Ah, the youth of today seem increasingly ignorant of the value of respecting their elders. They achieve a modicum of success and forget their place, failing to greet their elders." Instantly, Shino's teeth ground in irritation at the old man, who seemed intent on reminding everyone of his presence at such an inopportune moment. However, Shino found no grounds to counter him. His identity and relation to his father were blurred. Ignoring the man was not an option, as it would only complicate matters with his father. Sarutobi remained silent, observing with a discerning eye. The other high-ranking officials of Konoha shared no dissenting opinions on Danzo's words, with many agreeing wholeheartedly. Sarutobi had no desire to provide Danzo with any leverage. After all, he was no longer Hokage and did not wish to be seen as an ineffectual figure, acting like a former leader without the authority to back it up. Although Shino wished to feign ignorance of Danzo, the latter was well aware that he could not simply withdraw. Perhaps he believed that by suppressing Shino, the latter would become considerably more obedient, for after all, he was merely a child. If he could instill a sense of reverence within Shino, would it not allow him to manipulate him at will in the future? Thus, he addressed Shino with the following words. "You are Shino, the son of my junior disciple? Surely my foolish junior did not fail to inform you of my identity? He cannot be so incompetent as to withhold that from you, can he? Humph. Since your father is inept, I shall not idly stand by and squander my talents. It appears I must take it upon myself to educate you properly." Shino was nearly driven to rage at that moment. Yet, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and he broke into a mischievous grin. Since that person had brought his face so close, it would be a disservice to my hands if I did not strike. Shino thought to himself. and thus he chose to disregard Danzo entirely. Instead, he turned to call out to Saki. Hey, Saki, you promised to bring me some of that chakra stone, didn't you? I'm going to fetch it now. Oh, Sarutobi realized the gravity of the situation. This child was far too stubborn. He had just put Danzo in an untenable position. If there were no witnesses, it might have been manageable, but how could he defend him in front of so many people? Moreover, with all the elders of Konoha present, how could he possibly promote someone so audacious at such a tender age? The atmosphere grew thick with tension, and Danzo, appearing unperturbed, did not even bat an eyelash. For the matter had escalated beyond a personal concern. It had become a significant issue of whether Shino could serve Konoha effectively. And Sarutobi, who prided himself on nurturing young talent, was now faced with a dilemma regarding how to resolve this situation. He felt no concern for his own well-being. As in his eyes, Shino was merely a child. Could he truly rival the likes of Shikaku? Yet, Danzo could not have foreseen that this very child would, in the coming days, bring about a greater upheaval than when he contended with Sarutobi for the position of Hokage. Meanwhile, Shino was indifferent to the opinions of others, focusing solely on his banter with Saki. Despite her typically carefree demeanor, Saki was no fool. On the contrary, she was quite astute, which is why she had advanced to the rank of Jonin at such a young age. Without a modicum of intelligence, even with Shino's assistance, she would not have achieved that status. She recognized that all present were influential figures, and if one were to be offended, it could spell trouble for Shino if he continued to act recklessly, likely leaving a poor impression on the other adults. However, she did not grasp Shino's intentions. So to salvage the situation, she feigned ignorance. Hey, Shino, that elder is quite fierce. Didn't Mom say that bullying old people is not what good children do? We should coexist harmoniously. Yet, Shino pretended not to hear. What is the matter with you? Can't you speak properly? This retort left Saki momentarily speechless, while his teammates were both angry and anxious. However, Kazuki, who had been silent until now, seemed to have an epiphany and stepped forward, embracing Shino, and aligned himself with him. Yes, that's the way to go. I truly never imagined there were such people in this world. What a disgrace. As for the other companions of Zinzasuk, they seemed to grasp something, and unexpectedly prepared to leave alongside him. It appeared that Yuan-san had also come to a realization, yet he felt there was no need to depart in such a manner. Thus, he inquired, Zinzasuk, do you not wish to say something? This was precisely the question Zinzasuk had been awaiting. His face now bore no trace of fear, but rather was filled with disdain. What could I possibly say to such a being? He retorted vehemently, for I detest self-righteous cowards and treacherous fools above all, and he embodies both traits. Sachiko chimed in enthusiastically, indeed. Zinzasuk, did your great-grandfather not teach the second Hokage illusion techniques? Who would have thought such a disgrace would arise under the esteemed lineage of the second Hokage? Bah! The others began to recall something, their expressions shifting from disdain towards Zinzasuk to deep contemplation. Sarutobi silently commended him. Recognizing this as a rare opportunity, he did not wish to squander. Turning to Danzo, he bellowed, Danzo, what is the meaning of this? Who is it that just spoke of respecting one's teacher? What right do you have to publicly tarnish the reputation of the direct descendant of Master Yamada, who taught illusion techniques to teacher Hikari? Furthermore, Zinzasuk is not some fresh graduate or a mere genin. He is now an elite jonin of Konoha, a hero of the village. While it is acceptable for you to reprimand him in light of your seniority or as an elder of Konoha, you must not insult him merely due to your age. I never imagined you would be so despicable. You should simply retire. Those present grasped the situation, collectively expressing their disdain towards Danzo, including many elders who had previously supported him. If such an incident were to occur in China on Earth, it would surely be deemed disrespectful of Zinzasuk towards his elder. Yet, this world bears a resemblance to Japanese customs on Earth. Here, the relationship between a master and disciple emphasizes a lineage-based connection. For instance, if Master A imparts his A-style martial arts to disciple B, B may claim his martial arts as B-style, but cannot assert that his martial arts are A-style. Even if B expands upon A's martial arts, he can only state that he has inherited the essence of A-style and made his own innovations. Unless A has no other heirs interested in learning A-style, in which case disciple B may inherit A's martial arts. If A's descendant, such as grandson C, wishes to learn his grandfather's martial arts, even without obligation, B would be more than willing to teach C, believing it the best way to repay the kindness of his teacher. The skills C acquires from B, even if B privately teaches C his own creations, would still categorize C's style as A style. Even if C alters his style to DFG, it remains A style, representing the original source, the A style lineage. Should B pass his martial arts to HIJKLMN, and these disciples subsequently rename their styles to H style, I style, J style, K style, L style, M style, N style, their martial arts would still trace back to A style, representing a branch of A style. Even if B's disciple, let us say H, possesses remarkable skills, he cannot disregard the existence of A. At best, he might receive a mere acknowledgement from the martial arts community that H has absorbed the essence of A's teachings and has further developed them. Thus, even if the descendants of A and C are deemed unworthy, it remains a matter pertaining to their own lineage. All of B's disciples can only chastise them in private and cannot show any public disrespect. Towanzo's act of publicly insulting Shinozuke is tantamount to betraying his master and ancestral roots. Even if Chiba Hiken's prowess far exceeds that of his teacher, he would not dare to lightly insult the descendants of his former master, let alone Towanzo. Moreover, even if Shinozuke lacked connections to his great-grandfather, Towanzo's actions were exceedingly reckless. Shinozuke's lack of retaliation against Towanzo would merely serve to enhance Towanzo's already arrogant reputation. After all, despite being a mere jonin, Shinozuke possesses dignity. Towanzo's behavior of belittling others in public based on seniority is hardly a mark of refinement. Hence, it is understandable that he has drawn the ire of the masses. To make matters worse, at that moment, the third Hokage delivered a harsh kick to him. It is likely that Towanzo's prestige will suffer greatly as a result. And showing disrespect to a jonin in front of an audience is a grave transgression among the higher echelons of any shinobi village. For the leadership, the support of numerous jonin within the village is fundamental to governing it. Towanzo's focus on suppressing Shinozuke while committing such numerous blunders may lead him to lose the backing of all the elders and the jonin of the village. To rectify this situation would require considerable effort, such as leading the ninjas to victory in several wars like he did during the Sarutobi era, or achieving something of global significance for Konoha. Unfortunately, given Towanzo's current half-disabled state, engaging in schemes from the shadows may be all he is capable of, while accomplishing anything substantial remains utterly beyond his reach. For Shinozuke, he has finally accomplished a significant feat that will fundamentally alter the course of the Konoha shinobi village. Following this incident, should Towanzo aspire to become the sixth Hokage, it is likely that he will find no support whatsoever. "Good lad, you truly possess a noble spirit," exclaimed an elder, a member of the Chiba clan, who is quite senior, being a younger brother of the first and second Chiba leaders. His words carry considerable weight in Konoha. His statement effectively solidifies Shinozuke's position, signifying that the Chiba clan has withdrawn their support for Towanzo. However, as the saying goes, when the wall collapses, everyone pushes it down. He is not inclined to spare Towanzo either. He then disdainfully looked at Towanzo and said, "Let us celebrate the return of our victorious warriors. Such a person is not worthy of our presence here. Let him reflect in solitude." Upon hearing his words, the crowd ignored Towanzo and turned to leave. Towanzo remained standing there, akin to a punished child, motionless throughout this period, even his eyelids failing to flutter. Thus, accompanied by a few foolishly loyal subordinates, he stood there, rather enjoyably experiencing the crispness of winter in Konoha. A figure, resembling a fool, stood there in the cold air, and thus, they foolishly lingered at the entrance of Konoha for an entire afternoon. It was not until dusk that Danzo's subordinates noticed a cute little dog relieving itself at Danzo's feet. Yet he remained unmoved, prompting them to realize something was awry. Meanwhile, a grand banquet was underway to celebrate the triumphant ninja, which left the fourth Hokage and others puzzled. As Shino was inexplicably smiling as if he had savored honey, one could only wonder what joy could sustain such a grin for so long. Clearly, Sarutobi was also caught up in the revelry. At the feast, he unexpectedly indulged in drinking, engaging in a spirited contest, and became utterly inebriated. In his drunken stupor, he even laughed so heartily that his facial wrinkles seemed to unfold. The following day, news arrived from Danzo's side that after a night of chilling winds, his condition was far worse than the mere illness he had suffered over 2 months ago. This time, he was truly in dire straits. By the time he regained consciousness, it was likely that Minato's son would have already been born. In the afternoon, Shino walked home with a smile adorning his face. Despite refraining from alcohol due to fears of embarrassment and the detrimental effects of intoxication on his mental prowess as a genjutsu user, he still felt somewhat euphoric. The events of the morning had lifted a great weight from his heart. He believed his performance could only be described as divine inspiration, as he had not offended any elders and had successfully pushed Danzo to the opposing side of public opinion. He mused that Danzo would likely not be as astute in his future endeavors. Nonetheless, he dared not underestimate Danzo. Shino did not believe that he had vanquished the old man entirely. He quickly contemplated that, although Danzo could no longer act against him directly, he might still target those close to him, his friends and family. His teammates were somewhat secure, being elite shinobi of Konoha, yet his parents, sister, and brother-in-law were far more vulnerable. The thought of this realization sent a shiver of apprehension through Shino. However, it was evident that he and Danzo were unlikely to reconcile. And despite having caused a significant setback for Danzo today, the latter still held considerable influence, as the elders, aside from the Chiyo clan, had not distanced themselves from him, indicating their continued reliance on Danzo as a spokesperson. Furthermore, Danzo had maneuvered in the shadows of Konoha for years. To think one could easily dismantle him was overly simplistic. As Shino pondered this, his spirits sank further. He understood his precarious position. While the lower-ranking shinobi of Konoha exalted him, he was merely a new star in their eyes. And in the minds of the higher-ups, he likely held little significance. Moreover, his teammates were not impervious to manipulation. He had no concerns for Yura, as he had the backing of the Hyuga clan. However, the others were not as fortunate. Both Ryukio and Shiro were orphans, free from familial ties. As for Yukiko, her household was deserted, her Jonin father having taken her sister to the northern battlefield, and her carefree demeanor did little to inspire confidence. Kozuru's family operates a rice shop, and aside from his parents, he has no other relatives. Consequently, the family members of his teammates lack the capacity to resist Danzo's assaults, leaving both Keisuke and Asami in precarious situations. Although they hail from prominent clans, one has already faced annihilation, while the other stands alone in despair. One has been marginalized by her family, and it is likely that they would not receive timely protection in critical moments. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan is destined for destruction in 7 or 8 years, raising uncertainty about her survival. These matters weigh heavily on Shino's mind, causing him increasing distress. However, he soon realizes that despite his numerous concerns for his loved ones, Danzo is not without vulnerabilities. His greatest advantage lies in his relative youth compared to Danzo, yet, due to this very age, he cannot hope to supplant Danzo in the eyes of the elders of the second generation. Nevertheless, he faces an unparalleled opportunity to significantly disrupt the factions that support Danzo. Thus, he resolves to visit Sarutobi, the third Hokage, early the next morning to foster a relationship and discreetly inquire about the preferences of the adults, which would facilitate his efforts to undermine Danzo's influence. Each teammate must be approached differently. Kozuru is quite shrewd and, even without explicit warnings, will undoubtedly be cautious of Danzo's covert maneuvers, especially since Shino has offended him gravely. Therefore, Shino does not harbor concerns regarding him. As for Shiro, he can straightforwardly request to stay with the Sarutobi family, confident that the third Hokage, recognizing Shiro's status and battlefield accomplishments, would acquiesce. Keisuke need not worry for now, given that the Uchiha clan's demise is still several years away. Should circumstances become dire for the others, he may invite them to reside at his home. Moreover, tomorrow's agenda includes visits not only to the third Hokage, but also to the homes of teacher Goto, Yazi, and Take, along with the families of the other teammates. Yu is not an orphan. He has grown up with his mother in Kozuru's household, so visiting Kozuru will also allow him to see her. Although they have only recently returned, he decides to gather everyone at his home for a thorough discussion and to hear their thoughts. Once Shino resolves on this course of action, a wave of relief washes over him, as if the burdens that troubled him have been lifted. He signals for everyone to assemble. The house belonging to Asami is quite spacious, yet with the absence of the Kuruma family, it resembles a deserted mansion. Those present, however, pay no mind to this. All members of Shino's team engage in conversation within the grand dwelling. Despite the gathering resembling a school reunion, the rich experiences of the battlefield have matured their minds to a degree akin to adulthood. Although Shino feels somewhat restless today, that old man has truly overstepped his bounds. Remarked Haru, echoing the sentiment. Who does he think he is? The Hokage? Shiro, being a staunch ally of Shino, is unwavering in his support on such matters. However, the other party is a prominent figure in Konoha. Are we being too reckless? Sayuri said weakly, clearly worried about their future due to her lack of influence in Konoha. Meanwhile, Kojiro seemed only interested in listening. He would likely remain silent unless directly addressed. He was intently carving a wooden sculpture beside Sayuri, not uttering a word. Similarly, Mami was preoccupied, still emerging from the shadows of her clan's annihilation, leaving her in little mood to engage. Yet, he surely wouldn't dare confront us openly, right? After all, we are all jonin, and he wouldn't act without caution. Shufeng expressed his thoughts. I am well aware that on the surface, he cannot harm us. But what about behind the scenes? Let us not forget that we are not alone. We have a significant number of allies closely tied to us. Shinsuke spoke up. His words left everyone in disbelief. Could it be? After all, he is part of Konoha's upper echelon. How could one individual pose a threat to us? Sayuri exclaimed in astonishment. I fear the situation may be more complex than it seems. I have heard that Danzo is no gentleman like the third Hokage. As we witnessed today, Danzo is undoubtedly a villain of the lowest character. It is rumored that my master, the White Fang of Konoha, took his own life due to matters related to him, Ryuko said pensively. So what shall we do? Shinsuke, this is precisely why I gathered everyone here. Shinsuke glanced around at the group and slowly continued. I have some ideas, but I am uncertain of your thoughts. Hence, I called you all together without letting you return home first. He then shared his plans with everyone, unafraid of being overheard. For no one would anticipate that Shinsuke would be meticulous enough to cast an illusion that seals the five senses and erect a barrier to prevent eavesdropping within the room. I am in favor, Ari-sen chimed in, adding, furthermore, you should refrain from visiting the third Hokage tomorrow. Instead, pay a visit to everyone's homes first. Considering that the fourth Hokage is currently in power. Understood. I will first pay a visit to the fourth. The others continued their discussions. I will not stay at your home, Shinsuke. After all, there isn't enough space there, Ryuko remarked. When you visit Mr. Goto tomorrow, could you take me along? I would like to see if he might permit me to stay with him temporarily. Mr. Goto is a kind-hearted person. I believe he will grant your request. I also want to visit the third Hokage, so perhaps we can arrange to stay with Mr. Goto, Shiro added, expressing his opinion as well. All right. I will also ask Mr. Goto for assistance. As everyone grew increasingly cheerful, it seemed as though all was well. However, Kojiro's words brought them back to reality. Everyone's ideas are commendable, but let us not forget, this is not a time of peace. Although the Western Front has concluded, the Northern Front remains embroiled in conflict, and we may still be called to battle. It was then that everyone recognized the harsh truth of their situation, and a profound silence enveloped the group as they contemplated the gravity of their circumstances. It seems we must place our trust in the third Hokage, Shiro suddenly remarked. This statement, indeed, reminded Shino, who exclaimed, yes, Konoha is not merely the domain of Danzo. Both the third and fourth Hokages are still present. Upon reflecting on this, Shino burst into hearty laughter. Haha, I suppose I was somewhat overly anxious, creating troubles for myself. Are you all right, Shino? Sachiko inquired, concerned as her suggestion had been dismissed by others. I am perfectly fine, Shino asserted with conviction. Let us not forget, we are all elite jonin of Konoha. If he intends to confront us, does he not consider the consequences? Even if his sole intention is to target me. It ultimately depends on whether the other elders will agree. You speak wisely, Shino. We shall undoubtedly support you. The others grasped Shino's sentiment, and seeing their unified resolve, he felt a surge of clarity. We are prepared to face any challenge. We are jonin. Should we truly fear him? Kojiro's words rang true. However, we must continue to fulfill our duties. Whether or not we engage in battle is beyond our control. Moreover, Konoha is not solely reliant on the third and fourth. There is also a formidable force within the Umbu. Upon hearing Shino's words, the tension that had gripped the group dissipated, and laughter began to fill the air. Observing these innocent companions, Shino felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having such steadfast allies during trying times. He also realized that perhaps he had been somewhat melodramatic. Consequently, the group swiftly decided to return home. Shiro chose to accompany Ryuki, inviting him to stay at his home. Meanwhile, Suifeng expressed a desire to stay with Shino for a few days, as her father was frequently away and her brother was busy. Shino, feeling it unwise to leave her alone, welcomed her to join him on his journey home. The Yamada family rejoiced at Shino's return, celebrating with great enthusiasm. Even the typically stern Yamada Tadashi indulged in a few extra cups of sake. Although everyone was elated at Shino's safe return, he couldn't shake the feeling that the three girls accompanying him seemed to garner more affection from his mother and sister. Wandering aimlessly through the streets of Konoha, Shino took in the scenery around him. It must be said that Kishimoto was rather lackadaisical in mapping out Konoha. It seems Naruto resides at one end of the street, while Sakura is at the other, with Ino's family situated between them. Astonishingly, the Uchiha street capable of accommodating thousands lies just around the corner. There can scarcely be many alleyways in such a Konoha. And what of the Chunin exam arena, comparable in size to a football field on Earth? Where is the vast educational building that hosts numerous examination rooms? What of the death forest that rivals the Amazon? And how about those fabled forbidden areas? Why can none of these be found in the panoramic view of Konoha? It is a pity that this place is infinitely larger than in the cartoons. Due south stands the Grand Gate of Fire, and there are as many as 8 such gates scattered throughout the village, positioned to the south, east, and west, making Konoha resemble an enormous bagua arrangement. To the north looms the towering Hokage Rock, its height comparable to that of the Statue of Liberty. The mountainous terrain surrounding the Hokage Rock is dotted with various training grounds reminiscent of the so-called Forest of Death, effectively safeguarding this strategic high point from being seized by adversaries. While the structures within the village do not exceed 4 stories, they stretch endlessly into the horizon. Shino estimated that despite the proliferation of low-rise buildings inevitably impacting the population density, the records indicated that Konoha boasts a total population of approximately 600,000, akin to a small city. Additionally, due to the sparse occupancy in these lower edifices, this so-called Konoha may well accommodate a population tenfold that of an equivalent urban center on Earth. However, at this moment, Shino was not inclined to admire the scenery of Konoha. He had a duty to visit each of his teammates. Before long, he arrived at the residence of his closest neighbor, Kojiro, where he encountered Kojiro's parents. Given the bustling nature of the rice shop during wartime, Kojiro's father, Jiro Sasaki, was not at home, and Shino was welcomed by Kojiro's mother, Miko Sasaki. A woman in her 30s, she embodied the essence of femininity, radiating warmth despite her youthful appearance. Yet, she was not a native of Konoha, hailing instead from the Fire Nation adjacent to the borders of the Land of Lightning. Settling in such a fortified bastion of the Fire Nation was no trivial matter, as its residents were primarily descendants or relatives of ninjas. Her own arrival was facilitated by her uncle, who had served as a ninja in Konoha. Through their conversation, Shino discerned that she was a woman of simple contentment. As long as her husband cherished her, her son thrived, and her family remained healthy, she felt she was the happiest woman in the world. Such simplicity, perhaps, has become a rarity in his previous life, where his former girlfriends were often preoccupied with material demands, whether in terms of housing or savings. Any failure to meet these standards would promptly lead to a breakup. Shino understood this mindset was a necessary survival mechanism in that world. However, he felt a deep-seated discontent towards such a materialistic approach to life. In this realm, women seemed largely devoid of such aspirations, seeking merely a reliable shoulder to lean on. For in this chaotic world, survival was paramount. In this regard, it felt like paradise. Upon learning of his son's captain visiting their home, Jiro Sasaki hurriedly returned, and Shino held a favorable impression of him. He was a courteous and respectful man, and despite the generational gap indicated by Shino's connection with Kojiro, Jiro Sasaki exhibited considerable deference towards this burgeoning star of Konoha. His demeanor towards Shino, as well as his son, resembled that of a superior rather than a father. It was later that Shino realized the root of Jiro Sasaki's attitude. He too had once been a ninja. Moreover, due to the limitations of Shino's spiritual energy within his chakra, which only sufficed for a low-ranking ninja, he had been oblivious to this nuance. Through Sasaki's introduction, Shinozuke came to understand the situation. The Sasaki family is renowned for their loyalty, with Sasaki Jiro's mother having given birth to 4 brothers. Sasaki has an elder brother and 2 younger brothers, all of whom perished during World War II. Alongside his brothers, 2 of his brothers-in-law also fell in battle. Despite his siblings being formidable ninjas, it was only he, a mere low-ranking shinobi, who returned alive from the battlefield. Due to the loss of his entire family, the then Hokage, Sarutobi, granted him an early retirement and permitted him to receive the pension meant for his brothers. This was indeed a significant favor, considering that apart from parents and spouses, no one else is entitled to such funds. Subsequently, he utilized this money to establish a rice shop and started a family. Nevertheless, even after retiring, Sasaki deeply identified as a ninja, as evidenced by his decision to enroll his only son in a ninjutsu school and his current attitude towards Kojiro and Shinazuke. Moreover, Shinazuke holds great respect for Daibutsu Nanko, the mother of Daibutsuyu. Although this world lacks the concept of chastity, nearly every woman remains devoted to a single partner throughout her life. Instances of remarriage after a husband's death are rare, and divorces are virtually non-existent. In this regard, Shinazuke perceives this world as a veritable paradise compared to his past life. However, his admiration for Nanko does not stem from this aspect, as she has been married twice. What he truly respects is her resilience. It is said that whether fleeing from war with her barely month-old son Daibutsuyu to seek refuge with her childhood friend Sasaki Miko after her husband was slain by bandits, or remarrying a ninja husband after losing her first husband due to the harshness of life and her lack of direct ties to the villagers of Konohagakure, she never shed a single tear. Instead, she persevered, raising her 2 children with her ninja husband and struggling to survive in Konohagakure. Allegedly, Sasaki once attempted to introduce a man to her, but she firmly declined. Shinazuke once considered offering her financial support, but she also rejected his generous offer. However, she only requested that Shinazuke look after her child Daibutsu Tatsu, for her remarrying ninja also bore the Daibutsu surname, as the current Konohagakure still lacked ninjas, and Daibutsu Tatsu, being a year younger than Shinazuke, was destined to take up arms as well. Reluctantly, Shinazuke acquiesced to her request. By the time he departed from Kojiro's home and visited the families of other teammates, it was already past midnight. Observing the sky, Shinazuke noted it was around 12 o'clock. Apart from the bustling commercial street near the south gate, where lights still flickered brightly, most houses had dimmed their lights for rest. The residences of ninjas and their families, like Shinazuke's, were generally situated far from the commercial district. The streets were sparsely populated, with most pedestrians being ninjas from the Red and White Fan clan on patrol. Although the Uchiha clan did not regard the rather awkward identity of the patrol ninja unit with much seriousness, their clansmen remained dutiful and committed to their responsibilities. However, Shino did not share the same perspective. He regarded the Uchiha's move as a brilliant stratagem. Despite the presence of numerous ninjas on the battlefield, the total number of Uchiha clan members exceeded 400. Yet, for a clan comprised almost entirely of ninjas, this figure represented less than half of their total ninja count. Furthermore, the clan members dispatched to the battlefield were predominantly youthful, with few renowned ninjas from the Second Great Ninja War among them. This clearly indicated their lack of concern for the war itself. Their primary focus was solely on the lives of their kin. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence to Shino. Apart from the profound impression left by Kojiro's family, the families or clans of his other comrades exhibited considerable enthusiasm towards his arrival. Due to the legacy of the original San, the Hyuga clan members extended a remarkably warm reception to him, acknowledging his adeptness in training teammates. Not only was he personally welcomed by the elders of Konoha and the head of the Hyuga clan, but also accompanied by Hinata Hayashi, the next head of the clan. Shino conducted himself with propriety, earning the admiration of the Hyuga elders and the respect of Hinata Hayashi, which significantly bolstered his confidence in dismantling Danzo's alliances. At the Uchiha clan, he similarly received a hearty welcome. The reception, orchestrated by the clan head, Kazuhiko, was somewhat unexpected for Shino. Even more surprising was the proposal of a marriage alliance from the Uchiha clan leader, which revealed to Shino his direct lineage from the original Uchiha clan head. However, considering his familiarity with the plot, he refrained from providing a definitive answer, merely deflecting with the excuse of his youth. Following this, Shino's visit to the Goda family was exceedingly smooth, achieving all of his anticipated objectives. As for the Inokuchi family, their tailoring skills had caught the attention of an official from the Land of Fire, prompting them to relocate from Konoha several months prior. Consequently, their neighbors lacked contact information for their new residents, rendering Shino unable to reach the Inokuchi family, forcing him to abandon his attempts. In light of this disappointment, Shino felt a strange sense of relief, for he was uncertain how to face the Inokuchi family. The loss of contact with them seemed to sever the last slender thread tying him to Yuzuki. As for Ryuko and Shiro, lacking family, Shino directly arranged for them to assist the Kuruma family with the affairs of their deceased relatives. Regarding his teacher, the sunsets. Since Akane was still engaged in the northern front, there was merely an empty house remaining. Additionally, as the funeral arrangements were being managed by Konoha, Shino found himself uninvolved in the proceedings. He was not in a hurry to return home and leisurely made his way towards the commercial district. Though it was already midnight, the commercial street remained bustling. The recent series of victories for Konoha had uplifted the spirits of the common populace, who were filled with joy and optimism, firmly believing that Konoha would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Moreover, with the new year just concluded, the scene resembled that of a peaceful era, filled with song and dance. "Oh, is that you, Shin-no-suk?" a male voice inquired. Turning around, Shin-no-suk discovered the ever-smiling figure of Minato. The expression on Minato's face resembled that of someone who had just encountered their greatest joy, radiating sincerity regardless of the occasion. Even if they were strangers, one might feel as though they were meeting an old friend. What could one say in such a situation? Naturally, one would be moved by his warmth. "Ah, it is Lord Fourth. My apologies." Although slightly taken aback, Shin-no-suk felt a wave of delight. "Haha, there's no need for such formality, Shin-no-suk. You may simply call me Minato, or Watergate if you prefer. How could I do that? After all, you are the Hokage." Though he had yet to fully acclimate to the world of the Hokage, he had already begun to embrace his identity as a part of it from the depths of his heart. Presently, he was neither a true Kage level nor a formidable powerhouse. And despite knowing Minato's character from his previous life, Shin-no-suk dared not to be complacent in his presence. All right, call me whatever you like." Seeing Shin-no-suk's firm stance, Minato decided to drop the matter. "By the way, Shin-no-suk, have you eaten yet? Since we've run into each other, why don't we grab a bite to eat?" I already had a meal at the Uchiha residence." Although Shin-no-suk longed for a private conversation with Minato, he felt it was not the appropriate time, thus hesitating at the invitation. "Oh, come now. Don't be so ungracious. Are you worried about your parents being concerned if you return home late? Fear not. I shall send someone to inform them. Being with me, the Hokage, should ease their worries." Minato seemed determined to have his way, effectively cutting off Shin-no-suk's escape. He then added playfully, "You see, I'm quite unfortunate. After work, I must assist my girlfriend, Kushina, with household chores, and I haven't eaten yet. Just consider this an opportunity to chat with me. It's a pity you are too young to drink. Otherwise, I would treat you, my brilliant young friend, to a grand feast. But fret not. My drinking etiquette is far superior to that of Jiraiya-sensei." Despite Minato's endless chatter, he was not off-putting, suggesting that if he lived on Earth, he would undoubtedly be a master of public relations. However, Shin-no-suk secretly scoffed at Minato's flimsy excuse. What kind of girl would invite her boyfriend over only to send him home at midnight without even offering a meal? Yet, considering Minato's girlfriend was Uzumaki Kushina, perhaps it was not so far-fetched after all. "How about this? My family runs an izakaya as well. This time, let me treat you, and next time, it will be your turn." Minato readily agreed, and if it had been anyone else, Shin-no-suk might have thought him too familiar, but evidently, Minato was not that way. Upon arriving at Shin-no-suk's izakaya, he swiftly took on the role of a kitchen helper, charming everyone in the Yamada family, both men and women alike. "Shin-no-suk, go home and catch up on your sleep. After all, you are still in your growth years." Despite a sleepless night, Bluffing appeared remarkably spirited. And Shinnezuke was no less vibrant, for as a genjutsu ninja at this stage, his livelihood depended greatly on mental fortitude. "Oh, I still have to pay my respects to the esteemed elders, and there's no need to worry about me. After all, I used to spend entire nights drinking and conversing with Master Jiraiya," he remarked, "and the insights I gained yesterday were indeed substantial." Not only did Bluffing share this sentiment, but Shinnezuke felt similarly. After the shop closed at 2, Shinnezuke had been engaged in conversation with Bluffing, marveling at Bluffing's extensive knowledge of ninjutsu. While Bluffing was equally impressed by Shinnezuke's keen observations, their rapport flourished, much to the chagrin of the Hokage's shadow guards, who had stood watch for the Yamada family throughout the night in vain. Bluffing's comments stemmed from Shinnezuke's inquiries about the sealing techniques inscribed on the divine scroll, which he found perplexing due to a lack of guidance from any skilled practitioners in that field. Thus, he sought Bluffing's assistance in elucidating the complexities, which Bluffing found immensely beneficial. Particularly, the summoning of the Shinigami piqued Bluffing's interest. As he mentioned, he had recently been studying a sealing technique utilizing the Shinigami's power, and Shinnezuke's scroll provided him with significant inspiration. This revelation left Shinozuke drenched in sweat. Could it be that the Shiki Fujin originated from his scroll? What astonished him further was Bluffing's praise when he inadvertently mentioned the name Shiki Fujin, commending Shinozuke for aptly naming his new technique. Shinozuke, there's no need for further accompaniment. After all, you have elders to meet, Bluffing stated as they reached the street corner. Turning back, he added, well then, Shinozuke responded, somewhat distracted. Still pondering the preferences and interests of the elders Bluffing had mentioned. He found it perplexing how that scroll could assist Bluffing in executing the Shiki Fujin. Considering the original narrative did not include him, how had Bluffing acquired such a scroll while engaged in the Northern Front's battles? However, Bluffing's next words jolted him back to reality. By the way, Shinozuke, if you have the time, do pay a visit to Orochimaru. He had expressed a desire to mend fences with me recently, and you would have a better chance of reaching him, given that he is your former superior. We cannot allow the heart of that Leaf hero to grow cold. Somewhere in the Leaf village, though the weather was gradually warming, the house before Shinozuke exuded an eerie atmosphere. There were no windows, as the owner preferred to avoid bright light. Most of the rooms lay below ground level, and in the dim glow of candlelight, it felt less like a home and more akin to a habitat for cold-blooded creatures. I never expected you, Shinozuke-kun, to come visit me, the owner exclaimed with a chuckle. You truly are a sentimental person. Orochimaru's voice remained as sinister as ever. If he were to don a crimson cloak with a black lining, he could effortlessly embody a character from a vampire film. Since returning to Konoha, Orochimaru's complexion had grown even more pallid. Despite his voice retaining its hoarse and ominous tone, Shinozuke felt as though something had changed within him. He had become more melancholic, more frail, and there seemed to be a hint of madness glimmering in his eyes. Lord Orochimaru, your humor remains intact, Shinozuke remarked with a tinge of awkwardness, as he struggled to find the appropriate words to describe Orochimaru's present state. Yet, Orochimaru appeared unfazed. It was evident that his return to Konoha had rendered him rather isolated, and he was genuinely pleased by Shinosuke's visit. Is that so? I beg to differ. Please, take a seat, Shinosuke-kun. After inviting Shinosuke to sit, Orochimaru called out to a corner, Akane, we have a guest. Fetch some fine tea for Lord Yamada. There's no need for such formality, Lord Orochimaru. And please, do not address me as Lord. I cannot bear such a title, Shinosuke replied. Shinosuke-kun, you remain as humble as ever. You must know that your exploits at the Kikyo Mountain Castle are now renowned throughout the land. I could hardly fathom it. You're too kind, Shinosuke stammered, unsure how to respond, for the battle at Kikyo Mountain was a painful memory for Orochimaru, and he could only manage a nervous laugh. At that moment, a demure girl with purple hair entered, carrying 2 cups of tea. Please, enjoy, Lord Orochimaru, Lord Yamada. It was evident that Mitarashi Anko, curious about this young boy who was only a year or 2 her senior, lingered after serving the tea, observing Shinosuke intently. Could this sweet, quiet, adorable little girl truly be the legendary Mitarashi Anko, known for her insatiable sweet tooth, and rumored to have been born into the wrong gender? The thought that she had been nurtured into such a formidable ninja by Orochimaru filled Shinosuke with a newfound admiration for him. Isn't she lovely? It seems that Shinosuke-kun has a penchant for this type of girl. Forgive me. That was not my intention. Shinosuke hurriedly distanced himself from the implication, discreetly wiping an invisible bead of sweat from his brow. What nonsense. I am certainly not the kind of person you think I am. Despite the fact that Anko is quite remarkable, Orochimaru, seemingly uninterested in prolonging idle chatter, cut straight to the chase. He was that sort of person. Even aware that Shinosuke had come to see him, he maintained his usual demeanor. However, it was precisely this characteristic that had rendered him without a foothold in Konoha. By the way, Shinosuke-kun, aside from visiting me, is there another purpose for your presence? Are you merely here to admire my disciple? Upon hearing Orochimaru's inquiry, Shinosuke hastily produced a scroll. What do you mean by this, Shinosuke-kun? Orochimaru accepted the scroll, but had no intention of examining it just yet. Instead, he regarded Shinosuke with a look of curiosity. Naturally, Shino could not disclose to Orochimaru that his inadvertent display of the scroll to Naruto, which indirectly led to the creation of the impure world reincarnation technique, was merely a pretext for encouraging Orochimaru to delve into the matter. However, he had prepared his explanation beforehand. I acquired this scroll during my mission in the desert, but due to the ongoing battles, I had no time to study it. Recently, I finally found the opportunity, yet being still quite young, I find the content exceedingly profound, and there are many aspects I do not comprehend. Thus, I seek Lord Orochimaru's guidance in its study. Oh ho, I must take a closer look. Although Orochimaru's tone hinted at a desire to dismiss him, it was evident that Shino had struck a chord with Orochimaru's fascination for ninjutsu research, despite Orochimaru's skepticism regarding the scroll's potential to pique his interest. His curiosity about the unknown techniques compelled him to examine it. A mere glance was all it took for him to become utterly engrossed. The silence of the room rendered every sound from Orochimaru's lips distinctly audible, the hissing reminiscent of a serpent stalking its prey. The atmosphere seemed to chill by several degrees with each utterance he made. Red Bean had evidently never encountered this side of Orochimaru. Paralyzed by fear, she dared not leave. Trembling uncontrollably, despite recognizing that Orochimaru's demeanor stemmed from excitement, Shino felt a shiver run down his spine, for the sound of Orochimaru's voice was indeed terrifying. However, Orochimaru soon realized his breach of decorum. My apologies. I completely forgot that you were here, Shino-kun. With an air of contrition, he addressed Shino. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the scroll, indicating its immense allure. It was apparent that as soon as Shino departed, Orochimaru would eagerly commence his study. Consequently, Shino had no desire to linger, nor did he wish to part with the scroll so readily. Lord Orochimaru, since you are so fond of it, I think I shall leave the scroll with you, and you may return it to me after your research. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru realized that the item before him was not his own. However, being quick-witted, he swiftly grasped Shino's intention. He expressed his apologies once more. I truly have lost my composure. Yet, there are many elements within that I do not fully understand, and I cannot offer you any substantial advice. However, might I be permitted to transcribe a copy for my slow study? I could exchange it for my ninjutsu. Observing Orochimaru's readiness to resort to force should Shino refuse, the latter could not help but find amusement in the situation. He was now nearly certain that the sealing techniques contained within the scroll were intricately linked to the series of forbidden jutsu Orochimaru would later develop. His purpose in this endeavor was, of course, to repay the kindness Orochimaru had shown him during his time of despair following the death of his beloved. And this scroll was simply a means of returning what rightfully belonged to Orochimaru, along with the promise of a reward. Thus, Shinazuke readily acquiesced. And now he was solely concerned with what else Orochimaru could offer him in exchange, apart from those forbidden techniques. Orochimaru, without hesitation, utilized a special scroll to memorize the contents within Shinazuke's scroll, subsequently retrieving an extensive array of scrolls from his storage compartment. There were at least a dozen. It seemed that Orochimaru had little of true value to present, resorting instead to a gamble of 1 for 10. However, upon glancing through the contents of these scrolls, Shinazuke found himself mirroring Orochimaru's earlier demeanor. Observing Shinazuke's expression, Orochimaru could not help but smile, adding a flicker of vitality to his otherwise pale, handsome visage. At that moment, I discovered items in the underground chamber of the Kikyo Mountain Castle, documenting the training methods and techniques of the long-extinct Sound Country ninjas. Most of the contents pertained to sound-related jutsu, which offered little assistance to me. Nevertheless, there were numerous intriguing elements capable of conjuring wondrous illusions. I have already collected, organized, and modified these. You may take them without the need to return them. Additionally, these original scrolls are yours as well. Seeing Orochimaru's generosity, Shinazuke felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, he quickly became proud, for he was the only one in this world daring enough to treat Orochimaru as a mere pawn. Thus, both individuals obtained what they desired most. Orochimaru was evidently elated, and even the little girl, Akane, received over a month's leave. Shinazuke felt that he had significantly bridged the distance between himself and the cunning Hokage, even though it was likely that Orochimaru would not easily spare him upon their next encounter, perhaps showing leniency due to their newfound connection. As for how Orochimaru studied Shinazuke, he remained indifferent. He merely felt that his demise at the hands of Uchiha Sasuke was somewhat unjust, seeking merely to alter his fate. As February of the 47th year of Konoha arrived, negotiations between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth progressed smoothly, coupled with a softened stance from the Land of Lightning. Consequently, a significant number of Konoha ninjas began returning to the village for respite, including Jiraiya and a host of elite shinobi. Our protagonist, Shinazuke Yamada, also ascended in rank, becoming a high commander overseeing 100 elite ninjas under Konoha's banner. However, before Shinozuke could revel in his promotion, he discovered that, apart from his old teammates, his total number of subordinates amounted to merely 16. Previously, Shinozuke had lamented the absence of other talents aside from the likes of Mitashi Akane, but upon surveying his new subordinates today, he was suddenly reminded of Zhang Yimou's film. Not one less. I am Kakashi Hitaki, 13 years old, and I have no weaknesses. I am already a jonin, so you needn't worry about me holding anyone back. Proclaimed a cool little boy with white hair and a mask, his eyes radiating health, unobscured by anything. I am Obito Uchiha, also 13, skilled in taijutsu and fire release. I look forward to your guidance. It appears that I am merely a lowly genin, but I assure you, I possess great strength. When Obito quietly referred to himself as a genin, his voice was so faint that it was nearly inaudible. However, his subsequent declaration of prowess was delivered with a thunderous shout, startling all who heard it. Foolish. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Obito rushed forward to engage in a heated argument, their voices rising to such a volume that Rin's self-introduction was drowned out by their bickering. Now it is my turn. I am Asuma Sarutobi, 14 years of age, a chunin skilled in taijutsu. My ambition is to surpass the third Hokage, my father. I kindly ask for your support. Asuma proclaimed with a hint of bravado. I am Mike Kai, 13 years old, a genin, the timid boy beside him murmured. This frail and earnest young lad. Could he truly be the infamous beast of the leaf? If not for my knowledge of future events, I would never have imagined he would evolve into such a figure. Yet, seeing the fervent desire for strength in Kai's eyes, I found solace. After all, as long as there is a will, I am confident that I can nurture him into a taijutsu master even more formidable than depicted in the original narrative. It is worth noting that my current understanding of taijutsu is second only to his teacher, the illustrious Mike Guy. As for whether he will retain that disposition in the future, I remain indifferent. I am Yuhi Kurenai, 14 years old, a genin skilled in genjutsu. Perhaps she had only recently learned of her father's untimely demise, as her words were simple and straightforward. However, being who I am, upon hearing her introduction, I quickly responded. You are the daughter of the esteemed Kurenai Yui. That makes us like siblings. Fear not, for I shall protect you as I would my own sister. Clearly, my words touched her heart, and for someone who had just lost her father, a charming young man like me was a welcome comfort. Thus, she quickly warmed to my presence, indicating that my skills in charming the young ladies have indeed improved. The remaining individuals included the 16-year-old Chunin Narashikaku, the 12-year-old Chunin Yamanaka Ino, and the 10-year-old genin Kiba Inazuka, all of whom were familiar figures from my past life. Among them, the 12-year-old monk, who had long ago promised to assist Yui's mother, stood out. Additionally, the 12-year-old genin Inazuka Kiba, the 13-year-old medical Chunin Tenten, and the 13-year-old Chunin sisters from the Sakai family, Ume, Runka, and Take, were unfamiliar to me. Asuma's spirits were exceptionally high, not only due to the delightful news about his old rival's misfortune, but also because of this remarkable child named Yamada Shino. It was evident that Shino was a remarkably intelligent and considerate young boy, who, shortly after returning to the Hidden Leaf Village, commenced a series of visits to the village's esteemed elders, displaying an astute sense of order in his approach. Particularly, the two residences across from each other belonged to prominent figures of opposing factions, revealing a shrewder facet than even the fourth Hokage. It is crucial to understand that regardless of which household is visited first, the other will invariably be informed, leading to inevitable offense. During his visits to these two families, Kakashi nearly faced dire repercussions. In stark contrast, Shino chose a different approach. He patiently awaited at the entrances of both homes and, seizing the opportunity when a female relative from the second faction returned from market, he cleverly offered assistance, thereby gaining entry into the elder's household. The elder from the first faction, having no legitimate grounds to challenge Shino, could only admire his ingenuity, especially since Shino had merely acted out of compassion for the woman burdened with heavy items. What further astonished Sarutobi, the third Hokage, was that this young man ultimately visited him last. Sarutobi bore no ill will towards him, as prior to this, Shino had engaged in conversation with the fourth Hokage throughout the night. His arrival at Sarutobi's home was perfectly timed, around 9 in the evening, just after the elder had concluded his dinner, making it the most leisurely moment of his day. Consequently, The two conversed extensively through the night. Sarutobi recognized that this child possessed remarkable insight. Despite his lack of interest in the Hokage position, a minor flaw, he still warranted Sarutobi's utmost esteem. Observing Shino in the distance, leading his subordinates in training, Sarutobi felt a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of his own youth. As he had similarly built a vast network among grassroots ninjas by mentoring teammates and subordinates. Although the Land of Fire publicly claimed a significant thaw in relations with the Land of Earth, the reality was quite the opposite. Nevertheless, Sarutobi leveraged his influence to retain these so-called prodigies as a reserve force, nurturing them slowly to afford Shino opportunities to cultivate his connections. At present, however, Shino remained unconcerned with such matters. His interactions with the elders of Konoha had been a matter of mere chance. This seemed to be a recurring stroke of luck from his previous life, perhaps a talent of sorts. Currently, his primary concern was the capabilities of his subordinates. While his former teammates posed no significant issues, others were laden with challenges. Kakashi, although competent, resembled a more mature Sasuke, lacking in camaraderie and any sense of teamwork. Shino found himself wondering if Kakashi had taken Sasuke as a disciple due to his own childhood temperament. Obito was akin to a Naruto-type character. Not only was he exceedingly foolish, but he also shared Naruto's lack of foresight. Shino lamented the fact that Obito was squandering his exceptional Sharingan. In Shino's eyes, Obito's Sharingan was not only clearer than Kakashi's, but also held its own against Shirsue's. It seemed that Obito's decision to bequeath his eyes to Kakashi was rooted in self-awareness. For with his languid disposition, he would struggle to unleash the true potential of those eyes, rendering it more beneficial for an outsider to wield their power effectively. Asuma is utterly inept. However, his boastful demeanor makes him a figure of great attention within the team. Over the past fortnight, Hongdo has developed the cursed seal upon her neck, signaling that Orochimaru's defection has entered its countdown. Despite her commendable talent, her chakra has become exceedingly unstable due to this seal. This unfortunate circumstance prompts Shino to lament her fate, as her life seems to hinge upon a mere curse, stunting her potential and wasting her gifts. Nevertheless, this does not daunt Shino, for the curse seal afflicting Hongdo has been altered through the sealing techniques inscribed in his scrolls. Consequently, he swiftly removes the seal. While the process is somewhat harrowing, Hongdo inadvertently finds fortune in misfortune. Her chakra not only increases significantly, but also attains an unusual quality. Furthermore, under the guidance of Shino, who has taken on the role of an impromptu psychologist, she experiences no psychological issues. Shino eagerly anticipates the implications of her mutated chakra, as such anomalies often bestow unique abilities upon individuals, potentially leading to the emergence of extraordinary skills. As for the others, Genkan, being of considerable age, possesses a reasonable level of strength. Akai exhibits decent talent, and under Shino's mentorship, she progresses swiftly in genjutsu. Lin's medical ninjutsu is quite standard, while Senma's medical techniques occasionally surprise Shino. Tenshui's earth and water techniques are commendable, yet they pale in comparison to those of Kojiro and Shiro. Moreover, he shows no signs of being able to utilize wood release, which is disappointing, especially given that an elder from the Chiba clan had highly recommended him, suggesting he was most likely to master the original wood release techniques. The three sisters from the Sakai clan have managed to join Shino's ranks through connections with Sachiko, so he does not harbor expectations for their significant development. However, they are not at all off-putting. Each possesses a certain charm, and thus, their inclusion serves to maintain a balance within his team. As for the remarkably striking Daibutsu, Shino cannot fathom anyone more aptly suited to the term captivating beauty than he. Although Shino believes that the Daibutsu would have a more promising future as a performer than as a ninja, he accepts this reality out of gratitude for the life saved by the formidable character. Regardless of their talents, the aforementioned individuals do not present significant issues. Shino can tolerate the influence of Sarutobi Hiruzen, which has fostered his ambitions. However, one individual poses a tragic dilemma for Shino, who yearns to indulge in the role of a teacher. As April of the 47th year of Konoha approaches, the situation on the battlefield undergoes a fundamental transformation. The northern front remains remarkably quiet, aside from the jealousy harbored by the Land of Water and the Land of Earth towards the fertile territory of the Land of Fire. The Land of Lightning harbors no ambitions to annex it. As the war drags on, the Cloud Ninjas have long since lost interest in a conflict that yields no benefits. Unlike other nations, the losses sustained by the Cloud Village are minimal, and thus, they now seek only to conclude the war with dignity. However, at this moment, the esteemed leader had just been assassinated, and the various heirs were embroiled in fierce disputes over the title of the Lord of the Land of Thunder. Consequently, Genin village found itself unable to withdraw from the war. In the absence of a clear leader in the Land of Thunder, any unilateral retreat could easily mislead the populace into believing that their nation had suffered defeat. Such a scenario would likely plunge the already unstable Land of Thunder, shaken by the Lord's death, into even greater turmoil, potentially leading to its downfall. Moreover, each heir had their own supporters and factions, all of comparable strength, suggesting that this state of discord might persist for several years. This predicament also hindered the daimyo and ministers of the Land of Fire, who, despite perceiving Yunin's intentions, could not identify any high-ranking officials in the Land of Thunder with whom they could engage in dialogue. The domestic turmoil was reflected in the interactions between Yunin and the ninjas of Konoha, resulting in an unorthodox equilibrium of fighting yet not fighting, retreating yet not retreating. Meanwhile, the relationship between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire had deteriorated to the point where even a semblance of harmony was unsustainable. The two nations could not reach a consensus regarding the Konoha garrison's unauthorized attack on the IWA ninjas. Although the Land of Fire had made concessions, the Land of Earth, burdened by its own guilt, was willing to accept the dismissal of the Konoha commander involved. However, the Wind Country then intervened, asserting that the appearance of IWA ninjas within its borders was not mere tourism, but rather a response to an invitation from the Suna ninjas to assist in battle. This assertion infuriated the representatives of the Land of Earth, and even the representatives of the Land of Fire found the Wind Country's actions to be disruptive. The immediate consequence of this was the irreconcilable conflict between the lands of Fire and Earth, with tensions at their borders reaching a boiling point, leaving only a pretext for war lacking. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of Konoha were thrown into disarray, as fear of further suppressing Orochimaru, a competitor for the title of Fourth Hokage, cast a shadow over the Fourth's authority. Almost all senior officials believed that the troublemaking Orochimaru should be imprisoned. The Third Hokage, already worn out from supporting Orochimaru, had just returned from the Northern Front, and an uninformed Jiraiya only added to the chaos. Not only did he engage in a heated argument with the Third Hokage, but he also made inappropriate remarks suggesting that Orochimaru was more suited than Minato to be the Fourth Hokage. This left Sarutobi in a very passive position, which inadvertently provided an opportunity for Shinzo to instruct his subordinates. In truth, Shinzo was not concerned with the trivial matters of Konoha's upper echelon. The advantages of his reincarnation extended beyond mere familiarity with the plot. The vast collection of martial arts novels accumulated in his previous life also proved invaluable. Despite having practiced for 2 years, Shinzo had been merely an amateur in his former life, and the martial arts he knew were hardly noteworthy. Yet here, he successfully devised an entire system of highly efficient ninja training methods in just 2 short months. Initially, he meticulously adopted the training techniques of the Shaolin lay disciples, such as the horizontal arm water carrying and horse stance exercises, and seamlessly integrated them into the training regimen of the ninjas. This remarkable adaptation resulted in a rapid enhancement of their physical strength, endurance, lower body power, stability, and the consistency of their punches. Furthermore, he employed the daily half-hearted yoga practice his mother had engaged in during his previous life to cultivate their agility, flexibility, reaction time, and dexterity of the fingers, yielding splendid results. Serendipitously, he discovered that practicing martial arts while submerged in water significantly augmented the storage capacity of chakra, while also gradually improving its quality. This successful application invigorated Shinosuke, inspiring him to exhaustively scour every book and method from his past life that he could find. With the idle guidance of Sarutobi, he astonishingly devised numerous efficient ninja training methods. For instance, the immense chakra stones brought back by Yukiko proved to be invaluable. The weighted clothing crafted from these stones made movement exceedingly uncomfortable for everyone, yet this discomfort substantially enhanced their physical prowess, speed, and agility. Coupled with the Shaolin training techniques and yoga, these ninjas became comparable to the elite of physical combat ninjas. Moreover, their chakra growth was evidently pronounced, transforming Shinosuke's subordinates into entirely different individuals within a mere 2 months. Thus, the Konoha ninja army under Shinosuke had evolved into a formidable close combat team composed of elite jonin with an impressive chakra reservoir. In the words of Sarutobi, they had become Konoha's elite force. However, gazing at the figure of Shippo, Shinosuke felt a wave of frustration. He had previously contemplated that Guy's lack of talent would hinder his potential. Yet, contrary to his expectations, despite having no discernible aptitude, Guy's skills had soared under Shinosuke's tutelage, overshadowing the so-called genius Kakashi Hatake, who had joined the team at the same time. This achievement brought Shinosuke a sense of pride. But he was utterly taken aback to find that the seemingly untrainable individual was, in fact, the standard supporting character, Moonlight Shippo, who met his demise with a single strike in the original narrative. Despite having assured the third Hokage that he would cultivate a squad of elite ninjas, Shinosuke found himself at a loss with Shippo. While the other ninjas had nearly reached the Jonin level, the prowess of his former teammates was particularly outstanding. However, Shippo, despite being young, had shown almost no growth over the past 2 months. In fact, his chakra storage had significantly diminished. Had he been anyone else, he would have long been dismissed. Yet, given Shinosuke's familiarity with the storyline, he was unwilling to give up on Shippo. He recognized that, despite his current pitiable state, this individual, without Shinosuke's assistance, would eventually rise to the rank of Jonin. Though his strength might be somewhat lacking, it was certainly not solely a product of luck. In his previous life, Shino had a profound admiration for the swordsman ninja who battled under the moonlight. He was determined not to let the young Keisuke become yet another tormented soul under the command of the Maki. Although he had no direct ties to the Moonlight clan, he regarded the revered teacher, Wook, as a mentor. Moreover, the logistical support provided by Moonlight Anya during his time was invaluable to Shino's team. Even now, the lingering taste of the yellow and blue ninja pills resided in his memory. Keisuke's father had long since passed, and as Wook's disciple, Shino had made a solemn promise to nurture this orphan into greatness. Yet, Keisuke's lack of ambition left Shino feeling utterly helpless. Shino, perhaps your methods towards Keisuke are rather excessive. After all, he is merely 10 years old, Sarutobi remarked. Despite having agreed to send the child to the Moonlight family, which could be construed as a strategic alliance, as the Hokage genuinely concerned for the future of Konoha, he wished for every ninja to achieve greatness. Sarutobi's words served as a wake-up call for Shino, who had been so focused on training Keisuke that he had overlooked the hereditary issues plaguing the Moonlight family. He feared that before he could train Keisuke to become a Jonin, he might inadvertently push him to his limits. It seems the priority should be addressing the hereditary affliction of the Moonlight clan, Shino mused inwardly. He was aware that despite the tendency for Moonlight ninjas to excel early only to meet untimely ends, no physician had yet identified any hereditary illness within their lineage. Moreover, the medical records from Konoha revealed peculiarities in the deaths of the Moonlight clan members. While it made sense for ninjas to perish from old battle wounds, some family members had never engaged in combat, yet appeared to succumb as if old injuries had resurfaced. This was indeed perplexing. However, Shino was resolutely confident in his ability to cure the Moonlight ailment, for his eyes had been invigorated by the mental energy of the setting sun, significantly enhancing his perception. Now, should he choose, he could discern even the most subtle fluctuations of chakra within a person's body. Thus, he embarked on a comprehensive observation of Keisuke. After several days of scrutiny, he discovered that Keisuke's cells reacted abnormally to sunlight, while they exhibited no issues in sunlight. In its absence, they released a peculiar type of chakra. This was a skill Shino had only recently mastered. Although he could not perceive chakra attributes directly like Keisuke, he was capable of accurately discerning the minutiae of chakra changes through the mental energy contained within, even identifying the chakra's properties, a feat unattainable by even the Sharingan. Yet, the chakra attribute of Keisuke was one Shino had never encountered. It was evidently a unique form of chakra, distinct from the conventional 5 elemental types. Moonlight, Shino murmured. Deep in thought, grappling with the enigma, the subtlety of Keisuke's chakra made it a challenging subject for observation. If only Lord Moonlight Anya were still here, Shino lamented. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Anya, dark attribute. I understand. At long last, Shino has come to comprehend the nature of the unique chakra known as the Gale, realizing that in the absence of light, its essence must inherently belong to the dark attribute. This revelation not only resolves the quandary concerning the Tsukikage clan, but also signifies a monumental breakthrough for Shino himself. He has unraveled the mysteries of the dark walking technique, which had eluded his understanding, as well as the illusions derived from the sacred scroll obtained from the unfortunate Sunanin, Suzuki. It is rather ironic that even Suzuki himself could not fathom that the illusions he crafted, based on divine techniques, were predominantly rooted in the dark attribute. This discovery transcends a mere identification of a new attribute, as it significantly augments Shino's offensive capabilities in the realm of illusions, propelling him further along the path toward becoming a true powerhouse. Currently, Shino is brimming with joy, not only because he has fully grasped the quintessence of the second generation's dark walking technique, but also because he possesses the potential to replicate the secret arts of the Nara clan, should he choose to do so. However, through his studies, he has discerned that while the dark attribute does not inhibit the chakra of the other 5 principal attributes, its storage is notably scarce, and its cultivation proves to be exceptionally arduous. Nevertheless, Shino remains undeterred, for he recognizes that the intricacies of the dark attribute cannot be resolved in a fleeting moment. Moreover, from the clandestine teachings imparted by Mami regarding the divine flame emperor's descent, he has uncovered that the illusion she presented is undoubtedly a manifestation of the opposing attribute, light chakra, yet to be discovered. He understands that these 2 attributes, both of which have remained unnoticed by others, must be kept shrouded in secrecy. Consequently, Shino has temporarily set aside his research on the Gale, redirecting his focus toward the transformations of light and dark chakra. Recently, Shino has been exuding confidence, although others remain oblivious to the nature of his studies throughout April. His expression unmistakably conveys that he has made significant advancements. This is further evidenced by the remarkable progress exhibited by Gale in recent days. Observing Gale, whose physique grows increasingly robust despite daily training, fills Shino with a profound sense of accomplishment. In less than half a month, Shino has preliminarily mastered the transformations of both light and dark attributes. While Gale cells do not inherently reject light chakra, it is only under the influence of dark chakra that his true capabilities can be fully realized. Additionally, the ailment afflicting Gale does not pose a challenge for Shino. Having learned a technique from his scroll that allows him to temporarily alter his chakra into any desired attribute, he finds that, despite its complexity, this can significantly enhance the potency of ninjutsu. Furthermore, he has devised a new training outline for Gale. Through meticulous observation, he has noted that although Gale possesses a dark attribute physique, intriguingly, his body is more adept at generating light chakra than that of an ordinary individual. Thus, Shinizuke devised a remarkable chakra training method akin to a secret art, tailored to his unique characteristics. He instructed Jifeng to practice his systematic training every morning and afternoon, to bask in the sunlight to cultivate chakra, thereby absorbing more light attribute chakra to nourish his body. Shinizuke discovered that among all chakra attributes, only the light attribute could facilitate significant bodily transformations. In the evenings, while engaging in the esoteric techniques of the Moonlight Clan, Jifeng gradually and permanently transformed the light attribute chakra within him into dark attribute chakra. Notably, the transformation between light and dark attributes is the most facile, while other transformations, such as water to lightning, lightning to fire, fire to earth, earth to wind, and wind to water, are considerably more arduous, with no possibility of conversion to other attributes. The light attribute possesses the remarkable ability to harmonize various internal attribute conflicts, rendering all transformations feasible, while also significantly enhancing defenses against illusions. For instance, the Sand Ninjas experience rapid increases in illusion defense when training under the intense sunlight of the desert. Conversely, the dark attribute amplifies the potency of illusions, physical techniques, and ninjutsu, while also greatly aiding in the use of curse seals, with little else to note. Jiang, why haven't you left yet? Is there something you need? One evening, as everyone prepared to depart, Shinizuke noticed that Jiang from the Inuzuka clan seemed reluctant to leave. Lord Shinizuke, I wish for you to provide me with specific training methods. Jiang's request astonished Shinizuke. It was evident that Jiang had made remarkable progress, having advanced from a low-ranking ninja to a mid-ranking one within just 3 months, and had acquired ample practical combat experience from Shinizuke. Although his current strength was still quite weak compared to an average mid-ranking ninja, he had the potential to become a true elite ninja once he engaged in real combat. However, his request for detailed training methods left Shinizuke perplexed. Was he being overly ambitious? After Zhang's explanation, Shinizuke realized that the situation was not as he had presumed, and he felt a pang of inadequacy in his concern for his subordinate. It turned out that although Zhang belonged to the Inuzuka clan and had a formidable blue giant dog named Lanmaru, he bore a critical weakness. His sense of smell, akin to that of Chu Liuxiang, was non-existent. While Chu's lack of smell had ironically become an advantage, allowing him to evade numerous perilous situations, Zhang's condition was tragically different. A scentless member of the Inuzuka clan? How cruelly ironic. Shinizuke murmured to himself. Yet, as Zhang pointed out, this was indeed a significant challenge for a ninja whose livelihood depended on reconnaissance. Shinizuke harbored no confidence in restoring Zhang's sense of smell, as it had long been a medical conundrum in his previous life, and being merely an ordinary citizen, he had no opportunity to delve deeply into the medical field. Thus, he addressed Zhang. Even without a sense of smell, you can still become an exceptional ninja. Why are you so fixated on this? Zhang did not respond to Shinizuke's question. Instead, he quietly asserted, I am not fixated. I possess the confidence to become an outstanding ninja without the need for a sense of smell. However, have you ever pondered the notion that within a family where every member possesses a particular talent, your own lack of any such skill, regardless of your remarkable abilities, may be perceived as a form of inadequacy? At that moment, he exhibited no expression, indicating his skepticism regarding Shino's capacity to devise a solution. His dialogue with Shino stemmed merely from a lingering hope that Shino might conjure some extraordinary and unforeseen method. It was a challenging predicament. Shino found himself with a slight headache, now capable of comprehending Kan's sentiments, yet he struggled to conceive a means to restore his sense of smell. Despite Mommy having imparted all the intricacies of the 5 illusory techniques to him, and his enhanced understanding and mastery of sensory control, Kan's situation was markedly different. Since birth, he had been devoid of the sense of smell, a condition that could not be remedied through sensory manipulation alone. Presently, Shino felt utterly at a loss regarding Kan's predicament. The endeavor to restore a sense in someone with such an inherent sensory deficiency left him in despair. However, since restoration seemed implausible, the only recourse was to seek alternative sensory substitutes. The dilemma lay in the fact that aside from their exceptional olfactory capabilities, the Inuzuka clan's other senses were essentially on par with those of ordinary ninjas. Typically, vision would serve as the most viable replacement for smell. Yet although Shino possessed a plethora of techniques for eye training, they were applicable solely to those with bloodline abilities, rendering them ineffective for Kan, who lacked any such lineage. As Shino wrestled with his thoughts, Kan felt a flicker of hope rising within him. He yearned to become an exceptional reconnaissance ninja and was envious of the unique skills exhibited by his clansmen. While Shino contemplated Kan's dilemma, others remained, eager to witness how he would tackle this conundrum. To them, the prospect of transforming an unremarkable child into a powerhouse akin to the likes of the Sage of Six Paths was nothing short of extraordinary. Sensing the intense gazes of those around him, Shino's mind suddenly stirred with the possibility of substituting instinct for the sense of smell. In his previous life, he would have never considered using instinct as a replacement for any of the 5 senses, viewing the so-called 6th sense as too ephemeral and uncertain. Moreover, in that past existence, the absence of smell was not regarded as a significant ailment, generally posing no hindrance to one's daily life or work. Yet here, the issue of olfactory perception was an imperative challenge that demanded resolution. The idea of employing instinct as a substitute for smell was not without merit, for this realm was undeniably an alternate world, distinct from Earth. Observing Shino's apparent epiphany, the crowd felt a surge of excitement, and Kan's heart soared with joy. Nevertheless, Shino's words swiftly extinguished his hopes. At present, I possess no means to restore your sense of smell. However, his subsequent statement sent the emotions of the gathered crowd on a roller coaster. Though I currently lack the ability to directly restore your olfactory sense, I can still assist you in becoming a reconnaissance ninja as you desire. Suddenly, I felt as if I had been transported from the depths of hell to the heights of paradise, akin to a terminally ill patient receiving the miraculous news that their ailment is treatable. Despite the exhilarating rush of emotions, I dared not interrupt Shinizuke, fearing that he might withhold the method I so desperately sought. I observed him speak languidly. If there is truly no way to restore what has been lost, then we must seek an alternative sensation to replace it. I have resolved to substitute your olfactory deficiency with heightened intuition. Yet, I found myself questioning, How shall I accomplish this, Master Shinozuke? Noticing the glimmer of hope in my eyes, Shinozuke could not help but feel a sense of pride swell within him. However, instead of providing a direct answer, he gazed intently into my eyes and said, I possess a method to transform you into a reconnaissance ninja. But tell me, are you prepared to sacrifice your very life, knowing that death may await? I fell into a contemplative silence for a moment before raising my head and calmly replying, though I aspire to be a great ninja, I would rather not be a ninja at all than to serve as anything less than a reconnaissance ninja. My desire is quite simple. Pausing briefly, I continued in an even calmer tone, my sole wish is to walk proudly down the streets of Inuzuka. Therefore, I implore you, Master, to grant me this opportunity. Shinozuke nodded in satisfaction. Very well. I shall reveal my method. When you appear as a ninja, you must cease to be human. You will become a beast, acutely attuned to danger. What followed was straightforward. Shinozuke ventured into the death forest, capturing several ferocious creatures and instructing Shiro to utilize earth release to create a grand, enclosed structure resembling the furnace from Stephen Chow's The King of Comedy. He then fed these beasts the maddening elixir he procured from the Umbu through his martial connections, and finally, he sealed me, bound by chakra, within the furnace. In the ensuing days, every ninja training in the vicinity found it increasingly difficult to rest, as they were haunted by the haunting, wolf-like howls emanating from within the furnace. Meanwhile, Shinozuke remained unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to the cacophony. In the secret training grounds of the rear mountains, while others adhered to their rigorous training regimens, Shinozuke indulged in a rare moment of leisure, feasting on a generous supply of dog meat provided by the Inuzuka clan. Despite the absence of animal protection laws in this world and the general aversion to canines as a culinary choice, the willingness of the Inuzuka clan to present dog meat as tribute to Shinozuke spoke volumes of his extraordinary character. To his delight, Shinozuke accepted the offering, astonished that his rather uncertain training method had yielded such remarkable success. Initially, he had contemplated alternative strategies should this one falter, but it now appeared unnecessary. After enduring that hellish training, I had undergone a profound transformation. My demeanor and essence now resembled that of a beast ready to engage in bloodshed at any moment. My eyes now sparkled with a primal ferocity, and anyone who approached me could sense the overwhelming aura I exuded. I had successfully honed my intuition to the extent that it could replace not only my sense of smell, but all sensory perceptions. Despite the esteemed elders of the Leaf Village ninjas proclaiming that this method is indeed a remarkable means of enhancing one's strength, they also cautioned that embracing instinct over reason ultimately diminishes the possibility of attaining the status of a Kaga-level ninja. Consequently, those trained through this approach often reached no higher than the capabilities of an elite jonin. However, the Inuzuka clan remains unfazed by these warnings. Their aspirations are modest, simply wishing to coexist peacefully within the confines of Konoha. While this training method bears its share of drawbacks, it proves exceptionally suitable for the entirety of the Inuzuka family. Moreover, Shino has finally devised an indirect method for restoring the sense of smell, a secret technique known as sensory sharing, which stems from the mastery of the five senses. As for Inuzuka Kiba, he has developed a streamlined, improved version of this technique specifically for sharing the olfactory abilities of the ninja dogs. When Kiba introduced this technique to the Inuzuka clan, an overwhelming excitement ensued, for it held immense significance for them. Not all members of the Inuzuka clan possess a heightened sense of smell, but Shino's enhancement of their secret techniques has undeniably eradicated such concerns, granting every clan member the qualifications to serve as a reconnaissance jonin. Thus, before nightfall, the fervently enthusiastic clan leader approached Shino and solemnly vowed that as long as the Inuzuka clan exists in Konoha, they would safeguard the Yamada family, even to the point of sacrificing themselves. This pledge stood firm, even if the Yamada family were to betray the village. Similarly, upon learning that Shino had entirely eradicated their hereditary ailment, the Tsukikage family offered a comparable promise. Although the commitments of these two smaller clans might not wield significant power within Konoha, they alleviated any lingering concerns for Shino. Despite the demise of the Tsukikage elder, Tsukikage Anya, the Inuzuka clan leader holds a position of high standing, and due to the modest scale of these families, they would not incite undue anxiety among those with ulterior motives. Hence, Shino was free from the fear of retaliation from Danzo. As for Shino himself, Having improved and created training methodologies for both the Tsukikage and Inazuka clans, he garnered a reputation akin to that of the Leaf Village's ninja masters and the third Hokage. Observing the performances of Kiba and Akamaru, others could no longer contain their enthusiasm and express their desire to learn specific training techniques from Shino. He graciously acquiesced, reasoning that whether he trained one sheep or two, the effort remained the same. Thus, he decided to share all that he knew. Nevertheless, he approached this task with caution, refraining from disseminating methods that appeared dubious, and he did not intend to reveal everything he had learned. Instead, he tailored specific training regimens according to each individual's unique circumstances. For the Fire Affinity Ninja, Jinkan, Shino allowed him to choose his path concerning fire release techniques, as he perceived that Jinkan's chakra affinity was not particularly strong. Even with the addition of training in light affinity chakra, it would not elevate him to the status of a renowned fire release ninja. Jinkan's most notable trait was his physical flexibility, and Shino believed that his best trajectory for growth lay in becoming an agile close combat ninja. Thus, the proposal put forth by Shinazuke involves extensive practice of yoga to enhance agility. As one's agility improves, so too do speed, the accuracy of throwing ninja tools, and close combat abilities. Complementing this is the Sunlight Chakra training method, which essentially cultivates light attribute chakra. However, Shinazuke intends to keep this knowledge obscure, aside from himself. Only the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, are aware of the existence of such a light attribute transformation. As for the remaining dark attributes, apart from Shinazuke, even the Nara clan, known for their shadow techniques, lacks the comprehensive understanding that he possesses. This culminates in the creation of a skilled ninja, proficient in evasion, with formidable illusionary defenses and a diverse array of offensive capabilities. For Amatsuke's, beyond basic training, Shinazuke instructed him to cease practicing earth and water ninjutsu and instead focus on the sunlight chakra training method. The immediate result of this shift was that Amatsuke's, with the aid of light attribute chakra, finally managed to utilize wood release. Although his accomplishments in wood release may not match those of the first Hokage, it earned him the respect of all the Chiba clan members. The light attribute also significantly contributes to medical ninjutsu, enabling both Senma and Rin to ascend to the rank of medical jonin, while also enhancing their overall combat capabilities. Shinazuke set specific expectations for their medical ninjutsu training. Senma would specialize in pharmaceuticals and major surgical procedures, while Rin would focus on minor surgical techniques and emergency treatment, particularly in ophthalmology. The rationale behind Shinazuke's decisions is apparent to those familiar with the circumstances, though few openly acknowledge it. In the eyes of all, including Hiruzen and Minato, Shinazuke's choices are undoubtedly sound. Tenshin, despite having no biological children, has adopted a multitude of war orphans as his own. Although Senma has evolved from being a mere physician like his adoptive father to a competent medical jonin, it is inevitable that he will eventually inherit the position of chief medical officer at the Konoha Hospital, given his immense potential in medical ninjutsu. For Rin, who lacks any foundational skills, nurturing her into a medical jonin holds far greater significance than merely training her to be an exceptional doctor. Even with a member of the Uchiha clan in her team, Shinazuke's arrangements went unnoticed. As for the three sisters of the Sakai family, Shinazuke initially presumed they would be inconsequential, yet each possesses unique characteristics. Yumi's constitution is particularly special, with a dual affinity for wind and water, albeit her transformations are not particularly potent. Nevertheless, Shinazuke suspects that her mother shares a bloodline with the Mizuki family, and he is confident that she can harness ice release. Regrettably, no matter how hard Yumi tries, she can only produce something akin to snowflakes, lacking the true power of ice release. Consequently, Shinazuke sought the insight of the well-informed Hiruzen. The conclusion drawn is that Mei Z is fundamentally unrelated to Mizuki. Her unique jutsu, reminiscent of bloodline techniques, has been confirmed and named as Snow Release. Although it shares its name with the jutsu of the Land of Snow, it bears no connection to the techniques that can only be utilized in frigid conditions. While the power of this jutsu is not particularly high, both she and individuals such as Shinosuke, Sarutobi, and Hitaki believe it possesses significant potential for development. Consequently, Shinosuke made an exception, allowing her to forego training and other abilities to devote herself entirely to cultivating her light attribute chakra. while also enhancing the quality and storage of her wind and water transformations, with the aim of furthering this new category of jutsu. Rongzi's attribute is wind, and even the exceptionally skilled Hatake acknowledges that her transformation abilities designate her as a natural master of wind release. She also has a penchant for swordsmanship, prompting Shinosuke to direct her to study the White Fang technique under Yukio, alongside her wind release training. In contrast, Sakai takes attribute aligns with that of her aunt, Lucky's teacher, Sakai Kazuko, which is fire. Therefore, Shinosuke instructed her to focus entirely on fire release and sunlight cultivation methods. He even conducted a small experiment, attempting to teach her the method of converting light to darkness, resulting in a significant enhancement of her fire release potency, leading her to identify herself as a fire release ninja. Daibutsu is undoubtedly a prodigy in illusion techniques. After a brief introduction from Shinosuke, he successfully mastered auditory manipulation. Given his fondness for music, Shinosuke specifically sought suitable sound-based illusion techniques from the scrolls given to him by Orochimaru, guiding him towards becoming an illusion ninja. As for Akane, her peculiar chakra indicated a lack of suitability for transformation. Thus, Shinosuke's training plan for her did not emphasize ninjutsu, genjutsu, or taijutsu. Aware of Mitachi Zikio's expertise in sealing techniques and fire release, he advised Akane to learn some fire release. While her chakra suggested she would excel as a well-rounded ninja proficient in sealing techniques, disregarding her future personality. Kai, however, has benefited the most from Shinosuke's training regimen, with his most commendable quality being his self-awareness. He has almost entirely abandoned all other forms of training to focus solely on Shinosuke's Shaolin Fluid technique, which has been officially named by Sarutobi, and the sunlight cultivation method. Thanks to the nurturing of his light attribute chakra, he remarkably managed to open the 4 gates without issue. His rapid progress as the underdog has clearly stimulated others, particularly the so-called genius Kakashi. Everyone welcomes this rivalry, as competition fosters improvement, a universally acknowledged truth. Shinosuke has refrained from overly intervening in Kakashi's training, being well aware of Kakashi's exceptional aptitude for ninjutsu theory. Nonetheless, he entrusted his fundamental mastery of lightning release techniques to him, harboring no concerns that the secrets of the Yamada clan would be disclosed. After all, Yamada-chu understood his son's predicament and did not believe that Shino would merely stagnate in learning the techniques of others, unable to create a familial secret technique of his own throughout his lifetime. Thus, he felt a sense of reassurance regarding his son. Toby had little to say. Diligence was paramount, and the results were commendable. However, Shino approached his training arrangements with a rather cursory attitude. Ultimately, Asuma proved to be quite a challenge for Shino. This individual, although prone to boasting, possessed considerable strength. The crux of the matter lay in his identity, as Sarutobi was notably dissatisfied with his performance. He believed that rather than wasting time on idle chatter, Asuma should devote more effort to learning from Shino. In this regard, Shino had no voice. Despite Asuma's formidable close combat prowess and adeptness in wind release techniques, Sarutobi still deemed Asuma lacking in potential. Although he appreciated Asuma's current demeanor, which closely mirrored that of his past life, characterized by a penchant for boasting, it was unfortunate that in the context of the Naruto universe, Shino had no opportunity to boast. Given his current standing and status, nearly everything he proclaimed was taken at face value. The greatest pleasure in boasting does not stem from convincing others, but rather from the knowledge that, even when aware of the exaggeration, there are still those willing to listen. In contrast, Shino's assertions regarding his realm, achievements, and so forth came across more as declarations of fact, maintaining a rather modest demeanor, which left him feeling quite frustrated for some time. Nevertheless, Shino could not impede Sarutobi's authority to educate his son.